Chapter 1. Stop acting. I shall escort you, but I dare not go. The old jailer slammed the bucket of spoiled food onto the ground, splattering the foul liquid onto his cloth shoe. He did not budge, merely fixating on the black iron door, his throat tightening. Inside is a living demon. I have not yet had my fill of life. I dare not provoke such misfortune. The newly arrived young jailer shrank back slightly, the keys in his grasp jingling anxiously. Old Zhang, you are being overly cowardly. Is he not just a frail, mad scholar? How has he become a living demon? Old Zhang scoffed and spat out phlegm. You know nothing. This madman, to avoid exile, carved inscriptions on the wall from the very first day he arrived. As if possessed, I was right beside him, and I heard every word. He lowered his voice, as if fearing to disturb some foul entity next door. He cursed the heavens, the earth dragon stirs in Longyu. Locusts plague Shandong, and the general of biting dies suddenly. Have you not heard the news? The mountains of Longyu have collapsed for 300 miles, and the locusts in Shandong are large enough to devour men. If the third omen comes true tonight, the skies of the Tang dynasty may very well collapse under this monster's curse. On the other side of the wall, silence reigned like a grave. Li Yu leaned against the wall, the rotten straw beneath him emanating a nauseating moldy odor. He remained motionless, for even the slightest movement required tremendous effort. From the corner of his eye, a blood-red countdown flickered ominously. Time remaining, 1 hour 29 minutes and 53 seconds. Li Yu extended his bony finger, wiping away the black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He was in the late stages of liver cancer. 10 days prior, he had been preparing to end his life in his rented room when an enigmatic system appeared, proclaiming that by signing a contract and traversing to the 8th year of the Tang dynasty to complete tasks, he could accumulate trust and travel between two worlds, prolonging his life and curing his ailment. Who could have anticipated that upon signing the contract, he would open his eyes to find himself in the Tang dynasty? His debut was disastrous, fell directly into the lotus pond of the Imperial Garden, startling Li Ji, who was feeding fish, to the point of soiling himself. According to Tang law, intruding into the inner palace and colliding with a prince warranted immediate execution. As Li Yu was dragged away, he desperately shouted, "I can save Empress Chang's son," which barely earned him a reprieve from the desperate Li heir, who was at his wits' end to save his wife. He had even altered the course of history yet, in his frail state. He would likely perish before even leaving the 30 miles of Chang'an, becoming just another nameless corpse by the roadside. Imprisoned, Li Yu had no choice but to reveal his final trump card. Offline historical materials cached in the Tomato novel app, wagering everything to transform himself from a convict on probation to a condemned prisoner. Calculating the time, the swift horse on urgent mission should have already collapsed on Zhuke Street. The news of Ashina Sunishi's death should now be laid before Li Erfeng on the imperial desk. Li Yu closed his eyes, his mind filled with the image of the legendary emperor in a fit of rage. He was waiting for Li Erfeng, the one who could save his life. Creak, the sound of grinding metal was 100-fold louder than the jingle of keys. As the massive iron door creaked open, pushed by an unseen force, a deep rumble echoed through the narrow corridor, causing dust to cascade down from above, blinding those who stood in its wake. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps. Li Shimin strode in. He was not in his dragon robe, but donned a thin white tunic, his hair disheveled as if roused from sleep. He wielded a broadsword without a scabbard in his hand. He stopped merely 3 feet from Li Yu, his elongated phoenix eyes devoid of emotion, exuding a suffocating chill. Li Yu recognized that gaze well it was akin to a butcher eyeing the meat on the chopping block. This invisible pressure was more terrifying than a roar. Are you a human, a ghost, or a celestial being? Li Shimin's voice was somewhat hoarse, lifting the broadsword slightly, its tip angled toward the ground, poised to strike at any moment. The earth trembled in Longyu, locusts plagued Shandong, and the general of biting died suddenly. If these 3 events were mere coincidences, it was too chilling. As the emperor, he instinctively felt trepidation towards such unknown forces, even harboring a tinge of fear within. Li Yu leaned against the wall, and instead of pleading for mercy, he mustered a mocking smile. Cough. Am I a human or a ghost? Does it matter? Your Majesty arrives in the dead of night wielding a sword, fearing that I might utter a curse upon your Tang dynasty? What? The general of the heavenly strategy, who caused rivers of blood at Xuanwu Gate, now believes in fate? Seeking death. All hesitation and probing were forcibly severed by Li Shimin at that moment. The cloud of malice in his eyes transformed into pure, murderous intent. Regardless of whether one was a deity or a ghost, anyone who dared to threaten his empire or challenge his authority would be slain. He did not waste words, stepping forward to tightly grip Li Yu's throat with his left hand like an iron claw, forcefully slamming him against the wall. His right hand flashed the sword, its sharp edge digging into Li Yu's neck. Blood immediately welled up, trickling down the blade. Li Shimin leaned closer to Li Yu, his gaze as cold and fierce as a starving wolf about to feast. Be it a prophecy or a curse, I shall sever your head today. I wish to see how you can curse my Tang dynasty without a head. Whether Ashina Sunishi lives or dies is his fate, just as your wife's ailment is also fate. Silence. Though the unfamiliar term had never crossed Li Shimin's ears, he instantly grasped whom Li Yu referred to. She was his Achilles heel, a tender spot he could not bear to touch. With a violent twist of his wrist, murderous intent surged, and the blade nearly cut into the trachea. Dare to curse the Guanyin maid? I shall now flay you alive. Turn you into minced meat for the dogs. Flay me? Li Yu met Li Shimon's eyes, which were nearly bulging with rage. His expression not one of fear, but rather of disdain and mockery. Li Yifeng, stop acting. In your lifetime, you have slain more people than I have grains of rice seen. If you truly wish to kill, must you utter so many empty words? With great effort, Li Yu raised a hand, gently nudging the blade at his neck with a single finger. You dare not kill me, because, deep down, you know better than anyone that the useless physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau have no solutions left. Empress Changsun is merely hanging by a thread, waiting for death. You stormed in here like a madman tonight, not to seek judgment. Li Yu locked eyes with Li Shimin, enunciating each word. You have come to plead for my help. Huff, huff. Li Shimin's chest heaved violently, his face flushed crimson, veins throbbing at his temples. The sword in his hand frozen in midair, unable to strike or withdraw. He had been exposed. The mighty Tang Taizong now resembled a child stripped bare, all pretense shattered into fragments. Li Yu keenly seized upon that fleeting moment of panic. Now is the time. Chapter 2. Ere he glanced past Li Shimin, where the old eunuch Wang De and several imperial guards stood in the shadows, not daring to breathe. If you wish for your wife to survive, then suppress that imperial demeanor of yours. Li Yu coldly stated, dismiss the others. The words to follow can only be heard by you alone. For every additional listener, your wife loses a chance at survival. This is a matter of celestial secrets. Hearing too much can shorten one's life. Li Shimin fixed his gaze on Li Yu, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he abruptly turned, speaking coldly to those behind him. Get out. Wang De and the others, having received the imperial command, hurriedly retreated in the dim confines of the cell. Only 2 men, both panting heavily, remained, accompanied by a flickering oil lamp on the verge of extinguishing. Li Yu leaned against the wall, observing the most powerful man in the Tang dynasty, and boldly spoke. Li, allow me to speak candidly. I am no demon. I hail from 14 centuries hence, and my veins run with the blood of the Li family. By lineage, I ought to refer to you as my ancestor. Just as Li Shimin was about to dismiss him with scorn, Li Yu, like a rapid-fire machine gun, swiftly delivered his assertions. The queen suffers from what you term chi illness in my time. It is known as severe asthma complicated by inhalation pneumonia. You need not grasp the significance of this nomenclature. Simply answer me. In the past 10 days, has her condition not worsened abruptly? Is she unable to lie down at night, forced to sit and gasp for breath? Each breath, does it not sound akin to a whistle emanating from her throat? Furthermore, have her nails begun to turn purple, and her lips taken on a bluish hue? Li Shimin's pupils constricted suddenly. Bullseye. Every symptom, even the detail of the purple nails known only to her closest handmaidens, was an exact match. In that instant, the murderous intent in Li Shimin's eyes diminished significantly. Yet he was still Li Shimin. Gritting his teeth, though his blade had lowered slightly, it remained unsheathed. Although you speak the truth, the palace is rife with prying eyes. Perhaps you have bribed a maid. Skepticism was natural. The mind of an emperor is inherently suspicious. Li Yu sighed internally, recognizing that he must now employ a decisive tactic. Bribe a maid? Li Yu let out a bitter laugh, his gaze becoming ethereal, as if transcending time. Then can I also bribe this secret? In a hushed tone, barely above a whisper, audible only to the 2 of them, he said, you have already selected the eternal resting place at Mount Jiuzhong, intending to be interred alongside the queen. The name of this tomb was conceived by you alone, before a solitary oil lamp, just the night before last. You have likely not yet informed the Ministry of Rites, and even Changsun Wuji remains unaware, does he not? Li Yu fixed his gaze on Li Shimin's expression, now softened from fury to a semblance of hope. As he pronounced each word deliberately, Zhaoling. Upon hearing these 2 syllables, Li Shimin froze. Zhaoling was indeed the name that had spontaneously surfaced in his mind while sitting alone in the imperial study the night before. No one else in the world could possibly know, unless they were a ghost or a deity, the terror of having his very soul laid bare before another overwhelmed Li Shimin. An infiltrator? Could an infiltrator penetrate the depths of my thoughts? With a clatter, the sword that had accompanied Li Shimin through countless battles slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the filthy ground. His legs weakened, and he staggered back a step, leaning against the iron bars to avoid collapsing. The chaos in his mind swirled from anger to fear, ultimately transforming into a grasping hope, as if clinging to a lifeline. The ragged, blood-stained figure before him was no mere mortal, but rather an inscrutable deity. Given this revelation, Li Yu feebly gestured towards the door, his tone laced with an air of command. Take me to Her Majesty. On Zhuke Street, late at night. Crack, crack. The sound of a whip slicing through the air echoed across the desolate street, as 6 imperial carriages galloped wildly, tearing through the already curfew-bound city of Chang'an. The patrolling guards and military officers felt a sudden gust of wind, and, upon closer inspection, realized it was the emperor's convoy. They had never witnessed His Majesty in such a state of disarray, even during the turbulent days of the Turkic incursion. He had maintained his composure. Yet tonight, the carriage sped forth as if pursued by phantoms. Is that His Majesty? A patrolling officer quickly saluted, his spear hitting the ground with a resounding thud. But his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the carriage curtains flapping in the wind. Within the carriage, the formidable Li Shimin, known throughout the realm, now resembled a cornered tiger. Glaring intently at the figure seated before Hema, death row inmate, Li Shimin was utterly disoriented. Monster, deity, what more do you require? I shall have preparations made. His voice trembled, even his self-reference faltering. He did not comprehend the concept of time travel. Only that anyone capable of traversing the river of time to arrive in the Tang dynasty must be an immortal. Li Yu reclined on the cushioned seat, his complexion ashen, devoid of blood. Indifferent to Li Shimin's obsequiousness, he closed his eyes, mentally strategizing the forthcoming procedures. The phone still had 5 battery remaining. He needed to return to the modern era swiftly. Every second was a matter of life and death. Whoa! The imperial carriage screeched to a halt before the steps of the Lijiang Hall, the hooves scraping against the bluestone, creating a shower of sparks. Before the carriage had fully come to rest, Li Shimin leapt out, turning to lift Li Yu. But Wang De, standing nearby, hastily stepped forward to carry him instead. A potent aroma of bitter traditional medicine permeated the grand hall. Dozens of imperial physicians knelt in a circle, deliberating over a warming remedy. Upon seeing the emperor return with a bloodied figure, the chief physician instinctively attempted to intervene. Your Majesty, the queen's health is fragile. She cannot bear the sight of blood. This. Before Li Shimin could erupt in anger, Li Yu, still on Wang De's back, interjected. If you cannot treat her, then step aside and do not obstruct my path. The chief physician stood, dumbfounded, pondering the audacity of this death row inmate. Just as he was about to retort, he witnessed Li Shimin kick over the nearby medicinal table. Did you not hear? All of you get out. The physicians, terrified, scrambled to flee the hall. In an instant, the side chamber was left vacant, save for a few close female attendants and Li Shimin. Li Yu was laid upon a couch adorned with soft brocade. He did not attempt to feel her pulse. Such advanced practices of traditional medicine were beyond his expertise. Instead, he pointed at the eldest female attendant. You come here. Chapter 3. Consultation. The female official knelt on the ground, trembling with trepidation. Listen carefully. I will ask a question, and you shall answer. Do not utter a single falsehood. Li Yu's voice was soft. Is the phlegm your ladyship coughs up yellow-green, and particularly viscous? The female official paused, instinctively nodding. Yes, yes. Is it true that by the latter half of the night, her temperature rises, and no amount of ice can bring it down? Yes. The tremor in her voice became more pronounced. When she breathes, does it feel as though a heavy stone rests upon her chest, making it difficult to draw in air? Yes. The female official gazed at Li Yu in terror, as if he were a deity. How could this condemned man, who had not even laid eyes upon her ladyship, be more accurate than the imperial physician who had taken her pulse for half an hour? Li Shimin listened closely. Each response struck him like a hammer to the heart, evoking both pain and a deeper trust in Li Yu. Enough, Li Yu gestured, let us proceed inside. As the curtain was drawn aside, there lay the most revered bed in the realm, upon which the Empress Zhongsun, the mother of the Tang dynasty, resembled a dehydrated fish, struggling to part her lips, emitting labored gasps akin to the sound of a saw. Her complexion was ashen, her once plump cheeks now deeply sunken, and the eyes that once brimmed with wisdom were now clouded and dull. The once fierce Li Shimin, now with reddened eyes, rushed to the bedside, grasping his wife's hand, his voice trembling with desperation and a hint of pleading. I have summoned a divine physician for you, my dear. You shall live. You must live. He turned to Li Yu, his gaze a husband's final plea to a healer. If you say you can save her, I would willingly trade my life for hers. Li Yu did not respond. Instead, he withdrew a mobile device from his pocket. The screen illuminated with a ghostly glow. In the dim light of the flickering candles within the Tang Palace, the eerie blue luminescence exuded an unsettling aura. The surrounding palace maids gasped, covering their mouths, their bodies trembling. Li Shimin instinctively placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, muscles taut. I need to examine her throat and tongue, Li Yu murmured, tapping the screen a few times. He activated the camera, turning off the beauty filter. Leaning closer to Empress Zhongsun's face for clarity, he pressed the shutter button. Click. A blinding flash erupted, momentarily enveloping everyone in a veil of white, which, Li Shimin's instinctive reaction erupted. In his mind, this sudden, piercing light was no earthly phenomenon. It was sorcery. It sought to capture the last remnants of the Empress's soul. With a clang, the sword was drawn from its sheath. The tip pointed menacingly at Li Yu's brow. How dare you collect her soul before my very eyes? I shall slay you. The air in the grand hall plummeted to freezing temperatures. The blade hovered a mere millimeter from Li Yu's nose, the chill emanating from it palpable. Yet, he neither flinched nor panicked. Calmly, he presented the screen of his mobile device before the blade's tip. On the screen is an extraordinarily high-definition photograph, in which the visage of Empress Zhongsun is vividly discernible. Even the pores of her skin are clearly visible. Though she appears haggard, it is undeniably her. What soul is to be fetched? Li Yu coldly regarded Li Shimin, his gaze akin to that of one observing a mentally challenged child. Open your eyes and see for yourself. This is a captured image, a celestial technique. The divine physician, unable to see the real person, could only rely on this. Li Shimin was taken aback. He gazed at the small black square, his wife frozen within it. Is that a painting? Where in the world exists such a lifelike depiction? It is as if a person has been encapsulated within. Trembling, he extended his hand, fingertips gently brushing against the cold surface of the glass mirror. It bore no warmth, only an unprecedentedly smooth texture. Is this the Guanyin maid? He glanced back at the Empress, still breathing on the bed, then at the image in his hand. She is still here. Her soul is not lost. Li Shimin felt utterly drained, as though his very backbone had been extracted, and he collapsed onto the footrest. It was a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. System notification, misunderstanding resolved. Awe achieved. Li Shimin's trust level increased. System reward, temporary time travel permission unlocked. Pain value reduced by 50. Protagonist lifespan extended by 3 days. Current remaining lifespan, 72, 49, 24. In that moment of successfully prolonging life, Li Yu felt as if the sickle that had been entrenched in his liver was finally withdrawn. Breathing became effortless. The excruciating pain that gnawed at his very marrow receded like a tide. He was alive. Taking a deep breath, Li Yu realized that with 3 days added to his lifespan, he need not rush back as if hurrying to be reborn. He could return to the modern world at his leisure, preparing ample antibiotics, a nebulizer, or even enjoying a hot pot meal. He stowed away his phone and adjusted his tattered prison garb, his movements graceful as if he were donning a dragon robe. He pointed toward the adjacent hall, speaking in a calm tone, "Find me a secluded room. I shall be gone for an hour to retrieve medicine from the future. The roots and barks of the Tang dynasty cannot save the Empress's life. Remember, within this hour, this hall is a forbidden zone. Anyone who enters shall meet their demise. If the celestial energy is severed, even a grand immortal would struggle to save the Empress." Li Shimin now bore no trace of imperial arrogance. He resembled the most loyal gatekeeper, personally standing guard at the door of the hall, eyes reddened as he declared, "I shall personally guard this. Not even a fly shall enter." Li Yu nodded, activating the time travel option in his mind, only to discover it required a minute's countdown. The atmosphere became awkward, and Li Yu, with a steely resolve, maintained his lofty demeanor, standing like a statue. Just as the countdown neared completion, Li Yu shouted toward the door, "Lier, prepare your treasury, await my return." No sooner had the words left his lips than a visible ripple spread through the air, followed by a gentle blue-white halo enveloping Li Yu. There was no smoke, no incantation. Outside, Li Shimin peered through the crack in the door, witnessing this scene with his own eyes. Under his astonished gaze, a living person simply evaporated into thin air. Only a faint, unpleasant odor lingered in the air, a testament to the fact that Li Yu had not bathed in 10 days. Truly, he was a remarkable being. With his palms pressed together, he faced the empty side hall, his lips quivering as he fervently chanted, "Oh, my dear deity, my little ancestor, you must return." Chapter 4. Procurement. As the disorienting sensation of warped time began to dissipate, the first scent to greet Li Yu was no longer the foul stench of the Tang dynasty's prison, but rather the artificial lemon fragrance of a cheap air freshener. Accompanying this were the musty odor of damp wallpaper typical of an old rental, and the enticing aroma of beef bone broth wafting from the eternally open door of the Lanzhou noodle shop downstairs. This melange of scents was far from pleasant. Yet to Li Yu at that moment, it was a fragrance akin to paradise. His knees buckled, and he sank to the luxurious carpet he had purchased for just 9 yuan on Pinduoduo. The dull ache of his kneecap striking the floor sent a jolt through his nerves, yet instead of wincing, he broke into a silent, cracked-lipped smile that shook his entire being. This was the hardness of 2025, the tactile sensation of a civilized world. For one who had spent his days counting heartbeats in the confines of a prison for 8 years during the reign of Jingguan, the 3 days granted by the system felt like the utmost luxury of an emperor. Li Yu remained sprawled on the floor, his instinct for survival and ingrained modern habits compelling him to perform his first action upon returning. He reached for his phone. The domestic smartphone, with its cracked screen, displayed a glaringly red battery icon, indicating a precarious charge of 2. This was not merely a measure of power, it was his lifeline to this magnificent industrial civilization. He crawled toward the bedside, where a white Type-C charging cable hung like a lifeline. His hands trembled with excitement and weakness, and after 3 attempts, he finally heard the heavenly sound of a buzz. The screen illuminated, revealing a lightning bolt icon. Li Yu exhaled a long, heavy breath, feeling as though his spine had been drawn out, collapsing beside the bed. Soon after, an unbearable itch and sticky sensation overcame him. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the prison garb he had worn for a full 10 days in the Tang dynasty. Once a grayish-white linen, it had transformed into a nauseating dark brown, caked with dried blood, unknown stains of spoiled soup, and mud long since desiccated by body heat. Even in the air-conditioned room, the acrid stench assaulted his senses, making him feel nauseous. The need to shed every article of clothing was paramount. Li Yu approached the tattered fabric as if it were radioactive waste, tearing at the rags clinging to his body. The coarse linen rasped against his skin with a sound reminiscent of rustling leaves. With a decisive tug, the garment that had borne witness to the darkest corners of the early Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty was finally liberated from his form. He stood naked before the mirror in the rental, a gaunt figure reflected back at him. His ribs jutted out starkly, resembling a meticulously arranged set of piano keys. His skin was pallid, devoid of color, marred by bruises and the inflamed welts of insect bites. Though the system had activated pain relief, the profound fatigue seeping from his very marrow felt akin to the debilitating effects of a severe cold intertwined with a hangover, rendering even the simple act of lifting a finger arduous. Yet, slumber was not an option. In that alternate realm, Lier awaited him, knife in hand. While a woman revered as the paragon of virtue throughout the ages teetered on the brink of asphyxiation, to rescue Empress Changsun was to salvage his own existence. It served as the cornerstone of his establishment in the Tang dynasty, the fulcrum upon which history would pivot. Li inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the urge to succumb to sleep. He plopped down on the edge of his bed, grasping his charging mobile device. Venture outside. He lacked even the strength to descend the stairs. Since he found himself in the year 2025, he would harness the power of this magnificent logistics network to his advantage. His fingers danced swiftly across the shattered screen. He opened Matewan and clicked on the online hospital for respiratory consultations. Patient description: an elderly family member is experiencing a severe asthma attack, accompanied by a lung infection, urgently requiring nebulized medication and potent antibiotics. Mere seconds later, a physician appeared on the other end. Without superfluous dialogue, a brief inquiry ensued, and an electronic prescription was issued. Lee's fingers flew across the search bar, each character representing a life: amoxicillin and clavulanate potassium, 5 boxes. This was the heavy artillery of antibiotics. A nuclear option against ancient bacteria unacquainted with modern medicine. Budesonide inhalation suspension, 3 boxes. The most potent local anti-inflammatory, capable of swiftly suppressing airway hyperreactivity. Terbutaline sulfate nebulization solution, 3 boxes. A bronchodilator, forcefully opening constricted airways. Handheld silent mesh nebulizer, 2 units, with a note: include non-Fu batteries, fully charged. After a moment's reflection, he added a few more items: potent ibuprofen sustained-release capsules, montmorillonite powder, iodine swabs, medical surgical masks, and sterile gauze. He placed the order and proceeded to payment. The screen displayed: the delivery rider has accepted the order, expected delivery in 28 minutes. 28 minutes. In the Tang Dynasty, such a duration wouldn't suffice even to brew medicine. Lee switched screens and opened ELE. Me. Location: downstairs at the Lawson convenience store. White rabbit candy, 1 bag. Red Bull, gold can, 1 dozen. 500 milliliters Coca-Cola, plastic bottle, 1 case. Whaleon gluten, 10 packs. Windproof lighter, transparent casing, 1 whole box. Stainless steel fruit knife, complete with sheath, 1 piece. Men's pure cotton underwear, 3 pairs. He could no longer tolerate the discomfort of that abrasive garment. Head Shoulders mint anti-dandruff shampoo, Safeguard soap. He placed the order and completed the payment. The screen indicated: the rider is en route to the store, expected delivery in 25 minutes. Finally, Lee's fingers hovered over the red icon of KFC delivery. His throat involuntarily convulsed, and his mouth suddenly flooded with saliva. A primal, uncontrollable yearning, colloquially known as being ravenously hungry. During those 10 days in the Tang Dynasty, his sustenance had consisted of coarse rice mingled with sand, and water from a well that bore the scent of earth. His palate had long since grown weary of blandness. At this very moment, he craved neither Michelin stars nor exquisite delicacies. He yearned solely for the primal, unrefined assault of grease, carbohydrates, and industrial flavorings. 2 spicy chicken leg burgers, 6 pieces of finger-licking original chicken, with a note specifying: triangular, extra skin, extra oil. 3 servings of French fries, 1 box of Portuguese egg tarts, and a large cup of ice-cold cola, without ice. He placed the order and proceeded to make the payment. The screen displayed: estimated delivery in 40 minutes. Everything was set. Liu tossed his phone onto the bed and dashed into the bathroom. Chapter 5. Return to the Tang Dynasty. The stainless steel showerhead erupted with a torrent of water, the temperature adjusted to a soothing 38 degrees. Steam swiftly enveloping the confined space. As the scalding water cascaded down his spine, washing away the stench of confinement that seemed to linger, Liu pressed his hands against the tiled wall, eyes shut, releasing a blissful moan. Ah, how delightful. I feel rejuvenated. He seized the Lifebuoy soap, vigorously lathering it across his skin as if attempting to scrub away a layer of himself. The foam transformed from gray to black, washed away, only to be reapplied until it resembled a creamy white froth. Next came the Head Shoulders shampoo. The icy mint sensation invigorated his scalp, the refreshing chill penetrating his brain through his pores, instantly reviving his weary consciousness. He lingered in the bathroom for a full 30 minutes. It was only when his skin turned crimson from scrubbing and his fingertips wrinkled from the water that he finally turned off the tap. Emerging wrapped in a towel, his phone vibrated vigorously on the bed. Answering it, he heard the slightly hurried voice of the delivery person. Hello? Sir, your 3 deliveries have arrived. They're asked quite a lot, so I've left them at the door. Surprised that it was delivered by 1 person, he replied, thank you. Liu opened the door to find 3 bags stacked like miniature towers at his threshold: a yellow bag from the pharmacy, a blue convenience store bag, and a red KFC bag. These were the primary colors of modern civilization, the very essence that sustained him through the primal wilderness of 400 years ago. He dragged the items inside and locked the door. Sitting cross-legged on the carpet, he did not immediately unpack the medicine or examine the miraculous provisions. Instead, with trembling hands, he tore open the KFC bag. A rich, overpowering aroma of fried chicken, saturated with hot grease, erupted in his small apartment. This scent was not gourmet, but to a man who had been starved for 10 days, it was a fragrance far superior to any perfume. He grasped a piece of original chicken, its golden, crispy skin speckled with black pepper. Crunch. He bit down. The brittle exterior shattered between his teeth, followed by a surge of hot, succulent juice mingling with savory seasoning that danced wildly in his mouth. Liu closed his eyes, almost moved to tears. Grease trickled down his chin, and he could not bring himself to wipe it away. Grabbing a cup of cola, he took a hearty gulp. The cold, carbonated liquid rushed down his throat, the bubbles exploding in his stomach, sweeping away the greasiness, leaving only a refreshing sensation. Now this was a feast fit for a king. What Lier consumed, was that truly food for humans? He devoured the fried chicken and hamburgers with remarkable speed, finishing all within 10 minutes. As his blood sugar surged, his mind began to race once more. Satiated, he donned a fresh set of garments. His hair, still damp, exuded the refreshing scent of mint, mingling with the lingering fragrance of body wash and the fried aroma of Kentucky fried chicken. To a native of the Tang Dynasty, this intricate melange of scents would likely be perceived as an exotic delight. Li Yu stood before the dressing mirror, admiring the revitalized version of himself. The weighty backpack rested heavily on his shoulders, a symbol of the Empress Changsuen's command, as well as his own means of survival in the Tang dynasty. He departed, holding a hamburger in his left hand while shoving the last spicy strip into his mouth with the right, chewing with red oil coating his lips. Then, with the free hand, he raised a middle finger at his reflection in the mirror, as if declaring war on the cruel feudal era. Li Erfeng, I have come to enlighten you with my Colonel Sanders. System command, initiate time travel, target anchor point, 8th year of the Tang Jingguan, side hall of the Liang Palace. The air began to distort violently, the lights of modern civilization stretching and fracturing, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. In the Tang dynasty, in the side hall of the Liang Palace, silence reigned, punctuated only by the sound of dripping water from the eaves. The red candles had burned down significantly, wax pooling atop the bronze candlesticks. Li Shimin paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. With each step, the soles of his thick boots thudded against the golden bricks, causing the chief eunuch Wang to feel his heart race in trepidation. After an hour, Li Shimin halted, his bloodshot phoenix eyes fixated on the incense stick, nearly burned out. Only 2 more moments remained. His right hand unconsciously caressed the hilt of his sword, his thumb pressing firmly against the guard. If that person did not return, if this was a ruse, a stalling tactic, or some arcane sorcery he could not comprehend, then Li Shimin would become not only the grieving lover of his beloved Guanyin maid, but also the laughingstock of the entire realm. Wangda, Li Shimin's voice suddenly cut through the tension, icy and resolute. I am here. If the incense burns out before the person arrives, deliver my edict, secure the palace gates. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to unearth that charlatan. I shall make him understand the consequences of deceiving the sovereign. Just as the incense ash trembled on the verge of falling, and Li Shimin's murderous intent simmered to a boil, a sudden hum filled the air. Without warning, a violent ripple surged through the atmosphere, akin to glass shattering under the impact of a bullet. An indescribable sense of pressure enveloped the entire side hall. The once empty chamber transformed as shadows twisted, and the fabric of space was violently torn apart. Then, a figure materialized from thin air. Li Yu had returned. Li Shimin instinctively took a step back, hand instinctively resting on the sword's hilt, yet in the next moment, his motion froze. The ragged, foul-smelling corpse of a prisoner had vanished. In its place stood a young man clad in peculiar attire, emanating an intoxicating aura that captivated Li Shimin's senses. Gone is the previous acrid odor, replaced instead by a refreshing sensation akin to mint, mingled with the essence of rare herbs, combined with an overwhelming, savory aroma that tantalizes the palate with its rich, oily fragrance. The juxtaposition of these 2 distinct scents creates an olfactory explosion in the spice-deprived depths of the Tang dynasty night. Thud. Li Yu dropped his heavy mountaineering pack onto the table, producing a dull thud. He even held a half-eaten, peculiar dough stuffed with meat in his hand. I thought you wouldn't return, Li Shimin remarked, slowly loosening his grip on the hilt of his sword, his palm damp with cold sweat. He endeavored to maintain the dignity of an emperor, yet the tremor in his voice betrayed him. I will return after dinner, a promise kept. Li Yu swallowed the last morsel of food. Let us get to work, we can discuss other matters later. Chapter 6, Ancestor. The Tang dynasty has fallen for over 1,000 years. He did not grant Li Shimin the opportunity to inquire. Instead, he unzipped his backpack and produced several boxes of medicine along with a handheld silent nebulizer. Li Shimin gazed at the exquisitely colorful little boxes and the oddly matte-finished contraption. The words that were about to escape his lips swallowed back. This time, he cast aside the pretense of imperial authority and hastened to follow Li Yu into the inner palace, much like a subordinate carrying bags. Inside the inner palace, the air was stifling. Empress Changsuen's complexion was ashen, each breath sounding like the wheezing of a broken bellows, the rasping noise piercing the stillness. Li Yu remained composed, his movements swift and somewhat brusque. He first grasped a tablet of amoxicillin and clavulanate, expertly breaking the silver foil with a flick of his finger, allowing a pristine white pill to fall into his palm. Warm water. A palace maid promptly offered water. Li Yu directed her to pry open Empress Changsuen's mouth, placing the pill inside, followed by a sip of water to aid her breathing. Next, Li Yu picked up the nebulizer, deftly twisting open the small plastic bottle of budesonide suspension and squeezing the medication into the chamber. After securing the battery, he pressed the switch. Without any smoke or the sound of boiling water, the peculiar device, no larger than a palm, silently expelled a delicate mist as ethereal as clouds. This mist coalesced, yet did not disperse, gently wafting through the air, imbued with a faint medicinal scent. Li Shimin's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, utterly discomposed. Is this truly an otherworldly technique? No need for boiling or magical incantations, transforming liquid into mist seemingly out of thin air. Could this be the legendary ability to exhale clouds? Watch and remain silent. Li Yu gently placed the mask over Empress Changsun's mouth and nose. With each labored breath, the white mist was drawn deep into her lungs. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Li Shimin gripped the canopy of the bed tightly. A miracle unfolded. The distressing wheezing that had gripped her throat began to abate at a visibly discernible rate. The suffocating sensation that felt like a vice around her throat was receding. The furrowed brow of Empress Changsun gradually relaxed. Her face, previously tinged with a bluish hue from lack of oxygen, began to reveal a hint of color. The breaths became deeper and slower. After a quarter of an hour, she ceased her struggles and cries, succumbing instead to a tranquil, profound slumber. The rise and fall of her chest turned smooth and rhythmic. Li Shimin held his breath, trembling as he extended a finger to touch his wife's nose. Warm, steady, strong. She was improving. Truly improving. Such miraculous abilities indeed. His eyes instantly welled with tears as he turned to Li Yu. And the murderous intent and suspicion that once lingered had vanished, replaced by a burgeoning trust. Enough, Li Yu declared, switching off the nebulizer and carelessly tossing it into his bag as he turned to exit the inner chamber. This was merely a first aid, a means to preserve life. To address the root cause, meticulous nurturing was required. Upon returning to the side hall, Li Yu plopped down into a chair, nonchalantly crossing his legs. Li Shimin followed him out, and at that moment, despite still being clad in his thin garment, his spirit and vitality had returned. He regarded Li Yu with a complex gaze. If his previous belief had been coerced, now it had become an unavoidable truth. Li Yu casually retrieved a bottle of unfinished cold cola from his bag, although it had lost its chill since his arrival. The bottle was still adorned with glistening droplets of water. Here, have this to ease your nerves, he offered, extending the cola. Li Shimin accepted it with both hands. The bottle felt icy to the touch. Yet what astonished him more was the material of the bottle, transparent, pure, devoid of any impurities. The dark liquid inside was clearly visible, continuously bubbling with tiny effervescence. Is this flawless crystal? Li Shimin's voice trembled, its transparency making it priceless in the Tang dynasty. Plastic, Li Yu replied nonchalantly. It's disposable. Drink it and toss it away. Just twist it open and enjoy. Li Shimin cautiously twisted off the cap. With a soft hiss, a puff of white vapor escaped, startling him to the point of nearly dropping the bottle. Is it alive? Is this water alive? That's just gas, Li Yu said, tilting his head back to gulp from his own bottle, letting out a resounding belch. Give it a taste. It's delightful. Li Shimin mimicked him, tentatively taking a sip. The bubbles burst on his tongue, an unprecedented sensation shooting straight to the crown of his head, followed by a rich sweetness. Wow, Li Shimin's eyes widened. This beverage was assertive, stimulating. It was as refreshing as strong liquor, yet sweet as honey. Li Yu smiled softly, choosing not to respond. Li Shimin was utterly speechless. Clutching the bottle of this invaluable elixir, he glanced at his wife peacefully sleeping within the inner chamber. Everything indicated that this person before him did not belong to the mortal realm. Even as an emperor, a son of heaven, he felt a profound reverence in that moment. Li Shimin set down the cola, taking a deep breath, his expression taking on an extraordinary seriousness. He approached Li Yu, gesturing for Wang De to withdraw, even personally shutting the palace door. Then, he procured a chair and sat across from Li Yu, their knees nearly touching. This proximity was perilously intimate. Immortal. Li Shimin gazed intently into Li Yu's eyes, finally voicing the question that had been trapped in his heart for an entire hour. More crucial than a matter of life and death. You saved Guanin's maid. I believe in your abilities. But now, I demand the unvarnished truth. The voice of Li Shimin resonated with a deep authority, imbued with the unique oppression characteristic of an emperor. You previously claimed to hail from 14 centuries hence? Or are you a descendant of the Li lineage? Will the mighty Tang still exist in that distant future? How many generations has my empire endured? The side hall fell into an eerie silence. The flickering candlelight danced momentarily, casting elongated shadows of the two figures. Li Yu gazed upon this timeless emperor, perceiving the ambition lurking in Li Shimin's eyes, as well as the profound fear hidden beneath. Li Yu did not respond immediately. He picked up the bottle of cola, gently shaking it, observing the dark vortex within. Then, he raised his gaze, a meaningful smile gracing his lips, and uttered softly, Ancestor. The Tang has been fallen for over a millennium, and the very soil of Chang'an has been scorched thrice. Chapter 7. A lesson for Li Air. The cola bottle slipped from Li Shimin's grasp, crashing heavily against the golden brick floor, though the plastic vessel did not shatter. The cap burst open, unleashing a cascade of dark, effervescent liquid that flowed freely across the polished surface, inundating Li Shimin's feet. Yet, he remained unmoved. He did not erupt in a fit of rage like a commoner, nor did he collapse like a feeble monarch. He maintained his outstretched hand, frozen in midair. His phoenix eyes, accustomed to the vicissitudes of life, which had never flinched even in the face of 100,000 Turkish cavalry by the Weisha River, now narrowed slightly. The sense of oppression was suffocating. In the corner, Wang De felt as though his heart might cease to beat. He yearned to sever his own ears, or to strangle himself on the spot. The Tang had perished. Wang De curled into a ball, pressing his forehead firmly against the ground, deliberately holding his breath. He had served the emperor for half a lifetime, and understood all too well what such a deathly silence signified. It was the portentous stillness before the emperor's sword was drawn. After years of silence, Li Shimin spoke, his voice unwavering. He did not inquire as to why, nor did he exclaim disbelief. As a man who carved a bloody path through chaos, he accepted this harsh reality at once and began to demand the core data. Li Yu regarded this man before him, silently acknowledging that this was the demeanor befitting a timeless emperor. 289 years. Li Yu replied. Nearly 3 centuries. Li Shimin slowly withdrew his hand, the knuckles paling from the exertion. He quietly mulled over the number. It was neither short nor long. The Han dynasty flourished for 400 years, yet the realm that you, Li Air, established, lasted less than 300? Li Shimin felt a profound sense of shame. He raised his gaze, his eyes piercing into Li Yu's. What was the root cause? Was it the incompetence of your descendants? External invasions? Or natural calamities? Li Yu refrained from answering directly. He bent down, retrieving the still fizzing cola bottle from the ground, unbothered by its dirtiness, casually wiping it with his sleeve before squatting down. Ancestor, observe closely. Li Yu gestured to the pool of black liquid on the floor. Li Shimin silently returned to his seat, leaning forward, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Li Yu extended his finger, dipping it into the cola stain on the ground, and drew a large circle on the floor. The Tang dynasty did not fall due to external forces, but rather from within. His voice echoed throughout the vast hall. Within the circle, he sketched a character resembling a field. This represented the land. Next to it, he drew a simple figure holding a knife, symbolizing the soldiers. Liu lifted his gaze, his eyes deep with contemplation. Ancestor, the military strength of the Tang that you take pride in, the very foundation of sweeping across the realm, relies on the system of provincial soldiers. Farmers cultivate the land, tilling it in peace, and when war arises, they provide their own rations and weapons, allowing the court to avoid maintaining a standing army while still collecting taxes. This system, in your hands, is a flawless closed loop. Li Shimin nodded slightly, a flicker of pride crossing his eyes. This is the cornerstone of the nation, the integration of military and agricultural forces, concealing soldiers among the populace, strengthening the core while weakening the branches. Indeed, in the initial stages of establishment, this was a masterstroke. Liu scoffed, abruptly slicing through the character representing the field with his ink-stained finger. But what if the land were to vanish? Li Shimin's brow furrowed. His sharp political instincts immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Are you suggesting consolidation? Not merely consolidation, but a deadlock between population explosion and the finite amount of land. Liu articulated rapidly, adopting the perspective of a modern observer. In the early years of Jingguan, the population of the Tang was less than 20 million, with ample land to distribute among the citizenry. However, your governance has been too effective. Under a prosperous era, the population surged dramatically. 50 years later, the population could double, and in a century, it might reach 50 to 80 million. Yet, the land has scarcely been expanded, and the Guanzhong Plain has lost its fertility due to overexploitation. While the population multiplies, what will those surplus able-bodied men eat? What will they use to purchase weapons and bows to serve as provincial soldiers? Li Shimin's expression turned grave. He understood, this was a deadlock. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. What if there were no water to sustain their existence? Liu's finger, now dipped in black liquid, sketched a massive greedy mouth beside the character for the field. Accelerating this deadlock was the aristocracy. As those two characters were uttered, the temperature in the hall seemed to plummet several degrees. The 5 prominent surnames and 7 influential clans. Li Shimin clenched the armrest of his chair, realizing the inevitable harm that these parasites would cause. They are far more avaricious than you imagine. Liu coldly added, they exploit the privileges in their hands, evading taxes and labor duties. In times of disaster, they trade a bushel of rice for a peasant's acre of land. In prosperous years, they drive the populace to sell their children under the pressure of usury. Eventually, 70% of the Tang's land fell into the hands of the aristocracy, transforming the common folk into displaced persons and stateless individuals. The provincial soldier system collapsed because no one qualified to serve as a provincial soldier remained. Liu drew a jagged line on the ground. With no one to serve, the court could only resort to hiring soldiers, known as the mercenary system. But whom do these hired soldiers obey? They follow the commander, who pays them. The court lacks funds, and tax revenues dwindle, leading commanders to collect taxes and maintain their own troops locally. Thus, regional warlords emerged, and the military governors came into being. Liu drew a large circle, enclosing the character for soldier within it, inscribing the word and beside it. On Lushan, Liu gazed at Li Shimin, a hint of sympathy lacing his tone. Your great-grandson, Li Longji, displayed remarkable wisdom and valor in his early reign, yet succumbed to folly and despotism in his later years. He favored that rotund barbarian, granting him command over 3 military regions. This wolf, nurtured by the coffers of the Tang, ultimately severed the very spine of the dynasty. That conflict was known as the Ungshi Rebellion. Henceforth, the once prosperous city of Chang'an experienced its first bloodshed. The sovereign of your lineage was compelled to flee to Shu. With a sharp crack, a corner of the Zetan-wood armrest in Li Shimin's grip splintered under his force. Wood shavings pierced his palm, blood seeping forth. Yet he remained oblivious. He did not roar. Instead, his countenance darkened, as if it could weep. On Lushan, he whispered this name, his tone eerily calm. Good, very well. I shall remember it. These few simple words bore a weight more terrifying than any furious shout. Those familiar with him understood that this yet-to-be-born in Lushan, along with his entire clan, had already been inscribed on Li Shimin's death list. Should that tribe dare to emerge, they would be met with the ruthless blade of the general of heavenly strategy. Futile. Liu shook his head, suddenly seized by a violent fit of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Bent over, he clutched his mouth in agony, pale fingers stained with blood. Yet he pressed on, his gaze intensifying as he fixated on Li Shimin, slain Lushan, along with Li Lushan and Wang Lushan. As long as the aristocracy continues to drain the life from the land, as long as land still consolidates, the blood of the Tang shall inevitably be drained dry. Gasping for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he revealed a cruel and eerie smile. However, my ancestor, do not be too saddened. Though the Tang has perished, those who forced you into sleepless nights, incessantly recounting ancestral laws, those 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families, met a fate far worse than that of the Tang. Chapter 8. The city adorned in golden armor. Li Shimin immediately inquired, is this truly the case? How did they perish? Liu steadied himself against the table, wavering as he rose. In the dimly lit side hall, he envisioned the conflagration that would engulf the city 200 years hence. He took a few steps, his voice rising and falling, infused with a tempestuous aura of vengeance and sorrow. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom, and all other blossoms shall perish. The fragrance ascends, permeating Chang'an, the entire city adorned in golden armor. Li Shimin trembled. What a ferocious poem. What immense bloodlust. Liu turned to him, softly uttering the most sanguinary and vindicating annotation from history. That failed scholar, Huang Chao, upon invading Chang'an, committed one act. He trod upon the bones of the nobility. My ancestor, can you fathom this? Li Yu's voice heightened, tinged with a morbid ecstasy. Those you despise, the Cui family, the Lu family, the Wang family. Venerable houses that have persisted for millennia, those elite families that would meticulously select suitors for your daughter, were slaughtered by those landless peasants. Nearly to the last. The men were beheaded, the women exiled. Their corpses were treated as refuse, littering the streets of Zhuge, trampled by thousands of horses, reduced to mere pulp. A fire consumed their ancestral lineage, while a blade severed their legacy. From the onset of Huang Chao's rebellion, countless heroes rose to arms, ruthlessly extinguishing the noble clans. By the conclusion of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, the world was devoid of such families. Silence. In the corner, Wang De trembled so violently that he forgot to shiver. What had he just heard? The streets of heaven trampled over the bones of officials? Those lofty lords, who even the emperor had to regard with deference, had been annihilated. This was nothing short of a cataclysmic prophecy. How audacious! How outrageous! Wang De screamed internally, convinced the speaker was mad. Yet, Li Shimin sat there, his expression remarkably vivid. First came shock, followed by realization. Finally, his lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, revealing a sense of profound satisfaction. Ha! What a splendid proclamation. The streets of heaven trampled over the bones of officials. Li Shimin slammed the table, tears brimming in his eyes, not from sorrow for the turmoil of the Tang dynasty, but from sheer delight. Well done. Those parasites. Those butchers. Though I cannot act due to my reputation, divine justice will ultimately prevail. In that moment, he was no longer the emperor balancing various factions, but a warrior reveling in the demise of his adversaries. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Li Yu's body went limp, and a violent fit of coughing seized him once more, far more intense than before. A spray of blood splattered onto the dark stain on the floor, a shocking blend of red and black. Li Yu's vision blurred, and he toppled backward. Li Shimin was jolted from his tumultuous emotions. Instinctively, he sprang up, catching the faltering Li Yu. At that moment, he shed all semblance of imperial grandeur, appearing instead as a terrified elder. Water. Wang De, quickly, fetch water. Li Shimin called urgently to the corner. Wang De soon approached with a teacup, the sound of the lid clinking against the bowl echoing in the air. Your Majesty. Water is here. Li Shimin snatched the teacup, disregarding Wang De's assistance, and personally brought it to Li Yu's lips. One hand supported Li Yu's back to ease his breathing, while the other carefully held the tea, though his movements were awkward. Take your time, sip slowly. Li Shimin observed Li Yu's pallid face and the blood at the corner of his mouth, his heart twisting in pain. Child, do not rush. We can discuss the matters of the Tang dynasty at a leisurely pace. I am no longer in a hurry, truly. Li Shimin felt genuine sorrow. Setting aside the mantle of a prophet, this young man before him was his only kindred spirit in the world, the sole one who understood his anxieties and dared to speak the truth to him. With Li Shimin's hand supporting him, Li Yu managed to sip a few mouthfuls of warm water, suppressing the metallic taste of blood. Leaning against the chair, he panted weakly, gazing at Li Shimin, who was close at hand. The concern in that man's eyes was genuine. The ancestor, Li Yu, wiped his mouth, offering a bitter smile, unmindful of propriety as he slumped into the chair, realizing the gravity of his revelations had brought about swift retribution. Nonsense. Li Shimin shot him a stern glance, then took the broad sleeve of his dragon robe to wipe the cold sweat from Li Yu's forehead. With me here, even the king of hell would not dare to claim you. The domineering and unreasonable words warmed Li Yu's heart. The atmosphere, once tense with the weight of national fate, gradually softened. Li Shimin returned to his chair but drew it closer, their knees almost touching. With the state affairs concluded and the truths understood, Li Shimin's gaze deepened once more. He recognized that land consolidation was a persistent ailment. However, armed with his wisdom and Li Yu's foresight of the future, he felt confident in unraveling this impasse. Yet, within him lingered another knot, one that troubled him far more than the fall of the Tang dynasty, robbing him of his sleep. He looked at Li Yu, hesitating for a long while. His hands, accustomed to wielding swords and making decisive judgments, seemed lost, restless as they rubbed against the fabric of his knee. Finally, he mustered the courage to ask, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a child's yearning for validation and a tremor of fear at the anticipated answer. Li Yu, does the history book from 1400 years hence still condemn me? Li Shimin lowered his head, unable to meet Li Yu's gaze. Wang De knelt in the corner, wishing he could turn deaf, aware that this was the emperor's Achilles heel. An ultimate taboo for the entire Tang dynasty. This question haunted Li Shimin throughout his life. Why did he toil day and night over official documents, even with bloodshot eyes refusing to rest? Why did he, like an ascetic, restrain his desires, hesitating for 3 years even to construct a palace? Why did he endure Wei Zhang's incessant reproaches, having to smile even as spittle splattered his face? Was it not to redeem himself? Was it not to demonstrate that his reign surpassed that of his elder brother, Li Jianqing, by 1,000-fold? He feared that after death, he would be reduced to the label of a usurper in cold history books. He feared that future generations would remember him solely as the emperor who murdered his brother. Li Yu regarded the fragile man before him, sensing the profound anxiety that coursed through Li Shimin. This anxiety had forged him into a revered monarch throughout the ages, yet simultaneously transformed him into a tightly wound patient. Li Yu sighed. Instead of answering directly, he picked up the half-finished bottle of cola from the table and twisted off the cap. Ancestors, do you know how historical figures are evaluated in my time? Li Shimin shook his head in confusion, his eyes filled with trepidation. Li Yu's tone shifted to one of unprecedented solemnity and casualness, embodying a modern detachment towards history. We do not judge personal virtues. We do not tally the lives you took or the women you bedded. We focus solely on one question. What have you done for this nation? Chapter 9. Suffering yet joyful. Li Yu steadied himself against the armrest and slowly rose to his feet. Although his body remained frail, at that moment, his aura subtly overshadowed Li Shimin's. For he represented not just an individual, but the collective opinion of 14 billion descendants of the Huaxia nation, 14 centuries into the future. Li Shimin, heed my words. Li Yu's voice was soft, yet each word resonated like a mighty bell. Throughout the vast expanse of China's 5,000-year history, there have been over 400 emperors. But only 4 are frequently mentioned by posterity, even being referred to as great emperors. Li Yu extended 4 fingers, swaying them gently in the candlelight. Qin Shi Huang, Han Wu, Tang Zong, and Song Zhu. This Tang Zong is you, Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin. Li Shimin's body trembled, his pupils dilated, and his lips parted slightly. Although he held a disdainful view of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu, considering them tyrants, he keenly realized that future generations would assess him based on his territorial expansions and the subjugation of foreign tribes. Thus, he calmly pondered, could it be that I am to be ranked alongside them? Li Yu did not grant him a moment's respite, continuing with fervor, not only that. Historians of the future have bestowed upon you an ultimate evaluation encapsulated in 8 characters. These 8 characters proclaim that you are unparalleled in history. A figure without equal to come. Leaning closer, his pale face nearly touching Li Shimin's, Li Yu's eyes burned with zeal, and in the eyes of the common folk. You are the eternal emperor, the heavenly Khan. If the previous remark about treading upon the bones of officials was shocking, then these words served as a redemption for Li Shimin. He stood frozen, his hands clutching his thighs, nails digging into flesh without his awareness, tears streaming down his face without warning. An eternal emperor? Like a child, he repeated the phrase, each utterance shattering the immense stone that had weighed upon him for half a lifetime. Indeed, Li Yu's voice softened, imbued with the clarity and reassurance of modernity. Ancestor. The people do not concern themselves with whether the blood at Xuanwu Gate was warm or cold. They only care if the rice in their bowls is hot. You initiated the Jingguan era. You commanded the Turks to dance for you. You revitalized the Silk Road, allowing the citizens of the Tang dynasty to proudly declare their heritage wherever they went. That is sufficient. Pausing, he observed Li Shimin's tear-streaked visage and let out a light, almost dismissive laugh. As for the fratricide and paternal coercion, that is merely the game of power, the law of survival. On that day, had you not acted, it would have been you and the entire Qin royal house that perished. Many in later generations have even remarked, fortuitously, it was you, Li Shimin, who emerged victorious that day. Suddenly, Li Shimin covered his face, releasing a long-suppressed sob. This sob soon transformed into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha! He tilted his head back, laughing heartily, tears and snot streaming down his face, completely devoid of imperial dignity, his laughter bordering on madness. Within that laughter, there was relief, grievance, ecstasy, and a sense of newfound vigor. For so many years, he had trudged forward like a wandering ascetic burdened by heavy shackles, each day whipping himself into compliance. Terrified of missteps, fearful of being judged by posterity. This night, a relative from 1400 years hence conveyed to him, you have succeeded. Not only have you succeeded, but you have also become a benchmark, a legend, the pinnacle that all emperors can only aspire to behold. Well, what a formidable Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu. What magnificent Tang Zong and Ming Zhu. Li Shimin rose to his feet, wiping away the tears from his face. In that moment, his aura had transformed. The persistent gloom that had long shrouded his brow dissipated in an instant, replaced by the boundless ambition reminiscent of a rising sun, a reflection of the legendary general of the heavenly strategy, who had once triumphed over 100,000 foes with a mere 3,000 iron cavalry at the pass of Hulao. He gazed at Li Yu as if he were the sole confidant in this world, striding towards him with purpose. He opened his arms and enveloped Li Yu in a powerful embrace that left Li Yu's bones aching from the intensity. Thank you, my child. Li Shimin's voice resonated in Li Yu's ear, imbued with a profound nasal timbre, yet unwaveringly resolute. This is a truth I have awaited my entire life. And to my astonishment, it is you who reveals it to me. Li Yu, too, found himself moved by this surge of emotion, gently patting Li Shimin's broad back. He could sense the tremor coursing through this middle-aged man's body. It was the release of burdens long borne. Ancestor, there is no need for concern. The past is but a memory. What we must focus on is the future. Indeed, let us gaze upon the future. Li Shimin released Li Yu, his hands grasping his shoulders, his phoenix-like eyes ablaze with an exhilarating ambition. Since history has bestowed upon me the title of Eternal Emperor, how can I be content with merely that? As I have become the Heavenly Khan, must not the expanse of heaven be broadened further? With such latent dangers looming over the future of the Tang dynasty, I shall snuff them out in their infancy. Li Yu. The power in Li Shimin's voice resonated with the roar of the Tang's engine reigniting. Since I have committed no wrongdoing, and the people acknowledge me as their emperor, starting tomorrow, I shall embrace a new way of life. Those aristocratic families, once I granted them the courtesy of leniency, fearing they might disrupt the state, but now? I shall show them the true might of the Heavenly Khan. If they dare to annex land, I shall not hesitate to sever their claws. As for those barbarians, I once entertained the notion of conciliatory policies, showcasing the benevolence of a great nation, but now, I shall do as you suggested, and plant the banner of the Tang in every corner. If they dare to rebel in the future, let them commence mining for me now. System notification. Li Shimin's mental barriers have been dismantled, and his state of mind has been reshaped. Trust level significantly increased. Current trust level, 80, deeply trusting. Historical trajectory, slightly altered. Reward summary. Lifespan extended by 15 days. Pain tolerance increased to 80. The system notification echoed within Li Yu's mind. Simultaneously, a warm current coursed through him, alleviating much of the persistent discomfort in his liver. He exhaled deeply, gazing at the invigorated Li Shimin before him, who appeared rejuvenated by a decade. A subtle smile graced his lips. This was the partner he desired for the Tang dynasty, one devoid of internal strife, embodying both wisdom and dominance, complemented by his own modern technological prowess. The mere thought of such a scenario ignited a fervor within him. Li Shimin composed himself and urged Li Yu to sit once more. This time, he refrained from revisiting the ancient tales of the Tang or dwelling on past grievances. His gaze transcended the window, penetrating the profound night sky, as if seeking to unveil the mists of 14 centuries past. As a timeless emperor, his wisdom enabled him to keenly grasp another crucial piece of information hidden within Li Yu's discourse. He turned his gaze towards Li Yu, his eyes shimmering with a childlike curiosity and yearning, a longing for a higher dimensional civilization. Li Yu, having spoken so extensively about the Tang dynasty, you have yet to reveal to me what the world will resemble 1400 years hence. Li Yu took a gentle sip from the bottle of cola, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. He eschewed lengthy explanations, merely gesturing towards the dark bottle in his hand, and then towards the sky above. Oh, that world. There are no emperors, yet every individual can secure a full meal. The iron birds soar above the clouds, and the nights there are brighter than the days here in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 10. What does the future hold? It is a myth. Li Yu's voice echoed within the vast, empty hall. He gently shook the cola bottle, the dark liquid leaving brown streaks upon the plastic surface. Li Shimin's gaze remained intently fixed on Li Yu's face. Within his eyes, which had witnessed countless sails, there was not merely curiosity but a tremor of both dread and desire, as if standing on the precipice, peering into the abyss. This was the first time he had heard of the world's visage. No emperors, Li Shimin murmured, his brow furrowing, his fingers unconsciously tracing the jade belt at his waist. Without a sovereign or a father figure, would the realm not descend into chaos? Who would govern the multitude? Who would quell the disturbances from all corners? Ancestors. You are mistaken. Li Yu chuckled softly, his body appearing somewhat weary from exertion, yet he straightened with resolve, his eyes gleaming with an extraordinary brightness. In that world, the greatest emperor is not an individual, but a system of rules, a set of regulations that every person, be they humble laborers or heads of state, must abide by. We call it the rule of law. Li Shimin pondered this notion. The methods of the legalists? Harsh penalties and strict laws? It is a contract, Li Yu replied, shaking his head. It is a covenant signed by every individual and the state. The state protects you, and in return, you contribute taxes to sustain the nation. Whoever breaches this contract shall be removed from power. This concept was far too avant-garde for Li Shimin, bordering on the radical. Yet he sensed within it an immense power, a balance that did not rely on bloodshed for its maintenance. And the common people? Li Shimin pressed. For this was his utmost concern. You assert that everyone can have enough to eat? How is that possible? Even in our prosperous Tang, there are those who perish from starvation. Natural disasters and man-made calamities are beyond human control. Quite simply, we achieve a yield of 1,000 caddies of grain per mu. In our world, a yield of 1,000 caddies is merely a baseline. Li Yu's voice resonated with profound pride as he began to paint a picture of that world. Akin to a celestial realm for the people of Tang, we possess iron oxen, as grand as palaces, which require no fodder and run on black oil. They can till all of the imperial fields of the Tang in a single day. We have vessels 100 times larger than your hall of governance, needing neither sails nor oars, capable of transporting tens of thousands of caddies of grain, traversing the seas faster than galloping steeds. We can even control the rainfall, transforming deserts into lush oases. In that world, allowing people to starve is an unforgivable scandal, the greatest disgrace for any ruler. Li Shimin inhaled deeply, a shiver coursing through his lungs. In the corner, Wang De buried his head lower, fearing that he might overhear secrets not meant for his ears and face dire consequences. Tilling the fields with iron plows? Controlling the rain? The shame of starvation? This was no earthly realm. It was a celestial world he dared not dream of. A wave of dizziness swept over Li Shimin, and his pride in the governance of the Jingguan era seemed utterly meager in comparison to such descriptions. Moreover, Li Yu appeared invigorated, gesturing towards the night sky that pointed towards the direction of Chang'an. We sit within an iron bird known as an airplane, soaring higher than the clouds. We could savor lamb stew in Chang'an in the morning and enjoy seafood by the sea, thousands of miles away, by noon. A journey of 1,000 miles in a single day? Li Shimin exclaimed, this being the pinnacle of his imagination regarding speed. Nay, a journey of 10,000 miles. Li Yu remarked casually. Li Shimin was rendered speechless. He gazed upon the resplendent, yet seemingly confined palace, a profound sense of disparity and insignificance enveloping him. Then there was the night. Li Yu pointed to the dim candlelight, stating, over there is no darkness. Our city at night is aglow, bright as day, illuminated by an invisible force called electricity, far exceeding the brilliance of 10,000 candles. A city that never sleeps, Li Shimin murmured, his eyes filled with longing, envisioning the splendor it must possess. An education? Li Shimin recalled Li Yu's mention of universal literacy. That is the simplest aspect. Li Yu smiled. In that world, education is compulsory. Should you deny your children the opportunity to learn, the authorities would imprison you. What? This time? Even Wang De in the corner could not suppress his astonishment. quickly covering his mouth thereafter. In the Tang dynasty, education was the privilege of the aristocracy. A luxury for the impoverished, a book was worth its weight in gold, an illiterate individual was a treasure. The notion of the government compelling people to read was beyond comprehension. 9 years of compulsory education, Li Yu gently articulated, his gaze softening. Regardless of your lineage. Whether you are destitute or wealthy enough to rival nations, the state provides for 9 years of schooling. A literacy rate of 100%. Li Shimin slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant. He envisioned a scene. Farmers in the fields reading the Analects, border soldiers writing letters home, street vendors performing arithmetic. What a formidable yet glorious era that would be. If such a populace existed, how could the Tang fail to thrive? How could foreign foes prevail? How wonderful. Li Shimin's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with moisture. I truly wish to see it, to witness firsthand the lives led by my descendants. You shall have the opportunity. Li Yu reassured him. Unbeknownst to them, the night outside began to pale. This night felt both interminable and fleeting. Li Shimin resembled a voracious student, eager to extract every word from Li Yu's mind. In turn, Li Yu poured forth the dazzling tapestry of modern civilization, revealing it piece by piece to this timeless emperor. The voice of the venerable ancestor, Li Yu, suddenly weakened, as the vitality he had been desperately clinging to, like a deflated balloon, dissipated with the dawn. Although the system had alleviated 80% of his pain, sparing him from the depths of despair he had previously endured, his body was, after all, in the late stages of cancer. The relentless intensity of traversing realms, saving others, and engaging in late-night discussions had thoroughly drained his energy. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and his mind began to signal an impending shutdown. I can't go on, Li Yu slumped, his body sliding down like a puddle of mud. Li Yu, Li Shimin exclaimed in alarm, rushing over to support him. The touch was not cold, but rather warm. Yet all movement had ceased. Quick, summon the imperial physician. Li Shimin panicked. Your Majesty, the young master seems merely to be asleep. Wang De, gathering his courage, leaned closer to listen to his breath, which came as a heavy snore. Li Shimin paused for a moment, then smiled bitterly. This lad. How audacious he is to sleep like a log even before me. Assist him to the couch. The two hastily helped Li Yu onto the soft couch in the side hall. He had scarcely touched the pillow before he fell into a profound slumber. Not even bothering to remove his shoes, Li Shimin stood by the couch, observing this young man, whose brow remained furrowed even in sleep, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Was this the price of revealing heavenly secrets? Was this the sacrifice of a descendant who risked his life for the sake of the great Tang? Your Majesty, dawn is approaching. It is time to return to the palace to change and attend court, Wang De gently reminded, his voice tinged with concern. For the emperor too had endured an entire night, the shadows of fatigue evident beneath his eyes. Li Shimin waved his hand lightly, as if to avoid disturbing the gentle breeze. No court today. We shall adjourn. Wang De was taken aback. A diligent ruler like Li Shimin had never adjourned court except when gravely ill. I shall go check on Guanyin maid. Li Shimin tucked in the covers for Li Yu, then turned and exited the side hall, his steps weary yet resolute. Within the hall of governance, the candles had extinguished. Li Shimin entered quietly, not disturbing anyone. He did not awaken the recently fever-free Empress Changsan, but instead laid a thick mattress by her bedside. Thus, the mighty emperor of the Tang dynasty prepared to sleep on the floor. He was utterly exhausted, yet it was only by remaining close to his wife, near that ethereal descendant, that he could find solace. In this slumber, Li Shimin dreamt a dream. He envisioned himself aboard a colossal ship, akin to a mountain, braving the winds and waves. Above him soared iron birds, while beneath his feet sprawled fields of golden wheat, with countless citizens clad in peculiar attire, their faces radiant with smiles, cheering for him and calling him the heavenly Khan. Beside him stood the healthy Guanyin maid and that descendant from the future. Chapter 11. The wrathful Li Shimin Erlang? A gentle call roused Li Shimin from his dream. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Empress Changsun leaning against the headboard, a smile illuminating her face. Though her complexion remained pale, her eyes had regained clarity. Guanyin maid. Li Shimin sprang up, disregarding the chill of the floor, grasping his wife's hand. You are awake? How do you feel? Is your chest still tight? Much better. Empress Changsun gently remarked. Last night, after using that divine essence, I slept profoundly. This morning, upon awakening, I felt a significant improvement in my vitality and even consumed half a bowl of rice porridge. That is splendid. Truly splendid. Li Shimin exclaimed, his excitement reminiscent of a child. He sat at the edge of the bed, grasping the Empress's hand, and began to recount the events of the previous night, the wonders of Li Yu, the delightful taste of that joyous beverage, the marvel of the iron bird that traverses thousands of miles, and the prosperous era in which everyone is educated. Empress Changsun listened attentively, her gaze warm and focused. She understood the profound spiritual awakening her husband had experienced the previous night. Erlang, that child is indeed a blessing for our Li family, Empress Changsun softly stated. We must ensure he comes to visit. I wish to personally express my gratitude for his life-saving grace. Of course, Li Shimin sighed. I previously believed that fate resided within me, yet now I realize that it lies with this child. Their conversation flowed effortlessly until the sun reached its zenith, and it was time for lunch. As the afternoon progressed towards the hour of shun, Li Shimin glanced outside, feeling an unease settle within him. Is the child still not awake? He inquired of Wang De. Your Majesty, there has been no movement. This old servant dared not disturb him, Wang De replied. I shall summon him myself, Li Shimin declared, rising to adjust his robe. Prolonged slumber is detrimental. It can harm the spirit, and I have many more questions yet to ask. With anticipation, he strode towards the side chamber. The evening sun's afterglow streamed through the window, casting a golden sheen upon the gilded tiles of the chamber, imbuing everything with an air of opulence. Li Yu remained asleep, roused only by a gentle shaking. Li Yu? Li Yu? Awaken, it is already dark, Li Shimin called. Groggily, Li Yu opened his eyes to see a magnified visage of Li Shimin leaning close. A bowl of warm meat porridge in hand, his expression filled with concern, resembling a benevolent father. What time is it? Li Yu asked instinctively, feeling as if his body had been disassembled. It is the hour of Shun. Li Shimin assisted him in sitting up, propping the pillow for support. You must be hungry. Drink this porridge. The physician indicated you are deficient in both energy and blood and need nourishment. Li Yu, not one to refuse, accepted the porridge from Li Shimin's hand and drank it down in one go. The warmth coursed through him, reviving his nearly dormant mind. How is the Empress? Li Yu inquired, wiping his mouth. Much improved. Thanks to your miraculous medicine, Li Shimin replied, his joy evident. She can now sit up and share banter with me. That is good to hear. Li Yu nodded, reclining back against the pillow. I shall sleep a while longer. Do not sleep just yet, Li Shimin urged, pulling him up. I have serious matters to discuss with you. A brief silence enveloped them. The atmosphere, once warm and infused with a rare sense of familial affection, soon shifted. Li Shimin set down the bowl, his demeanor turning grave. The imposing presence of a timeless emperor returned, yet this time, it was directed towards the most pressing familial concern, a soft spot that no sovereign could evade, succession. Li Yu, Li Shimin carefully selected his words, his tone imbued with paternal pride and a hint of inquiry. Last night, you mentioned that the Tang dynasty would perish due to internal strife. I acknowledge those words. I shall amend my ways. I shall take action. However, he abruptly changed his tone, his gaze growing somewhat stubborn, even boastful, as he inquired. Since you hail from the future, can you enlighten me about how my children fared? A pang of apprehension struck Li Yu's heart. He gazed into the expectant eyes of Li Shimin, which sparkled with the unique radiance of a father. Ancestor, what do you think of them? Li Yu retorted. A trace of self-satisfaction appeared on Li Shimin's face, a look characteristic of a proud creator discussing his cherished works, though Chengqian has a leg ailment. He is benevolent and magnanimous. Over the years, he has managed state affairs commendably, and I have always nurtured him as a capable ruler. Qin Ke is exceptionally intelligent, gifted with eloquence, having authored the Qua Di Ji, reminiscent of my own youthful brilliance. Then there is Kuer, who, albeit somewhat impetuous, possesses remarkable valor. Gaoyang is also dear to my heart, vivacious and delightful. Li Shimin looked at Li Yu as if seeking validation. I have poured my utmost devotion into their upbringing. Even if history declares the fall of the Tang, surely my sons cannot be too lacking? This was a pitiable, blind paternal love. Despite being the heavenly Khan, he donned a thick filter when confronted with his most beloved children. Observing the hopeful gaze of Li Shimin, Li Yu sighed inwardly. It is better to endure a short pain than a prolonged one. If this festering wound is not lanced, the tragedy of the Tang will repeat in the 17th year of the Jingguan era. Ancestor, Li Yu straightened his posture, his expression turning resolute and icy, devoid of the previous warmth. Do you wish to hear the truth? A pang of anxiety gripped Li Shimin's heart, an ominous premonition looming. Yet he nodded. I wish to hear the truth. Very well. Li Yu took a deep breath, coldly pronouncing the first verdict, your pride and joy. Your eldest son Li Chengqian, in the 17th year of Jingguan, due to a twisted psyche, will rise in rebellion. Rebellion? Li Shimin's body trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief, his voice escalating. Chengqian? Rebellion? Has he lost his mind? I have already named him Crown Prince. Why would he rebel? Instinctively, he gestured to interrupt the conversation, his face betraying disbelief and resistance. This is impossible. Chengqian is benevolent. He must be a victim of slander. Such absurdity need not be repeated. He did not wish to hear it. This was a father's instinctive evasion. Yet Li Yu pressed on. He understood that if the wound was not torn open now, the rotting flesh within would never heal. Does ignoring the truth make it vanish? Li Yu raised his voice. You doubt Chengqian's rebellion? What of your most cherished second son, Li Tai, who, in his quest for the throne, relentlessly pressures others, and even threatens to kill his own to deceive you? Silence. Li Shimin sprang to his feet, his face ashen, his trembling finger pointing at Li Yu. Qin Ke is the most filial. He could never do such a thing. I command you to be silent. Stop this nonsense. Li Yu, observing the brink of fury in Li Shimin, allowed a cold smile to curve his lips, speaking faster and with greater ferocity. And then there is Li Ke. Entangled in the case orchestrated by Changsun Wuji, he was wrongfully executed in prison. Your most beloved little son, who perished at the tender age of 12. I command you to be silent. Li Shimin felt as though his heart had been pierced by 1,000 arrows. His proud family, his treasured children, have turned into a hellish visage in the mouths of the populace. Father and son turn against each other. Brothers clash. A beloved daughter meets an untimely death. This is the most malevolent curse in the world. The emperor's sword is drawn. Chapter 12. What distinguishes you from your father, Li Yuan? Li Shimin, sword in hand, his chest heaving violently, fixated on Li Yu, the blade trembling in his grip. Dare you sow discord among my kin? Dare you curse my children? I care not whether you are a deity or a specter. Today, your blood shall stain the ground. Your majesty, do not. In the corner, Wang De, terrified, felt his spirit flee. He saw the emperor truly harboring murderous intent, and, disregarding everything, lunged forward, clutching tightly to Li Shimin's leg, dragging himself along the floor. Your majesty, the empress's ailment relies on the young lord. You cannot kill him, you cannot. Get off. Li Shimin kicked Wang De's shoulder, but he clung on stubbornly. Wang De, dazed from the blow, refused to let go, turning to the distant young eunuch outside the hall, shouting hoarsely, hurry, fetch the empress, Quickly, the young eunuch, paralyzed with fear, dashed towards the hall of governance. Inside the side hall, tensions were palpable. Li Shimin still aimed his sword at Li Yu. Speak again, and I dare you. Li Yu, confronted with the blade so near, erupted. The grievances of 10 days of imprisonment, the fury of being treated as a thief after rescuing someone. The frustration of goodwill met with ingratitude surged to his head. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, his neck nearly brushing against the sword's edge. What of it if I speak again? His voice rose into a furious roar, shaking the rafters. Li Shimin, open your eyes and see. What separates you from your father, Li Yuan? Li Shimin froze, his pupils trembling as if he had heard the most astonishing accusation in existence. You dare say I am like that old fool? Just like him. Li Yu pointed accusingly at Li Shimin, spitting in his face with fervor. Wasn't Li Yuan just the same? Observing your rivalry with Li Jianxing, what did he do? He feigned ignorance. He sought balance. He wished to be a benevolent father while preserving imperial power. And what was the outcome? The Xuanwu Gate incident. Rivers of blood. Forcing you to slay your brother and butcher your kin. And now you tread the same path your father did. You have named Chengqian as heir, yet indulge Li Tai with outrageous favoritism, allowing him to reside in the Wuda Hall, establishing a literary academy. You are nurturing a viper. You have driven them to madness. You have turned Li Tai into an ambitious schemer. This is all your fault. Nonsense. Li Shimin, now truly enraged, felt his dignity as an emperor trampled upon. He swung his sword, roaring back like an enraged lion. What do you, a mere child, understand? Do you comprehend the difficulties I have provided them with the finest teachers and the best of lives? How dare you compare me to that foolish old man? Bah! Li Yu spat vehemently. What nonsense about balance? Have you gone too far? Have you played with lives? Your so-called balance merely allows your sons to slaughter one another? Moreover, historical records clearly state that since you deposed the crown prince, only 2 of your sons have met a good end. Li Shimin trembled with rage, his sword trembling in his grip. This is sheer rebellion. I shall execute you. Come on, strike me down. Li Yu had completely lost his composure. Entering a state of defiance, he thrust out his neck, pointing to his carotid artery, his eyes filled with derision and disdain. Strike here. If you so much as furrow your brow, I am your grandson. Though indeed, I am your true grandson. Just 10 days ago, I was merrily enjoying hot pot and singing in the modern world, only to inexplicably find myself in the Tang dynasty, imprisoned by you. I have endured 10 days of spoiled meals. I nearly lost my head at your hands. I risked everything to traverse back to fetch medicine for your wife. I returned and lectured you on history for an entire night. I was nearly exhausted to death. And now, for merely speaking a truth that pricked your pride, you wish to slay me. The more Li Yu spoke, the more aggrieved and incensed he became, finally collapsing into a chair, crossing his legs in a posture of nonchalance, as if to say, do as you will, I fear not the boiling water. Kill me. In any case, I no longer wish to live. If you slay me, your wife shall remain unrescued. Your grand Tang will fall. Let us all perish together. I shall not be lonely on the road to the underworld. Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback by this barrage of insults. He gazed at the young man before him, defiantly holding out his neck, exuding an air of resignation to whatever fate awaited him. The sword he held trembled in the air. Indeed, this young man had saved Guanin's maid. His revelation of heavenly secrets was for the sake of the Tang dynasty. He had just clawed his way back from the gates of death. Was his own behavior not a bit beneath dignity? Li Shimin's chest heaved with tumultuous breaths. While reason slowly returned, a wave of shame surged within him. Yet, he found himself ensnared in a predicament. As the emperor, to be berated and insulted in such a manner, to have someone address him as Li Yuan's son. If he were to cast down his sword now and admit defeat, what would become of the emperor's authority? He stood frozen, the sword still pointed at Li Yu. But his gaze shifted from wrath to embarrassment and confusion. To release the sword or to keep it was a conundrum. At this critical moment, a weak yet authoritative voice rang out from the entrance. Your Majesty, do you intend to dismantle the Hall of Governance? This voice, like a divine melody, instantaneously shattered the deadlock. Both Li Shimin and Li Yu turned their heads in unison. There stood Empress Changsun, draped in a thick cloak, supported by 2 palace maidens. Her face pale, yet her gaze piercing. Guanin's maid. Your Majesty? Li Shimin sighed in relief inwardly. Finally, there was a way out. He quickly took advantage of the situation, concealing his sword behind him, his face adorned with a conciliatory smile as he hastened to meet her. Completely disregarding the prior tension, what brings you here? The physician has advised against exposure to the wind. Quickly, assist her back. The Empress Changsun ignored him, instead focusing on the crimson mark that had emerged on Li Yu's neck. She glanced at the hand concealed behind Li Shimin's back, a flicker of pain flashing in her eyes. Then, she spoke gently to Li Yu. My young sir, do not be afraid. His Majesty has a hasty temperament. But if he truly dares to harm you, I shall be the first to oppose it. Although she had not heard the earlier exchange, the sight of Li Yu's aggrieved expression, coupled with the debt of gratitude she felt, naturally tipped her heart in favor of the young man. Upon hearing her words, Li Shimin felt a profound sense of grievance. How could this fellow dare to insult me first? Guanin Bai, you are unaware. This young man has scolded me. Li Shimin yearned to defend himself, but felt too embarrassed to admit he had been insulted. Empress Changsun cast him a sidelong glance, shaking her head in resignation, as though observing 2 children scrapping in a mud pit, both exasperating and amusing. Enough, Erlang. You are no longer a child. Why do you still take offense like one? He is your junior and a savior. Cannot you concede a little? Li Shimin was left speechless, awkwardly rubbing his nose, and reluctantly addressed Li Yu. What I said earlier was impulsive. I retract my words. This was the utmost concession he could muster. Yet, Li Yu clearly was not impressed. He turned his head away, scoffing him. showing no regard for Li Shimin's feelings. The emperor's face twitched, but with his wife present, he refrained from expressing his annoyance, standing there in an awkward silence. Empress Changsun, observing the two obstinate men, could not help but chuckle. Chapter 13. Establishing rules. The air in the side hall remained somewhat stagnant. Although Li Shimin had verbally apologized, his expression conveyed a sense of, I am the emperor. Granting you an apology is a tremendous favor, and you ought to accept it. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stared at the ornate carvings on the beams, deliberately avoiding looking at Li Yu, who was preoccupied with his own displeasure. His arms crossed, he turned his head away, presenting only the back of his head to Li Shimin. The atmosphere was rather awkward. Empress Changsun, shaking her head in exasperation, fully understood her husband's stubbornness. He was a man who would rather endure humiliation than relinquish his pride. Despite regretting his earlier outburst, he remained as unyielding as a stone. As for the young man before her, she had interacted with him little, yet his temperament mirrored that of her husband in his youth, resistant to strong-handedness, yet yielding to gentleness. With a soft sigh, Empress Changsun decided to break the deadlock. She approached the table, poured herself a cup of tea, tested its warmth, and then presented it to Li Yu. My young sir, take a sip of water to soothe your throat. You shouted so loudly earlier, do be mindful of your voice. Your body is still quite frail. Li Yu gazed at the delicate hand offering the tea, fair, gentle, radiating a maternal warmth. His heart softened. In this unfamiliar epoch, aside from the blood ties of this body, the woman before him evoked feelings reminiscent of his modern mother's, nurturing and concern. He accepted the tea and muttered, Thank you, Your Highness. The formality in his address carried an air of distance, causing a slight pang in Empress Changsun's heart, and it also caught Li Shimin's attention. The emperor began to feel a sense of impatience. He is a man of quick temper, finding this cold war more unbearable than death itself. He coughed twice, attempting to initiate a conversation to shatter the silence. Well, you have continually claimed to be a descendant of the Li family, originating from 400 years after me. Li Shimin, his gaze wandered, searching for words. Although you are privy to celestial secrets, mere words hold no weight. Do you possess any proof? The moment the words left his lips, the air in the side hall grew even colder. Wang De, nestled in a corner, buried his head lower, thinking, Your Majesty, why must you bring up such matters? Just as things were easing, you wish to probe further? Isn't that courting trouble? Li Yu set down his teacup, turning to look at Li Shimin with an expression of incredulity. Proof? I have traversed through 14 centuries. Do you expect me to carry a DNA report with me? And even if I had one, you wouldn't comprehend it. What is DNA? Li Shimin did not grasp the term, but felt a sting from the remark. Li Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger. He understood that the ancients placed great importance on familial lineage. If he did not firmly establish this truth, Li Shimin would forever harbor doubts about his legitimacy. Very well, you seek proof, he declared, retrieving his mobile phone from his pocket. I initially hesitated to show you this, fearing it might shock you. Yet, since you inquired, I shall clarify everything. Li Yu swiped through his device, opening his photo gallery. Before his journey through time, as a descendant of the Li clan, he had deliberately visited the ancestral hall of the Li family, capturing images of the meticulously restored genealogy and the numerous ancestral tablets within. Come here, Li Yu beckoned. Although Li Shimin deemed Li Yu's words and actions disrespectful, curiosity compelled him to approach, while Empress Changsun leaned in, intrigued. The photograph was of high definition, showcasing a solemn and ancient hall, filled with the fragrance of incense. At the center of the offering table, numerous tablets inscribed with golden characters on a black background were arranged in a pyramid, evoking the image of a formidable military formation. Despite the barrier of the screen and the passage of a millennium, the profound sense of ancestral connection surged forth. Li Yu magnified the image, pointing to the largest tablet at the top. Do you recognize the characters? Li Shimin focused intently, his pupils narrowing in shock. At the pinnacle, it boldly proclaimed, the divine seat of Emperor Yuan, the ancestor of the great Tang, Li Bing. Below it was a row, the divine seat of Emperor Gaozu, the holy and illustrious Emperor Li Yuan. Further down, the divine seat of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin. A buzzing sensation filled Li Shimin's mind. There was his grandfather, his father, and himself. Even the posthumous titles were inscribed. Before he could fully process this revelation, Li Yu's finger slid downward, indicating the densely packed tablets below. This is your son, Emperor Gaozong Li Ji. This is your grandson, Emperor Zhongzong Li Xian, Emperor Ruizong Li Dan. This is your great-grandson, Emperor Xuanzong Li Longji. Li Yu's finger glided downward, traversing the grandeur of the flourishing Tang dynasty, the turmoil of the Lushan rebellion, the desolation of the late Tang period, all the way to the Republic and the modern era. That lengthy list resembled a flowing river of time. Finally, he opened another photograph, revealing the last page of the genealogy. Clearly inscribed above are the names. 64th generation descendant, Li Shanhe, grandfather Li Yu. 65th generation descendant, Li Jiangguo, father of Li Yu. 66th generation descendant, Li Yu. Do you see it clearly? Li Yu pointed at the last name, his voice calm, yet powerful. 66th generation, this is the evidence. My name is inscribed in your Li family's genealogy. Despite the passage of 14 centuries and over 60 generations, the thread connecting my name leads directly to you, Li Shimin. It reaches to your father, Li Yuan. Li Shimin gazed intently at the small screen, observing the multitude of names. Though many were unfamiliar to him and the script somewhat peculiar, he could sense the underlying order, the lineage flowing in an organized manner. Particularly, when he spotted the names of Li Yuan and Li Bing, the shock he felt was undeniable, impossible to fabricate. Such a thing could not be faked. It resonated with a profound echo from the depths of his bloodline, a stirring emotion upon witnessing the unbroken lineage of his descendants flourishing through the ages. Is this truly my family? My progeny? Li Shimin trembled slightly as he reached out to touch the screen, fearful of damaging this miraculous artifact. For the ancients, the greatest terror was the prospect of extinction. At this moment, he beheld the vitality of his bloodline, which, despite the vicissitudes of dynastic change and the ravages of war over the past 14 centuries, had persevered, branching out and extending even to the 66th generation. This assurance surpassed any evidence. Do you believe? Liu pocketed his phone, the screen dimming. Li Shimin regained his composure, gazing at Liu, his expression transformed entirely. If he had previously regarded him as a remarkable figure, then as a benefactor, now he looked upon him as kin, as one of his own. This was a true descendant of his bloodline, hailing from the future. I believe. Li Shimin grasped Liu's hand, disregarding the sweat upon it. The child is good. Excellent. Though the empire of the Tang has perished after 66 generations, my bloodline endures. My heart is greatly comforted. Empress Changsun, standing nearby, discreetly wiped away her tears. It was as if their ancestors had manifested. Since they were family, matters could be more easily addressed. Liu withdrew his hand, seizing this opportunity to steer the conversation back to the essential topic. He felt too weak to indulge in emotional grandstanding. What he sought was tangible assurance of survival. Ancestor, since you believe, should we not discuss the rules? Rules? Li Shimin was taken aback. What rules? Chapter 14. Returning to procure supplies. I am of frail constitution, easily frightened. And if you wish to inquire about my future and assist your great Tang Empire, we must establish some rules. Liu raised 3 fingers, his gaze resolute. Let us agree on 3 principles. Li Shimin raised an eyebrow. In the past, had anyone dared to propose conditions to him, he would have dismissed them outright. Yet now, gazing at this 66th generation grandson, his capacity for tolerance had expanded infinitely. Speak. What are the 3 principles? First, Liu pointed at the gleaming emperor's sword on the ground, a hint of trepidation and mockery in his eyes. No matter how furious you may become, you must not draw your blade against me. My neck is made of flesh, not iron. Should you frighten me once more, I shall procure a rope and hang myself at the entrance of the Liza Palace, ensuring you shall never again contemplate the future or alter the fates of your offspring. Li Shimin's expression twitched. The threat was too severe, striking directly at his vulnerabilities. He gazed at the lingering red mark on Liu's neck, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed contemplated taking a life. By your command, Li Shimin gritted his teeth, his tone softening thereafter. If I were to raise a blade against you again, I would be a tyrant. Wang De, henceforth, whenever Liu arrives, stow this sword away. Secondly, Liu extended a second finger. Let us close the door. We are family here. Do not assume the airs of an emperor with me. I am a man of the modern era, one who kneels only to heaven, earth, and parents, not to living souls. Should you feel that I am lacking in respect, then let us cease our discourse. Li Shimin cast a glance at Empress Zhongsun, who nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting approval. This familial positioning would indeed facilitate Li Er's acceptance of his counsel. With a sweeping gesture, Li Shimin proclaimed, agreed. In private, let us dispense with formalities. Thirdly, Liu tapped his fingers on the table, producing a crisp sound, underscoring the most pragmatic point. In matters of governance, I am merely an advisor. If you wish to inquire about the secrets of the future or seek my assistance in resolving dilemmas, it is not impossible, but it comes at a cost. Cost? Li Shimin was taken aback, expecting Liu to demand power instead. Indeed, a cost, whether in gold or through antiquities, calligraphy, or jade artifacts. Liu spoke candidly. I seek to prolong my existence, a pursuit that demands considerable sacrifice. Thus, my counsel is not without charge. After a brief pause, his gaze turned somewhat languid and resigned. As for whether you choose to heed my words, that is entirely your prerogative. You are the emperor of the Tang. The decisions are yours to make, and the edicts you shall issue. Should you deem my words nonsense, you are free to ignore them. After all, should the Tang fall, you shall not witness it, but I am aware of the outcome. I do not insist you transform the Tang, nor do I compel you to decide who lives or dies. Trust me, and you shall act. Doubt me, and we may simply converse, share tea, and maintain a familial rapport. These words left Li Shimin momentarily speechless. He had anticipated that this descendant from the future would wield his prophetic status to dictate terms or even usurp power. To his surprise, Liu presented an attitude of indifference towards belief, suggesting that disbelief would be equally acceptable. This demeanor, paradoxically, instilled greater confidence in Li Shimin and garnered his respect. For it is only those with genuine conviction who are bold enough to speak thus. As an emperor, he detested being instructed on how to act, but relished being presented with options. Li Shimin regarded Liu with newfound appreciation, a smile gracing his face. Ah, I like your spirit. Very well, I shall abide by your counsel. As long as your methods prove effective, the wealth of the realm shall be yours to command. In that moment, Li Shimin felt as though he had returned to the early years of the Jingguan era, where he was open to wise counsel. However, with a cunning glimmer in his eye, he added, now that we have established these principles, you must no longer conceal your insights. What remarkable treasures exist, such as grains yielding 1,000 jin per mu, the iron plow, the flying iron bird, and the city that never sleeps? Although these marvels cannot be crafted at present, the methods of their creation must be elucidated. Liu rolled his eyes and offered a weak smile. That depends on the funding you are willing to provide. Funding? Li Shimin boomed with laughter, his voice reverberating through the hall. I possess abundant wealth. How much do you require? He rose and began to pace within the side hall, the vigor of his spirit returning. In his elevated mood, He found Li Yu increasingly agreeable. Since we are family, and you are indeed of the Li lineage, it would be improper for you to linger in obscurity at my side. Li Shimin halted, gazing intently at Li Yu. Recalling a tall figure that had lingered in his memory for half a lifetime, his unfortunate third brother, Xian Ba, Li Yuan Ba, whose name was altered to avoid taboo. He had perished young, leaving no offspring. This remains a lifelong regret for me. Li Yu, you possess divine strength and knowledge of the heavenly mysteries. Your character reflects a certain straightforwardness reminiscent of Xian Ba's. Henceforth, I shall adopt you as his heir. Li Yu was momentarily taken aback. To be adopted by Li Xian Ba, the greatest hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties? Was this not a rather rigid elevation in status? He would become the grandnephew of Li Shimin. Li Shimin did not afford Li Yu the opportunity to decline and called out to the door, Wang De, draft an edict. Wang De, who had been eavesdropping outside, rushed in at the summons, clutching a scroll of the decree along with ink and brush. Ever prepared, this is what one might call professionalism. Your Majesty, this old servant is here, Wang De said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Reflecting on how swiftly the tide had turned. With a grand gesture, Li Shimin declared, Li Yu, descendant of the Li family, endowed with exceptional talent, closely resembling my brother, the Duke of Wei, Li Xianba. I hereby adopt you as his son, bestowing upon you the title of Duke of Yu. You shall inherit the rank. With a fief of 3,000 households, a reward of 1,000 taels of gold, and be granted residence in the imperial palace. You shall neither bow when meeting the emperor nor hurry when entering the court, and you shall wear your sword into the hall. Duke of Yu? Li Yu pondered the significance of this title. Yu signifies joy and peace. Li Shimin approached, patting Li Yu's shoulder with affection, his eyes brimming with warmth. I hope your life is filled with joy and tranquility, and that you may bring peace to the Tang dynasty. In that moment, the aura of menace in Li Shimin's gaze dissipated, replaced by the earnest hopes of an elder for his junior. Empress Changsun smiled beside them, bowing respectfully. Congratulations, second son, on acquiring a fine nephew. Also, congratulations to the Duke of Yu for returning to the family fold. Li Yu gazed at the illustrious couple of the Tang dynasty, feeling the weight of their trust and expectation. In this unfamiliar era, he was no longer a rootless drifter, nor a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. He had gained an identity, a family, and a sense of belonging. Taking a deep breath, Li Yu summoned his strength to rise, adjusting his somewhat ill-fitting yet clean sweatshirt. With both hands clasped in salute, he bowed deeply to Li Shimin, altering his address. Yes, second uncle. This title was uttered sincerely. Li Shimin erupted in hearty laughter, assisting Li Yu to his feet. Excellent. Good nephew. System prompt. Li Shimin's trust level increased to 85. Heartfelt trust. System prompt. Empress Changsuan's trust level increased to 90, considered as one's own. Reward settlement. Lifespan extended by 15 days. Pain sensitivity diminished. The sensation of illness has once again lessened. Though his body remains weak and frail from the severe illness, the pain has subsided significantly. He is finally able to straighten his back. Li Yu moved his neck a bit, gazed at Li Shimin, and revealed a confident smile. Second uncle. Since I have been granted a title and wealth, I cannot accept it without giving something in return. Did you not just inquire about grain seeds and how to construct iron plows? Li Shimin's eyes brightened. Do you have them? Not at the moment. Li Yu pointed at his empty backpack. I have exhausted my resources to embark on any construction and assist you in resolving your troubles. I must return to the modern world. I need to procure supplies. Chapter 15. Will you accompany me back to the modern era? Procure supplies? Li Shimin and Empress Changsun exchanged glances, both astonished by the revelation. In their perception, the celestial realm was a place of divine beings residing in the heavenly palace, filled with auspicious clouds and devoid of earthly concerns. How could Li Yu speak of going there as casually as one would to purchase scallions at the marketplace in Chang'an? Indeed, procure supplies. Li Yu's current state brimmed with vitality, the absence of pain restoring the vigor of his modern self. He sat cross-legged on the soft couch in the side hall, disregarding posture, idly toying with an empty soda bottle as he began to calculate the costs for the two most esteemed figures of the Tang dynasty. Although Anne's condition has stabilized, further medication is required to fortify her health. The current supply will only last a short while. I need to acquire backup medication and nebulization supplies, which are absent in the Tang. Moreover, second uncle, are you not concerned about the future when the populace of the Tang outgrows the land and famine ensues? I intend to bring back divine seeds. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, planted properly. Within 3 years, famine will be eradicated in the Tang. By then, even a doubled population will not pose a threat. Additionally, regarding the city that never sleeps you mentioned, I must also procure some basic power generation equipment to enlighten you. As Li Yu spoke with increasing enthusiasm, he envisioned a Tang dynasty flourishing with potatoes, lights illuminating the Taiji Palace, and Li Shimin commanding legions with a walkie-talkie. Li Shimin felt his blood surge with excitement, rubbing his hands and pacing within the hall, unable to suppress the urge to undertake great endeavors. Go. We must go. I shall instruct the Ministry of Revenue to allocate silver for you. How much do you require? Is 10,000 taels sufficient? 100,000 taels? I will have someone access the national treasury. Silver is not particularly useful. Li Yu shook his head, interrupting Li Shimin's fervor. The world over there does not directly accept silver or copper coins, but I have methods to generate currency. He pointed to the worn yet functioning mechanical watch on his wrist, and then to the few remaining lighters in his backpack. In that realm, these are mere scraps. However, here, they are treasures. This is known as the temporal trade difference. I merely need to bring back a few specialties of the Tang to exchange for a mountain of gold. Specialties? Li Shimin immediately grasped the implication. Unfastening the jade belt from his waist without a second thought, It was the 13-looped belt symbolizing imperial authority. Will this suffice? This is the Hitian warm jade, which I have worn for over a decade, priceless beyond measure. Empress Changsun also removed the golden phoenix hairpin from her head and placed it into Li Yu's hands. Her eyes filled with affection. Wear this as well. Regardless of wealth or poverty, do not deprive yourself. She added, if there are any delicacies over there, treat yourself. Li Yu accepted these two treasures, their weight substantial, radiating warmth. He weighed them in his hands, his brow slightly furrowed. His gaze fell upon the warm white jade ring on Li Shimin's thumb and then shifted to the double fish jade pendant tucked at Empress Changsun's waist. Second uncle, may I have that ring of yours? Aunt, I would also like that jade pendant. Such small items are easy to conceal and sell. Without hesitation, Li Shimin and Empress Changsun unfastened their treasures and handed them over. As long as it could save the future of the Tang dynasty, they would not hesitate to part with even the entirety of the imperial garden. Li Yu, holding these national treasures, nodded in satisfaction. He closed his eyes, connecting with the system. System notification detected ancient artifacts of the Tang royal family. Upon traversal, they will automatically undergo temporal baptism, bestowing upon them 1,400 years of patina and marks of heritage. Authentication result, genuine national treasure level. Li Yu couldn't help but praise the system. Its automatic aging feature was incredibly considerate, directly resolving his greatest concern. Just this one jade belt could fetch millions, enough to empty an entire supermarket. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a Tang Sankai horse placed in a corner of the side hall. The horse stood about 60 centimeters tall, its form majestic, adorned with yellow, green, and white glazes, its colors shimmering brilliantly, an embodiment of the Tang Sankai that had just begun to flourish. Let us take that as well. Li Yu pointed to the Sankai horse, recognizing it as a hard currency in that era, perfect for impressing Quan Ge. Quan Ge? Li Shimin paused, puzzled. Who is that? A rather interesting merchant who specializes in collecting such treasures, Li Yu explained casually. After arranging the payment, Li Yu carefully wrapped the jade artifacts in cloth and tucked them into his inner pocket. He then looked at Li Shimin and boldly proposed, Second uncle, I wish to bring someone along to help with the moving. Would you like to join? Me? Li Shimin's body trembled, pointing to himself, his eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. Can I truly go? That is the future. It was the ultimate dream that countless emperors have sought, yet never attained. Now, the opportunity lay before him. With a mere nod, he could traverse time and witness that myth, to behold the world 14 centuries hence. Li Shimin, trembling with excitement, gasped for breath. Instinctively ready to agree. I shall go. Of course. However, as the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back down. The fervor in his gaze gradually cooled, supplanted by the cautiousness befitting an emperor, mingled with a subtle, imperceptible fear. It was an instinctual dread of the unknown. He was the son of heaven, the supreme ruler, the master of the Tang dynasty. Yet in that world, as Li Yu had stated, there were no emperors, no privileges. And one had to abide by the rule of law. What would he be there? An illegal resident? What if this lad turned him in? What if there are taboos in the celestial realm, and should he offend them, how could he possibly return? More importantly, he is a sovereign ruler. With the court in turmoil and the Turks yet to be vanquished, the noble families are watching closely. If he were to suddenly vanish, even for just a few days, the Tang dynasty could descend into chaos. The loyal city of Chang'an cannot function for a moment without its emperor. Li Shimin pondered these thoughts in his heart. He paced the hall, weighing the pros and cons with each step. Finally, he halted, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed the yearning within, his gaze becoming both complex and resolute. I shall not go. State affairs are pressing. If I were to leave, the court would surely descend into disorder. He glanced at the frail Empress Changsun, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes. Your aunt's health has only just improved. I must remain to protect her. This hall of governance cannot function without me. This was, in truth, both an excuse and a genuine sentiment. Li Yu perceived the truth but chose not to voice it. He understood that for an individual of ancient times, even a revered emperor, the notion of traversing time and space was profoundly unsettling. A measure of caution was indeed warranted. Moreover, if Li Shimin were to truly venture forth, it was uncertain whether he could maintain his composure. Should Li Er proclaim, I am the emperor, on a modern street, he would likely find himself confined to a psychiatric ward. Very well, you may remain at home to oversee matters. Li Yu nodded, but added, I cannot move so many items by myself. You are aware of my current state. I am out of breath after just a few steps. I require a laborer. Li Shimin breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he did not allow him to take risks. Whom do you require? The captain of the Imperial Guard? Or a valiant warrior from the Xuanjiao army? I shall select the strongest for you. How about Yu Qijingde? Or Qingjijia? Li Yu's gaze swept across the hall. Those fierce warriors exuded an intimidating aura, and their fearsome appearance might provoke trouble in the modern era. They could easily attract the attention of special police. Ultimately, his eyes settled on Wang De, who was kneeling on the ground tidying up the ink and brush, trembling since he had heard the word celestial realm. A mischievous smile crept onto Li Yu's face. It shall be him. Old Wang. Chapter 16. The terrified Wang De. Wang De's hand trembled, splattering ink from the edict he had just penned. He looked up in bewilderment, pointing to himself, his voice rising in pitch as if he were a rooster with its neck grasped. Me, an old servant? To the celestial realm? Indeed. You, Li Yu approached, patting Wang De's shoulder as one would inspect livestock. Loyal, reliable, and... He squeezed Wang De's somewhat plump yet sturdy arm. After all, years of serving the emperor had endowed him with good strength. You appear capable, for I have many items to procure and require a laborer. Moreover, your fair complexion and gentle demeanor make you less likely to frighten others. And no, I cannot go. I fear heights. I suffer from seasickness. I am but an old man. My frail bones would not survive such a journey. Wang De's face turned pale, and he shrank back in terror, repeatedly bowing his head until the floor echoed with the sound of his knocks. To the celestial realm? The books say one must die to go there. As an ordinary mortal, would he not be struck to ashes by heavenly lightning? Wang De, Li Shimin's voice suddenly resonated with authority. This is an imperial decree. Wang De was momentarily frozen, unable to move, with tears welling in his eyes, feeling as vulnerable as a child weighing over 100 pounds. Li Shimin regarded him with a serious demeanor, yet there was a hint of trust in his voice. The Prince of Yu has only just begun to recover. It is essential that he is attended by someone who understands his needs. You have served me faithfully for 2 decades, and I only trust you. Keep a watchful eye on him. Ensure that no one dares to bully the prince. Moreover, observe the world on my behalf. These words were not only a command, but also a heartfelt request, conveying the regret Li Shimin himself dared not confront, entrusted to this loyal servant. Wang De, recognizing the hopeful gaze of his majesty, understood he could not evade his duty. As the foremost eunuch of the Tang dynasty, his loyalty was ingrained in his very being. With a resolute bite of his lip and a closing of his eyes, he wiped away a tear and bowed deeply, declaring with solemnity, "This old servant obeys. I shall protect His Highness, the Prince of Yu, with my life. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not bring shame upon the Tang." His demeanor was that of one prepared for battle rather than a mere journey. Enough of this melodrama. We are not embarking on a farewell, but rather a procurement mission. Li Yu jested, chuckling as he hoisted his backpack, cramming in jade belts, golden hairpins, jade pendants, and rings, finally asking Wang De to carry the hefty Tang Sankai horse. Grabbing the collar of Wang De's robe, he declared, "Uncle, Aunt, we are off. We shall return within half a day at the quickest, or a full day at the latest. System command. Countdown to transmigration commences. Relax, old Wang." At once he heard a bit, Li Yu ominously reassured, which only heightened Wang De's trepidation. Transmigration countdown. 000005. Are you ready, old Wang? Take a deep breath, and don't soil yourself, Li Yu teased. Wang De had yet to complete his sentence, still preparing to inhale deeply when, buzz. At the moment of transmigration activation, a series of crimson system prompts suddenly flashed before Li Yu's eyes. Detected host carrying a native of the Tang dynasty for transmigration. Triggering time-space dilution effect rules. Rule explanation. Bringing others during transmigration will consume temporal energy. The first round trip with another will place the transmigration ability in a cooldown period. Current cooldown duration, 72 hours. Next cooldown duration for bringing others, 144 hours. Warning, cooldown period increases exponentially with each additional person brought. Use this privilege with caution. Warning, each person may carry a maximum of a 24-inch suitcase of supplies. Exceeding this limit may result in unforeseen risks. What the hell? Their essay cooldown? And a limit on supplies? Li Yu was taken aback, but it was too late for regrets. The air twisted violently as the familiar blue and white aura erupted, enveloping the two. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun instinctively squinted as the light faded away. The side hall stood empty, save for a lingering trace of the peculiar fragrance that had accompanied Li Yu, the scent of Head Shoulders shampoo. Li Shimin grasped the hand of Empress Changsun, staring at the vacant hall, rendered speechless for an extended moment. In 2025, within a rented apartment in Xi'an, Li Yu was abruptly jolted from silence by the sound of a violent retch. Wang De lay sprawled upon the floor, retching uncontrollably. Clutched tightly in his hands was a Tang Sankai horse, as if fearing it might be damaged. The disorienting sensation of temporal dislocation he had just experienced was 1,000,000 times more unbearable than the 3 days and nights of jostling in a royal carriage. It felt as though his internal organs had been crushed and reassembled by an unseen force. Enough already, stop vomiting. I can hardly bear to clean this carpet. I bought it for just 9 yuan on Pinduoduo, Li Yu remarked disdainfully, giving Wang De a gentle kick on the backside. After turning on the lights, he sank into the sofa, gasping for breath. Although the system had numbed his sense of pain, the side effects of this transmigration were still overwhelming for him, particularly upon seeing the cooldown notification, which cast a shadow over his mood. He would need to prepare more supplies for the next 3 days. Wang De struggled to lift his head, his face streaked with tears and remnants of vomit, lost in a state of utter bewilderment. In the next moment, he was petrified with shock. What had he just seen? Above him, a round fixture emitted a blinding yet non-burning white light, illuminating the entire room with such clarity that even the dust in the corners was visible. It was 100 times brighter than the luminous pearls of the imperial palace. The walls gleamed as white as jade, the floor smooth as a mirror, and a massive black glass ornament hung against the wall, reflecting his horrified, contorted visage. A peculiar scent permeated the air, not sandalwood, nor the fragrance of cosmetics, but a dry, fruity aroma. Outside the window, despite the curtains drawn, a distant roar could be faintly heard, a roar reminiscent of a colossal beast. Is this the realm of immortals? Wang De trembled, his legs buckling as he knelt once more, bowing before the ceiling light, his forehead thudding against the floor with a resounding thump. Great immortal, spare me. Great immortal, spare me. I am but a mere eunuch. Please do not consume me, for I am not appetizing. Li Yu facepalmed in disbelief. This is quite pathetic. Old Wang, get up, stop kneeling. This isn't an immortal. It's just a light fixture. Didn't my uncle send you here to observe? How can you see anything while kneeling? Glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was 5:30 in the afternoon. Thankfully, it was not yet dark. The modern time was synchronized with that of the Tang dynasty. He moved to the window and swiftly drew back the curtains. Although it was evening, the sun had not fully set. The last rays of the sun bathed the glass facades of the towering buildings in golden light. For someone who had lived in a time where only tiles and wooden structures were visible, this scene was undoubtedly an explosive revelation. Wang De stared blankly at the skyscrapers reaching for the clouds, observing the swiftly darting beetles below, trembling in awe. Stop daydreaming, Li Yu urged, patting his shoulder. He rummaged through the wardrobe and produced an oversized hoodie and sweatpants he had previously bought, tossing them to Wang De. Hide your eunuch garb. It's more conspicuous here than a dragon robe. Tuck your hair into the hood. Remember, once we step outside, no talking, no wandering eyes. Stay close to me. Wang De, shaking, changed into the unfamiliar attire, glancing at his reflection in the mirror, feeling as though he had been flayed alive. Li Yu sat on the edge of the bed, skillfully pulling out his phone and opening Douyin. He wished to connect directly with the treasure app, eager to liquidate the items in his possession. Time was of the essence. He required substantial funds to procure necessary materials. However, the moment his finger hovered over the avatar of the app, an icy dread surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Chapter 17. Connecting with the app, Li Yu's hand froze in midair, cold sweat instantly beading on his brow. He suddenly grasped the gravity of a dire and lethal predicament. In this era of big data, one devoid of any semblance of privacy, using his own phone to live stream from his rented room while showcasing these invaluable national treasures would expose his IP address. Facial recognition technology would lock onto him. Even the view from his window could be dissected by viewers scrutinizing the live broadcast, revealing the exact neighborhood and floor of his apartment. What was his current status? A terminally ill cancer patient, a destitute soul with no support. Yet, what did he hold in his hands? The jade belt buckle of Li Shimin, the golden phoenix hairpin of Empress Changsun, and that museum-quality Tang Sankai. Collectively, these items were worth at least several billion. What would he face if exposed? Not merely envious outlaws, but also formidable figures from the gray market, and even certain unspeakable forces. They would descend upon him like sharks sensing blood in the water. At that moment, saving the Tang dynasty would be the least of his concerns. His very life and that of his parents could be irrevocably jeopardized due to a momentary lapse in judgment. Slap. Li Yu struck himself sharply across the face. Li Yu, what were you thinking? It was one thing to dabble in the supernatural in ancient times, but to play such a dangerous game in the modern era? That is courting death. Wang De was startled by the sudden slap. Your Highness? What is this about? Quickly gather your belongings. Li Yu sprang to his feet, his gaze sharpened with unprecedented intensity and alarm. We must leave. Immediately. He hastily wrapped the treasures in layers of newspaper and stuffed them into an inconspicuous woven bag. He ensured his ID and bank card were secure. Old Wang, put on your mask. Pull your hat low. Yes, yes. Though Wang De was unaware of the reason for the urgency, he recognized the gravity of the situation from Li Yu's demeanor. The two rushed out of the rental apartment, even on the 20th floor. Li Yu dared not take the elevator, but instead pulled Wang De down the stairwell. Once outside the complex, Li Yu refrained from hailing a taxi at the entrance, opting instead to walk 2 blocks before finally flagging down a cab driver to the Electronic Commerce City. Quickly, as they sat in the car, Li Yu's heart raced. He needed to establish a secure firewall in the shortest possible time. Upon arriving at the electronic mall, it was already past 6 in the evening, and many shops were beginning to close. Li Yu and Wang De slipped into a concealed, seemingly unregistered mobile repair shop. Boss, I need a second-hand phone that can run the app. Also, a SIM card. One that doesn't require real name registration, just sufficient data will do. The proprietor, a heavily tattooed man, was engrossed in a video game while smoking a cigarette. He glanced up at the two individuals, tightly wrapped and visibly anxious, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Among the second-hand items was a Redmi K40, its screen marred by a crack. A SIM card was also included. The proprietor exhaled a puff of smoke, his demeanor shifting to one of audacious avarice. 2000. Although Wang De was unfamiliar with the local currency, he sensed the atmosphere was amiss, instinctively retreating behind Li Yu. Li Yu was acutely aware that this damaged phone and a card were worth, at most 500. The proprietor was clearly sizing up his prey, ready to fleece the unsuspecting. Very well. Without hesitation, Li Yu extracted a wad of cash from his pocket, money saved for emergencies. He counted out 20 bills and slammed them on the counter. The owner was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. All right, please wait a moment. I'll prepare it for you right away. Grabbing the phone and the card, Li Yu wasted no time, pulling Wang De out of the phone shop. Upon stepping outside, dusk had already settled in. Your Highness, have we been swindled? Wang De, though lacking expertise, could discern that the man's gaze had been untrustworthy. If we have, then so be it. We've paid for our peace of mind. Li Yu replied softly. Now, let us head to the car rental agency. He found a modest establishment that required minimal bureaucratic hassle. Using his driver's license, he rented the most commonplace vehicle, a white BYD Qin Plus ubiquitous on the streets. Why this model? Because it was prevalent in Xi'an, with ride-hailing services predominantly utilizing it. Disguised among the flow of traffic, it would blend in seamlessly, like a droplet merging into the ocean, imperceptible even to the keenest observer. Once inside, Li Yu settled Wang De into the passenger seat and took the driver's position. The electric car hummed to life, emitting only a faint sound of current. Gripping the steering wheel, Li Yu's palms were clammy with sweat. Old Wang, brace yourself. We're heading to a secluded area. The vehicle exited the urban sprawl, merging onto the ring road, and headed northward. Li Yu deliberately chose lesser-known routes devoid of surveillance. Night enveloped the landscape entirely. The city's neon glow was left behind, and the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. After an hour and a half of driving, Li Yu finally stopped the car beside a pitch-black cornfield. This was the wilderness on the northern outskirts of Xi'an, devoid of human presence for miles. Not even a streetlight in sight. Only the rustling of corn leaves in the wind and the occasional distant barking of dogs broke the silence. Your Highness, what are we doing here? Is this a plan for murder and silence? Wang De, peering out at the impenetrable darkness, turned pale, his imagination conjuring a dramatic narrative. Murder? Nonsense. Li Yu shot him a glance, rolled up the windows, and locked the doors. This is for our safety. The items we possess are far too valuable. Should anyone learn of them, it would be worse than death. He retrieved the battered phone purchased for 2,000, inserted the black SIM card, downloaded Douyin, and registered a new account. He named it Descendants of the Tang Dynasty. With everything in place, Li Yu checked the time. It was 9:40 p.m. Taking a deep breath, he clicked on the familiar avatar, listening to the spring and appraising treasures. The live stream was abuzz with activity, boasting an online audience of 100,000. Li Yu did not rush to connect. Instead, he observed for a moment. On the screen, a bespectacled host with a mischievous grin was bantering with a viewer wielding an Ultraman transformation device. Brother, this item is a bit dubious. The synthetic scent permeated through the screen, and I could almost smell it. Enough already. Listening to the host, I hung up the call and executed a tactical retreat. Li Yu seized the moment and clicked on the call request. The queue was extensive. The system indicated 50 people ahead in line. Ah, the business is thriving. Li Yu let out a cold snicker, his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen. But he had no time to wait in line now. He recharged his account and sent a Carnival X1. A magnificent and vibrant carnival effect erupted in the live stream, golden light illuminating the dimly lit compartment. Is this an offering to deities? Wang De huddled in the passenger seat, tightly clutching the Tang Sankai horse. Perhaps, this is the fee for cutting in line. Essentially a toll. In the interim, Li Yu pressed Wang De down. Just stay hidden, hold on to that horse, keep silent, and don't show your face. Wear your mask properly. When I signal you, just do as instructed. Remember, do not utter a word. Wang De, gazing at the glowing square, saw shadows moving on the screen and could hear voices. Paralyzed with fear, he could only nod vigorously. Indeed, in the next moment, the call was connected. Beep. We are connected. On the phone screen appeared a bespectacled host with piercing eyes, set against a backdrop emblazoned with the words listening to Spring's treasure appraisal. The live chat exploded with frenzied comments. The carnival big brother has arrived. The boss is generous. Why is this background so dark? Is this on a car roof? Are we fleeing? I see punishment. Listening to Spring adjusted his glasses and focused on the camera. The screen was enveloped in darkness. Li Yu had not turned on the lights nor revealed his face, merely directing the camera towards the woven bag. Listening to Spring executed a signature tactical lean, a crooked smile gracing his lips, his tone laced with playful understanding. Ah, brother, it seems you are well prepared. He squinted, trying to discern the items on the screen. Brother, this setting is a bit ominous. Where are you? Are you still in the country? Li Yu lowered his voice, deliberately making it sound hoarse, infused with a sense of a desperate outlaw. Host, don't inquire about the location. If you ask, I wouldn't know. Don't ask who I am. I'm merely a passerby. Listening to Spring chuckled, familiar with the lines. Brother, no worries, as long as it's not contraband. My live stream is quite secure. Come on, showcase your talent. If it's fake, I'll have you removed instantly. Li Yu wasted no words. He reached into the woven bag, actually from Wang De's embrace, and retrieved the Tang Sankai horse. Then, he activated the flashlight on his phone. Snap. A beam of intense light struck the horse. In the pitch-black environment, this light appeared particularly blinding, rendering the horse's glaze extraordinarily vibrant. Behold this. Chapter 18. Meeting Brother Spring. This is a quintessential Tang Sankai horse. The horse stands approximately 60 centimeters tall, adorned with yellow, green, and white glazes, each hue exquisite. The green resembles fresh spinach, dripping with vibrancy, exuding a fluid beauty as if it were still gently flowing. The yellow, akin to a ripe pumpkin, warm and substantial. The white, reminiscent of mutton fat, pure and flawless. The glazed surface bears delicate cracks, remnants of time, exquisite as the wings of a cicada. Even more remarkable is its shape. The horse is robust and well-fed, with a rounded hindquarters and a fluid, powerful musculature. Its neck is adorned with neatly trimmed mane. The head slightly bowed, nostrils flaring as if in anticipation of a snort. The distinctive aesthetic of the prosperous Tang dynasty, celebrating fullness and exuding confidence, emanates from the screen. Ting Xuan's eyeglasses glint with a cold light. His previously languid posture suddenly straightens, and he leans almost against the screen. A magnifying glass appearing in his hand as he scrutinizes the image intently. He swiftly plays a battle song, the hauntingly beautiful ancient melody Spring Courtyard Snow. In the garden, the pear blossoms fade another year, as the clear night deepens and moonlight spills upon the steps. Amidst the melancholic background music, Ting Quan gasps in astonishment, his voice rising in pitch. Goodness. He removes his glasses, rubs his eyes, and puts them back on. Brother, this horse, it's extraordinary. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupts. Wow. This glaze. Those cracks. What a revelation. Why does this horse look so new? It can't have just come out of the kiln, right? You don't understand. This is called treasure light. It's the patina of the ages. I'm telling you, this is getting more and more intriguing. Quick, play Tears of the Iron Window. Li Yu remained silent, gently rotating the horse to showcase every detail, including the base beneath its hooves. The more Ting Quan observes, the more alarmed he becomes, his brow furrowing deeply. As an expert, he can discern the intricacies of this artifact at a glance. Nowadays, even the finest replicas cannot shake off that hint of counterfeit allure. And the signs of aging are unmistakable. Yet this horse, its glaze smooth as jade, carries a natural luster that speaks of time's passage. However, the issue lies in its remarkable freshness. This freshness is not that of a newly minted piece, but rather an item that has been impeccably preserved, as if it had just been unearthed from the tomb of a Tang noble. Moreover, the unique pink ceramic body is a hallmark of the Gongyi kiln in Hunan. Brother. Ting Quan swallows hard, taking a sip of water to steady his nerves. Where did you acquire this? It was passed down from my elders, Liu replies nonchalantly. Passed down from your elders? Ting Quan sneers, showcasing his classic expression of skepticism. Are your ancestors from the Tang dynasty? I can smell the earthy scent from this horse through the screen. This glaze, this fluidity, these cracks. This is museum quality. Suddenly lowering his voice, Ting Quan adopts a tone of mystery, tinged with fear. Brother, heed my advice. If this is genuine, you are not merely in trouble. You are on the brink of calamity. You aren't alone, are you? The comments in the live stream flood in. The classic lines are here. Ting Quan is about to start his ruse. This must have just been unearthed. This is a true connoisseur. Treasure hunting in the wilderness. Li Yu smiles, though hidden behind his mask, the coldness in his eyes betrays his amusement. Ting Quan, don't frighten me. I only ask you one thing. Are you willing to open the door? Listening to the spring. He took a deep breath and made a signature gesture, clasping his fists and bowing to the camera, open wide. A glimpse of the grand doorway. If this is fake, I shall eat these glasses. Yet, this item appeared too new, so fresh that it instilled fear within him. It must have either been unearthed just yesterday, or you pilfered it from some museum. Brother, tell me the truth. Are you currently in Hunan? I am in Xi'an, Li replied calmly. Xi'an, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh. That's it. Xi'an is rife with treasures. Our ancestors lie beneath the ground. Brother, if this horse is genuine, it must be worth a fortune. Listening to the spring procured a computer, deftly tapping away. 0.5000000 equals 50 million. He shouted, his voice breaking. 5,000 buns, 10,000 yuan, is merely the starting point. With this quality, at auction, it's in the billion bun category. This is pristine, not even a scratch. But brother, do you dare to sell it? Do you have the paperwork? Li Yu remained silent, placing the horse down. I cannot sell the horse, it's too conspicuous. Look at this instead. He then produced a golden phoenix hairpin from his pocket. The camera focused. It was a gilded phoenix hairpin, crafted from pure gold, embellished with the finest techniques of the Tang dynasty, featuring intricate beadwork and filigree. Thousands of minuscule golden beads were meticulously welded onto the wings, densely packed, yet perfectly arranged, resembling a sky full of stars. The phoenix's eyes were a ruby, with turquoise and pearls adorning its tail feathers. The complexity and exquisiteness of the craftsmanship delivered a stunning blow to modern industrial production lines. Wow! Listening to the spring exclaimed, nearly springing from his chair. His face almost pressed against the camera. Beadwork. All handmade. This craftsmanship, before he could finish, Li Yu revealed one final item. The personal jade belt buckle of Emperor Li Shimin. It was a piece of top-quality Hetian mutton fat white jade. As white as a lump of solidified fat. Carved upon it was a coiled dragon, the scales distinctly visible. The craftsmanship exuding a majestic aura that no ordinary artisan could replicate. This jade left listening to the spring utterly astounded. He removed his glasses, rubbed his eyes, then put them back on, staring intently at the screen as if he could extract the items through the internet. A five-clawed dragon. His voice trembled with excitement upon encountering such a rare treasure, mingled with exhilaration at the prospect of a significant discovery, and a tinge of fear akin to facing a bandit. He took a deep breath, the background music shifting to an intensely suspenseful heartbeat. Brother, do not move. Whatever you do, do not move. If these 3 items are genuine, this live stream room cannot contain them. Have you unearthed the tomb of Li Shimin? In the corner, Wang De, upon hearing the words tomb of Li Shimin, shuddered in fright, nearly gasping out loud, quickly covering his mouth, his eyes wide with astonishment. The emperor is not dead yet. How dare he curse the emperor? Li Yu, however, remained unfazed, his gaze icy. Jingu, do not jest. I am not selling these items, merely seeking your appraisal. Listening to the spring fell silent for 3 seconds. He discerned that with such attire and this environment, this young man was undoubtedly formidable, and the authenticity of these items was so compelling that it made him question his very existence. The sum of these 3 items amounts to several hundred million. As an antique dealer, he could hardly resist the allure of such top-tier merchandise. Yet, listening to Li Yu's words, he understood that the intent to sell was genuine. Good brother, stay safe, I'll lift you up first. Not long after, Li Yu received a private message on Douyin. Brother, how many are you offering? What is the price? He opened the message and replied to Ting Quan. Tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. at the Xi'an restaurant, diagonally opposite the Bailin District Public Security Bureau, in the Tang private room. Bring cash. Don't bother coming unless you have a 9-figure sum. Ting Xuan's eyes brightened upon reading the message, and he promptly sent an OK emoji in response. Upon seeing Ting Xuan's reply, Li Yu wasted no time, extracting the SIM card from his phone, snapping it in half, and tossing it into the cornfield outside the car window. He then smashed the recently purchased second-hand phone against a rock, shattering the screen, and kicked it into the roadside ditch. Splash. Water sprayed everywhere. Wang De, watching in astonishment, shuddered with concern. Your Highness, that was 2001. Just thrown away? This is a desperate measure for survival, Li Yu replied, brushing off the dust from his hands. His gaze icy. If we don't dispose of it, we will be tracked tonight. Those who desire this batch of goods will swarm us like sharks sensing blood. He restarted the car, turned it around, and drove into the vast night. Let us go, old Wang, back to the city. I'll treat you to a nice meal to calm your nerves. Wang De swallowed hard. What are we eating? Hey Leo, Li Yu smiled, the divine hot pot. The car sped through the night, heading towards the neon-lit district of Xi'an. Chapter 19. The veteran actor the white BYD Cheen plus blended into the traffic. Inconspicuous like a drop of water merging with the ocean. Li Yu was behind the wheel, yet his mood was exceptionally light. At present, he was merely a typical grandson taking his elderly family member into the city for medical care. Your Highness, where are we headed? Wang De, seated in the passenger seat, gripped the woven bag, which contained treasures worth billions, tightly, refusing to place it in the trunk even when Li Yu suggested it. We're going for Hadaleo. Li Yu maneuvered the steering wheel, merging into the luminous flow of the elevated highway. Since they had entered the celestial realm, not indulging in a meal at Hadaleo would be akin to visiting Chang'an without stepping foot in Pinkangfang, an utter waste. Hadaleo? Wang De pondered over the words, envisioning a scene of deities fishing in the depths of the Dragon Palace, instinctively retracting his neck. Your Highness, are we going underwater? What underwater? We're dining out. I'll let you experience what true service is. Half an hour later, the car parked in the underground garage of a large shopping mall. Li Yu, fully equipped, mask, hat, sunglasses, took the elevator straight to the 4th floor. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, a strong, domineering aroma, a blend of beef tallow, chili, and the sweet tangy scent of tomatoes, hit him like a wall. Delicious. Truly delicious. Wang De inhaled deeply, his stomach audibly protesting. This aroma was more enticing than lamb stew simmered all day in the royal kitchen. Welcome to Hadaleo. Before the two individuals could even reach the doorway, two impeccably dressed young ladies approached them with radiant smiles, their enthusiasm surpassing that of courtiers greeting an emperor. Are you dining with us? This way, please. Be careful of the steps. Wang De had never encountered such a reception. In the Tang dynasty, even the female officials from the imperial kitchen would bow their heads in deference upon seeing him. Never had he experienced such unabashed, direct smiles devoid of fear, filled instead with warmth. Startled, he instinctively bent forward, hands clasped within his sleeves, performing a standard courtly gesture, and in a high-pitched voice exclaimed, I wouldn't want to trouble you, young ladies. This old servant can manage on his own. Please, do not stand on ceremony. You honor me too greatly. Upon hearing his words, the two welcoming ladies froze, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. Nearby patrons also turned their heads, exchanging bewildered glances. Why is this gentleman speaking so oddly? Old servant. What era is he from? The atmosphere became decidedly awkward. Li Yu inwardly lamented the situation. It seemed old Wang had succumbed to his ingrained habits. In modern society, such behavior would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. If a video were recorded and circulated online, all their efforts at evasion would be for naught. With a quick thought, he stepped forward, placing an arm around Wang De's shoulder, and offered the staff and onlookers a smile that conveyed both exasperation and affection. I apologize, everyone. My esteemed elder here is a seasoned actor. He just wrapped up a shoot in Hongyan, having played a eunuch in court dramas his entire life. He's just a bit too deep in character and hasn't quite emerged from it yet. He tends to call everyone your majesty at home as well. Li Yu patted Wang De's back and raised his voice deliberately. Teacher Wang, tone it down. We're off stage now. Let us not continue the performance. This is Hadaleo, not the imperial kitchen. Relax. The surrounding individuals suddenly understood. Ah, he is an actor. How dedicated. A true artist. No wonder his gestures are so refined. Look at his posture, that bend, those eyes, remarkable. Which esteemed teacher is this? It's hard to tell with a mask on. The service staff's eyes lit up, quickly adopting a cooperative demeanor, their smiles growing even sweeter and tinged with admiration. Oh, it's Teacher Wang. Thank you for your hard work. Please come in. We'll find you the most comfortable spot. Take your time. Although Wang De did not grasp the meanings of Hongyan or wrapped up, he understood that Li Yu was rescuing him from embarrassment and recognized the goodwill in the gazes around them. Gratefully, he glanced at Li Yu, thinking how clever his highness was to charm these young ladies so effortlessly. The two were escorted to a window-side table. As soon as they sat down, the attentive staff began their attentive ministrations. Teacher Wang, let me bring you a warm towel to freshen your hands. Here is an apron to keep your clothes clean. Your hair is a bit long. May I offer you a hair tie? And here is a phone pouch. Wang De felt utterly stiffened. The demeanor of these attendants was neither fearfully submissive nor sycophantically obsequious due to his status. It was a heartfelt, egalitarian, and even somewhat indulgent enthusiasm, akin to the treatment of one's own elders. What a spectacle this was. Wang De found himself at a loss. Torn between the urge to kneel in gratitude and the fear of doing so, his eyes pleadingly turned towards Li Yu. What on earth were they doing? Li Yu, while placing orders on his tablet, could barely suppress his laughter. Old Wang, just accept it. Here, the customer is akin to a deity. No, more like the supreme deity of the heavens. They are treating you like an emperor. Just think of it as a performance. Graciously accept their service. If you kneel again, it would be disrespectful. Treat an old servant as an emperor. Wang De gasped, nearly sliding off his chair, his face turning ashen. This was tantamount to a death sentence. Absolutely not. All right, enough of the theatrics, or we might ruin the act. Li Yu said as he handed the tablet to the waiter. A Yingyang hot pot, with extra spice and heat. Include beef tripe, duck intestines, and a generous portion of marbled beef, plus a big serving of cabbage and frozen tofu. Oh, and a bottle of Sprite for Teacher Wang. And I'll have a cola. The waiter smiled and retreated. Shortly thereafter, the pot arrived, one side gleaming with a vibrant red chili oil, the other a milky white bone broth. Teacher Wang, here is your Sprite, the waiter said, placing the drink thoughtfully before Wang De. He gazed into the transparent liquid, still bubbling and emitting a hissing sound, resembling some lively creature. Your Highness, is there poison in this water? Why is it bubbling? Could this be the fabled He Ding Hong? Wang De inquired, his expression shifting. Li Yu took a sip of his cola, letting out a loud burp. No poison here. This is a sibling of the happy drink, known as refreshing cool. Give it a try. It's sweet, not a poison. Would I harm you? Wang De, still skeptical, lifted the glass, cautiously licking the rim with his tongue. In an instant, his eyes lit up. Sweet, with a hint of lemony freshness, and the effervescence bursting on his tongue. Unable to resist, he took a hearty gulp. Burp. A resounding belch erupted, almost reaching the heavens. Wang De covered his mouth. His face flushed. This Sprite was indeed bold. It seemed to expel all the murky air from his stomach. Yet, the flavor was delightful. This is called carbonated beverage, Li Yu said, picking up a slice of marbled beef and swirling it in the spicy pot. Come on, old Wang, enjoy the meat. This is beef not commonly savored in the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, cattle were vital for plowing fields, and slaughtering them was a crime. Aside from the royal family occasionally feasting on the old or sickly cattle, the common folk would never taste beef in their lifetime. Wang De stared at the piece of beef rolling in the crimson oil, a wave of resistance swelling within him. But the overpowering aroma wafting up with the steam was like a hook, tugging at the cravings in his belly, pulling him fiercely. So enticing. The scent, a blend of fat, spices, and the essence of meat, was something he had never encountered in his life. Eat, Li Yu insisted, directly placing the beef into Wang De's bowl. Wang De looked at the slice, still dripping with red oil, swallowed hard, steeled himself, closed his eyes, and picked it up, shoving it into his mouth. As the tender beef entered his mouth, the numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns, the fiery heat of chili peppers, and the rich aroma of beef tallow detonated like a bomb within his palate. Wang De's face flushed instantly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Gasping for air, he opened his mouth wide, tears streaming from the spiciness. Water, water. He seized a bottle of Sprite and gulped it down fiercely. The icy coolness of the beverage washed over his fiery esophagus, creating a delightful contrast that left his entire being invigorated. Ecstasy. Wang De, emulating Li Yu, let out a loud exclamation, entirely forgetting the decorum expected of him. Your Highness, what is this flavor? It's incredibly stimulating. 100 times more potent than the pepper from the western regions. Yet, this flavor. He picked up another piece, this time keeping his eyes open, his gaze brimming with fervor. This is what they call spicy and numbing. Li Yu chuckled, offering him a piece of frozen tofu, urging him to try this, cautioning that while he might be familiar with tofu, this particular variant had absorbed the broth, so he should be careful as it was hot. Wang De took up the piece of tofu, its surface pocked with holes. He had encountered tofu before, even in the Tang dynasty, but this frozen tofu was a novel experience. Delicately, he took a bite. With a pop, the scalding broth erupted from the holes, instantly flooding his mouth with a delightful blend of flavor that was both fragrant and spicy. The inherent bean aroma of the tofu mingled with the rich essence of the broth, yielding a tender, yet slightly resilient texture. Wang De chewed, moved to tears, unable to suppress his thoughts. The old servant felt he had lived 50 years in vain. This was what true food was, Your Majesty. What you consumed in the palace was mere swill. I am guilty. I dare say this is far more delectable than the imperial banquets. The hot pot feast lasted a full 2 hours. Wang De transitioned from initial restraint and trepidation to a state of utter abandon, relishing every bite. He even learned to roll up his sleeves like Li Yu, resting one foot on the bar, savoring duck intestines with grease dripping from his lips. During the meal, the waitstaff entertained him with face-changing acts and noodle tossing. Watching the masked performer switch faces in an instant and the noodles soar through the air like a white dragon left him awestruck. His applause fervent enough to redden his hands. Bravo! What a splendid display. Wang De instinctively reached for his sleeve to retrieve a silver coin, only to realize he was now a penniless man. Li Yu, smiling, pulled out his phone and scanned to leave a tip. All right, old Wang, are you full now? Full. Absolutely full. Wang De patted his round belly, letting out a lemony burp. Your Highness, this realm is truly marvelous. He gazed at the surrounding diners, engaged in lively conversation, and the waitstaff, whose faces radiated joy. Here, there were no rigid hierarchies, no fear of bowing at a moment's notice. Everyone appeared so at ease. Equality. This word began to take root in the feudal confines of Wang De's mind for the first time, though he did not fully grasp its meaning. He relished this sensation. No one regarded him as a monstrous figure due to his physical imperfections, nor did anyone cast disdainful or fearful glances in his direction. Here, he was simply a respected teacher Wang. If only I could reside here indefinitely. The thought emerged but was swiftly extinguished by Wang De with a firm resolve. He shook his head vigorously, a flicker of fear and determination flashing in his eyes. No, I am but a humble servant to His Majesty. While His Majesty suffers, how could I indulge in pleasures? Such as an act of treason. He recalled the words of Li Shimin before his departure. Observe that world well for me. Yes, not merely to monitor, but to observe. Wang De's gaze deepened once more, embodying the demeanor befitting the head of the Tang dynasty's inner palace. He must document everything here to return and share it with His Majesty. Beyond the novelty of the hot pot, more importantly, he desired to understand what sort of person this Prince of Yu truly is in this world. Is he a blessing or a curse for the Tang dynasty? Upon returning to the rented accommodation, Wang De was once again astonished by the toilet and shower head. With Li Yu's guidance, he finally managed to take a warm bath. After bathing, Li Yu lay on the bed and opened his phone to search for information about the security company. Wang De, clad in a bathrobe, sat upright at a small desk, his expression grave. Might I borrow paper and ink from the esteemed prince? Paper and ink? Li Yu paused. What do you intend to write? I, your humble servant, wish to record today's observations. His Majesty has instructed me to observe and remember the customs of this celestial realm. I fear I might forget, Wang De replied earnestly. Li Yu chuckled, appreciating the diligence of the old eunuch. We have no rice paper or brush, only this. He rummaged through the bedside drawer and produced a black hardcover notebook bought for accounting purposes, along with a carbon pen, tossing them to Wangda. This is a ballpoint pen, no ink grinding required. Just remove the cap and you can write. Will you manage? Wangda carefully accepted the pen, removing the cap and observing the pointed tip, attempting to draw a line on the paper. A clear, fluid black line emerged. What an excellent pen, he exclaimed, marveling at its sharpness and smooth ink flow. If only our Tang dynasty could possess such a marvel, how delightful it would be to transcribe documents. As the head eunuch of the Tang dynasty, Wangda's calligraphy was quite refined. Although his grip on the pen was somewhat awkward, he quickly adapted to the method of writing with this ballpoint pen. Under the desk lamp, he opened the notebook, his demeanor solemn, as if composing an imperial edict. He took his pen and meticulously inscribed on the first page in neat regular script, though using a ballpoint. It retained the essence of calligraphy records of observations from the 8th year of the Jingguan era in the Celestial Realm, recorded by Wangda, Chief of the Inner Palace State, Celestial Year 2025, as mentioned by His Highness, the Prince of Yu. Location, Xi'an Prefecture in the Celestial Realm, i.e. Chang'an. Details. As night fell, I accompanied His Highness, the Prince of Yu, into the Celestial Realm. There is no curfew here. The night is as bright as day, illuminated with lights. The buildings observed are not constructed of wood or stone. They are entirely made of colossal glass, soaring 100 zhang into the clouds, beyond human capability to create. Upon these structures are vibrant, animated paintings of figures, flowers, and birds, appearing lifelike as if they possess souls, mesmerizing all who behold them. The streets are devoid of dust, perfectly smooth, and as black as iron, exceptionally hard. Iron pillars line the roadside, at the tops of which hang miniature suns. Though devoid of oil and fire, they illuminate for miles and do not extinguish in wind or rain. Truly a perpetual divine lamp. The streets feature iron beasts, known as cars, moving without horses at speeds like thunder. Their eyes emit bright beams, their sounds akin to tiger roars, with the capacity to accommodate several people within. Though numerous, these creatures exhibit a remarkable discipline in their movements, adhering strictly to the directives of the traffic lights, halting at the red and proceeding at the green, creating an orderly flow akin to a well-drilled army, leaving one in awe. There exists also a colossal beast, akin to a dragon, which devours countless souls and traverses great distances in an instant. Ordinary mortals, when swallowed, exhibit no fear, treating the experience as commonplace. A testament to the remarkable courage of the local populace. Upon entering a dining establishment named Haidaleo, one is enveloped in a warmth reminiscent of spring, free from the encroachments of cold or heat. The attendants, all strikingly beautiful women and handsome young men, are impeccably dressed, although lacking in luxurious fabrics. Their attire is tailored to perfection. They greet patrons with smiles, revealing 8 pearly teeth, and show utmost respect. Addressing the elderly servant as teacher, displaying no hint of disdain despite the servant's physical imperfections. This embodiment of equality is a sight rarely witnessed, instilling both trepidation and warmth within the elderly servant's heart. In this place, the citizens, regardless of gender, stand tall with rosy complexions, devoid of pallor. Their attire, though unconventional, is worn with poise. They are free from hunger and strife, and not a single beggar is in sight. Instead, vendors call out their wares, and shops line the streets, bustling with a vibrancy that far surpasses that of Chang'an. Dining on hot pot, the red broth bubbles like a cauldron of blood, made entirely of chili peppers. Initially, the aroma is overwhelming. The first bite of meat feels akin to swallowing hot coals, leaving the tongue tingling and sweat beading on the forehead. Yet, once it glides down the throat, it offers an endless aftertaste, akin to the splendor of this celestial realm. Though daunting, it is utterly irresistible. Sipping on Sprite. Served in a transparent crystal glass, it appears colorless yet effervescent, like boiling water without the burn. It enters icy and invigorating, instantly alleviating the heat and awakening the senses, akin to an elixir of life or a variant of divine nectar. Furthermore, the offerings of beef, frozen tofu, and duck intestines are exquisitely fresh and expertly prepared, far surpassing imperial cuisine, leaving the elderly servant feeling as though he has wasted half a century of his life. His Highness, the Prince of Yu, seems but a mere mortal in this celestial realm, devoid of divine powers, yet he navigates this world with the same familiarity as one would with treasured possessions. His actions are decisive, hinting at grand designs. In his grasp lies a black rectangular device capable of transmitting voices across great distances, observing worldly affairs, and facilitating transactions, a true artifact of marvel. The Prince of Yu remarks that in this realm, everyone is educated and well-fed, governed not by emperors but by laws. Though skeptical, it is clear from the demeanor of the locals that they uphold decorum and legality. Even in the absence of official patrols, chaos is absent. This place outshines the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 21. Journal of the Prince of Yu. Upon completing his writings, Wangda set down his pen, gently blowing on the still wet ink, though the carbon pen dries swiftly. He closed the notebook reverently and placed it upon the bedside. Your Highness, the old servant has finished. Liu cast a glance, not particularly concerned. Very well, then retire early. Tomorrow we face a formidable challenge. Indeed, Your Highness. Wangda extinguished the lamp, as instructed by Liu, and reclined upon the sofa. Liu scrolled through videos for a while, his eyelids growing heavy. After all, his body had yet to fully recover, and today's exertions had drained him. It wasn't long before even breaths filled the air. In the darkness, Wangda slowly opened his eyes. He strained to listen, confirming that Li Yu had fallen into a deep slumber before rising quietly. Using the neon light filtering through the window, he reopened the notebook. However, instead of revisiting the previous page, he turned to the last few pages, those corners difficult to uncover. He removed the pen cap once more, his gaze transforming into an exceptionally keen one. No longer was he the obsequious old servant, but rather the chief steward of the inner court of the Tang dynasty, the emperor's most trusted eyes and ears. He wrote with remarkable speed, his handwriting becoming increasingly hasty and obscure. Confidential Journal of Prince Yu presented, for your majesty's eyes only. Prince Yu has adapted to this realm as if it were his natural habitat, possessing an intimate understanding of its intricacies and maneuvering through them with ease. His speech, demeanor, and mannerisms are indistinguishable from those of the local populace. This serves as proof that he is indeed a denizen of this world, not a vessel for some malevolent spirit. However, his comprehension of the Tang dynasty is not mere rhetoric. He may truly possess insights into the celestial secrets. In this realm, Prince Yu wields no divine power nor authority. He appears to be rather financially constrained, needing to liquidate treasures for currency. Nevertheless, his actions are decisive, his thoughts intricate, and he is exceptionally skilled in the art of disguise, akin to a performer in an elaborate play. While he harbors familial affection towards your majesty, he regards you more as an equal, devoid of reverence. This individual cannot be confronted with force, but rather must be appeased. The egalitarian views held by Prince Yu are a boon to the common folk of this realm, yet a venomous threat to the imperial power of the Tang. Should such notions infiltrate the Tang dynasty, they could undermine the very foundation of the state. Nonetheless, Prince Yu retains a profound affection for the Tang. And despite his verbal grievances, his actions consistently benefit the empire, be it in procuring medicine or seeds. At present, his heart seems pliable and devoid of dissent. The old servant believes that your majesty should bind him with familial ties and entangle him with benefits, never again exerting imperial authority upon him, lest it yield adverse effects. All things in this realm are divine marvels. If they could be introduced to the Tang, the strength of the nation would multiply 100-fold. Yet, Prince Yu speaks of money as the essence of this world, indicating that it is not a land free from vice. The desire for greed resides within all. Having completed the final line, Wang De exhaled slowly. He cast a furtive glance at the slumbering Li Yu on the opposite bed, a complex glimmer in his eyes. Your Highness, do not blame this old servant. Living off your grace and serving the Emperor, I act for the benefit of the Tang, for your Majesty, and for your Highness as well. He carefully tore out the pages, folding them into small pieces, and concealed them within the lining of his inner garment. Only after completing this task did he truly lie down and close his eyes. The following morning, Li Yu awoke to hunger. Despite having dined on hot pot the previous night, his metabolism seemed to have accelerated due to his recovery from cancer. He kicked awake the dreaming Wang De, who dreamt of driving to court and colliding with Wei Zheng. Old Wang rose to have breakfast. After washing up, Li Yu took Wang De to a nearby breakfast shop. Boss, 2 bowls of tofu pudding, 2 baskets of meat buns, 2 sticks of fried dough, and 2 tea eggs. Would you like the tofu pudding sweet or savory? The boss called out. Savory. Add extra chili, Li Yu replied. Turning to Wang De, do you prefer it sweet or savory? There are nuances to this dish. Wang De looked bewildered. Tofu pudding? What is that? It's tofu that hasn't tea fully set. Savory, I suppose. Wang De cautiously chose the same flavor as Li Yu. Being a man of the Tang dynasty, he was accustomed to savory fare, and sweet dishes were exceedingly rare, reserved for the nobility. He dared not overstep. Before long, a steaming breakfast was served. A bowl of silken tofu drenched in rich gravy, adorned with yellow soybeans, fresh cilantro, and a drizzle of chili oil trembled delicately. Akin to a flawless jade piece splashed with vibrant ink. Wang De scooped a spoonful and brought it to his lips. Ah, silky, tender, fresh. The texture was simply exquisite, surpassing even the frozen tofu from the previous night. The sensation of it melting in his mouth was reminiscent of swallowing a cloud, as the savory essence of the gravy perfectly complemented the tofu's delicate aroma, with the chili oil serving as the piece de resistance. Is this really tofu? Wang De marveled, whispering, the tofu in the palace is always hard and carries a hint of bitterness. How can this be so delectable? It's a different craft. This is soft tofu. Li Yu replied, taking a bite of a youtiao and suggesting, try this bun. It resembles your steamed bread, but it's filled. In the Tang dynasty, steamed bread indeed had fillings, though it was uncommon, with steamed cakes being more prevalent. Wang De picked up a plump, white meat bun and took a hearty bite. Juices oozed forth, scalding his mouth, yet he couldn't bear to wipe it away. The tender dough melded perfectly with the savory meat filling, offering an utmost indulgence of carbohydrates. Delicious, delicious, Wang De exclaimed, nodding vigorously as he thought. This celestial breakfast is remarkably refined. 100 times better than the steamed cakes from the imperial kitchen. I must ensure the royal chef learns this. The two devoured every morsel on the table with remarkable speed. After the meal, Li Yu wiped his mouth, his expression turning grave. Old Wang, are you full? Indeed. Your Highness, Wang De replied. Now that you are satiated, it is time to attend to serious matters. Li Yu glanced at the time. It was 9 in the morning. We have a challenging endeavor tonight. It won't suffice with just the 2 of us. We need to recruit some assistants. Assistants? Wang De nervously touched the windproof lighter concealed in his sleeve, the only weapon bestowed upon him by Li Yu. Are you planning to mobilize troops, Your Highness? Something along those lines. We need to hire some mercenaries. Li Yu produced his phone, opened a map, and navigated to the highest-rated security company he had discovered the previous night. Thunder Shield Security. Half an hour later, Li Yu and Wang De entered the Thunder Shield security office. They were greeted by a brawny man in a tight-fitting t-shirt. his muscles straining against the fabric, exuding the aura of a veteran with sharp eyes. Good day, gentlemen. What can I assist you with? The muscular man assessed this unusual duo, a young patient dressed in modern attire, albeit with a somewhat ethereal demeanor, and an elderly man in a hoodie, whose peculiar gait and evasive gaze seemed out of place. Liu got straight to the point. I wish to hire personnel. From 7:30 to 9:30 tonight. 2 hours of personal security. The man raised an eyebrow. What is the situation? Is there any danger? Do the other party possess weapons? We do not engage in illegal activities. This is a legitimate business matter, Liu replied calmly, his tone steady. The location is at the Xian restaurant in Bailin District. Directly across from the Public Security Bureau. There will likely be 3 or 4 individuals involved. It's all business. My concern is that if negotiations falter, they may resort to violence. The aim is deterrence, not confrontation. Upon hearing the location near the Public Security Bureau, the muscular man chuckled. Understood. So, you're merely looking to assert presence. Given that position, a brawl is unlikely. He pulled out a price list. Since this was about making a show, it would be calculated on a per capita basis. For ordinary special agents, it was 500 per person per hour. For retired special forces, it was 1,000 per person per hour. How many do you require? Liu contemplated for a moment. He estimated that on the other side, there would likely only be an assistant and an appraiser, at most 3 or 4 individuals. His own side shouldn't appear too shabby, yet it shouldn't be overly extravagant either. Let's have 6, he decided. They should be somewhat intimidating in appearance, robust, and able to instill fear. No need for special forces. Ordinary ones would suffice. But they must obey commands. 6 individuals for 2 hours, which amounts to 6,000. The burly man pressed the calculator, but I'll give you a discount. 5,000. A half upfront deposit is required. 3,000. Liu directly countered, unwavering, stating a fixed price. Just sitting there to intimidate others during a meal, without any physical confrontation. And I'll even treat them to a lavish feast. The burly man was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, looking at Liu as if he were an amateur. Brother, your bargaining is rather fierce. 3,000 is far too little. It's not easy for us to come out. We also need to don our gear and drive, not to mention the fuel costs. Not too little. Liu pointed outside. I know the current market. You're idle anyway. Wouldn't it be nice to earn some extra cash? Moreover, the location is exceedingly safe, with no risks involved. If you're unwilling to accept, I'll simply turn left and seek out Jean Dunn. 3,000 is truly unfeasible. The burly man gritted his teeth, seemingly making a great concession, declaring at least 4,000, no lower. We are a legitimate company with operational costs to consider. 3,500. The burly man still shook his head, his expression troubled. 4,000. Not a penny less, my friend. You must allow us to earn something as well. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a moment, the atmosphere growing quiet. Wangda observed from the side. Though he couldn't comprehend the terms of special agents or operational costs, he understood that His Highness was haggling. Finally, Liu sighed, feigning to walk away. All right. Let us each take a step back. 3,888, for the sake of good fortune. If it works out, splendid. If not, so be it. The burly man glanced at Liu's determined gaze, then at Wangda, who appeared bewildered yet alert. Finally, he smiled helplessly. All right. 3,888. Brother, you know how to conduct business. But let me be clear, the food better be substantial. My brothers have hearty appetites. Rest assured. I guarantee it will be more than enough. Liu readily paid a 2,000 deposit in cash. They arranged to meet at the entrance of the Xian restaurant at 7:30 p.m. What is the leader's name? He is called Brother Hubald, with a tattoo on his neck, easily recognizable. Having secured the Imperial Guard, a weight lifted from Liu's heart. In the following hours, he took Wangda to a shopping mall, purchasing a large pair of sunglasses for him and one for himself as well. Your Highness, what can one see through these dark lenses? Wangda remarked, donning the sunglasses, feeling as though the entire world had darkened, cautious of tripping as he walked. This is called presence. Liu adjusted the sunglasses for him and straightened his hat. With this on, no one can discern your gaze, rendering your thoughts inscrutable. Remember, tonight you are my steward. Regardless of what transpires, you will stand behind me, maintaining a stern expression, silent. Should anyone dare to approach me, you shall throw your cup directly. Wangda tightly clutched the woven bag in his arms, which contained treasures worth billions, and nodded heavily. His gaze revealing a hint of menace through his sunglasses. The old servant obeys. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Liu and Wangda arrived early at the Xian restaurant in Bailin. He did not rush inside but instead led Wangda on a thorough reconnaissance of the surroundings, meticulously assessing the terrain. The restaurant's entrance faced the road, directly across from the Public Security Bureau, where blue and white lights flickered, instilling an overwhelming sense of security. A fire escape on the side of the restaurant led directly to the back alley. Liu walked through it deliberately, confirming the door was unlocked. Should an incident occur, though the likelihood was minimal, this would serve as an escape route. Your Highness, are you strategizing? Wangda observed Liu's meticulous demeanor, reminiscent of Li Shimin surveying the battlefield before a campaign, and felt a surge of admiration. Perhaps, Liu replied. Caution is the mother of safety. At 6 o'clock, Liu entered the restaurant with Wangda. How many gentlemen do we have? A reservation for the Tang private room. Certainly, this way please. The Tang private room, located at the end of the second floor, offered relative seclusion, with windows facing the street, allowing a clear view of the Public Security Bureau's entrance. Upon entering, Liu did not sit immediately, but inspected whether the windows could be opened to observe the police vehicles outside. After confirming everything was in order, he requested the waiter to bring the menu. Please do not serve the dishes yet. I have a friend joining shortly. However, I will place an order for another table first. Liu pointed to a large round table just outside the private room door. For that table, serve hearty dishes, braised pork knuckles, stewed pork with preserved vegetables, a large plate of chicken, and spicy boiled fish. Ensure there's plenty of meat and ample rice. This is for those 6 bodyguards. At 7:30, 6 muscular men in black t-shirts, their faces rugged and intimidating, appeared punctually at the restaurant entrance. The leader, a bald man with a scorpion tattoo on his neck, exuded an aura of danger. Brother Hu, I presume? Liu approached him. You are Boss Li? Brother Hu scrutinized Liu from head to toe. I've brought the men. Where's the money? The final payment will be settled upon completion of the task. Liu indicated the large round table. Gentlemen, you've worked hard. Please take a seat. The dishes will arrive shortly. Your mission is quite simple. Eat heartily and converse loudly, but keep your eyes fixed on the entrance of that private room. He pointed to the Tang private room. If a stranger enters, you need not concern yourselves. However, should you hear the sound of shattered glass, or if I shout catch the thief, Liu's gaze turned icy. You are to rush in and subdue the individuals inside. Can you manage that? Brother Hu glanced at the table laden with sumptuous dishes, then back at Liu, grinning broadly to reveal a mouthful of white teeth. Rest assured, boss. For the sake of your money, we shall act decisively. The moment a glass shatters, regardless of who it is, we will take them down. Good, Liu nodded in satisfaction. With these formidable guardians in place, coupled with the nearby Public Security Bureau, the plan for the evening was secure. He and Wang De entered the private room and closed the door. Liu glanced at the time, 7:45. 15 minutes remain. He mused, taking a seat at the head of the table and pouring himself a cup of tea, savoring a delicate sip. Wang De stood behind him, adorned with sunglasses. His hands crossed over his abdomen, presenting an enigmatic figure reminiscent of an inscrutable underworld steward. The clock read 7:53. The sound of footsteps echoed outside the private room. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Chapter 23. You actually hid the voice recorder here? With a creak, the heavy wooden door swung open. Contrary to expectations of an ominous gangster rendezvous, the atmosphere was infused with a blend of aromas from braised pork knuckles and a faint trace of tobacco, evoking a lively urban ambience. The first to enter was none other than the bespectacled, crooked-smiling internet sensation, Ding Xiangxiu, known in the online realm as Brother Quan. However, he bore no smile at this moment. Clad in an unremarkable black jacket and wearing a mask, his eyes darted around, alert like a cat entering unfamiliar territory. Upon crossing the threshold, he did not regard anyone but swiftly scanned the surroundings of the room. The windows were shut, and the curtains drawn halfway. The table lay bare, save for a pot of tea. Behind him followed 3 individuals, an elderly man with graying hair, dressed in traditional attire, clutching a silver metal case. His murky gaze sharp with wisdom, unmistakably a veteran in the antique trade. A slender young man sporting a backpack and a cap, his eyes quick and shrewd, serving as Brother Quan's assistant and partner. And lastly, a burly man clad in a tight t-shirt, his fierce gaze marking him as the bodyguard. For individuals, a standard configuration. Brother Quan, a pleasure to meet you, Liu remarked from his seat at the head of the table, remaining seated, merely raising a hand slightly. An action as casual as greeting an old friend. He wore a cap pulled low and a black mask obscuring much of his face, revealing only a pair of unervingly calm eyes. Behind him, Wang De sported exaggerated sunglasses, arms crossed in front of him, standing straight. His black athletic hoodie giving off an air of a palace guard's strict demeanor. Although his calves twitched slightly, the sunglasses concealed his taut expression, exuding an inscrutable coldness. Brother Quan removed his mask, revealing a familiar face. His mouth instinctively attempted to curl into a smile, but upon witnessing the formidable aura before him, he restrained it. Brother, you certainly have a discerning taste. This venue is impeccable, right across from the Public Security Bureau. I needed a great deal of courage to come here. How should I address you? Just call me Xiao Li, Liu replied, gesturing toward the chair opposite him. Please, take a seat. Brother Quan remained still. His bodyguard stepped forward, casting a wary glare at Wang De. The atmosphere instantly grew taut, akin to a bowstring drawn tight. Brother Xiao Li, Brother Quan adjusted his glasses. The lenses reflecting light. Since we are here for business, let us speak candidly. Where's the item? Liu smiled, the playful curve of his eyes discernible even behind the mask. The item is here. Do you have the money? The money is in the car. As well as on the card, Brother Quan replied, patting his assistant's backpack. As long as the goods are in order, I can transfer a 9-digit sum on the spot. However, I must see the merchandise first. There's no rush. Liu leisurely lifted the teacup, taking a sip, while Brother Quan, being a man of the trade, understood the protocols. With such a significant breach and such sensitive materials at hand, we must first conduct a security check. Security check? Brother Quan furrowed his brow. Do not take offense, Liu replied, setting down the teacup, his tone turning cold. In this era of advanced technology, I am rather timid, fearful of being recorded or tracked. Thus, he gestured to the revolving tray in the center of the table. I kindly ask everyone to place their mobile phones, smartwatches, Bluetooth earphones, voice recorders, and any other electronic devices on this tray. The bodyguard behind Brother Quan was about to protest, but Quan raised his hand to stop him. He scrutinized Liu for a moment before breaking into a smile. Very well, quite professional. You must have some experience in the field. I admire your vigilance. After speaking, Brother Quan led by example, readily producing 2 mobile phones and placing them on the tray. Everyone, take yours out. He instructed the 3 individuals behind him. The elderly man, the assistant, and the bodyguard exchanged glances and subsequently retrieved their phones and devices. Even the tablet from the silver metal case was brought forth. In no time, the tray resembled a small electronic mountain. Is this all? Brother Quan spread his hands, My friend, may I inspect the goods now? Patience, Liu shook his head, his gaze scanning the individuals like an X-ray, ultimately resting on Wang De. Old Wang, proceed with the search. As I previously instructed you. Liu added in a hushed tone. This was a specific directive from Liu, aimed at identifying any hard, small objects, particularly those that glimmer or have wiring, especially if concealed within the layers of clothing. Wang De felt a shiver run through him. Conducting a search was the responsibility of the Grand Eunuch of the Tang Dynasty, a revered position. Over the years, which foreign envoys seeking an audience with the emperor had not passed through our hands. A profound sense of professional honor welled up within him. Wang De took a deep breath, adjusted his sunglasses, and approached with his characteristic, delicate steps, where his heels barely touched the ground. My apologies, he said in a high-pitched voice, imbued with the softness of a eunuch, sending shivers down the spines of Brother Quan and his companions. He first approached the bodyguard, who wore a disdainful expression and was about to push aside this frail old man. In a flash, Wang De's hand, swift as lightning, brushed lightly against the bodyguard's wrist. The bodyguard felt a sudden weakness in his arm. Steady now, Wang De spoke ominously. Immediately, Wang De's hands began to roam over the bodyguard's body. Those hands, gentle, rapid, and seemingly omnipresent, from the armpits to the waist, from the pant legs to the cuffs, even the soles of the shoes and the seams of the collar were not overlooked. This was akin to a masterful art of examination. Brother Quan and the elderly expert were left in astonishment. The technique was exceedingly professional, more meticulous than airport security, yet devoid of any lewdness, instead carrying a peculiar aesthetic. Before long, Wang De extracted a miniature GPS locator from the inside of the bodyguard's belt, casually tossing it onto the table. The bodyguard's face flushed instantly. Next, he proceeded to the assistant, and finally to Brother Quan. Qiangu raised his hands, an expression of helplessness on his face. Brother, that's enough. I am a law-abiding citizen. Wang De paid him no mind. His bony hand slid down Qianji's ribcage. Suddenly, Wang De's hand halted near Qianji's groin, where he encountered a hard, round object. Qianji's body tensed, his expression shifting dramatically. Hey, sir, you can't touch there. That's dignity. Wang De, peering through his sunglasses, cast a cold glance at him, the corners of his mouth curling into a disdainful smile. Humph. Harboring filth, Wang De's fingers deftly delved into the depths of Qianji's pocket lining, pinching and pulling out a small black cylindrical object the size of a pinky finger. It was a miniature recording pin disguised as a button. Qiangu, keeping this so close, aren't you afraid it'll blow up and leave you childless? Liu inquired, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed the recording pin. Qianji's face instantly flushed a deep shade of pig liver. How embarrassing. He had intended to keep a backup in case of a scam, never anticipating that this old man would possess such skill to uncover even the most clandestine corners. This is a misunderstanding, Qiangu chuckled awkwardly. I forgot it was in my pocket from the last live stream. Really forgot. Old Wang, carry on. Liu chose not to expose him. Chapter 24. Truly, it is real. Wang De again retrieved a spare mobile phone card from beneath Qianji's insole. 10 minutes later, the search concluded. A pile of miscellaneous items lay upon the table. 2 locators, 3 recording pins, and a miniature camera concealed within the assistant's glasses. Qiangu and his companions stood there, feeling as though they had been stripped bare, exchanging glances, cold sweat streaming down their brows. This was hardly selling goods. It was more professional than a spy operation. All right, Liu nodded in satisfaction. It's clean now. Old Wang, serve the food. Yes. Wang De stepped back behind Liu, bending down to carefully lift the Tang Sankai horse from the woven bag with both hands. Thud, with a soft sound. The Sankai horse landed steadily at the center of the dining table's rotating tray. In an instant, the air within the private room seemed to freeze. The awkwardness and irritation that had previously clouded Qiangu and his companions vanished upon seeing the horse, replaced by a tremor that resonated from the depths of their souls. The warm yellow light in the room illuminated the horse, the yellow, green, and white glazes flowing under the light with a luster as gentle as jade. It was not a glaring, thieving light, but rather a treasure's radiance, accumulated over millennia. The horse's head was held high, its mane neatly arranged, muscles defined and powerful, as if it were about to rear up and neigh, shattering the illusions of this fleeting world. The elderly expert, who had been squinting, suddenly opened his eyes wide, a spark of brilliance emanating from them. He instinctively wanted to exclaim in admiration, but the words stuck in his throat. There are rules in every profession. Before a buyer, even upon witnessing a tremendous treasure, one must refrain from loud outbursts, lest it raise the price for the other party. The venerable expert inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the elation swelling within him, donning a facade of nonchalance that belied his excitement, though his trembling hands betrayed him. He retrieved a pair of white gloves from his pocket, donning them with the cautious reverence of a youth encountering his first love, and approached the table with measured steps. Brother Quan adjusted his glasses, striving to maintain a semblance of composure behind his crooked smile, yet his Adam's apple betrayed his agitation. It was breathtaking, 100 times more magnificent than viewed through the live stream. Brother Quan regarded Liu, his tone shifting to one of newfound respect. This is remarkable. May we handle it? By all means, Liu gestured graciously. The venerable expert promptly produced a powerful flashlight and a high magnification loupe, leaning almost reverently over the horse figure. Brother Quan leaned in closer. The 2 men, heads nearly touching, began a silent exchange, their eyes clashing in fervent dialogue. Without uttering a word, the expert pointed to the dripping glaze on the horse's hoof, his fingers illustrating a natural gesture. Brother Quan nodded, then indicated a minuscule crack on the horse's neck, raising an eyebrow, suggesting its authenticity. The expert then gestured toward the pink base clay, his eyes wide with both dread and fervor, his lips moving silently. Gongyi Kiln. Genuine article. The two men were increasingly astonished, their scalps prickling with unease. This horse was so exquisitely perfect that it felt surreal, yet its authenticity instilled a deep-seated fear. The aura it exuded, cold and regal, as if it had slumbered for a millennium in a grand tomb, was beyond the reach of any modern craftsmanship. 5 minutes elapsed. The venerable expert raised his head, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He looked at Li Yu, silent yet affirmatively nodding, then gestured towards the silver metal case they had brought. The implication was clear. It appeared satisfactory to the naked eye, yet verification by machine was imperative. Master, if the naked eye is insufficient, let us proceed with the machine, Li Yu remarked, pointing at the silver case. I know you have the equipment. Indeed. The expert wasted no time, directly opening the case. Inside lay a portable X-ray fluorescence spectrometer and a high-definition digital microscope. Connect the power. The assistant hurriedly complied. Scan the glaze composition. Observe the microscopic bubbles. As the instruments powered on, the computer screen filled with complex data and microscopic images. The room fell into a silence broken only by the hum of machinery and the breaths of the gathered individuals. 10 minutes passed. Brother Quan and the venerable expert stared at the screen, their faces growing paler as beads of sweat trickled down their cheeks. The screen revealed unique signs of aging in the glaze, all the bubbles having perished and discolored, with countless net-like secondary crystals interspersed within the glaze, physical changes that could only result from the passage of time, spanning at least a millennium. Any chemical aging techniques would be rendered transparent under the microscope, yet this horse remained pristine, pure, and undeniably ancient. Aged to its very core. Suddenly, the expert turned sharply to Li Yu, his gaze imbued with an almost supernatural terror. The voice of the old expert, hoarse and tinged with tremor, conveyed a sense of astonishment. This object has undergone microaging for at least a millennium. Yet, why does its surface gleam so brilliantly? Why is there no trace of soil? Why is there no sign of corrosion? This defies logic. Unless it has been extracted from a vacuum. Brother Quan, too, wore an expression of sheer terror, fully aware of the implications of such a find. If this condition is genuine, it is a remarkable masterpiece freshly unearthed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Brother Quan felt an unsettling sense of newness about the item. Li Yu reclined in his chair, maintaining an air of tranquility. He understood that the moment had arrived. Is newness not advantageous? It signifies excellent preservation. Li Yu remarked nonchalantly, do not inquire about its origins. Rather, ask yourselves if you dare to acquire it. Exchanging glances with the old expert, Brother Quan said, we need to deliberate. Please, take your time. Li Yu gestured towards a corner of the private room. Instantly, Brother Quan, the old expert, and the assistant huddled together, their backs turned to Li Yu, their voices hushed to whispers. Mr. Ding, Brother Quan, this object is peculiar. The old expert's voice trembled. It truly is a revelation. The composition and microstructure are all perfect. However, its condition is too extraordinary. If this were to be auctioned, forget 200 million, 300 million would be contested. But its origins are questionable. The assistant cautioned softly. Given its pristine state, it must have just been excavated, possibly from a grand tomb. If we acquire it, what if what? Brother Quan gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with avarice. For fortune favors the bold. As long as it is authentic, we can maneuver to establish an overseas provenance and launder it for billions in profit. This transaction would suffice for a lifetime. However, there is no however. We must negotiate down, claim that it is too new, raise concerns, and highlight the risks. Brother Quan set the tone resolutely. Once their clandestine discussion concluded, they returned to the table. Brother Quan adopted a pained expression, furrowing his brow. Brother, to be candid, while this item appears ancient, its newness is disconcerting. There is a saying in our field. If something is old yet looks new, it is likely counterfeit. The risk is too great for me to handle. Oh, Li Yu smiled. So? What does Brother Quan propose? This sum, Brother Quan extended 3 fingers, 30 million. This is the highest price I can offer, considering the peril I must bear. 30 million? Li Yu scoffed, shaking his head. Brother Quan, you underestimate my knowledge. He stood, performing an unexpected maneuver. Turning around, he reached into the tattered woven bag once more. Since you find this too new, let me show you some other curiosities. With a flourish, Li Yu produced 2 items, casually tossing them onto the table. With a clang, the sound resonated sharply. Both Brother Quan and the old expert felt their hearts skip a beat. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a jade belt buckle. As white as mutton fat, intricately carved with a 5-clawed dragon, and a resplendent golden hairpin adorned with countless minuscule gold beads. The old expert lunged for the jade buckle. And upon a single glance, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Hetian mutton, fat jade. Top-tier raw material. This carving, this is exquisite. This is indeed a royal regulation. The 5-clawed dragon. It is used by the emperor. He picked up the golden phoenix hairpin, his hands trembling as if sifting grain. Exquisite pearls. Filigree. This craftsmanship has been lost to time. Is this truly a possession of the empress? The old expert suddenly lifted his gaze, looking at Li Yu as if he were beholding a newly resurrected terracotta warrior. Who exactly are you? Have you plundered the Zhao Mausoleum? At this moment, Quan Ge was no longer merely sweating. He felt a chill creeping down his back, his legs trembling. He glanced at Li Yu, then at Wang De, who had remained silent in the shadows, emanating a foreboding aura. He envisioned a grand drama unfolding. These two are certainly not ordinary tomb raiders. They could be members of a lineage of tomb guardians that has persisted for millennia. Or perhaps, they are the operatives of an international syndicate, skilled enough to breach the royal tomb's core with ease. No wonder they chose to transact at the police station. This is a display of power. Li Yu observed the utterly petrified individuals, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips. This is precisely the effect I desired. Do not panic. Li Yu reached out, reclaiming the jade belt buckle and the golden phoenix hairpin, tucking them back into his pocket. These two items are not for sale. He gestured towards the Tang Sankai horse on the table. Today, I will only sell this horse. Quan Go exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had just traversed the gates of the underworld. As long as it is not an imperial artifact, the risks are significantly reduced. So, regarding the horse, Quan Go tentatively inquired, his tone devoid of the previous bargaining spirit. How does my brother intend to proceed? Li Yu glanced at his watch. This horse, if sold on the black market, would be valued around 80 million. If you manage to establish a proper identity and conduct a significant auction, it could fetch at least 1 or 200 million. Let us speak plainly. Li Yu extended 6 fingers. 60 million. What? Quan Go was taken aback. 60 million? He had anticipated Li Yu would demand a lofty sum of 1 or 200 million, yet he only asked for 60 million? This is practically a gift. This is a price akin to cabbage. Earlier, he had bargained down to 30 million, but his psychological bottom line was 100 million. Do not celebrate too soon. Li Yu interrupted his elation. I have conditions. First, the 60 million must be clean money, transferred directly into my overseas offshore account. A virtual account Li Yu set up on the way, though rudimentary, it suffices in emergencies. It must arrive within 5 minutes. Second, I also require 100,000 in cash, old bills, not in sequence. Third, once the transaction is completed, we shall be square. Whether the horse is genuine or a stolen item, once it leaves this door is no longer my concern, and you shall not inquire about its provenance. Li Yu fixed his gaze on Quan Go, his eyes sharp as blades, pointing to the wall clock. It is now 8:50. The waiter will serve the dishes in 10 minutes. You have only 5 minutes to contemplate. If you agree, transfer the funds and take the item. If not, take your phones and depart. I shall not negotiate further. In 5 minutes, sweat began to bead on Quan Ji's forehead once more. This is a high-stakes gamble. 60 million for a treasure of immeasurable worth, with enormous profit potential. Yet, the risks are equally substantial. The origins of this item are unclear, if it is tainted. However, fortune favors the bold. Qiangu gazed at the resplendent tricolored horse, his avarice ultimately triumphing over fear. He turned to the elderly expert, who, gritting his teeth, nodded emphatically, conveying through his gaze, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Act now. Qiangu slammed his hand on the table. Brother, let us not hesitate. 60 million. I will pay. He immediately turned to his assistant and commanded, transfer the funds. Utilize the company's overseas acquisition channel. The assistant, flustered, hastily retrieved his computer and began typing furiously. Time ticked away. At 8:58, a notification chimed on Li Yu's phone. He glanced at it, revealing a message in English, account credited with 8,480,000 USD, approximately 60 million renminbi. The money had arrived. Li Yu spoke calmly, but his heart raced like a drum. Cash. Qiangu retrieved 10 stacks of vibrant red bills from the black box carried by his bodyguard and placed them on the table. Brother, this is 1 million. Li Yu gestured for Wang De to collect the money into a woven bag. Wang De stared at the crimson notes, uncertain of the exact amount, yet aware of the substantial thickness, his hands trembling with excitement. All right, the transaction is complete, Li Yu declared as he stood up. The horse is yours. Qiangu exhaled in relief and promptly instructed his bodyguard to secure the horse in a specialized shockproof case, fearing that any delay might cause Li Yu to reconsider. In that moment, Qiangu produced another 10 stacks of cash, totaling 1 million, and respectfully pushed them towards Li Yu. Brother, this is 1 million in cash as a token of appreciation. Qiangu donned a simpering smile, reflecting his respect and flattery towards the top-tier thief. Brother, I know you are a person of great importance, surely backed by a substantial boss. This money is for you and your brothers to enjoy tea. If there are similar items in the future, particularly those two from earlier, the jade belt and the gold hairpin, could you please consider me first? Here is my personal number, available 24/7. He presented a gilded business card, offering it with both hands. Li Yu glanced at him and smiled. This is the way of the world. As long as you possess strength, others will treat you with reverence. He casually accepted the card and the money, tossing them to Wang De. All right, seeing how accommodating you are, I will contact you first next time I acquire something good. Ah, thank you, brother. Thank you. Qiangu bowed and nodded. Let us go. With the items secured, Qiangu was eager to leave. Not wanting to linger in a location so close to the police station, feeling a sense of unease, the four of them hurriedly exited the private room, clutching the box as if they were thieves, swiftly disappearing down the corridor. Inside the room, only Li Yu and Wang De remained. Your Highness, Wang De, holding the woven bag brimming with cash, felt his legs weaken and plopped down onto the ground. Is this the military funding we acquired? Indeed. This is merely the first installment, Li Yu reassured him, patting Wang De's shoulder. Chapter 26. Grain varieties. The following morning, the air in Xi'an still carried a hint of coolness. Li Yu and Wang De stood at the entrance of Xi'an's largest agricultural wholesale market. Having just received tens of millions the previous day, they had become overnight millionaires, yet they exhibited none of the ostentation often associated with sudden wealth. Instead, they appeared somewhat furtive. Wang De's eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, surveyed this still unfamiliar world with both curiosity and trepidation. Your Highness, what brings us to this vegetable market? He inquired, observing the bustling trucks laden with produce and the pervasive scent of earth and decaying greens. He felt a sense of bewilderment, even a hint of disdain. Weren't they supposed to be procuring an iron bull? The iron bull was too cumbersome to transport, and moreover, It consumed fuel, something they lacked, rendering it mere scrap metal. Today, however, they sought something far more significant, something pivotal to the destiny of the Tang dynasty. Li Yu skillfully navigated through the noisy vegetable wholesale district, indifferent to the mud splashing onto his shoes, making a beeline for the seed specialty area. Old Wang, what do you think the Tang dynasty is most lacking at present? Li Yu queried as they walked. Is it money, horses, or weaponry? Wang De ventured, believing these to be the crux of national affairs. Wrong, Li Yu replied, halting at the entrance of a large store adorned with a sign proclaiming high-quality seeds. He gestured towards the mountain of woven sacks stacked inside. What is lacking is grain. Money cannot be consumed, horses cannot be gnawed upon, and weaponry cannot be turned into sustenance. Only grain can sustain life and prevent chaos in the Tang dynasty. As long as the common people have rice in their bowls, disorder shall not prevail. A full stomach brings a settled heart. Upon entering the shop, they encountered a middle-aged proprietor still enjoying his breakfast, a fried dough stick in hand. Noticing the customers, he hastily placed it down and wiped the oil from his mouth. Good sir, I wish to purchase some seeds, Li Yu announced. What would you like? We have wheat, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and vegetable seeds. Take your pick. The proprietor warmly welcomed them. I intend to bring them back to my hometown, which is impoverished and lacks fertile soil, fertilizers, and pesticides, purely natural and unpolluted. Li Yu stated earnestly, articulating a highly specialized request that he had diligently studied the previous night. I am not seeking the extreme yields from chemically induced crops. I require varieties that are resilient to poor soil, robust against pests and diseases, and exhibit slow degeneration when replanted. I need crops that can be sown generation after generation in the mountains, understand? Ideally, they should be hardy enough to thrive with minimal care. Upon hearing this, the proprietor's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, connoisseur. Nowadays, everyone opts for hybrid seeds. While they yield high, they are delicate and necessitate yearly purchases. One season and they are done. You are advocating for sustainable development, are you not? Indeed, even if the yield is slightly lower. Stability is paramount, Li Yu affirmed with a nod. Then you have come to the right place, the proprietor beamed, proudly pointing to a pile of sacks at the entrance. As if introducing his own children. This potato, the Phyretia virus-free microtuber, may be small, but it is a pure strain. Its disease resistance is unparalleled, and its vitality is extraordinary. If you cultivate it, you will yield first-generation quality seeds that can be propagated for several years. Although it may not match the extraordinary production of today as genetically modified potatoes, in typical soil, it can yield about 5,000 pounds per acre. 5,000 pounds. Wang De, who had been standing behind Li Yu trying to blend into the background, suddenly emitted a sharp, startled cry, reminiscent of a rooster being throttled, startling the proprietor. He rushed forward, clutching the bag of potato seeds tightly, his eyes wide with disbelief and his breath quickening. Sir, please do not mock this old servant's ignorance of agriculture. 5,000 pounds per acre. Do you not realize that the crime of deceiving the emperor warrants execution? In the illustrious Tang dynasty, the finest arable land was diligently tended, and during favorable weather, the yield of millet and wheat per mu reached a mere 3 to 4 stones, approximately 300 to 400 jin. 5,000 jin. That would require multiple harvests. The proprietor was taken aback by the eccentric old man wearing sunglasses and a mask, yet he patiently explained, Sir, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Do you not understand the modern age of scientific agriculture? This 5,000 jin is a conservative estimate, should the irrigation be adequate. Yields of 6 to 7,000 jin are not merely a dream. And what about this? Wang De trembled, pointing at the sweet potatoes nearby. Sweet potatoes? I can provide you with seedlings, complete with roots and soil. They thrive easily. The proprietor casually remarked, this is the newly cultivated commercial variety, Shanshu 19. High in starch and drought resistant. It is a veritable gem of sweet potatoes, simply planted in the soil, and it can yield 3 to 4,000 jin per mu, possibly exceeding 5,000 jin during peak production. Hearing this, Wang De felt his legs weaken, as if he could no longer stand. What about corn? Li Yu pressed on. The Zhongdan 808 variety, an old breed, resistant to lodging and poor soil. Crucially, it is suitable for seed retention. Although it does not yield as much as modern hybrids, it can still produce nearly 2,000 jin in hilly terrain. 2,000 jin, 2,000 jin. Wang De could no longer bear the weight of this revelation. With a thud, he sank to his knees on the concrete floor, producing a muffled sound. Your Highness. Wang De clung desperately to Li Yu's leg, weeping uncontrollably, his tears and mucus quickly saturating his mask, even causing his sunglasses to slip, revealing eyes that were both red and filled with fervor and devotion. Your Highness, we must purchase this. This is no mere seed. It is life itself. It is the lifeblood of countless subjects in the Tang dynasty. With this, the people shall never suffer from hunger again. The emperor will no longer have to worry his hair to gray over a meager supply of grain. Buy as much as possible. I beseech you, even if it means selling myself, I implore you to buy. Oblivious to the gazes of those around him, he cried like a distraught child. He had witnessed the great drought of the early Jingguan era, seen the horrors of cannibalism, and encountered the sight of starving corpses lining the roads. He had witnessed Li Shimin, the emperor himself, graying in worry before leading the entire royal court and ministers to Luoyang in search of sustenance. And now, the lifeline was before him. No. This was not just a lifeline. It was a divine seed from the celestial realm. The surrounding customers and the proprietor stood in stunned silence, pondering whether this old man had suffered some trauma or disaster at home. The proprietor gazed at Li Yu, bewildered. What has happened to this gentleman? Has he been reminded of his days of hunger? Li Yu felt a pang of sorrow. This was the ancient reverence for food, a sentiment that modern individuals could scarcely comprehend, a hunger that etched itself into the very bones. He firmly lifted Wang De to his feet, dusting off his knees, and spoke earnestly. Old Wang, cease your tears. We shall buy, without a doubt. Our purpose here is for this. Proprietor, I want these potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn. And not just these. Chapter 27. Obsession. Liu turned to his employer and remarked, in addition to these 3 items, I also require conventional rice seeds that can produce offspring, a bit more high-yield wheat, and most importantly, he pointed towards the corner where the yellow soybeans were. I desire the finest quality of soybeans. Soybeans. The boss paused, taken aback. That crop doesn't yield much. Even if the yield is low, I still want them. Liu's gaze was resolute. The people of the Great Tang were in dire need of protein. They appeared emaciated, with swollen bodies afflicted by malnutrition. With soybeans, they could produce tofu and soy milk. These would serve as the meat for the impoverished. Ultimately, Liu placed a significant order, 2 small bundles of sweet potato seedlings. Roots intact and wrapped in damp cloth. 2 bags of miniature potatoes, no larger than quail eggs, yet they were the most vigorous original seeds. 2 bags of corn seeds. Plump and golden. 2 bags of hybrid rice. 2 bags of high-yield wheat. And 4 bags of soybean seeds, for they were in great demand and needed in abundance. Each bag weighed approximately 2 kilograms, totaling around 14 bags, alongside the sweet potato seedlings, amounting to roughly 60 to 70 pounds. Liu then urged Wang De to procure the fruits of the sweet potatoes, and corn. After completing the purchases, Liu pushed a small cart laden with seeds, with Wang De carefully guarding it, his expression more anxious than if he were safeguarding an imperial edict. The 2 returned to the vehicle. Liu opened the trunk and retrieved Wang De's 24-inch black suitcase. Old Wang, space is limited in this suitcase. We must make some choices. Liu pointed to the modern clothing and toiletries previously purchased, declaring, these garments take up too much space and are overly bulky. We must discard them. All of them. Before Liu could finish his sentence, Wang De dashed forward as if possessed, yanking out the hoodies and sweatpants that he had clung to just the night before, discarding them into the trunk with fervor. Your Highness, these rags are utterly useless. They cannot nourish or save lives. What purpose do they serve? Wang De's eyes glistened with emotion as he continued to throw items away, exclaiming, I desire nothing. I will not wear these garments. I do not want these shoes. Even if I return bare, I must bring back this fortune. Even if we take 1 fewer seed, that could mean a life lost. Liu stood momentarily speechless. He gazed at the scattered clothes in the trunk, then at Wang De's face, distorted with fervor. At that moment, this frail, often submissive old eunuch appeared majestic. He was not merely a servant. He was a citizen of the Great Tang, a person who had experienced hunger and understood that food was more precious than life itself. He recognized that this suitcase filled with seeds outweighed even his own existence. Very well, I will heed your counsel. Liu inhaled deeply, his expression solemn. Wang De meticulously arranged the seed packages into the suitcase with great care, as if constructing a wall. The miniature potatoes formed the base, while corn, wheat, rice, and soybeans were placed in the middle, and the sweet potato seedlings were laid gently on top to avoid damage. The few pounds of sample sweet potatoes, and corn were cautiously set alongside the sweet potato seedlings, as if they were offerings to a deity. With a click, the suitcase closed. Observing the stuffed black suitcase, Wang De managed to force a smile that was more painful than tears. Your Highness, how heavy is this suitcase? Approximately 60 to 70 pounds, I suppose. Liu attempted to lift the suitcase, finding it neither excessively heavy nor particularly light for an adult. I can manage it, Wang De declared, gripping the handle with a determination as unyielding as iron, his forearms taut with effort. This suitcase shall remain in my possession from this moment forth. No one shall take it from me. Even if my hand is severed, I shall not relinquish it. From that instant onward, Wang De's hand never strayed from the suitcase's handle, as if it were his very lifeline. Whether walking, riding, or even visiting the restroom, he ensured the suitcase remained in sight at all times. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Liu drove Wang De to a Walmart supermarket. Wang De clutched the suitcase, filled with seeds, with one hand, insisting on bringing it inside despite the security's objections, nearly resulting in a quarrel, while maneuvering a shopping cart with the other. His posture appeared awkward, yet his gaze was sharply vigilant, watching for anyone who might attempt to seize his precious seeds. Old Wang, relax. No one here will steal your treasures, Liu reassured him, consulting his phone's notes as they navigated the aisles. They first arrived at the book section, where Liu casually selected 2 richly illustrated modern editions of The Exploitation of the Works of Nature and Essential Techniques for the Peasants, tossing them into the cart. These are manuals for the industrialization and agricultural advancement of the Tang dynasty. You must study them diligently upon our return. As they passed through the spice section, Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hot pot base, beef tallow, clear oil, tomato, mushroom broth. Let us take one of each. The culinary offerings of the Tang were rather bland, primarily consisting of boiling or roasting methods, with seasonings limited to vinegar, soy sauce, and a meager sprinkle of pepper. As a modern palate, he found this intolerable. Chili powder, extra hot, medium hot, mild, all of them. 13 spices, cumin powder, black pepper, chicken essence, star anise packets, oyster sauce, light and dark soy sauce. Wang De observed the vibrant array of bottles and jars in the cart, still safeguarding the suitcase with one hand, while his eyes hungrily followed the spices. Your Highness, that chili powder looks intimidating, but it does smell delightful. Indeed, it is a fine treasure. Should you wish to enjoy hot pot in the future, these will be essential. Upon reaching the pharmaceutical section, Liu's expression grew serious. 5 boxes of antihypertensive medication, nifedipine. He examined the expiration date on the box. I have read historical accounts. My second uncle suffered from dizziness and irritability in his later years, likely due to high blood pressure. This medication could save his life. When he receives it, he shall surely be moved to tears. He also selected liquid calcium and vitamin D for Qing Qian. His leg may be afflicted, but a calcium deficiency could be contributing as well. A supplement may alleviate some of his suffering. He then gathered common medications, ibuprofen, amoxicillin, montmorillonite powder, and Yunnan Baiyao. Additionally, he picked up several exquisitely packaged skincare products, Miracle Water Cream, for his aunt. The winds of the Tang dynasty are harsh. This will bring her joy for years to come. What woman does not cherish beauty? Even a queen. Arriving at the toy section, Li Yu began to choose gifts for his younger siblings, whom he had yet to meet. A Rubik's Cube for Li Tai. The lad is clever, but this will keep him occupied for days, diverting his thoughts from the struggle for the throne. A globe. This is a must-have. The high-definition version. For Li Ku. He must understand the vastness of the world beyond the confines of Chang'an. Go forth and conquer the stars and seas, young man. Lego bricks for Li Ji. Cultivating practical skills to become a master craftsman in the future. A set of 24 watercolor pens for the little one, who delights in painting. A delicate music box for Li Lizzie, for a princess must be cherished. Additionally, several children's picture books for the other princes and princesses, ensuring equitable distribution. Finally, in the food section, Li Yu embarked on another shopping spree. A bag of white rabbit milk candies, which the little one will surely adore. 3 packs of Wei long spicy strips, allowing the people of Tang to experience the bold flavors of industry. 5 packs of instant noodles, a nighttime essential. A pack of ham sausages, the perfect companion for noodles. Of course, one must not overlook the most vital energy source, 2 miniature solar charging panels, which generate electricity whenever there is light. Truly remarkable. 2 oversized power banks, 20,000 mAh, already fully charged. A Bluetooth speaker, to later play a rock rendition of Qin Wang Pai Zhen Yu for Lier, shaking him to his core. The shopping cart overflowed. At checkout, everything was bagged. The two returned to Li Yu's rented apartment, laden with packages. Chapter 28. A great accomplishment. It had been a full 2 days and nights since they departed from the Tang dynasty. Time was of the essence. Li Yu piled all the items in the living room, commencing the final frenzy of packing. Old Wang, come help me unpack. To save space, he discarded all cardboard boxes. Retained only the inner bags of hot pot base, the aluminum foil of the medicine, dismantled the Rubik's Cube box, and poured the Lego directly into a bag. Li Yu's 24-inch suitcase was stuffed to the brim, the zipper barely closing. Every inch of space was utilized for seasonings, medications, toys, skincare products, and electronics. Wang De's box filled with seeds was regarded as a treasure, and Li Yu even stuffed a few old clothes into the gaps for cushioning. At last, Li Yu picked up the jade belt and the golden phoenix hairpin. Initially intended for sale, he ultimately decided against it, having sold only the 3-colored horse. After some contemplation, he fastened the jade belt around his waist. This item belonged to his second uncle. Selling it would be inappropriate. Returning it would reflect well on his character. He then took the golden phoenix hairpin, glanced at Wang De's unkempt hair, previously uncombed for disguise, and with a mischievous grin said, "Old Wang, this hairpin has no place to rest. I'll borrow your hair for a moment." With that, he casually inserted the priceless golden hairpin into Wang De's gray-streaked hair. There. It was done. Li Yu donned a heavy hiking backpack filled with personal belongings and snacks, pulling along the suitcase brimming with technological gadgets. Wang De clutched the seed box's handle tightly with one hand, while holding a woven bag filled with cash in the other. "Your Highness, the car hasn't been returned yet," Wang De reminded. "Oh, right, the car." Li Yu instructed Wang De to keep watch while he drove the BYD Qin to the rental agency, returned the vehicle, completed the paperwork, and took a taxi back. As evening approached, the setting sun streamed through the window of the apartment, casting its glow upon the 2 boxes of treasures. Li Yu glanced at his watch. 17:53. System command. Time travel initiated. Time travel countdown. 000059. Are you ready, old Wang? Li Yu grasped the suitcase with one hand and held Wang De's arm with the other. Wang De clutched the handle of the password box, his face illuminated with a radiant fervor akin to that of a pilgrim. "Ready, Your Highness. Let us proceed." The countdown reached its conclusion. Buzz. The blue and white light instantaneously enveloped the cramped rental apartment. 2 figures, along with their 2 24-inch suitcases, vanished into thin air. In the 8th year of the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty, within the side hall of the Lizing Hall, Li Shimin found the passage of these 2 days and nights to be interminable. Apart from attending court, he remained glued to the side hall. Seated beside the spot where Li Yu had disappeared, gripping a scroll of books that had remained untouched for ages, Empress Changsun was recovering swiftly, adhering to Li Yu's prescribed regimen of medication, and by this morning, she had completely ceased her coughing. Sitting beside Li Shimin, she engaged in needlework, her demeanor calm, yet her eyes concealed a profound worry. "Erlang, have some tea," Empress Changsun gently suggested. "Yuer is a capable child, and with Wang De accompanying him, he will be safe." "I know," Li Shimin replied, setting down his book with a sigh. "It is just that my heart feels so empty." "Do you think that world is truly as wonderful as they say? Will Yuer return?" "He will," Empress Changsun stated resolutely. "The Li family has always kept their promises. He risked his life to save me. How could he not return?" As the two engaged in their private conversation, an abrupt buzz filled the air, accompanied by a violent tremor. Li Shimin sprang to his feet, his chair toppling over. "They have come." A flash of light surged forth. 2 disheveled figures, along with 2 enormous suitcases, crashed onto the floor with a thud. It was the sound of Wang De's box hitting the ground. Even as he knelt unsteadily, he clutched the suitcase's handle with unwavering determination. Li Yu stumbled slightly but quickly regained his composure, the jade belt at his waist glinting under the refracted light. We're back, Li Yu exclaimed, tearing off his mask and inhaling the fresh air of the Tang dynasty. Where? Wangda, Li Shimin, and Empress Changsun rushed forward. Disregarding all decorum, Li Shimin swiftly helped Li Yu to his feet, scrutinizing him closely, relieved to see the jade belt still intact. It is good that you have returned. It is good. Empress Changsun, however, looked heartbroken at the disarray around them, as well as at the peculiar attire of the two. No, it's nothing. Li Yu waved his hand, a weary yet radiant smile gracing his face. He gestured towards Wangda, who was still kneeling on the ground, murmuring yet refusing to release his grip on the suitcase. Second uncle, quickly, go and check on old Wang. He has achieved great merit. That suitcase is filled with precious cargo. Li Shimin turned his gaze to Wangda, who knelt protectively over the suitcase, resembling a hen safeguarding her chicks. Upon hearing the emperor's footsteps, he laboriously lifted his head. His sunglasses askew, hair disheveled, adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin, he appeared both comical and absurd. His face was smeared with sweat and dust, yet his eyes sparkled with a fearful brightness, brimming with tears. Your Majesty, Wangda spoke with a quivering voice. This old servant has successfully brought back the celestial seeds. He pointed to the suitcase beside him, his fingers trembling. Inside are potatoes yielding 5,000 pounds per acre, sweet potatoes yielding 4,000 pounds, and corn, wheat, rice, soybeans. These are the finest seeds from the celestial realm, specially selected by His Highness, capable of being passed down through generations. Your Majesty, there shall be no more famine in the Great Tang. Upon uttering these words, the loyal old eunuch could no longer contain himself, bursting into tears while clutching the box. As he wept, he grew faint with happiness and unexpectedly fainted. Li Shimin stood in astonishment. 5,000 jin per mo. He gazed at the ordinary black box, as if he beheld a mountain of gold, more precious than gold itself. It represented granaries, the lives of countless commoners, and the enduring legacy of the Great Tang. Trembling, Li Shimin reached out to touch the box, yet hesitated, fearing he might damage the divine treasures within. Good servant, good nephew. He abruptly turned to Li Yu, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Is this what you referred to as the goods? Li Yu smiled. Second uncle, allow me to introduce them to you in detail. Chapter 29, Obligations of the Time Traveler, Part 1. A few young eunuchs, flustered and cautious, hurriedly carried Wangda away. With the palace doors closed, the empty Zhengzheng hall flickered with candlelight, leaving only 3 individuals, Li Shimin, Empress Changsun, and Li Yu. Taking a deep breath to suppress his dizziness, Li Yu refrained from opening the box immediately, and instead presented 2 items. Second uncle, aunt, Li Yu offered with both hands. I have returned, fulfilling my duty. And these 2 items are restored to their rightful place. One was a white jade belt, stained with sweat, its surface warm and glowing in the firelight. A piece that Li Shimin cherished dearly. Beside it lay a resplendent phoenix-headed hairpin, a token from the empress's wedding, bearing witness to the journey of the emperor and empress from the humble Qinhuang mansion to their current exalted status. Li Shimin had mentally prepared himself for these items to be pawned for resources. He took the jade belt, not rushing to fasten it around his waist, but instead, his calloused hands gently traced the familiar patterns, his brow furrowing in confusion as he looked at Li Yu. Where? Did I not instruct you to sell these for money to procure supplies? Why have you brought them back? Li Shimin asked solemnly. Is it because those people do not recognize their worth? If funds are insufficient, I still possess treasures from previous dynasties in the private treasury. It is not a matter of money. Second uncle, Li Yu interrupted with a gentle shake of his head, smiling. I sold that tricolored horse over there. The funds will suffice for a while. At this, Li Yu's smile faded, and he gazed earnestly at the emperor and empress. I had intended to sell all together for more goods. Yet, at the moment of parting, I hesitated upon seeing the jade belt and the hairpin. I thought to myself, this jade belt has adorned second uncle's waist for over a decade, imbued with its own spirit, and this hairpin is aunt's cherished possession, a memento of the wedding. Money can be earned again, and if we lack supplies, we shall find ways to manage. But if these sentimental items were to fall into others' hands, they would leave a lingering regret in the hearts of second uncle and aunt. Li Yu paused, his voice resonating in the vast hall. We are family. I pondered, since the tricolored horse suffices for trade, it is best that these 2 items return to their rightful owners. This is also my selfish desire, to let second uncle and aunt know that our family is more precious than gold. His words, though simple, shattered the hard shell surrounding the hearts of Li Shimin and Empress Changsun. In the days preceding this moment, although a collaborative bond had been established, the insidious nature of suspicion and testing lingered like an invisible barrier among the 3 individuals. At this instant, that barrier was shattered by Li Yu's earnest display of familial affection. Li Shimin's hand trembled slightly as he gazed at the jade belt in his possession, then turned his attention to the young man before him. A good child, he uttered, his voice hoarse yet laden with profound significance. He solemnly placed the jade belt upon the imperial desk. It transcended its status as a mere object, transforming into a testament of trust and affection. The scrutiny in his eyes towards Li Yu softened, replaced by genuine warmth and confidence. Empress Changsun received the golden hairpin, suppressing her tears. Though unable to conceal her deep emotion, her gaze did not linger on the pin, but rather roamed over Li Yu, as if she were surveying a wayward child returning home, her eyes brimming with tenderness, almost capable of drawing forth tears. She instinctively reached out to smooth the disheveled collar of his garment. Returning is a blessing. You have endured much these past few days. Material possessions pale in comparison to a single strand of your hair. My dear child, if funds are insufficient, so be it. We could sell this hall without a second thought. We are family. such trivial matters should not weigh heavily upon us. Li Yu's heart warmed at the palpable humanity of the Tang royal family, which was the very reason for his return. Dear aunt, your words are too grave. For the sake of the Tang and our family, this minor hardship is nothing. He smiled softly, the atmosphere charged with emotion, before pivoting towards the two silver suitcases. Uncle, let us reminisce later. First, let us examine what can truly bolster the strength of the Tang. As he crouched down, his fingers deftly maneuvered the combination lock. Let us uncover something that will enable the Tang to stand tall. With a crisp click, the metallic sound resonated throughout the hall. Li Yu lifted the lid of the suitcase, revealing a meticulously arranged collection of seed packets. Li Shimin approached, his previously tranquil demeanor shifting as he beheld the contents within the case, his brows arching slightly. While he did not recognize the bags, he was well acquainted with the treasures they held, seeds. These are the grains you mentioned that can yield 1,000 jin per mu? His voice remained steady, though an unrecognized tremor crept into its cadence. Li Yu first picked up two packets that appeared to be the most ordinary of seeds, presenting one to Li Shimin and the other to Empress Changsun. Let us begin with these two, wheat and rice. These are the staple foods most familiar to the people of the Tang, resembling the seeds of today, yet embodying the distinction between our ancestors and the divine. Rather than hastily presenting data, he turned to Li Shimin. Uncle, currently in the fields of Guangzhou, under favorable weather conditions, how much can 1 mu of millet yield? Without hesitation, Li Shimin responded, the figures etched in his mind, a source of daily concern as emperor. In the fields, it yields no more than 3 sure, approximately 300 jin. In years of drought or locust plagues, it is not uncommon to harvest nothing at all. During times of calamity, I can only watch as the common folk are forced to sell their children, becoming displaced, while the wealthy families seize the opportunity to absorb land. But these two divine seeds, once planted, require no special methods. Their robust genetics alone can triple the yield, easily achieving 900 or even 1,000 jin. Triple the yield? There is no need to alter the dietary habits of the common folk, nor to mobilize the cultivation of barren lands. Simply by changing the seeds, the granaries of the Tang dynasty could expand threefold in situ. What does this imply? It suggests a doubling of the national treasury's revenues, enabling Li Shimin to support a greater army and construct more roads. Li Yu, without granting him much respite, seized a bag of plump golden beans, soybeans. Beans. Such fare is typically consumed by the impoverished and is known to cause bloating. Li Shimin furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of the strategic significance of beans. Cousin, these beans are not the same as those you envision. In later times, they are referred to as the meat that grows in the fields. Li Yu spoke earnestly, entering a mode of enlightenment. They contain a remarkably precious substance known as protein. You may not be familiar with this term, but to put it simply, its nutritional value is second only to that of meat. Consuming these can enhance strength and build muscle, yielding effects comparable to eating mutton. Li Yu fixed his gaze upon Li Shimin's eyes. Can the soldiers of the Tang dynasty afford to eat mutton daily? Certainly not. However, if they were to consume tofu, drink soy milk, and eat dried tofu daily, that is within reach. If the Tang army could partake of this plant-based meat at every meal, would their physiques not rival those of the robust Turks who feast on meat daily? Li Shimin's expression transformed in an instant. His gaze upon the bag of beans shifted from viewing it as the food of the lower class to perceiving it as a vision of an invincible iron army, each soldier brawny and powerful. Gripping the bag tightly, he mused, if this can be widely promoted, what concerns could I have for my 16 guards? Next, he turned to the sweet potato. Li Yu presented a red, spindle-shaped tuber to Empress Changsun. Aunt, please feel its weight. This is known as sweet potato, or yam. It is the finest supplementary grain. Supplementary grain? Empress Changsun remarked, feeling its substantial heft. Indeed, it possesses a delightful flavor, is soft and palatable, adored by both the elderly and children. Most importantly, it grows in any soil, whether in muddy fields, hilly terrain, or sandy soil. It can thrive with merely a vine planted. Its yield is astonishing, often yielding 2,000 to 3,000 pounds per acre. In years of disaster, when staple grains fail, this tuber can survive buried underground, serving as the last line of defense against starvation for the populace. Finally, Li Yu held up a potato and a golden ear of corn, his expression turning grave. As for these two, they are strategic dominators. Li Yu extended the earthy potato to Li Shimin. This is called potato, or malinger. In later times, it is revered as a miraculous solution to famine. Li Yu nodded, extending 3 fingers. This potato is resistant to cold, drought, and poor soil. It can be cultivated in sandy areas, on slopes, and even in newly reclaimed barren lands. With proper care, it can yield a starting harvest of 3,000 pounds per acre in the lands of the Tang. Most importantly, it can serve as a staple food. Li Shimin stood there, cradling the potato, his thoughts racing. The burgeoning potential was not merely in sustenance, but in the very strength of the Tang dynasty. 3,000 pounds. Li Shimin murmured, then suddenly raised his head, speaking rapidly. Does this mean it can be cultivated in Daizhou, Yunzhou, and even in the frigid northern territories? Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, then praised inwardly. Indeed, potatoes thrive in cooler climates, flourishing even better in the north. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Li Shimin repeatedly uttered 3 words of approval as he paced anxiously within the grand hall, his robes billowing with the breeze. If this were indeed true, it would signify more than mere military provisions. He gazed at the ethereal map before him, envisioning the vast expanse of the Tang Empire stretching infinitely. Firstly, I could implement a system of agricultural settlement in the northern territories. In past campaigns against the Turks, transporting 10 stones of grain to the front lines often resulted in the loss of 7 or 8 stones along the way. Should I cultivate this miraculous crop along the borders, my supply routes would be secure. At that time, my iron cavalry could advance all the way to the Han Sea, reaching the very heart of the Turks. The demise of the northern steppes is not far off. Secondly, Li Shimin turned, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Empress Changsan. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Why do the 5 surnames and 7 families wield such influence over the court? Because they possess land and grain. In times of disaster, they hoard resources, compelling the court to concede and forcing the populace into servitude. If the court held these miraculous resources, I could suppress grain prices entirely. No matter how vast their granaries, could they rival this heavenly gift? With it, the common folk would have ample provisions, understanding propriety. With it, the displaced would have food and would not rebel. With it, my authority would be truly fortified. My subjects of the Tang would no longer suffer from famine. This is the vision of a timeless emperor. A potato, in the eyes of the ordinary, is mere sustenance, yet to Li Shimin, it is a weapon against the Turks, a hammer against the aristocracy, and a stabilizing force for the people of the realm. Li Yu felt his blood surge with fervor. Seizing the moment to present another kernel, second uncle, this is maize. Its yield, while slightly inferior to the potato, is around 1,500 pounds per acre. The most crucial factor is that its stalks serve as exceptional fodder. Fodder? Li Shimin paused. Indeed, for horses and cattle. Li Yu pointed at the golden seeds, declaring, with this, the steeds of the Tang shall surpass those of the Turks in strength, and during winter, we shall no longer fear our horses losing condition. Moreover, corn ground into flour makes for an excellent staple, well suited for storage. Li Shimin inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his chest. He turned to Li Yu, his expression grave. As if contemplating the future of the Tang, you err, I shall personally oversee this box of treasures. Not a single seed must be lost. This was precisely what his nephew sought to convey. Li Yu stated earnestly, these seeds are hybrid strains cultivated over countless generations, the first generation of divine seeds. Their number is limited, sufficient to cultivate approximately 20 acres. We must first focus on breeding. 20 acres. Li Shimin pondered for a moment, his gaze drifting to the night beyond the Grand Hall. Within the Imperial City, the Forbidden Garden is the most suitable location. It is guarded by the Imperial Guards at all times, serving as my private retreat, where, aside from myself and the Empress, no one dares to intrude. The Forbidden Garden. A private hunting ground and garden of the Tang royal family, boasts stunning scenery, and is indeed the most secure place in all of Chang'an. Come forth, Li Shimin called in a low voice. The commander of the Imperial Riders immediately entered the hall, kneeling on one knee. Convey my decree. Summon the Vice Minister of Agriculture to the palace tomorrow, and instruct the left gate guards to mobilize 300 elite soldiers to immediately secure the 20 acres surrounding the Ningyun Pavilion in the Forbidden Garden. Li Shimin paused momentarily, his tone imbued with the resolute authority of an emperor. Regardless of the exotic flowers or the pavilions and towers, have them razed to the ground overnight. I desire land, not scenery. The great Tang lacks gardens, but is in dire need of grain. Inform them that in 3 days' time, I expect to see that area transformed into the most fertile fields. The commander of the flying cavalry bowed deeply. I humbly receive your command. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Li Yu tactfully added a compliment, but felt compelled to include another point. The land must be deeply tilled and enriched. I possess a supplementary version of the essential techniques for the people, along with a comprehensive method for composting, which I shall forward to the Ministry of Agriculture. Agreed. At that moment, Li Shimin gazed at the box of seeds with an intensity surpassing that with which he regarded the Imperial Jade Seal. You err, continue. What else lies within this box? Li Yu smiled and opened a second box. If the first box represented the lifeblood of the nation, this one held the magic of civilization. Inside was a dark, glossy panel, a folded solar panel, alongside several hefty cubes, energy storage units. What is this? Inquired Empress Changsan, leaning in with curiosity, having never encountered such a sleek and profound material. Li Yu unfolded the solar panel and positioned it next to the flickering candlelight in the Grand Hall. Despite the absence of sunlight at that moment, he began to demonstrate its principles. My lord, you often say there cannot be 2 suns in the sky. Yet in my era, humanity learned to harness the sun. Li Yu pointed to the solar panel, explaining, this is called a solar panel. When placed under sunlight, it captures the sun's rays and converts them into a form of energy known as electricity, which is stored within this box. The concept of capturing the sun transcended Li Shimin's comprehension, yet he refrained from dismissing its absurdity, instead keenly grasping its core logic. You mean to say, harnessing the power of heaven for my use? Precisely. This is the pinnacle of understanding the natural world. Li Yu pressed the switch on the battery. With a snap, an LED camping light connected to the battery illuminated instantly. It was not the dim flicker of candlelight nor the pungent glow of oil lamps, but a pure, stable light as bright as day. The brilliance pierced the dimness of the Hall of Governance, illuminating both Li Shimin and Empress Changsan, revealing even the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Empress Changsan instinctively shielded her eyes with her sleeve, overwhelmed by the intensity and purity of the light. Is this electricity? Li Shimin's voice carried a hint of reverence. No oil, no wax, only the light of the sun. Indeed, by day it absorbs sunlight, allowing it to shine throughout the night. Li Yu elucidated. My lord, henceforth, as you review memorials, you need not worry about straining your eyes. Li Shimin inhaled deeply. This product of ultimate understanding of the natural world instilled in him an almost infatuated yearning for the scientific advancements of Li Yu's era. He carefully took hold of the battery, cradling it as if it were a genuine miniature sun. This must be a national treasure, not to be displayed publicly, but reserved for the inner palace. Li Shimin swiftly concluded. Should such a marvel fall into the hands of the populace, it could easily incite superstitions and chaos. Yet within the royal confines, it would symbolize divine mandate. Liu nodded in agreement, then began to extract further items. This was truly the moment of sharing, or rather, the distribution of gifts. This is for you, my lord. He presented several labeled white vials. Uncle, have you been experiencing dizziness and neck stiffness in recent years? Do you feel as though the world spins when you become angry? Li Shimin was taken aback. Indeed, the imperial physician claims it to be a precursor to wind illness, suggesting only rest as a remedy, yet it cannot be completely cured. This is a blood pressure medication, Liu stated with a grave expression. Our Li family has a hereditary history of hypertension. Please keep this medicine. Take 1 tablet each morning to ensure your blood vessels remain intact and to prolong your life. Remember, do not cease taking the medication. Li Shimin solemnly accepted it. At his station, the greatest fear was the deterioration of his health. Though the vial was small, it was akin to a life-preserving elixir. This is for your aunt. Chapter 31. Essential Tasks for Time Travelers. Part 3. A comprehensive set of Estee Lauder skincare products. With an array of bottles and jars. Aunt, this is the essence, and this is the eye cream. In later generations, women would readily spend half their fortune for the sake of their beauty. Liu opened a jar of face cream, and a delicate, sophisticated fragrance wafted through the air, swiftly overpowering the incense in the hall. If you apply this daily, your skin will be as smooth as a freshly shelled egg, ensuring that uncle will struggle to look away. Empress Changsuen's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot an admonishing glance at Liu, yet her hands moved swiftly to accept the gift. The desire for beauty resides in all, especially when it comes to such ethereal treasures. Next, Liu, as if performing a magic trick, produced a multitude of colorful items. This is for Chengqian. Several large bottles of white liquid adorned with bone patterns. Calcium liquid. Liu sighed. I've heard that Chengqian sometimes struggles with walking, especially during his growth spurts. It could be that he is growing too rapidly for his bones to keep up. Those antiquated physicians would likely prescribe some ineffective tiger bone soup. This, however, will supplement his calcium, strengthen his bones, and alleviate his leg pain. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's expression shifted. Chengqian's leg ailment had long been a source of concern for him, and he was surprised that Liu had taken this into account as well. This is for Qingke Li Tai, a colorful cube, Rubik's Cube. Qingke possesses an exceptionally sharp mind, and ordinary books are insufficient for him. This is called a Rubik's Cube. It may appear simple, yet it contains countless permutations. Let him engage with it, ponder formulas, and sharpen his spatial reasoning, which is far more beneficial than indulging in the intrigues of court. And this is for Ku Di, Li Ku. Liu unveiled a globe, roughly the size of a soccer ball, covered in vibrant patterns. He gently flicked the globe, setting it into a spin. Uncle, this represents the earth beneath our feet. It is round, round. Both Li Shimin and Empress Changsun exclaimed in unison. Indeed. Observe, here lies the Tang dynasty. Liu pointed to the red region, then gestured to the vast areas nearby. This is the Turkic region, this is Tibet, and here, we have Europe, and here, the Americas, and here, Australia. Look how expansive the world is. Ku Di is valiant and daring, with half of his lineage stemming from a previous dynasty. He feels constrained in Chang'an, thus. Let him possess this globe to explore the world beyond, to understand that apart from his position, there are vast territories awaiting his conquest. Li Shimin gazed intently at the spinning globe, his breath quickening. For the first time, he intuitively grasped the vastness of the world. That diminutive city of Chang'an occupied but a small corner of the globe. In the eyes of Li Shimin, a wildfire ignited. If the world is so vast, my sons, why must you fight to the death over a mere position? Go seize it. Go claim it. I shall provide them with soldiers. Liu chuckled. This was the effect he desired. This was intended for Ji Nu, Li Ji. Liu continued to present various building blocks from the LEGO architectural series. Ji Nu, though steady in temperament, possessed a hint of introversion. These blocks could construct houses, bridges, and even palaces. Engaging with them would cultivate his focus and architectural skills. In the future, the infrastructure powerhouse of the Tang dynasty might very well be him. This was for Chang Lu, a delicate crystal music box. When the winding key was turned, the crisp and melodious tune of Castle in the Sky flowed forth, as a tiny figure danced gracefully within. This was for Xiao CZ, a set of 24 vibrant watercolor pens. CZ loved to draw, yet the soft brush and monotonous ink did not suffice. With these vivid colors, she could portray the grandeur of the Tang dynasty in a spectrum of hues. The remainder comprised children's picture books for his other younger siblings. Liu gestured towards the thick stack of books, filled with stories and illustrations, ensuring they would learn from an early age that the moon does not harbor Chang'e, but merely bears rugged stones, and that the heavens do not contain Lei Gong and Dianmu, but rather positive and negative charges. Finally, Liu retrieved several books from the bottom of the box, his expression turning unusually solemn. Uncle, these books are classified. Fundamentals of Physics, Introductory Chemistry, The Barefoot Doctor's Manual, A Friend to Dual-Use Talent, and Militia Training Manual. Lowering his voice, he continued. These books must not be seen by anyone outside of your most trusted confidants. Trusting Liu, Li Shimin swiftly removed his outer robe, wrapping the books securely. He glanced towards the direction where Wang De had been taken away, already formulating a plan. I have made my calculations regarding this matter, murmured Li Shimin, his tone chilling. Once Wang De awakens, I shall command him to select a few unblemished eunuchs from the Yeting Bureau to meticulously transcribe these texts within the secret chamber of Ganlu Palace. These individuals shall never set foot outside that chamber for the rest of their lives. The originals shall be sealed. No one is permitted to touch them, except for me. After distributing the gifts, gazing upon the collection of rare treasures and the carefully prepared offerings for each child, Empress Changsun could no longer contain her tears. She looked at Li Yu's youthful yet slightly haggard face, recalling every word he had spoken to provide calcium to Cheng Qian, to entertain Xin Ke, to guide Ko Er, to amuse Ji Nu, and to extend life to Erlang. He truly held this entire family in his heart. Suddenly, Empress Changsun turned toward Li Shimin, who was engrossed with a globe, her voice choked with emotion, laced with an uncommon fierceness and accusation. Erlang. Look closely. Really look. Li Shimin was startled, nearly dropping the globe in his hands. Guanyin maid, what is the matter? Yue has risked everything for this family, for the Tang dynasty. He even thought of CZ's paintbrush and remembered your headaches. As she wiped her tears, her tone filled with sorrow and indignation, she pointed at Li Shimin. But what about you? Just a few days ago, within this grand hall, you had your sword pointed at him. You were ready to take his life. As an elder, do you not possess a heart of flesh and blood? Can you fathom how desolate Yue felt at that moment? As she spoke with deep emotion, tears streamed down Empress Changsun's face like a broken thread. This was not merely a moment of sentiment. It was also a profound sense of dread. Had Li Shimin truly acted on that impulse, the myriad miracles before them, the future of the Tang dynasty, and the warmth of this family would have all dissipated into mere illusions. Li Shimin was taken aback. He gazed at the scattered gifts, then at his weeping wife, and finally at the somewhat bewildered Li Yu standing nearby. A wave of shame overwhelmed this illustrious emperor. Indeed, how could he have been so foolish? How could he have been so filled with doubt? He prided himself on his wisdom and martial prowess, yet he nearly extinguished the life of his own nephew, jeopardizing the hopes of the Tang dynasty. Slowly, Li Shimin set down the globe and approached Li Yu. After a prolonged silence, he took a deep breath, extended his hands, and firmly rested them on Li Yu's shoulders. You the tremor in Li Shimin's voice was palpable, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was the fault of your second uncle. I was blinded by foolishness. I never anticipated that you possessed such a pure heart. He fixed his gaze intently upon Li Yu's eyes, speaking with deliberate weight, swearing to the heavens. Today, I declare before the heavens and the earth. From this day forth, you, Li Yu, shall be regarded as my own son. In this Tang dynasty, no one shall dare to wrong you except for me. Even Chao and the others must treat you with the respect due to an elder brother. This solemn vow resonated powerfully within the hall. Li Yu felt a swell of emotion, his nose tingling. Yet, he dreaded such emotionally charged moments, so he sniffed and feigned nonchalance, teasing, a son? Second uncle. Why does that sound so familiar to me? He recoiled slightly, a mischievous grin on his face. Please, don't emulate grandfather. If you were to pull a Xuanwu gate on me, I fear my frail form could not withstand it. If that were the case, it would be safer if you regarded me as a distant nephew rather than a son. At this remark, the atmosphere instantly froze. Unexpectedly, Li Shimin was more amused than angered. You rascal. He chuckled, playfully kicking Li Yu's backside, neither too soft nor too harsh. Why must you bring that up? Are you intent on provoking me? Seeing this, Empress Changsun could not help but laugh through her tears. Erlang, you truly are something else. In all of Tang, aside from that stubborn mule, Wei Zhong, only you dares to speak to you so candidly and sincerely. You must never lose your temper and hurt him, otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. Li Shimin rubbed his temples and chuckled helplessly. All right. I swear that even if this rascal were to set the Tai Chi hall ablaze, I would first inquire if he felt cold. Does that suffice? The three of them exchanged hearty laughter, filling the hall with a long mist, genuine familial warmth. Suddenly, an unusual sound interrupted this tender moment. It emanated from Li Yu's stomach. He rubbed his belly and said with a wry smile, second uncle, I'm quite hungry. In my haste to return, I didn't even have a sip of water. Fetch the meal. Immediately, Li Shimin waved his hand exuberantly, feeling uplifted. Bring forth the finest banquet from the imperial kitchen. I wish to toast and celebrate with you. Chapter 32, Essential Tasks for Travelers, Part 4, in the side hall. 2/4 of an hour later, a grand round table made of mahogany was adorned with an array of dishes purportedly representing the grand banquet of the Tang dynasty. Li Yu surveyed the spread before him, his brows knitted together in dismay. Was this truly the imperial feast? Steamed lamb, boiled mutton, roasted lamb chops, and lamb soup, everything was lamb. The most concerning aspect was the odor. Before even picking up his chopsticks, an overpowering, pungent smell assaulted his senses. The Tang dynasty did not have the custom of castrating rams, nor did it employ the wonders of cumin or chili to mask the gamey aroma. The so-called seasonings were merely numbing Sichuan peppercorns, cinnamon, and bitter coarse salt. Due to the lack of culinary refinement, even the royal kitchen could not procure quality salt. Yet, Li Shimin was in high spirits, personally serving Li Yu a piece of the most esteemed lamb tail fat. Do give this a try. This is the small-tailed sheep tribute from Longyu, tender and juicy. I seldom indulge in it myself. Li Yu gazed at the quivering, glistening fat, his stomach churning uncomfortably. He forced himself to take a small bite. It was rich, gamey, salty, and bitter, a sensation akin to having a mouthful of raw lamb fat. So greasy it made him want to crash against a wall. Unable to contain himself, he turned away to retch quietly. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun paused mid-air with their chopsticks, their expressions mingling embarrassment and astonishment. Do you eat this regularly, second uncle? Li Yu rinsed his mouth with a large gulp of water, his face reflecting utter disillusionment. The chefs in the imperial kitchen were indeed among the finest in the realm. Li Shimin, somewhat indignant, remarked, but the lamb is fresh and tender. Second uncle, you simply have not tasted quality fare, Li Yu sighed. Is this what you deem fresh and tender? There's no masking the gamey taste, nor enhancing the flavor. The cooking methods are limited to boiling or roasting. Such a noble creature has met an unjust fate. Food is paramount to the people, Li Yu continued. If both the common folk and the emperor partake in such fare, where then lies the sense of happiness? Rising from his seat, he declared, I shall not partake further. Second uncle, aunt. Allow me to introduce you to the miraculous transformation of the mundane into the extraordinary, the marvels of modern convenience foods. Turning back to his luggage, he rummaged through it with great enthusiasm. With a series of slaps, 3 items landed on the table, 3 packets of braised beef instant noodles, 3 sticks of instant noodle accompaniments, ham sausages, and 3 small packets of spicy strips. Remove this pig's fodder from the table. Bring me a pot of boiling water. Li Shimin's expression twitched at the mention of pig's fodder. This is my royal meal. Nevertheless, observing Li Yu's confident demeanor and the vibrant packaging sparked his curiosity. Soon, the boiling water arrived. Li Yu deftly tore open the instant noodle packets, placing them in a bowl, adding the sauce and seasoning. The moment the sauce met the hot water, an overwhelming and irresistible aroma filled the entire hall. It was a complex fragrance, reminiscent of the spices and oils used in braised pork. Li Shimin's nostrils flared as he involuntarily swallowed, his eyes fixated on the steaming bowl before him. What kind of seasoning is this? It is utterly enticing. Li Shimin marveled at the bowl, his gaze entranced. Li Yu, unfazed by his uncle's reaction, skillfully opened the ham sausages, tossing one into each bowl. He then tore open the spicy strips, placing them in the center of the table. Cover it, and let it steep for 3 minutes. For Li Shimin, those 3 minutes were nothing short of agonizing. He gazed intently at the bowl of instant noodles, his throat involuntarily swallowing as the aroma wafted through the air, enticing his hunger like a hook. With a decisive motion, Li Yu lifted the lid. A plume of white steam rose, intensifying the fragrance tenfold. The vibrant red broth was adorned with dehydrated vegetables and morsels of meat, while the noodles curled elegantly, glistening like jewels. Here you go, second uncle. This is braised beef noodles. Li Shimin could no longer maintain his imperial composure. He clumsily mimicked Li Yu's actions, awkwardly lifting a bundle of noodles with his chopsticks. He slurped them up, finding them delightfully smooth and springy. The rich broth burst upon his palate, the flavors within unlike anything tasted in the Tang dynasty, overwhelming his senses. Li Shimin exclaimed, his words muddled. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Why are these noodles so resilient? This broth is even more exquisite than mutton soup. He took another bite of the ham sausage. Its soft and savory texture a sublime union of starch and meat, an epitome of fine sausage in the Tang era. Next, he seized a vibrant red spicy strip. Crunch. Sweet. Spicy, salty, and savory filled his mouth. Beads of sweat formed on Li Shimin's forehead as he continued to eat voraciously, utterly exhilarated. By the heavens, this flavor is simply divine. Though Empress Changsun maintained a graceful demeanor, she too consumed her food with remarkable speed. She had a particular fondness for the ham sausage. This meat is exquisitely tender, devoid of any fishy taste, and requires no bones to be spat out. Before long, Li Shimin's bowl was emptied. He lifted it to his lips, tilting his head back to drink the remnants of spiced broth, leaving nothing behind. Setting the bowl down, he even extended his tongue, somewhat regretfully licking the corners of his mouth, almost tempted to lick the bowl clean, but reason held him back. With a satisfied sigh, Li Shimin slumped in his chair, rubbing his stomach. You err, after tasting these noodles, that imperial cuisine truly seems like swine fodder. Suddenly, he straightened, a spark of inspiration igniting in his eyes. You err, how difficult is it to make such a dish? If we could produce it in large quantities as military rations, wouldn't every soldier in our Tang dynasty enjoy such delicacies? Their morale would undoubtedly soar. Li Yu shook his head. The process of making instant noodles is far too intricate. The Tang dynasty cannot manage it for now. However, Li Yu's tone shifted. Though we cannot create instant noodles, we can revolutionize our cooking methods. He requested paper and pen from an inner servant and sketched out a round-bottomed iron pot. This is called a wok. Stir-fry? Indeed, with high heat and oil. Rapid stir-frying locks in the flavors of the food. With just a bit of meat, an entire pot of dishes can emanate a tantalizing aroma, Li Yu explained. But this pot is particular. It must be made of wrought iron, thinly forged for quick heating. Li Shimin scrutinized the drawing, envisioning the scene of an iron workshop. Thin yet resilient wrought iron, he pondered, tracing his finger over the design. If we can forge such a pot, it would elevate our capabilities in armor production to a new level. He handed the drawing to his trusted eunuch. Deliver this to the Xiaofu Supervisory Office. Command the finest blacksmiths to fire up the furnace overnight. According to this design, produce not just 2, but 10 pots for me. Inform them that this is a vital military instrument, to be delivered by dawn. Li Yu chuckled. Such was Li Shimin, elevating even a pot to the status of a national treasure. Second uncle, having the pot is not enough. Tomorrow, I shall personally take to the kitchen and prepare a truly celestial feast for you, ensuring you savor every bite. Really? Li Shimin and Empress Changsun's eyes sparkled simultaneously, radiating the light of gourmands. Mark my words. Very well. I shall seek you out after tomorrow's morning court, Li Shimin exclaimed, laughter echoing as he felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Chapter 33. The crucial iron cauldron in the southeast corner of the imperial city, within the Ministry of Imperial Granaries, flames soared into the heavens, casting a dark red hue across the sky. Everyone, rally your spirits. Should anyone falter, I shall cast them into the furnace, commanded Zhang Yajiu, the deputy of the ministry and the foremost swordsmith of the Tang dynasty. At that moment, he stood bare-chested, his bronze skin glistening with sweat that flowed in rivulets along his muscular contours. In his hands, he wielded a pair of heavy iron tongs weighing 40 pounds. His face smeared with soot. Before the immense smelting furnace, he addressed the assembly of top artisans, all equally bare-skinned and drenched in perspiration. His Majesty has issued a decree. This is a national treasure of great significance. It pertains to the destiny of the Tang Empire. We must deliver before dawn. If we fail to meet the deadline, the reputation of our ministry will be irreparably tarnished. Zhang Yajiu cast a glance at the damp corner of the blueprint in his grasp, which illustrated a circular, deeply concave object flanked by two symmetrical handles. The design was simple yet profound. Master, a young craftsman wiped the sweat from his brow. Puzzled, this looks like a shield, but why is it so thin? Moreover, if this curvature is meant to deflect blades, it seems ill-suited to absorb impact, resembling more of a bag. You know nothing. Zhang Yajiu smacked the apprentice on the forehead, his eyes wide with intensity. If His Majesty declares it a crucial artifact, then it is indeed so. This is the very design drawn by the newly appointed Prince of Yu. It cannot be an ordinary item. He pointed at the annotations on the blueprint, his gaze penetrating as if he could see through the fog of war. Observe the specifications. It must conduct heat rapidly, be thin yet resilient, and distribute flames evenly. What does this imply? It signifies that this object is intended to withstand fire assaults. Perhaps it serves as a divine shield mounted on chariots, designed to repel enemy incendiaries. This is to be equipped for the Xuanjiao army to charge into battle. In his mind he envisioned a fierce confrontation. The Tang soldiers wielding this round-bottomed divine shield, charging through flames while repelling enemy oil back upon them. For the Tang dynasty, for His Majesty, bring forth the celestial meteorite iron we intend to use for crafting the imperial sword. Incorporate it. What? Master, that is what you have preserved for a decade to forge the legendary sword. Enough of your prattle. Good steel must be utilized for the blade. And even more so for this divine shield that protects our homeland. Ignite the furnace. 6 robust men simultaneously activated the enormous bellows, and the flames transformed from crimson to azure, the temperature soaring. Dozens of the Tang's finest artisans, skilled in the craft of forging weapons and armor, now directed all their artistry towards a single cauldron. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless rhythm of hammers resounded like war drums, echoing throughout the night. This curvature must be smooth, like the vault of the heavens. Even the slightest imperfection would cause boiling oil to splatter and injure. This thickness must be uniform, as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet as hard as rock. Even if it were but the thickness of a single sheet of paper, it must withstand relentless forging. Through the entire night, the flames blazed on, and the sound of hammers never ceased. As the first light of dawn graced the east, 10 blades shimmered with a cold, ethereal azure hue, their surfaces adorned with exquisite cloud patterns wrought by meticulous hammering. Indeed, a testament to the artistry of intense forging. The sound they produced was as crisp as the melodious notes of a dragon's song, heralding the birth of a divine shield. Zhang Yajiu caressed the smooth, mirror-like surface of the shield's base, his fingertips brushing against the metal's frigid resilience, his eyes brimming with a fervent obsession and pride. What a splendid shield. Should it rest upon my breast, it would surely withstand 1,000 arrows and defy the elements. Truly, the wisdom of His Majesty shines forth, and the talent of Prince Yu is unparalleled. In the Tai Chi Hall, the morning bell tolled, summoning the officials to court. The atmosphere of today's audience felt somewhat peculiar. Li Shimin, who typically relished engaging his ministers in spirited debates about the state and the world, now seemed restless, shifting uncomfortably upon the dragon throne as if a thorn pricked his seat. The lingering taste of instant noodles from the previous night clawed at his stomach, reminiscent of a beguiling sprite that had tormented him throughout the night. At long last, dawn arrived. Yet his mind remained ensnared by the vision of the grand feast depicted by Li Yu. Your Majesty, regarding the relief funds for the drought-stricken Hunan province, Fang Xianling began, holding his tablet aloft, his expression serious as he prepared to deliver an extensive discourse. Li Shimin, however, swiftly interrupted, his words tumbling forth with astonishing speed, tinged with a hint of impatience. Fang, I have full confidence in your capabilities. Approved. The Ministry of Revenue shall immediately allocate the silver. No further discussion required. Next. Fang Xianling stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a considerable time. Typically, such matters would prompt the emperor to meticulously extract details, often scrutinizing the allocation of every single coin. Why this sudden decisiveness today? As the Minister of Rites began to step forward, Your Majesty, concerning the ceremonial vessels for next month's sacrifice to heaven, everything remains as it is. The ancestral laws must not be altered. Do not change it. Next. Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies. Wei Zheng furrowed his brow, his renowned, keen gaze scrutinizing Li Shimin. He sensed that the emperor's demeanor was off, restless, overly restless. As an emperor, how could one be so distracted? Your Majesty, Wei Zheng stepped forward, his voice resonant as a temple bell, evidently prepared to commence a fervent admonition. A ruler should be as steadfast as a mountain, even when faced with calamity. His countenance must remain unperturbed. Your Majesty, today's restlessness betrays a trivialization of state affairs. Li Shimin felt a shiver run down his spine. Here it comes. The torrent of Wei's admonishments. Under normal circumstances, he would humbly accept counsel, even feigning a demeanor of acquiescence, despite inwardly cursing. But today? No. He could not afford to delay. His hunger emanated from the very core of his being. Minister Wei, Li Shimin surged to his feet, exuding a righteous fervor. His gaze resolute as if prepared to storm a fortress. I know what you intend to articulate. However, I have pressing matters today, matters of utmost significance. I must inspect the newly forged military apparatus by the Xiaofu supervisor. This concerns the safety of the realm, for one cannot govern without nourishment, and my urgency is palpable. Delay could mean losing our advantage. Military apparatus? Wei Zheng hesitated. Since the matter had escalated to a national level, he could not impede it. After all, the emperor was indeed a proponent of martial affairs, and last night's activities at the Xiaofu supervisor were undeniably significant. Very well, your majesty should prioritize state matters. Wei Zheng conceded, retreating. Dismissed. Dismissed. Li Shimin felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Before the echoes of dismissal faded, he swept into the inner hall like a whirlwind, moving with such swiftness that even the attendants had yet to grasp their pens, leaving a group of ministers exchanging glances, still pondering what extraordinary weapon the emperor had devised to provoke such urgency. Chapter 34. The appearance of little Zizi. Meanwhile, in the side hall of the Li Zhengdian, Li Yu was troubled, staring at his suitcase. Starch. He rummaged through the suitcase, ultimately resigned to the fact that he had indeed forgotten to purchase any starch. In this era, ready-made water starch was not available, and grinding mung bean or potato flour was far too time-consuming. Never mind, can a living person be suffocated by urine? Li Yu picked up several eggs, skillfully separating the egg whites. Without starch to retain moisture, he would use egg whites to seal in the oil, and through repeated beating, achieve a gelatinous texture in the meat. This is known as ancient technique. Having resolved the issue of tenderizing the meat, another challenge arose concerning ingredients. Old Wang. Li Yu called out towards the door. Wang De, sporting two enormous dark circles under his eyes, hurried in. Your Highness, the old servant is here. Will you go? Arrange for a few nimble eunuchs to head to the West Market, Li Yu recalled, to the shops of those foreign merchants, and seek a particular flower. A flower? Wang De was bewildered. Does your Highness desire flowers? Not for admiration. I want to eat. Li Yu gestured. It's called honey tsong. Or perhaps a peculiar flower from the western regions, round in shape, with either purple or white skin. When peeled layer by layer, it has a potent flavor. And cutting it will bring tears to one's eyes. It likely looks something like this. Li Yu sketched a rough drawing of an onion on paper. Wang De stared at the drawing for a long time before a look of realization dawned upon him. Oh, the old servant understands. This is Hui Hui Tsong. It seems a few plants are grown in the corners of the imperial garden, said to be exotic flowers offered from the western regions. The flower blooms into a large white ball, but can the root be eaten? Indeed, it is quite edible. Li Yu's eye sparkled. Since it exists in the imperial garden, there is no need to go to the West Market. Let us just dig it up. Take as much as possible. Dig up from the imperial garden? Wang De shrank back. But your Highness, if the emperor inquires, just say it was my instruction. Hurry. Yes, your Highness. Aside from onions, Li Yu recalled the essential peanuts for Kung Pao chicken. Peanuts had yet to arrive in the Tang dynasty and would not be introduced for several centuries. Without peanuts. Li Yu stroked his chin, his gaze falling upon a plate of dried fruits on the table. Walnuts, referred to as Chong Tao in the Tang dynasty. Perfect. Li Yu exclaimed, grabbing a handful of walnuts. Old Wang, have someone crack these open and extract the kernels. Once fried, they are even more fragrant than peanuts and beneficial for the brain. This will be Kung Pao chicken with walnuts, the supreme luxurious version. With everything prepared, Li Yu was in the kitchen handling the chicken. Suddenly, he sensed something soft moving by his leg. He paused, looking down. There stood a small, exquisitely carved figure clad in a pink dress, staring up at him with a pair of big, watery eyes, curiously observing him. It was Princess Li Mingda of the Tang dynasty, affectionately known as Little Zizi. At about 3 or 4 years old, she clutched a cloth tiger in her hand. A droplet of saliva glistening at the corner of her mouth, evidently enticed by the aroma of lard being rendered. As their gazes met, the atmosphere instantly transformed into one of innocence and charm. Whom do you seek, duck? Little Zizi tilted her head, her voice sweet and tender, carrying the unique softness of the Tang dialect. Li Yu's heart melted in that instant. As a history enthusiast, who could possibly resist the charms of the beloved little cub from the Tang dynasty? Even the hardest of hearts would soften at her presence. He crouched down, aligning his gaze with hers, and gently pinched her chubby little cheeks, marveling at their delightful texture. I am your pot, he jested in her playful tone. Pot. The little cub blinked in confusion, counting on her fingers. I have a big pot, Chung Qian, a green sparrow pot, and a 3-pot. But I've never seen you before. I am a pot that fell from the heavens, he whimsically proclaimed, determined to prepare delicious treats for her. Delicious? Upon hearing this word, her eyes instantly sparkled like 2 little lanterns. She sniffed and pointed at the meat on the cutting board. Is that meat? Not only meat, but also sweets, he replied, standing up to call out, Old Wang, where have you been? Come here quickly. Wang De, who had been directing a young eunuch to peel onions, while weeping, rushed in upon hearing the summons, hastily wiping his tears. Your Highness, what is it? Did you cut your hand? Go, open my suitcase. In the top compartment, there's a bag with a picture of a rabbit on it. Bring it here. Upon hearing the mention of the treasured box, Wang De's expression turned solemn. That box was a forbidden item. Only the emperor and empress were permitted to touch it. He alone, as the chief steward, had the authority to handle it with Li Yu's permission. In a short while, Wang De returned, cradling a bag of white rabbit milk candy, as if it were a sacred edict. Li Yu unwrapped one, the translucent rice paper shimmering in the sunlight. Open wide. The little cub obediently opened her mouth, resembling a hungry little bird. As the candy melted in her mouth, the rich milky aroma enveloped her senses. Its sweetness far surpassing the impure syrup or overly sweet honey of the Tang dynasty. It was the pinnacle of industrially refined sweetness. Her eyes widened in delight. Her cheeks puffed up, and she squinted happily, her little hands flailing in excitement. Sweet, sweet, so good, so very good. The candy vanished swiftly, and the little cub gazed longingly at the bag in Li Yu's hand, tugging at his clothing and shaking it. I want more. Her pitiful demeanor could soften even the hardest of hearts. Yet, Li Yu tucked the bag away. maintaining a stern expression, though a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. No, you must be good. This candy is delicious, but if you eat too much, it will harm your little teeth. You can only have one a day. With a pout, the little cub looked ready to unleash a flood of tears. However, Li Yu quickly added, but if you call me something sweet and make me happy, perhaps tomorrow you can have an extra piece? Instantly, her tears receded, and she embraced Li Yu's leg, exuberantly exclaiming, Pot. Good pot. The best pot in the world. Ah, what a good girl. Li Yu lifted the little cub and placed her on his shoulders. Let us go. The pot will take you to cook. You shall be my general and command me while I stir fry. Hooray. Charge. Charge. The little one treated Li Yu's head as if it were a horse's mane, her tiny hands clutching his ears as she squealed with delight. At that moment, at the entrance of the side hall, the elegantly adorned Empress Changsun stood quietly, observing this playful scene. Rather than intervening to put an end to this unruly behavior, a smile graced her lips, her gaze soft and gentle like a serene spring brook. Meanwhile, in the distance, the recently arrived Li Shimin halted in his tracks. He gazed at his audacious daughter, who dared to ride on the neck of a prince, and at his nephew, who laughed foolishly without a hint of pretentiousness. The tension that had gripped his face all morning finally melted away. This young lad certainly knew how to charm children. Li Shimin let out a hum, though his tone was laced with a tinge of envious acidity. Even the little one had never ridden upon my neck. Chapter 35. Once again reducing Wang de Terre's uncle. Aunt, you've arrived just in time, Li Yu exclaimed, bearing the weight of the little one. Not bothering with formalities, as per their agreed-upon terms, he pointed toward the stove. Have the pots arrived? Yes, yes. Several craftsmen, their faces flushed, entered carrying 2 grand cooking vessels. Li Yu gently set the little one down and entrusted her to Empress Changsun. Aunt, please keep an eye on this little rascal. The smoke is quite thick at the moment. We wouldn't want her to get burned. He approached the 2 pots and struck one with his hand. The sound resonated, clear and melodious. Is this truly a pot forged from 100 refinements? It is 1,000 times superior to the cast iron pot I purchased from that online store. Old Wang, clear the area. All non-essential personnel out. He commanded the royal chefs to stay back, leaving only 2 to assist him, wishing to keep his unique culinary techniques from prying eyes. In truth, he simply preferred not to be observed. Soon, the kitchen was left with just Li Yu, Wang De, and 2 apprehensive royal chefs. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun settled at a nearby table, where tea had already been prepared. Let us begin, Li Yu declared, his expression sharpening, his aura commanding. The first step, seasoning the pot. A new pot must be heated over a high flame to ensure it is thoroughly tempered. Once completed, Li Yu embarked upon his culinary journey. A generous scoop of pig fat was added to the pot, and as the temperature rose, wisps of blue smoke began to rise. With a sizzle, Li Yu introduced the marinated chicken cubes, previously coated with egg white, into the hot oil. The chicken quickly spread apart, turning pale in the bubbling oil. With a deft flick of his iron spatula, the chicken pieces scattered like snowflakes. Is this the slippery oil technique? Such extravagance. The royal chefs watched, hearts racing. In the Tang dynasty, oil was precious. Utilizing it in such a manner was utterly wasteful. Drain it. Li Yu skillfully lifted the chicken from the oil, his movements fluid and graceful. Now came the piece de resistance, Kung Pao chicken with walnuts. With the base oil heated, Li Yu seized a handful of vibrant red dried chilies and a pinch of Sichuan peppercorns. The moment the chilies hit the oil, an unprecedented wave of fiercely aggressive spiciness erupted, mingling with the numbing fragrance of the peppercorns, exploding within the confined space. Cough, cough, cough. From their distant vantage point, Li Shimin and Empress Changsun were caught off guard, choking on the acrid smoke that filled the air, tears streaming down their faces. What is this? So pungent? Li Shimin inquired, waving his sleeve. Yet oddly, amidst the irritation, an enticing aroma lingered, awakening his palate. Fear not. This is the essence of flavor. Li Yu poured the diced chicken into the pan. Following that, he added slices of scallion, ginger, and garlic. The meticulously prepared sweet and sour sauce, which in this era could only be concocted using vinegar and syrup, along with the crispy, fried walnut halves. Each ingredient introduced with precision. With a swift motion, Li Yu grasped the handle of the pan, giving it a vigorous shake. Boom. The contact of the oil with the flames unleashed a crimson fire dragon that soared upwards, reaching nearly 3 feet high. The sheer visual spectacle was nothing short of miraculous to the Tang dynasty inhabitants who were still accustomed to simmering meat in clay pots. It was akin to sorcery. The water's boiling, Wang De exclaimed, nearly spilling the basin he held in fright. Silence. Fan the flames. Li Yu laughed maniacally amidst the blaze. His spatula dancing in the air, the chicken leaping in the flames, enveloped evenly in the sauce, emanating a tantalizing mahogany sheen. Li Shimin was utterly entranced. His eyes, accustomed to the sights of warfare, were now completely captivated by the culinary fervor before him. This was not mere cooking. It was the taming of a fire dragon. Out of the pan, with one final shake, the flames subsided. A plate of vibrant, glistening Kung Pao chicken, exuding the aromatic essence of sweet and spicy lychee, was carefully placed on the table. Following closely was the second dish, mapo tofu. Although lacking doubanjiang, Li Yu ingeniously substituted it with minced hot pot base, adding a touch of fermented black beans. The red oil bubbled as the delicate tofu danced within, thickening the sauce. He sprinkled it with ground Sichuan pepper and a handful of green garlic sprouts. The dish was a symphony of flavors, spicy, crispy, tender, and fresh. The harmonious blend of red, white, and green painted a picturesque tableau. The final dish, stir-fried onions with meat, appeared deceptively simple, yet required meticulous attention to timing. A few prized onions from the imperial garden were sliced with care. As they met the hot oil, The unique pungency of the onions was instantly released, swiftly transforming into a rich sweetness under high heat. The sliced meat was introduced, and the wok was tossed vigorously. Li Yu's hands moved with unparalleled speed, ensuring the onions remained crisp and sweet before they softened. A mere pinch of salt and a dash of soy sauce, known at the time as clear sauce, was all that was needed for seasoning, bringing forth the ingredient's intrinsic flavors. 3 dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetarian, all completed. As the dishes were presented on the table, their enchanting aromas filled the air, captivating the senses. Yet, Li Yu did not immediately sit down to feast. Instead, he took the largest celadone bowl and, under the astonished gazes of all present, including Li Shimin, began to generously serve himself with a spoon. Splash! A generous scoop of Kung Pao chicken, brimming with meat and walnut halves, was ladled out without hesitation. Splash! A hefty spoonful of mapo tofu, the red oil enveloping the tofu, was equally enticing. Splash! A mound of meat slices from the stir-fried onions was piled high. The bowl overflowed with a vibrant array of colors, glistening with oil. Li Yu then extended the bowl to Wang De, who stood by, salivating yet hesitant to step forward. He casually added 2 freshly steamed white buns into Wang De's hands. Old Wang, here you go. After these past few days of running about with me, facing time travel and hunger, you deserve the first bite. Wang De was taken aback, hastily retreating and waving his hands, his face paling as he suddenly knelt down, his head knocking against the ground with a resounding thud. This is absolutely unacceptable. Your Highness, you are of noble birth, and with the Emperor and Empress still present. I am but a servant, a mere slave. How could I dare let you take this? Enough with the nonsense, Li Yu asserted, forcefully pressing the bowl into Wang De's hands, his tone commanding yet imbued with warmth. In my presence, there are no distinctions between master and servant. If one works, one deserves to eat. Consume it. Wang De cradled the steaming bowl, helplessly glancing at Li Shimin, his eyes filled with trepidation. Observing this scene, Li Shimin's gaze shifted slightly. Were it anyone else, such actions might be perceived as bribery or a transgression, an attempt to curry favor within the palace. Yet, in Li Yu's case, he sensed a child of compassion and loyalty. Take it, Li Shimin spoke softly, his tone laced with gentleness and approval. It is a gift from Prince Yu, so you shall accept it. You have indeed endured much these past few days. Henceforth, apart from the commands of the Emperor and Empress, you shall also heed the words of Prince Yu. Wang De trembled all over, tears welling in his eyes as he stammered. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Empress. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Yu, observing Wang De's heartfelt emotion, suddenly turned to Li Shimin with earnestness. Second uncle, there is something I must express. Previously, I regarded old Wang merely as a eunuch serving me, but upon returning to the modern era, I have come to understand him better. Li Yu's voice rose slightly, filled with genuine respect. In the modern world, despite facing unfathomable wonders that terrified him, he never faltered in his duties, especially during the grain purchasing venture. Pausing to recollect, a glimmer of emotion flickered in his eyes when he was at that seed shop, hearing that the potatoes could yield 4 to 5,000 jin per mu. You should have seen him, second uncle. In that bustling market, before so many strangers, he knelt down. He clutched my legs, weeping uncontrollably, imploring me to buy. He vowed that even if it meant selling himself or sacrificing his life, he would ensure the grain seeds returned to the Tang. Li Yu inhaled deeply, looking earnestly at Li Shimin. I have never known hunger, and thus cannot fathom its bitterness. Yet, old Wang's kneeling enlightened me to the plight of countless citizens of the Tang who are struggling on the brink of starvation. Second uncle, this old Wang is not merely your head of personal guards. He embodies the spirit of a true Tang citizen who cares deeply for the people. His words resonated powerfully. With a resounding clap, Li Shimin struck the table, his gaze piercing as he regarded the kneeling Wang De, slowly nodding with admiration. Excellent. A true son of the Tang. Wang De, I have not misjudged you. Your kneeling embodies the fortitude of the Tang. To Wang De, this affirmation carried far more weight than any material reward. Trembling, he held the bowl tightly, kneeling fervently before Li Shimin and Li Yu, his forehead striking the ground with a forceful thud, the sound echoing with determination. Blood seeping from his skin. Your Majesty, the tears streamed down Wang De's face, mingling with his runny nose, rendering him a picture of utter disarray. Yet, his sincerity was profoundly moving. I am but a flawed man, devoid of children or family in this lifetime. Yet today, Your Highness has recognized my contributions, and Your Majesty has praised me as a loyal subject of the Tang dynasty. My heart, oh my heart. Wang De pointed to his chest, weeping like a child yet smiling radiantly, a manifestation of his soul's redemption. My life has been worth it, truly worth it. Even if I were to die now, I would depart with a smile. I am willing to sacrifice my very being for Your Majesty, for Your Highness, and for the Tang dynasty. A scholar dies for a true friend. In that moment, Wang De's loyalty to Li Yu crystallized, reaching its zenith. He was not merely a vassal of imperial power, but also the most steadfast and devoted ally of Li Yu in this era. Chapter 36, The Eternal Emperor? Clearly, a bandit. With Wang De's loyalty secured, the feast commenced. The little girl, little Zizi, could hardly contain her excitement, perched upon a specially crafted high chair, her tiny feet swinging, clutching a spoon, saliva pooling. Hot. I want to eat meat. Li Yu chuckled as he served her a piece of non-spicy chicken, carefully selected. Blowing on it gently, be cautious, it's hot. Li Shimin, however, was less courteous. He had already set his sights on the dazzling plate of fiery mapo tofu. With deft precision, his chopsticks snatched a quivering piece of tofu. Upon tasting, he exclaimed, hot, 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 hot. The heat made Li Shimin gasp. Yet he was reluctant to spit it out. Instantly, the numbing and spicy flavors exploded in his mouth. Boom. Li Shimin's eyes widened in astonishment. The sensation was overwhelmingly invigorating. Compared to the mildness of Tang cuisine, this bold and spicy flavor was a visceral assault on his palate. What an exquisite mapo tofu. Despite sweating profusely, he relished the experience. The numbing sensation made his tongue dance, igniting a warmth throughout his body. How delightful. This was the fare deserving of a man. He then grabbed a bite of stir-fried onions with meat. Crunch. The onions were crisp and tender, imbued with a natural sweetness, while the meat was succulent and juicy. Is this the miraculous flour from the western regions? Li Shimin marveled. How was I unaware of such deliciousness before? Those imperial chefs treated this delectable dish as mere decoration. Although Empress Changsun could not tolerate excessive spice, she praised the Kung Pao chicken with walnuts. The contrast between the walnut's crispiness and the chicken's tenderness was simply exquisite. Where? This dish is perfectly balanced in sweetness and acidity, most agreeable to my palate. For individuals, 3 plates of food. It was hardly sufficient. Li Shimin, as the emperor, devoured his meal with astonishing speed, as if a tempest had swept through. Although little Zizi had a small mouth, her appetite was formidable, consuming bite after bite. Midway through the feast, Li Shimin suddenly halted, his gaze sweeping across the dishes. Only the remnants of the stir-fried onions with meat remained, while the Kung Pao chicken and mapo tofu were nearly depleted. Stop! Li Shimin bellowed suddenly. Li Yu, poised to grab the last large piece of meat, was startled. His chopsticks suspended in midair. Second uncle, what's wrong? Is it poisoned? Li Shimin's expression turned grave, imbued with a sense of righteous authority. Wang De, in a corner. While crying and eating, Wang De, moved to tears, hurriedly wiped his face and approached. Your Majesty, bring the largest food box. Li Shimin pointed at the 3 dishes on the table. Pack all of these. What? Li Yu was taken aback. Uncle, we haven't finished eating yet. I'm only half full. Enough with the eating. All you do is eat. Li Shimin exclaimed, a look of profound sorrow on his face. Look at you. You must be stuffed. Cheng Qian, Qin Ke, Ku Er, and Chang Le have yet to taste anything. Li Shimin sighed, adopting a paternal demeanor. As a father, how can I indulge myself here while my children have yet to sample the feast? How can I be at peace? How can I bear it? Take all of this. Let them have a taste. Li Yu watched as Li Shimin donned an expression of selfless paternal love, his lips twitching uncontrollably. This is utterly shameless. Uncle, that is what's left over. And so what? Leftovers are still divine cuisine from the celestial realm. It is also a token of affection from your elder brother. Li Shimin retorted with conviction. Wang De swiftly fetched the food box. Li Shimin personally directed. This chicken, pour it in, and be careful not to spill. The tofu. Don't waste the soup, pour it in as well. Finally, his gaze fell upon 2 iron pots. The bottom of the pot, having recently steamed rice, had formed a layer of golden, crispy crust. This, Li Shimin's eyes sparkled. Scoop that out. Wang De took the spatula, carefully lifting the crust and placing it atop the food box. Li Shimin surveyed the brimming food box with satisfaction. Then, he noticed the half bowl of white rice still held by Li Yu. You err, Li Shimin said earnestly. The toil of farmers is great. We must not waste food. He extended his hand and seized the bowl from Li Yu. Take this half bowl too, for Ji Nu. He is small and eats little. Li Yu's hand remained frozen in a bowl-holding position, suspended in midair. Is this the legendary emperor? Is this the heavenly Khan? This is clearly a bandit raiding a village. Not even leftover rice is spared. Enough, let us depart. Li Shimin carried the heavy food box, while the Empress Changsun cradled the small, licking child in her arms. The family of 3 walked out contentedly. Upon reaching the door, Li Shimin turned back, addressing the bewildered Li Yu. You err, you have worked hard today. Rest early. Tomorrow, I shall have the imperial kitchen send 2 plump lambs for you. You can toil a bit more and prepare more celestial dishes. Remember to add plenty of that chili. With that, the family departed, leaving behind a trail of laughter and joy. Father, I want to eat that red tofu. All right, all for you. Just leave a bite for your elder brother. In the side hall, the morning breeze stirred a few fallen leaves. Li Yu stood in the disheveled kitchen, gazing at the empty plates and the iron pot that was cleaner than his own face. His stomach let out a timely growl. Grr. Not full. Truly not full. He turned to glance at Wang De in the corner. Though Wang De's mouth was still smeared with food, he felt a pang of guilt upon seeing the prince's desolate silhouette. Your Highness, that old Wang. Li Yu's voice echoed softly. Go and boil some water. From the depths of the secret compartment of a suitcase, Li Yu produced the last 2 packets of braised beef noodles. This was the final stock. Once cooked, we shall each have a packet, he declared. Gritting his teeth, he added, throw in 2 sausages. No, make it 4. Let us indulge ourselves. Not even if Li Er comes knocking will we share. Agreed? Wang De, elated, hurried off to stoke the fire. Before long, the enticing aroma of instant noodles wafted through the side hall of the Lizing Hall. Meanwhile, in the Ganlu Hall, a subtle battle for supremacy was unfolding over who could claim an extra piece of crispy rice from the food box brought back by Li Shimin. Chapter 37. Caught in the act inside Ganlu Hall, Li Shimin sat regally on the dragon throne. Before him a large Zetan-wood table not adorned with memorials or imperial seals, but rather an open red lacquered food box exuding faint wisps of steam. Beneath the table sat the most esteemed scions of the Tang dynasty. Crown Prince Li Chengqian, clad in a bright yellow robe, sat upright. Though a keen observer might notice the stiffness in his right leg, a subtle reminder of his concealed affliction, he wore the standard princely smile. Yet his eyes betrayed a shadow of gloom and vigilance. Wei Wang Li Tai, round in stature, squeezed into his chair, closest to Li Shimin, wearing a confident and ingratiating smile, while twirling an elegant folding fan, a hallmark of cultured gentlemen. Princess Li Lizzie, dignified and graceful. embodied her title as the brightest jewel of the Tang dynasty. Lastly, 7-year-old Jin Wang Liji, the chick, was sprawled across the table. His eyes fixated on the food box, a droplet of saliva lingering at the corner of his mouth. Let us all taste, Li Shimin said benevolently. A hint of pride in his voice, gesturing to the meager remnants within the food box. This is what your father thoughtfully brought back for you. The group leaned forward to inspect, a plate of red oil accompanied by a few fragments of tofu. A dish with half a bowl of meat slices and several translucent vegetables, and a few irregularly shaped, golden brown crunchy rice pieces. Li Chengxian's brow furrowed slightly. What was the meaning of this? Was his father mocking him by offering leftovers? A subtle reprimand? A suggestion to remember the hardships of the past? Without hesitation, Li Tai's eyes darted, and he seized a piece of crispy rice, shoving it into his mouth. The crunch echoed. After a couple of chews, his eyes widened in surprise. Delicious. Father, this crispy rice is fragrant and crispy, with a hint of meat flavor. It is even better than the delicacies from the imperial kitchen. Li Tai praised exuberantly, showering compliments. Father thinks of his sons, not even keeping such a treat for himself. I am truly touched. Li Chengxian inwardly cursed the flatterer, but was not to be outdone. He picked up a piece of tofu soaked in red oil and took a bite. The cool, spicy flavor boldly stimulated his taste buds. He coughed slightly, caught off guard, but soon succumbed to the unique savory delight. It was spicy yet not overwhelming. With a tender texture, indeed, a culinary marvel. Li Lizzie and Li Ji also shared the remaining stir-fried meat with onions. Father, this vegetable is surprisingly sweet, Li Lizzie exclaimed. And this meat, even cold, lacks any fishy or tough texture. How is this possible? The few plates of leftovers were rapidly devoured under the dexterous chopsticks of the princes and princesses. Li Tai had thoroughly wiped the plate with a steamed bun before consuming it. Once finished, the guests still felt unsatisfied. The Empress, Li Lizzie, set down her chopsticks and dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, her intelligent eyes filled with curiosity. This dish was novel and bold in flavor, far exceeding the culinary skills of the imperial kitchen. The chefs there would not dare to incorporate such a plethora of spices for fear of offending the nobility. Only someone audacious or unafraid of the emperor could create such a dish. Li Tai quickly seized the moment to speak, subtly observing the emperor's expression. Emperor Li Shimin nodded in satisfaction, gazing at his clever second son with affection. Indeed, Qin Ke is astute, and Lizzie is meticulous. He surveyed the assembly and revealed the name. This dish was crafted by none other than your brother, the Prince of Yu. The Prince of Yu? The children exchanged glances. Recalling the recently bestowed title to the rumored royal uncle, Wei Huai Wang, Li Xuanba, son of Li Yu. Li Chengxian spoke up, a hint of sourness in his tone. Recently, rumors had circulated in the palace that the emperor had acknowledged a nephew and was lavishing him with attention, even granting him the title of prince and spending all his time together, neglecting morning court sessions. Indeed, Emperor Li Shimin confirmed, by lineage, he is your cousin. However, he has been raised abroad, acquiring extraordinary skills. This dish is merely a trivial creation of his. A warning bell rang in Li Chengxian's mind. A favored cousin who could cook and was so esteemed by the emperor posed no direct threat to his position as crown prince, yet the shared affection made him uneasy. As the crown prince, he felt compelled to exhibit the demeanor expected of a future ruler and assert his sovereignty. Li Chengxian rose, straightening his attire, and bowed respectfully to Emperor Li Shimin, speaking earnestly. Father, if he is a royal brother, then he is family. As the crown prince, it is my duty to lead my younger siblings in paying our respects, to express the bonds of kinship, and to make our brother feel the warmth of home. His words were impeccably timed, affirming his status as crown prince while demonstrating kindness and subtly undermining Li Tai. The smile on Li Tai's round face faltered, and he tightened his grip on his folding fan. Emperor Li Shimin observed his two sons, his thoughts as clear as day. In a good mood, he chose not to dwell on their underlying tensions. Chengxian speaks wisely. He nodded. It is indeed time to meet him. However, his expression turned serious. Remember this. Although Li Yu has lived among the common folk for many years, he carries the blood of the Li family and possesses remarkable talents. When you meet him, you must extend both brotherly and respectful greetings as a mentor. Do not let his recent arrival lead to any disrespect. Anyone who dares to show him disrespect shows disrespect to me. Such words were weighty. The notion of offering respect to a mentor elevated Li Yu's status above their own as princes. Li Chengxian and Li Tai felt a jolt of shock, quickly bowing their heads in agreement. Their initial curiosity about the unacquainted Prince of Yu transforming into deep-seated apprehension. Enough. I shall summon him myself. Emperor Li Shimin rose, dismissing any attendants, and strolled towards the side hall with his hands clasped behind his back. The doors and windows were tightly shut, yet a more overpowering fragrance seeped through the cracks. Inside, Li Yu and Wang De crouched in the corner, each cradling a large bowl, their heads buried within, emitting slurping sounds. It was the last 2 packets of braised beef noodles. Li Yu was genuinely famished. Earlier, while he was preoccupied with preparing and sharing the feast with Wang De, he barely had a chance to eat before Li Shimin cleared the table. Slurping, Li Yu took a massive bite of noodles, the heat causing him to gasp, but the satisfaction of the carbohydrates made him unable to suppress a moan. Old Wang, hurry up, don't dawdle, he urged between mouthfuls. If you catch a whiff of this, we won't even have broth left to drink. Rest assured, your highness, I shall indulge at once. It's so hot. Wang De, disregarding all decorum, was sweating profusely as he ate. Just as the two were about to savor the last sip of broth, the door creaked open. Chapter 38. The second generation of the great Tang Li Shimin stood at the threshold, backlit, his nose twitching twice, his expression darkening. Aha, he exclaimed, pointing at Li Yu as if he had caught a rat pilfering rice from his pantry. I knew it. You little rascal are sneaking noodles. Just moments ago, you lamented about having nothing to eat. What is this? Startled, Li Yu instinctively guarded his meal. He tilted his head back and gulped down the remaining broth in one go. Cough, cough, cough. It was scalding, bringing tears to his eyes. Beside him, Wang De was even more audacious. Being a professional eunuch, his swallowing ability was well trained. He tilted his head back, swallowing the remaining half bowl of noodles, broth and all, then discreetly concealed the bowl behind him, feigning innocence while a piece of red chili skin lingered at the corner of his mouth. Burp. Wang De let out a resounding belch. Li Shimin, feigning anger, made his beard tremble. You too. There's none left. Li Yu turned the empty bowl upside down and shook it. A look of helplessness on his face. Uncle, you arrived too late. It's truly gone. This was the last stock. Li Shimin gazed at the two gleaming bowls. A mix of amusement and sadness washing over him. The esteemed prince and the chief eunuch, caught sneaking noodles in a corner, by none other than their own emperor. Enough of the charade, Li Shimin said, pulling out a chair to sit down. I come with an important matter. Chengqian and the others are waiting for you at the Ganlu Palace. I wish for you to meet them. Li Yu wiped the broth from the corner of his mouth. His expression darkening. I want to go, he replied decisively. Why not? Li Shimin furrowed his brow. Uncle, do you truly not understand, or are you pretending not to? Li Yu's gaze sharpened as he looked at Li Shimin. What does it matter for me to go? Li Chengqian is the crown prince, and Li Tai is the prince of Wei. Those two are at each other's throats. If I show even a hint of camaraderie to either, it will be interpreted as choosing sides. I've just returned. I don't wish to be entangled in this mess. Unless, Li Yu paused, glancing at Wang De beside him. Wang De, ever astute, immediately set down his bowl and bowed. Your Majesty, Your Highness, this humble servant shall guard the door. I overindulged earlier. I shall work off the meal. With that, he deftly exited, ensuring the door was securely shut behind him and driving away all living beings within a 50-meter radius. Inside, only the uncle and nephew remained. Li Yu was no longer the carefree glutton he once was. He sat upright, embodying a scrutiny that spanned 14 centuries. Unless you provide me with a definitive answer, second uncle, to whom do you intend to bequeath the throne? Li Shimin fell silent, caught off guard by Li Yu's forthright and piercing inquiry. Of course, it should be Chengqian, Li Shimin replied in a low voice, acknowledging him as the legitimate eldest son, despite his physical ailment, for he possessed a kind and benevolent nature. But if it is Chengqian, Li Yu interjected, why then do you afford Li Tai such extraordinary privileges? Why allow him to establish a literary academy? Why exempt him from managing a fief? Why create the illusion that he, too, has a chance? His voice turned icy. Second uncle, you are committing a grave error. You are enticing Li Tai towards treachery while simultaneously driving Chengqian to madness. Li Yu paused, opting for a more tranquil tone reminiscent of familial concern rather than the heated disputes of recent days. During our last quarrel, I expressed all that needed to be said. You are aware of the course of history that follows. If you wish to avoid repeating past mistakes and witnessing their downfall, change is imperative. Li Shimin's complexion paled as he lowered his gaze to caress the teacup, a long sigh escaping him. You err, he murmured, his voice frail, imbued with profound fatigue. Indeed. After our last confrontation, I contemplated this. Am I not aware that this is a perilous tightrope? Yet, Qin Kai does indeed please me. His talent is remarkable. And I cannot bear to see him relegated to a distant fief, suffering in obscurity. This was the selfishness of a father, as well as the vulnerability of an emperor. Li Yu regarded the powerful yet fragile man before him and sighed inwardly. If you trust me in this matter, then leave it to me. He reached out, placing his hand upon Li Shimin's. We shall collaborate. I will assure Chengqian of his stable position, and I will extinguish Qin Kai's ambitions for the throne. Yet I shall provide him with a new path to channel his excess energy and talent. Li Shimin lifted his gaze, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Do you truly possess such assurance? You must have faith in me, Li Yu replied, locking eyes with Li Shimin. I act for the sake of this family. Taking a deep breath, Li Shimin clasped Li Yu's hand in return. Very well. I trust you. I shall grant you 3 months. Should circumstances improve, I will thereafter heed your counsel in guiding them. Li Shimin regained his imperial resolve. By the way, second uncle, Li Yu stood, I need to relocate. Residing in the side hall is no longer suitable. As a grown nephew, it is inconvenient to remain too close to aunt. He continued, moreover, I must reform these princes. Hence I require proximity to them. Let me consider, Li Shimin mused. The northeastern corner of Taiji Palace has an empty hall nearby. It is close to the East Palace and not far from the Wuda Hall. He decisively made arrangements. That is the former site of Hongyi Palace. Spacious enough for your endeavors. Wang De, arrange for people to tidy up. Move tonight. In the Ganlu Hall, Li Shimin's private chamber and the royal family's most intimate gathering place, the princes and princesses, who had originally assembled in the hall of establishing governance for confidentiality, were now gathered here under his direction. Empress Chang's son sat gracefully beside the main seat, her demeanor gentle as she adjusted the collar of the spirited little prince. Her health recovering remarkably under the nourishing effects of divine elixirs. Within the grand hall, the princes and princesses gathered together. The crown prince, Li Chengqian, occupied the foremost position on the left, his posture impeccably straight, bordering on rigidity, as his hands tightly gripped his knees. His gaze occasionally darted toward the entrance, a blend of anticipation and the reserved vigilance expected of an elder brother. On the right sat Prince Li Tai, plump yet lively, his small eyes darting about as he fanned himself, seemingly pondering how to best exhibit his talents before the esteemed Prince of Yu. In a corner, Prince Li Ku appeared dignified, his youthful visage marred by an incongruous gravity, perhaps even somberness, aware of his own precarious lineage from the previous dynasty. As such, He habitually shrouded himself in shadows. Princess Li Lizzie, however, presented a stark contrast, animatedly holding the hand of Princess Yuzhong, whispering curious conjectures about their royal brother's appearance. Meanwhile, the youngest, Prince Li Ji and the little Prince Li Mingda, could hardly contain themselves, frolicking around the table, their laughter ringing out like chimes. As the voice of Wang De resounded, the hall's doors swung open, silencing the earlier clamor. Li Yu, clad in a finely tailored purple princely robe, strode confidently into the room. Eschewing the traditional modesty of ancient courtiers, he exuded the self-assuredness of a modern individual, as though he were stepping into his own living room rather than a royal palace. This vibrant demeanor instantly captivated the assembled royals. Greetings, elder brother. The princes and princesses rose in unison to pay their respects, even Li Chengqian inclining slightly, granting due homage. No need for formalities. We are all family here. No need for such politeness, Li Yu replied grandly, dismissing the formalities with a wave. He did not sidle to the side, but rather summoned a chair, boldly seating himself at the center, facing the finest assembly of the Tang dynasty's elite offspring, as if he were the very host and leader of this youthful gathering. Observing this scene, Empress Changsun stifled a laugh, leaning toward Li Shimin and whispering, "Look at our son. He truly embodies the essence of a big brother. It has been ages since our palace has witnessed such liveliness." Li Shimin, smiling, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, choosing to quietly watch Li Yu's performance unfold. Once seated, Li Yu surveyed the room and clapped his hands. "Old Wang, bring forth the goods." Wang De hurriedly approached, bearing an enormous, lacquered red box, its lid closed, exuding an air of mystery. The size of the box was enough to leave the younger ones wide-eyed in astonishment. Chapter 39. Dividing the spoils. Li Yu, comfortably seated, addressed the standing princes and princesses. "As I am new here, I haven't brought much. Just a few tokens of our first meeting." He smiled warmly, his tone relaxed. "However, my eyesight isn't the best, and I might not recognize everyone. Therefore, let us play a game. One by one, introduce yourselves, your name, your rank, and your interests. If you do well, gifts will be given. If not, well, you shall receive an empty box." This novel approach left the princes momentarily taken aback, but soon their expressions brightened with intrigue. It was the first time someone had engaged them in such a manner, rather than testing their studies. I'll go first. The most impatient among them was Li Tai. He believed himself to be the most favored and felt compelled to seize every opportunity to shine. With a lofty self-regard, he pondered what gift could possibly challenge him. Stepping forward, fanning himself with confidence, he proclaimed in a booming voice, "I am Qin Ke, Li Tai, the fourth in line. My interests include reading, writing, and the pursuit of knowledge. In this world of wonders, there is nothing that I, Qin Ke, do not recognize." Li Yu nodded, a smile dancing on his lips. "Such bravado is commendable. Indeed, you are a cultured individual. Since you revel in the pursuit of knowledge, allow me to present you with a challenge." He reached into a brocade box, rummaged for a moment, and extracted a colorful cube, a three-dimensional puzzle known as a Rubik's Cube. He casually twisted it a few times before handing it to Li Tai. "Here, this is an advanced version of the Luban lock, called the Rubik's Cube. It is said you are well-versed in mathematics and the principles of the world. This contraption contains billions of variations. Should you manage to restore it within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I shall be in awe of you." Li Tai, dismissively accepting the cube, scoffed, "A mere trifle of clever tricks." He twisted it a couple of times, yet the once orderly colors devolved into chaos. His expression shifted as he turned it again, desperately attempting to restore order, only to find it growing increasingly disordered, the logic entirely unlike that of the Luban lock. How is this possible? Li Tai's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Unwilling to accept defeat, he plopped down on a nearby brocade stool, fixated on the cube, his fingers moving rapidly, entirely oblivious to the need for formalities or the presence of others. Li Yu smirked slightly, having successfully ensnared one. Next was Li Chengqian. He hesitated, glancing at Li Tai, who was engrossed in the puzzle, then at Emperor Li Shimin. Noticing his father nodding with approval, he took a deep breath, adjusted his robe, and stepped forward with somewhat stiff legs. "I am Chengqian, the eldest." His voice was low, tinged with an imperceptible sense of inferiority and the weight of being the eldest brother. "My interests include horseback riding, archery, managing state affairs, and alleviating my father's burdens." Such a quintessential response from a crown prince, flawless yet imbued with a poignant maturity that stirred empathy. Li Yu regarded him without mockery, his smile fading as he approached. "Eldest brother, you have worked hard." Just 5 simple words made Li Chengqian's heart quiver. "You have worked hard?" No one had ever uttered those words to him. All he ever heard were praises of his brilliance and admonitions to be diligent. Li Yu patted his shoulder, the pressure neither too light nor too heavy, conveying a support understood only between men. From the box, he produced a large bottle filled with a white liquid. "This is for you." Li Yu pressed the bottle into Li Chengqian's hands, not loudly proclaiming its medicinal purpose, but leaning closer to whisper in a tone meant solely for him. "Take a spoonful every day. Your leg pain is not your fault. You have grown too quickly for your bones to keep pace. With this, the pain will subside. Remember, as long as your mind remains sharp, you stand firmer than anyone else. Stand tall, do not falter. You are the eldest brother. You must provide shelter for your younger siblings." Li Chengqian trembled at his words. He looked up abruptly, meeting Li Yu's clear and encouraging gaze. For many years, apart from their mother, everyone had scrutinized his legs, some with pity, others with scorn, and many with schadenfreude. Yet this person alone reassured him. "It is nothing to fret over. You are still the eldest." A warm surge of emotion welled up within, dispelling the long-standing gloom. Li Chengqian tightly clutched the vial of medicine, his eyes slightly reddening. He took a deep breath, stepped back, and performed a solemn bow to Li Yu, softly uttering, "Thank you, elder brother." With Cheng Qian and Qin Ke settled, it was time to address the third brother. Li Yu turned his gaze towards the corner, where the silent and downcast youth, Prince Li Ku, stood. "Come forth. You handsome lad hiding in the shadows," Li Yu beckoned. Li Ku hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. "Greeting, I am Li Ku, the third in line. I enjoy horseback riding and hunting." His response was succinct, even somewhat dismissive, as he was acutely aware of his status as an outsider within this family. Li Yu regarded him in silence before turning to retrieve a globe, the size of a soccer ball, from a chest. "Wow!" exclaimed the surrounding princes and princesses in unison. The globe was magnificent, adorned with vibrant colors and peculiar patterns. "Li Ku, lift your head," Li Yu urged. Li Ku raised his gaze, filled with wariness and insecurity. With a flick of his finger, the globe began to spin, presenting a kaleidoscope of colors before his eyes. "Look, this is the Tang dynasty." Li Yu pointed to a small red region, no larger than a palm. "And this is the world." He gestured towards the vast expanses of ocean and land beyond. "I know you feel stifled in Chang'an, but the world is vast, so much so that Chang'an is but a grain of sand." He indicated the distant Americas and Australia. "There lies glory. Take this to study. When you are ready, your second uncle will provide you with a ship and soldiers to conquer those nameless lands and reign as their king." Li Ku caressed the globe's smooth surface, gazing at the unfamiliar mountains and rivers. The clouds of doubt dissipated in his eyes, replaced by the flame of ambition. He cradled the globe as if it were a treasured possession and bowed deeply to Li Yu. As the atmosphere lightened, Li Yu approached Princess Li Lizzie of Chang'an, the first princess of the Tang dynasty. She blinked her large eyes in curiosity as she regarded him. "Li Lizzie, is it? You are truly beautiful." Li Yu complimented with a smile. He produced an exquisite crystal music box. "This is for you." With a gentle twist of the key, the enchanting melody of Castle in the Sky flowed forth, pure and celestial. Inside the crystal sphere, a delicate ballerina danced gracefully to the music. "Wow!" Li Lizzie gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with delight. Such intricate craftsmanship and pure music felt like magic to a girl of the Tang dynasty. "Thank you, Prince Yu. This is simply beautiful," she exclaimed, taking it with joy, her cheeks flushed with happiness, even unable to resist humming along with the tune. Next was Li Ji. Li Yu observed this future Emperor Gaozong of Tang, currently a snot-nosed child, drooling over the magic cube in Li Tai's hands, and glancing enviously at Li Lizzie's music box. "Jinu, stop staring. That belongs to your brother and sister," Li Yu admonished. He then unveiled a massive bag, pouring its contents onto the table with a flourish, countless colorful plastic pieces of Lego. "What is this?" Li Ji inquired, picking up a piece with curiosity. "This is called a building block." Li Yu was capable of constructing houses and bridges, manifesting everything one could desire. He picked up 2 blocks, clicking them together with a satisfying sound. "How delightful it is to play with building blocks. In the future, I shall build the most magnificent palace for the Tang dynasty. And remember, do not always think of competing with your sister for food, or I shall spank you," he joked. Suppressing the urge to act on his impulse to do so, being mindful of his ancestral respect, he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. Li Ji, clutching his Lego set, beamed with joy, his previous grievances forgotten as he plopped down on the ground, eagerly beginning to assemble his creation. The other princes, Li Jun and Li Shan, each received exquisite hardcover illustrated books, akin to the comic books of the era, a rare source of entertainment for children in the Tang dynasty. Then there was little CZ, who could hardly contain her excitement. Observing her siblings with their gifts, she stomped her feet in impatience and dashed into Li Yu's embrace, clinging to his leg while pouting. Brother, what about mine?" Li Yu chuckled, lifting her into his arms and planting a kiss on her chubby cheek. "How could I forget our little CZ?" He produced a set of 24 watercolor pens and a beautifully crafted sketchbook. "Look, these are watercolor pens in red, green, blue, and a total of 24 colors." He opened a red pen and illustrated a small flower in the sketchbook. "Wow, how beautiful." CZ clapped her tiny hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Here, take this and draw whatever your heart desires. Let us make the Tang dynasty splendid." With the colorful pens in her grip, she planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "Brother is the best." Wooden horse. Inside the Ganlu Hall, laughter and cheer resonated, free from the constraints of imperial formality and power struggles. Li Chengqian held a medicine bottle, his gaze resolute. Li Tai squatted on the floor twisting a Rubik's cube, muttering to himself. Li Ke spun a globe, his eyes thoughtful. Li Ji was engrossed in his blocks, reveling in play, while little CZ leaned over the table, drawing, with Empress Changsun gently guiding her. Each person immersed in their own world, yet the atmosphere was unprecedentedly harmonious and warm. Li Yu stood in the center, embodying the essence of a true leader among children, his face adorned with a contented smile. This was what home felt like. At the entrance of the grand hall, Li Shimin stood with his hands behind his back, observing the harmonious scene before him, watching Li Yu, unperturbed and laughing amidst the children, and smiled with satisfaction. He turned to Wangda beside him and whispered, "Wangda, do you see? Does this not resemble a family more closely than before?" Wangda wiped the corner of his eye. "Your Majesty. Prince Yu is indeed a man of great wisdom. He has truly opened his heart." Li Shimin nodded, taking a deep breath. "Convey my imperial decree. This evening, the banquet at Prince Yu's residence shall welcome both the Empress and myself to partake in the meal." Chapter 40. The hot pot gathering at Qingguang Hall in the northeast corner of the Taiji Palace, the former site of Hongyi Palace, which had once been the residence of the late Emperor Li Yuan, lay empty and forlorn until this afternoon when it suddenly came alive with activity. Dozens of eunuchs and palace maids scurried in and out like ants, carrying boxes and draped silks. Be careful. Don't drop that box. And that one. That is my clothing. Don't get it dirty. A commotion arose from beyond the wall, where Li Yu was orchestrating the move. The sounds drifted over the tall palace walls and seeped into the adjacent East Palace. Inside the grand hall of the East Palace, Crown Prince Li Chengxian knelt before his desk, a book in hand, yet his gaze continually wandered to the window. The lively spirit that once animated him slowly waned with the clattering sounds from the neighboring Qingguang Hall, a name recently bestowed by Li Yu and personally approved by Emperor Li Shimin. Qingguang Hall, Li Chengxian murmured to himself, absent-mindedly brushing the edges of the scroll with his fingers. What could be the emperor's intent in placing the Prince of Yu so close? Was it to foster intimacy, or to keep a watchful eye? He recalled the earlier encounter at the Ganlu Hall, where his cousin had presented him with a vial of medicine, accompanied by the cryptic remark, as long as your wits remain, you are still the elder brother. At that moment, the words had felt comforting, but now, shrouded in the deep shadows of the palace, Li Chengxian's paranoia resurfaced. A royal, long lost to the common folk, had suddenly re-emerged, residing beneath his very roof, wielding extraordinary powers. Your Highness, what troubles you? A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. A handsome young eunuch approached, holding a cup of calming tea, his eyes filled with concern. This was Qingxin, Li Chengxian's most cherished confidant. Li Chengxian set down the scroll and rubbed his temples, feeling an unsettling anxiety. The Emperor South's decision to place the Prince of Yu next door weighed heavily on him. Qingxin moved to stand behind him, his slender fingers gently massaging Li Chengxian's temples as he spoke softly. Your Highness, you worry too much. The Prince of Yu is a figure of celestial merit. His ambitions lie elsewhere. Moreover, by placing him next to the East Palace, His Majesty demonstrates his trust in you, indicating that he does not regard him as an outsider. If there were true cause for suspicion, he would have been sent far away. Li Chengxian closed his eyes, allowing the soothing touch to calm his restless spirit. Perhaps you are right. Your Highness, tonight His Majesty is to take you to a banquet. It is said that the Prince of Yu has prepared delicacies from the celestial realm. You must be in good spirits, Qingxin said with a light laugh, leaning in to whisper near his ear. Li Chengxian grasped Qingxin's hand in return, a smile finally gracing his face. You speak the truth. As the Crown Prince, I must embody the dignity befitting my station. As the hour of 7 p.m., approached, nightfall enveloped the Qingguang Hall. The long table originally intended for discussions had been replaced by a grand round table, in the center of which was a large, copper hot pot, heated by a roaring charcoal fire below. Wearing an apron he had crafted himself, Li Yu stirred the pot with a pair of long chopsticks. Have you arrived? He called out without turning as he heard movement at the door. Find a place to sit. Slippers are at the entrance. The floor is cold without the heating. So gather on the couch. At the entrance, Li Chengxian led the way, followed closely by Li Tai, Li Ku, and Li Lizzie, with their wet nurse guiding Li Ji and the young child. Though they had already met during the day and exchanged gifts, the unfamiliarity of the evening setting prompted these distinguished heirs of the Tang dynasty to instinctively adopt a regal demeanor. Greetings, Prince of Yu. Li Chengxian was the first to respond, placing his hands together in a respectful bow. Greetings, Prince of Yu. Behind them, Li Tai, Li Ku, and Li Lizzie also bowed in unison. The scene resembled a group of diplomats, clad in formal attire, stepping into a bustling roadside eatery filled with the aroma of street food. Li Yu set down his chopsticks and gazed at his siblings, who were wrapped up as if in armor. With a resigned sigh, he remarked that they were family and should forego such formalities. It wasn't a court session. They could afford to relax a bit. At that moment, a small pink bundle suddenly broke free from its nurse's grasp, resembling a little cannonball powered by a tiny motor, charging towards Li Yu. The little girl, oblivious to etiquette, only remembered that this big pot had treated her to the delightfully sweet Dubai too and had gifted her a drawing pen. With her short legs pattering, she dashed into Li Yu's embrace, clinging to his leg and calling out in a sweet, childish voice, Big pot, 7 rice. I'm so hungry. Li Yu's heart melted at the sight. He scooped the little girl into his arms, exclaiming, Oh my little ancestor, are you hungry? Let us go. Big pot will take you to eat something delicious. Turning towards the princes still lingering at the entrance, he waved and declared, Did you see that? Learn from her. Come in. Anyone who bows again will have to watch us eat from the doorway tonight. This scene left Li Chengxian and Li Tai momentarily stunned. The beloved Princess Jinyang, usually instructed to move gracefully like a lotus, was now clinging to a man like a koala. Li Lizzie observed her younger sister's joyful demeanor with a flicker of envy in her eyes before breaking the silence with a light laugh. Elder brother is right. We have indeed been too reserved. Little sister, please, don't hold back. She gracefully stepped inside, her posture still elegant but noticeably more relaxed. Li Tai, utterly captivated by the enticing aroma, paid no mind to the regal decorum. Fan in hand, he rushed in, exclaiming, Elder brother, what is that delightful scent? It's so enticing. The group gathered around the round table. Li Yu pointed to the pot and introduced, This is a yuan yang pot. The left side, vibrant red, is a spicy chili broth, perfect for those who relish bold flavors. The right side, a creamy mushroom bone broth, is exquisite and suitable for those who cannot tolerate spice. He specifically indicated the chili pot and glanced at Li Tai. Qingke, seeing your robust physique, you must try this. It's the essence of masculine indulgence. Li Tai stared at the bubbling red oil, his throat tightening with both fear and anticipation. Is that really spicy? All right, I shall give it a try. Next came the ingredients. Li Yu had gone to great lengths for this meal. This is lamb roll, he said, pointing to a plate of thinly sliced lamb, expertly prepared by the chefs of the imperial kitchen. I had them freeze it before slicing, just 3 seconds in the pot, and it's cooked. These are beef and fish balls, he continued, gesturing toward 2 plates of round delicacies. I made these by hand. The beef balls are chewy, while the fish balls are crafted from yellow river carp, deboned, minced, and kneaded countless times until they become gelatinous, then mixed with minced ginger and shaped. Xiaojiu, Li Ji. You can eat these worry-free, they have no bones. Li Ji, salivating at the description, perked up and nodded vigorously in agreement. Moreover, there is the fried tofu. Li Yu pointed at a plate of golden-hued bean curd, which had been sliced and deep-fried, absorbing all the savory broth, bursting with flavor upon the first bite. As for vegetables, although the Tang dynasty lacked potatoes and chilies, which Li Yu had yet to cultivate, it boasted a rich variety of local produce. There were sunflower greens, bok choy, as well as slices of lotus root, bamboo shoots, and mushrooms. Lastly, the soul of the dish lay in the dipping sauce. This was a sesame paste concoction. Li Yu gestured towards the small bowls before each person, containing pure sesame sauce he had brought from modern times. Enhanced with chive blossoms, which were available in the Tang dynasty, chopped scallions, minced garlic, and cilantro. The key ingredient was the crushed walnut pieces that Old Wang had added. Enriching the aroma further, Li Yu demonstrated, adding a splash of soy sauce, a dash of vinegar, and for those who preferred spiciness, a spoonful of chili oil. Voila! The allure of hot pot lies in its ability to swiftly bridge the gap between individuals. When the first slice of lamb transformed its color in the bubbling oil, and the first spoonful of hot broth was savored, all pretensions of nobility and pride dissipated in the steam. Li Tai was a true foodie, enticed by Li Yu's words. He eagerly plunged his chopsticks into the pot of red oil. Chapter 41. Conscription. A piece of marbled lamb was cooked to perfection, enveloped in the fragrant embrace of beef tallow, Sichuan peppercorns, and chilies, and dipped generously in the rich sesame sauce before being devoured. Li Tai's eyes widened, and his entire chubby face flushed crimson. Gasp! He opened his mouth, desperately inhaling, as if his tongue had been set ablaze. Spicy, so spicy. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead, and tears nearly spilled from his eyes. How is it? Want to spit it out? Li Yu mischievously offered him a cup of sour plum drink. No, absolutely not. Though Li Tai was panting from the heat, his hands remained in motion. The flavor was simply delectable. It was 100 times better than the bland steamed lamb. This fire seemed to have ignited his very soul. Exhilarating. He reached for his chopsticks once more, this time grabbing a larger portion of meat to toss into the spicy broth. Li Chengqian, on the other hand, exhibited a more genteel approach, primarily attacking the clear broth pot. He picked up a fish ball and popped it into his mouth. Fresh. The sweetness of the fish melted upon his tongue, devoid of any fishy taste, with a delightful, bouncy texture. Brother, your culinary skills are indeed exceptional. Li Chengqian set down his chopsticks, dabbed his mouth, and glanced at the perspiring Li Tai, casually remarking, Qingke, while this spicy pot is delightful, one must also know their limits. Should you suffer from an upset stomach, it could hinder the important task of compiling the book, and father will surely hold you accountable. Li Tai, thoroughly enjoying his meal, paused momentarily at the remark, then swallowed the meat in his mouth, responding with a grin. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. Although the spiciness is overwhelming, once accustomed, it reveals endless layers of flavor. The tedium of compiling books calls for a bit of stimulation to invigorate the spirit. As for you, elder brother, while the clear broth is safe, it does tend to be rather bland. Their eyes met momentarily in the air before they nonchalantly diverted their gazes. Li Yu, meanwhile, was busy cooking meat while observing the scene. Secretly amused, these two brothers could never enjoy a meal in peace. Li Ku remained silent throughout, bowing his head as he consumed the meat that Li Yu had placed into his bowl, bite after bite, as if to swallow all his emotions along with the food. As for the other princes and princesses, they were completely oblivious to the playful banter exchanged between the two. Li Ji was struggling with a beef meatball that was far too slippery to grasp. Clumsy indeed. Li Yu effortlessly picked it up with his chopsticks and placed it into Li Ji's bowl, admonishing him gently, use a spoon, you silly boy. Li Ji chuckled, stuffing the meatball into his mouth, his cheeks puffing out like a hamster's. Little Zizi sat in Li Yu's lap, unable to reach the table, pointing eagerly at a plate of fried tofu. Big pot. I want that one. The yellow one. Li Yu picked up a piece, blew on it to cool it down, and fed it to her. Delicious. Little Zizi's eyes squinted in bliss. Just as the atmosphere reached a delightful crescendo, an announcement echoed from the entrance. His Majesty has arrived. Her Majesty has arrived. A startled hush fell over the room as they had yet to rise when Emperor Li Shimin, clad in his ordinary attire and holding the hand of Empress Changsun, strode in with purpose. Upon entering, he wrinkled his nose and exclaimed, well, I hurriedly dealt with the memorials, and you all have already begun dining? Feigning anger, he pointed at the steaming hot pot laid out before them. You didn't even wait for me? Is there no regard for your father? The princes, taken aback, instinctively set down their chopsticks to bow in apology. Forgive me, father. I, began Li Chengqian, but Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Everyone stay put. His demeanor was far from that of an emperor. He appeared more like a neighbor who feared missing out on a meal. I could smell it from the Ganlu hall. With all this red oil and sesame paste, you've made my mouth water. Li Shimin approached the table, surveying the chaotic spread with gleaming eyes. To everyone's astonishment, he took a seat on the edge of the couch and began to remove his boots. He then sat cross-legged between Li Yu and Li Tai, creating a snug spot. Come, let me have a taste. Is this still that instant noodle flavor? This action shattered the invisible barrier that separated the emperor from his sons. Father is taking off his shoes? Father is joining us. He asked, sharing our table? Li Yu, unfazed, handed Li Shimin a pair of chopsticks. Uncle, have you washed your hands? This is a buffet. Hygiene is paramount. I have. I washed at the door, Li Shimin replied, taking the bowl and pointing to the sticky sauce in front of Li Yu. Is this what you call sesame sauce? Yes, the sesame sauce dish. It contains sesame paste, chive flowers, crushed walnuts, along with cilantro, minced scallions, and garlic, Li Yu explained, an essential for hot pot. Prepare one for me, just like yours, but with extra spice. Li Shimin promptly handed over the bowl. Li Yu skillfully concocted a bowl for him, adding a spoonful of red oil for good measure. Li Shimin picked up a slice of beef and dipped it in the pot, observing the marbled texture with a smirk directed at Li Yu. Ahem, uncle. This beef was well, it met an unfortunate end. Li Yu said earnestly. Indeed, old Wang mentioned it fell down a slope and was smashed to pieces. It was quite tragic. We can only eat it with tears in our eyes. Wang De stood silently nearby, bearing the brunt of the jest. Fell to its demise. Li Shimin, choosing not to expose the truth, rolled a piece of meat in the sesame sauce before sending it to his mouth. The rich aroma of sesame mingled with the fragrance of the meat, filling his mouth entirely. A satisfied sound escaped Li Shimin's lips, exclaiming how delightful and rich the flavor was, even surpassing what he had enjoyed in the morning. He glanced at Li Tai, whose lips were swollen from the spice, and teased, Qingke, what is it? Eating feels like going to war. If it's too much, don't force yourself. Go have some broth with your elder brother. Li Tai, feeling underestimated by his father, retorted with determination, Father, this is exhilarating. The spicier, the better. Empress Changsun took her seat beside Li Juan and the little one. The child, clutching a fishball, raised it in delight upon seeing her mother, exclaiming, Mother. 7. So good. With a gentle smile, Empress Changsun took a small bite. Her eyes brimming with tenderness. So delicious. Let's have our little one eat more. In that moment within the Qingguang Hall, there were no emperors, princes, or princesses. Only a family gathered around a steaming pot, sharing a meal and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Li Chengqian watched his father, who was playfully contesting with Li Yu for a piece of lamb, the mother who was laughing heartily, and his siblings with grease adorning their faces. Suddenly, the tension in his heart eased. Perhaps, at this table filled with warmth and life, there were no schemes or plots, only the comfort of family. With stomachs full, Li Tai reclined on the couch, caressing his round belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Li Ji and the little one were already nodding off. Taken away by their nurse, Li Shimin, holding a cup of hawthorn tea for digestion, looked contentedly at Li Yu, saying, Yuer, this hot pot is splendid. If the palace grows cold in the future, let us gather often. Gathering is fine, Li Yu replied, wiping his mouth and standing up. Surveying the rosy-faced princes in the room, a capitalist smile creeping onto his face. But there is no such thing as a free lunch, nor a free dinner. You all dined on my food tonight, a divine meal, infused with energy. Li Tai felt a sudden chill of foreboding. Elder brother, what are you planning? Li Yu gestured towards the dark night outside, and then pointed at a suitcase filled with seeds. Tomorrow morning, at the third watch, 7:45 a.m. Everyone must gather in the Forbidden Garden, including the Crown Prince, the Prince of Wei, and the Prince of Wu. What do you intend, brother Yu? Li Chengqian inquired. Li Yu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, to plant auspicious seeds. Tomorrow, I want you to personally sow these hopes into the soil of the Tang dynasty. Li Tai let out a cry of despair. Brother, I still have books to compile. Compile books? Li Yu sneered. Whoever does not show up tomorrow can forget about entering my Qingguang Hall in the future, and you can forget about tasting my dishes. Even that Rubik's Cube will be reclaimed. Li Shimin, listening nearby, not only refrained from intervening, but also set down his cup and nodded solemnly. What my son, Prince Yu, says is correct. My sons cannot be ignorant of agriculture. Tomorrow, I shall personally supervise. Anyone who dares to slack off shall face my wrath. The princes collectively thought, this meal has come at a high price. Gazing upon Li Yu's vibrant visage and recalling the warmth of the recent meal, their hearts were no longer filled with resistance. Chapter 42. 3 Little Lolas at the third watch of the morning, before the Lingyun Pavilion. A royal sanctuary usually graced by the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, tranquility was abruptly shattered. Li Yu, clad in modern work attire that resembled a fitted uniform, with tightly rolled sleeves and pant legs, stood upon the freshly tilled ridge, engaging in chest-expanding exercises. His feet adorned with sturdy layered cloth shoes and a gleaming shovel in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Before him lay the land, meticulously leveled overnight by the imperial guards, the original exotic flora and ornate pavilions replaced by rich fields exuding the earthy scent of freshly turned soil. The air was imbued with the morning's coolness, mingled with the refreshing aroma of freshly cut grass. Everyone's here? Li Yu paused, turning to observe. In the distance, a sparse group approached. Leading the way was Crown Prince Li Chengqian, donned in a practical narrow-sleeved outfit, striving to maintain an air of dignity, though his disheveled hair and sleepy eyes betrayed him. Following closely was Prince Li Tai, breathless from exertion. The chubby lad, normally lost in dreams at this hour, now trudged to the fields, his face resembling that of someone on the verge of tears. Prince Li Ku, on the other hand, appeared quite spirited, dressed in robust attire and remarkably wielding a hoe with a semblance of expertise. Trailing behind were a retinue of cheerleaders and child laborers, including Princess Li Lizzie, Prince Li Ji, Prince Li Zhen, Prince Li Shan, and Princess Xiazizi of Jinyang. However, to Li Yu's surprise, the group included 3 unfamiliar little Lolas. 1, approximately 10 years old, had gentle features and donned a pale green dress, exuding a quiet elegance. Another, of the same age, held a small booklet and pen, her demeanor serene. The youngest, around 6 or 7, was clad in a vibrant red riding outfit, her royal lineage evident in her noble countenance. "Greetings, esteemed Wang brother," the young princes and princesses said in unison as they approached, bowing in reverence. "Please, there's no need for such formality," Li Yu waved his hand, curiously pointing towards the three newcomers. "Who might these ladies be?" Responding to my elder brother, Li Lizzie, the eldest sister, smiled as she assumed the role of spokesperson. "This is my younger sister Qinghe, and this is Lin Xuan, along with Qingyang. Our mother issued a decree last night, stating that since this is a gathering of auspicious nature organized by you, elder brother, she wished for them to experience the world and learn from you as well. She insisted we, the elder siblings, should not conceal anything from them." Upon hearing this, Li Yu quickly grasped the underlying wisdom of Empress Zhongsan. Among these princesses, Qingyang was of true birth, while Qinghe and Lin Xuan were of lesser status, yet in this pivotal moment of familial unity, bringing them all together not only illustrated the bond between the legitimate and illegitimate, but also granted them an opportunity to partake in essential matters. "Well then, whether it be one sheep or a flock, we shall proceed," Li Yu chuckled, gesturing towards the 20 acres of land before him. "Welcome to the labor reform. Oh no. I mean, the labor practice base of the Tang dynasty." Princess Qingyang blinked her large eyes at Li Yu and inquired with a bright voice, "Wang brother, I have heard tales of the many amusements and delicacies here. Is it truly so?" Li Yu gazed at the little girl, offering a smile as he crouched down. "There are delightful treats and fun, but those are reserved for those who work. Here, if you do not labor, you shall not eat." Qingyang paused for a moment, then nodded earnestly. "Qingyang can work," Mother said to heed the elder brother's words. "Excellent. Such ambition," Li Yu commended, giving a thumbs up. Meanwhile, in the nearby floral pavilion, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Empress Changsun sat at the head of the table, cradling a cup of warm tea with an expression of calm composure. Before her sat a group of elegantly dressed concubines, led by Concubine Wei and Concubine Yin. Each held a delicate fan, their faces adorned with polite smiles. "Your Majesty," sighed Concubine Yang, the mother of Li Ku, as she dabbed her lips with a handkerchief. "The Emperor has sent the princes to till the fields? How novel. But the muddy ground is filthy and foul. What if they fall ill?" "Indeed," Concubine Wei chimed in, her tone laced with concern. "It is not that I pity the children, but they are, after all, princes. Their noble bodies are at risk in such damp soil, teeming with insects. What if they were to suffer irreparable harm?" Empress Changsun frowned slightly, aware that these concubines were expressing their worries for their sons, while also seeking to test her. Just as she prepared to explain that this was a practice of auspicious farming, a clear voice echoed from the corridor outside the floral hall. "Esteemed ladies, your words are misguided." Everyone turned to see Li Yu, dressed in simple attire and holding a large water jug, standing at the entrance. Not far behind him, Li Shimin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clearly having listened for a while. Li Yu did not directly counter their concerns, but entered with a smile, performing a respectful gesture as a younger relative. "Esteemed ladies, as elders, it is natural for you to be concerned for your younger brothers, and your compassion is commendable." This tone eased the tension among the concubines, who had been prepared to challenge him. Shifting his focus, Li Yu gestured towards the fields outside. "This endeavor is not merely about farming. It is also about nurturing health." "Nurturing health?" Concubine Yin was taken aback. "Precisely," Li Yu began to elucidate. "Esteemed ladies, consider that the princes spend their days in the palace either studying or sitting idly, lacking physical exertion. This is akin to birds confined in a cage. They may appear precious but possess fragile constitutions. The earth holds vitality. Humans emerge from the soil and must connect with it. Exposure to sunlight bolsters yang energy, and sweating expels toxins. This is far more beneficial than consuming ginseng or bird's nest." Li Yu looked earnestly at Concubine Wei. "If you harbor doubts, you may send a letter to Qingqing Mountain and consult the esteemed immortal Sun Simiao." Mentioning the revered figure rendered the concubines speechless. In the Tang dynasty, the words of Sun Simiao often held more weight than imperial edicts. Moreover, Li Yu added pointedly, this also pertains to filial piety. The emperor toils tirelessly for the people of the Tang, and the princes cultivate auspiciousness with their own hands, offering it to the emperor and the realm. What greater expression of filial devotion and honor could there be? When history records this, it will speak of the prince's labor in the fields, empathizing with the common folk, pure filial piety that resonates with heaven. Esteemed ladies, does this reputation not far surpass that of being coddled? His discourse, weaving through health, filial piety, and reputation, left the concubines at a loss for words. At that moment, Li Shimin entered, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He refrained from reprimanding the concubines and instead took a seat beside Empress Changsun. Gazing at the assembly of ladies with a tone that was gentle yet unequivocal, "My children shall roll in the mud. Only then will they comprehend the hardships of the common folk and the arduous journey of sustenance. This is for their own good. Now worry not. I have instructed the Imperial Medical Bureau to remain close at hand. They shall not come to harm. If you have nothing pressing, you may visit the fields and observe whether your sons exhibit more vigor than usual." This pronouncement from Li Shimin not only provided a graceful exit for the concubines, but also affirmed Li Yu's actions. The ladies exchanged glances, and ultimately, they rose to pay their respects, saying, "Your Majesty is wise. We shall go and take a look." Chapter 43. Labor together as the sun ascended the palace walls. The newly cultivated land in the imperial garden basked in warmth. The royal autumn planting had officially reached a fervent stage. Li Yu had not truly compelled them to complete the entire 20 acres. Rather, he designated a trial plot of approximately half an acre, insisting that they personally partake in the sowing of potatoes. The allocation of tasks had been meticulously organized by Li Yu. taking into account not only physical strength, but also each individual's health condition. At the forefront was Prince Li Ku, clad not in cumbersome robes, but in a snug black outfit with arrow sleeves, accentuating the youthful vigor of his physique. Clutching a spade, he was responsible for the initial task of digging holes. Heave, Li Ku commanded, his voice resonating from deep within as his arms flexed with muscle, driving the spade forcefully into the earth. The sharp blade sliced through the soft soil, lifting a neat clod. His movements were efficient and swift, each scoop consistent in depth, while beads of sweat trickled down his resolute profile, vanishing into the ground. For Li Ku, who bore the lineage of the former dynasty and had always tread cautiously, this unadulterated exertion of strength was exhilarating. Here, he was free from the burden of others' judgments, liberated from the need to weigh every word. He simply exerted his force, and the earth responded in kind. Be mindful of the depth. Potatoes should be planted shallow. Liu called out from behind. Understood. Li Ku replied without looking back, his spade moving ever more swiftly, sending clods of earth flying. Trailing behind Li Ku was the crown prince, Li Chengqian. Liu had deliberately assigned him the task of placing the seeds, a job that required little physical effort, primarily to accommodate his leg ailment. Carrying a bamboo basket filled with cut potato seed pieces, he traversed the furrows with deliberate caution, each step slow and steady. His right leg, burdened by an old injury, was put to the test on the uneven, soft earth, causing a twinge of pain in his knee. Yet, he persisted, refusing to complain. Observing Li Ku's sweat-drenched back, a surge of determination welled within him. As the crown prince, I cannot falter. At each hole, he bent down carefully, placing a seed piece at the bottom with meticulous attention. Eyes up, he murmured to himself, ensuring each placement was centered and oriented correctly. His earnestness made it seem as though he was not merely placing potatoes, but laying the very foundation of the Tang dynasty. Liu approached at an indeterminate moment, holding a long wooden stick wrapped in soft cloth, with a crossbar nailed to its lower end. Take this, Liu offered, handing over the stick. Don't strain yourself. Use this as a cane for support while planting. And remember, don't bend over too much, it could hurt your spine. Just throw the seeds accurately. Li Chengqian paused for a moment, examining the specially designed cane, and then meeting Li Yu's eyes, which held no trace of mockery, but rather genuine concern. Thank you, elder brother, he said, accepting the stick and testing its support. Indeed, the pressure on his right leg was significantly alleviated. Grateful, he glanced at Li Yu, took a deep breath, and adjusted his posture. With a swift motion, he foresaw the distance, flicked his wrist, and the seed landed precisely at the bottom of the hole. The sprout eyes facing upwards as Li Yu had instructed. Well done. Your skills in throwing have not gone to waste. Li Yu praised, eliciting a smile from Li Chengqian. If Li Chengqian was battling illness, then Prince Li Tai was engaged in a struggle for survival. For a man burdened by excessive weight, who typically required a sedan chair for even a few steps, traversing the soft, muddy ground was a torment in itself. Heaving heavily, Li Tai shuffled his plump form like a penguin. His task was to cover the soil over the seeds that Li Ku had placed, using his feet to push the earth back and compact it. While this might seem a simple task, every step for Li Tai caused his center of gravity to sway violently. Why is this ground so soft? He grumbled, beads of sweat trickling down his rounded chin, soaking his expensive silk garments. He felt as though his lungs might burst, his legs weighed down as if filled with lead. Ouch! At last, while turning, he slipped, losing his balance. Plop! He landed squarely in the freshly filled hole, half of his body sinking in like a giant radish planted in the earth. Laughter erupted around him. Warm and good-natured, Li Tai's face flushed a deep shade of crimson, mortified with shame. He was the illustrious Prince of Wei, yet here he was, sprawled in the mud. Just as he was about to express his indignation and call for assistance, he felt a firm grip under his arms. Li Ku, usually reticent yet remarkably efficient in his tasks, set down his tools and approached. Having trained in martial arts for years, he moved with grace even in the muddy terrain. Without uttering a word, he grasped Li Tai's arms and bellowed, up. A surge of strength lifted Li Tai from the ground. Be careful, the ground is unstable. Tread firmly before moving, Li Ku advised, brushing the dirt off Li Tai's back with an uncommon smile. If you're truly tired, take a break. I can help you cover a few rows. Li Tai stood momentarily bewildered. Typically, he and Li Ku engaged in subtle rivalries for favor, each looking down upon the other, Li Tai despising Li Ku's lineage, while Li Ku disdained Li Tai's favoritism. Yet, in this muddy field, during his most humbled moment, it was this third brother who extended a hand. Thank you very much, third brother, Li Tai murmured, the heat of embarrassment fading slightly from his face. As he gazed upon Li Ku's face, which bore the marks of mud yet retained an air of valor, Li Tai felt a sudden surge of pride within him. No need. I can manage alone. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself once more, resolute in his belief that this soil could not prove more challenging to handle than composing an essay or solving mathematical problems. He dismissed the notion of rest and continued to shovel the earth with his feet. Although his posture remained comical, resembling a peculiar dance, his relentless determination garnered admiration. Upon the ridge of the field, the four princesses formed the most resplendent scene within the confines of the royal garden. Princess Li Lizzie of Chonglu, Princess Qing He, Princess Lin Chuan, and Princess Cheng Yang. Their task was to water the plants, a responsibility that was not without its difficulties. Li Yu had not permitted them to carry heavy buckets. Instead, he had prepared several exquisite long-spouted copper kettles. Sisters, keep up. Li Lizzie, as the elder sister of this group of young maidens, led the way with a copper kettle in hand. Today, she donned a light blue narrow-sleeved RU skirt, cinched at the waist for practicality, yet her demeanor still radiated the grace of a Tang dynasty princess. Approaching each meticulously sealed pit, She gently tilted the kettle, allowing a fine stream of water to flow forth, deftly moistening the soil without disrupting its compact form. "Dear sister, my kettle is empty," Princess Chungyang exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed. "Hand it over to me," said Princess Qing He, whose gentle nature shone through. Though she was yet to be wed, as the future daughter-in-law of the Chung family, she already exhibited an air of maturity. She took Cheng Yang's empty kettle and approached the large water vat at the edge of the field, ladling water with a gourd scoop before returning. Meanwhile, Princess Lin Chuan held a small notebook, watering the plants while recording her observations. At the fourth quarter of the Qin hour, watered once. Soil absorbs water well. "Why are you keeping track of this, Lin Chuan?" Li Yu inquired, curiosity piqued as he leaned closer. "Replying to my royal brother," Lin Chuan said shyly, closing her notebook. "I wish to document how this auspicious growth occurs. Perhaps, in the future, I could include it in a book." "Excellent. What a splendid idea." Li Yu commended her. "You shall author this volume titled A Record of Auspicious Cultivation, with your name, Princess Lin Chuan." Her eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously in agreement. As for the younger ones, Li Ji, Li Zhen, and Li Shun, they truly embodied the spirit of camaraderie and support. Li Yu provided each of them with a small basket filled with water pouches and clean towels. "Big pot. Water." Little CZ exclaimed, scampering toward Li Yu with short strides, holding up a water pouch. Li Yu knelt down, took a sip, then planted a kiss on her chubby little face. "So sweet. You are such a good girl. 3 pots, drink water." Little CZ then dashed toward Li Ku. Having just finished digging a pit, Li Ku, panting from exhaustion, quickly set aside his shovel, wiped his hands on his clothes, and cautiously accepted the water pouch. Gazing at the innocent smile of little CZ, he felt his strength renewed. Li Ji trailed closely behind Li Tai, cheering him on. "Fourth brother, keep it up. Fourth brother, keep it up." A phrase learned from Li Yu. Li Tai, already fatigued, rolled his eyes at the incessant chant. "You little rascal. Don't just shout. Help me wipe my sweat." Of course. Li Ji stood on tiptoe, brandishing a towel as he playfully wiped Li Tai's face, nearly obstructing his nostrils. Pa, are you attempting to commit fratricide?" Li Tai exclaimed in exasperation, prompting laughter from those around. Meanwhile, Princess Li Lizzie gracefully assumed the role of caregiver. With a handkerchief in hand, she approached Li Chengqian, delicately wiping the sweat from his brow. "Brother, are you weary? Perhaps you ought to take a break?" Her gaze, filled with concern, lingered on her elder sibling's damp back. "Not weary at all," Li Chengqian replied, his smile radiant, a genuine expression unfettered by the burdens of princely expectations. "Lizzie, do you think my sewing is accurate? If I am unable to ascend to the throne, I could always seek a position in the Ministry of Revenue. Serving as an agricultural advisor could be quite commendable." Pa. "Brother, what nonsense are you speaking?" Li Lizzie playfully chided, feigning irritation as she gently swatted his arm. "Your seedlings are the most precise. You are the finest prince in the realm." As for the two little ones, Li Ji and Xiao Zizi, they had completely unleashed their playful spirits following their initial supply run. They dashed along the furrows, as if on a treasure hunt. Li Ji was preparing to pilfer some potato chunks from Li Shimin to plant in his shoes, eliciting hearty laughter from the onlookers. Not far away, Xiao Zizi indeed discovered a treasure in the soil. "A big pot. A big pot. Look," she exclaimed, brandishing a hefty, wriggling earthworm, unbothered by the dirt. As she scampered towards Li Yu, a long worm, a fleshy one from the ground. Li Yu was busy guiding Li Shimin and Empress Changsun in cutting the seed potatoes. Li Shimin insisted on doing it himself, claiming it added a sense of participation, and each slice was made with utmost seriousness. Witnessing this scene, Li Yu burst into laughter, lifting the muddy Xiao Zizi into his arms. "Well done. Zizi is remarkable. This is a soil dragon, a treasure from the earth. With it, crops thrive. It signifies fertile land." He was unconcerned with the dirt, affectionately touching Xiao Zizi's muddy cheek, transforming her into a little calico cat. "Go, show your father. This is an auspicious beast." Li Shimin set down his knife, captivated by the sight of his daughter, her face smeared with mud, yet beaming like a sunflower. Usually, the palace maids dressed her like a porcelain doll, forbidding any contact, yet now, despite her soiled appearance, she exuded vibrancy and charm. "Well, my Zizi is also a skilled farmer." Li Shimin, disregarding the dirt on his robes, scooped up his daughter and planted a kiss on her muddy face, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. He turned to survey the fields, observing the mutual support between Chengqian and Qingke, the diligent efforts of Kuer, and the bustling activity of his daughters. In that moment, amidst the fields of the imperial garden, there were no emperors, no princes, no noble lords, only parents, sons, daughters, brothers, and sisters. The mingling of sweat and the scent of earth provided a comfort surpassing any palace incense. The icy barrier of power that had long existed between royal kin began to dissolve quietly, with each shovel and seed exchanged. Li Shimin gazed at the scene, momentarily entranced, prompting him to reflect on whether he had indeed overlooked much in the past. He provided the children with the finest education and the highest status. Yet he neglected to teach them how to be brothers and how to be a family. Li Yu, however, accomplished this simply through shared labor. As noon approached, the fields were tilled. Standing on the ridge, Li Yu gazed at the land imbued with hope and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone has worked hard to celebrate our successful inaugural royal labor, and to let you know what treasures we have sown." With a mischievous grin, he pointed towards the side hall. "This noon, feel free to have some snacks to tide you over, and at the hour of the pig, we shall not go to the imperial kitchen. Instead, we will prepare a grand feast ourselves." "Prepare a feast ourselves?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 45. The meal at the hour of the pig. In the storeroom of the Qingguang Hall's side hall, A piercing scream shattered the tranquility. No, Your Highness, those are precious treasures. They are our lifeblood. How can we eat them? Wang De clung desperately to the box containing the remaining potatoes and sweet potatoes, collapsing to the ground, weeping profusely. As if Li Yu were unearthing his ancestral grave. One potato is several pounds of grain, and one sweet potato is a whole batch of seedlings. We cannot eat them now. Li Yu, holding a kitchen knife, looked helplessly at the loyal yet stubborn old eunuch. Old Wang, let go. These samples were specifically brought to be consumed. This is called trial marketing, do you understand? Marketing? What is marketing? Wang De asked, bewildered, with tears streaming down his face. Li Yu patiently explained, consider this. The emperor and the princes only know that these crops yield abundantly and are life-saving food. But they do not know how delicious they are. If they taste terrible, like pig feed, coarse and hard to swallow, will they promote them earnestly? Will the common people be willing to plant them? Only when they have tasted the sweetness and realize that these crops are not only life-sustaining, but also delectable delicacies fit for the gods. Will they promote and protect them with fervor? Only then will the emperor truly cherish them. This is the principle of not being able to catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Do you understand? Wang De was taken aback. He blinked through his tear-filled eyes, contemplating this logic. It seemed somewhat reasonable. If these crops were truly delicious, the emperor would undoubtedly pay them more heed. Really? Wang De asked through his sobs. Will tasting them lead to faster promotion? Absolutely. Li Yu affirmed with conviction, I guarantee it. Once they take a bite, the status of these treasures will be secured. Ultimately, with tears in his eyes, Wang De opened the box. Retrieving a potato while shedding tears as if each one was a piece of his flesh, muttering, may the treasures be forgiven. At 3/4 past the hour of the pig, the small kitchen of the Qingguang Hall was filled with the most esteemed individuals of the Tang dynasty. Li Yu called everyone inside. You reap what you sow. Once the planting is done, we must learn how to eat. Today, we shall take matters into our own hands and feast abundantly. Li Yu donned an apron, taking center stage, albeit in a rather unique fashion, with a small child perched on his neck. The child held a large green onion as a conductor's baton, waving it like a grand general. Big pot. Charge. Stir fry. All right. We heed the general's command. Li Yu teased, eliciting joyful laughter from the child. Everyone follow orders. Prepare the ingredients. Li Chengqian stood before the chopping board, wielding a kitchen knife. Although he was initially somewhat clumsy, his meticulous nature compelled him to slice the potatoes with deliberation, each strip uniform in thickness, reminiscent of a scholar meticulously reviewing official documents in pursuit of perfection. Big brother, your knife skills are commendable. With such focus, you could become a chef if you ever find yourself unemployed, Li Yu teased while chopping meat. Li Chengqian smiled faintly, his gaze unwavering, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. You jest, brother. Yet, watching these potatoes transform under my blade brings a sense of tranquility, almost akin to zen. I need not ponder the troubles of the court, but rather how to execute this cut flawlessly. It is quite a delightful feeling. Li Yu, at a loss for words, gently patted Li Chengqian's shoulder in consolation. Meanwhile, Li Tai had developed a keen interest in the large iron wok. He found it imposing and befitting of his stature. Brother Yu, allow me to give this frying pan a try. I saw the fire you created yesterday. It was magnificent. Li Tai rolled up his sleeves, grasping the spatula with eager anticipation. All right, Qingke, you shall handle the spicy sour shredded potatoes. Pour in the oil. As Li Tai ladled in a spoonful of lard. The oil heated rapidly, sending up wisps of smoke. Add the meat slices. Sizzle. The meat hit the wok, unleashing a surge of smoke and a thunderous sound as flames leapt up nearly half a meter high. Ah! Li Tai leaped back in fright, nearly dropping the spatula. His round face paling as he exclaimed, what a commotion! Is it exploding? Guard! Guard! Fear not. That is merely the sound of water vaporizing. Stir fry. Quickly. Or it will burn. Li Yu shouted from the side. Gritting his teeth, Li Tai focused on the flames, mustering the courage to dive in, eyes shut, stirring haphazardly. The clattering of the spatula echoed as the meat changed color, and a rich aroma of savory meat mingled with a hint of char wafted into the air. His fear transformed into exhilaration. Delicious. Truly delightful. Haha, I can cook. I am the god of food. Li Tai exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, as if he had just won a great battle. Li Ku, meanwhile, crouched beneath the stove, tasked with chopping wood and tending the fire. With each swing of his axe, he struck with precision, the firewood splitting readily. He adeptly controlled the flames, seamlessly transitioning between high and low heat, demonstrating an innate mastery over fire befitting a commander. Third brother, the fire is too fierce. Tone it down a bit. Li Yu called out. Understood. Li Ku skillfully withdrew a piece of firewood, instantly stabilizing the flames. Though covered in soot, he wore a radiant smile and even wiped the sweat from his brow, further smudging his face. Li Lizzie sat with the three princesses of Chengyang, Qinghe, and Lin Chuan, chatting as they husked corn, golden kernels piled high before them. Sister, this is quite sweet, Qingyang remarked, having snuck a raw kernel, her eyes sparkling with delight. Little glutton, brother Yu says it tastes even sweeter when cooked, Li Lizzie chuckled, playfully tapping her nose. But we must save the corn silk. The emperor says boiling it in water can reduce swelling. Emperor Li Shimin strolled through the kitchen, occasionally offering guidance. Chengqian, slice those finer. Don't make them into strips. Qingke, stir vigorously. Don't burn my auspicious ingredients. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he rolled up his sleeves. Step aside. Allow me to demonstrate my skills. He pushed past Li Ku, squatting before the stove where he was roasting sweet potatoes. In my days within the military, I was quite the adept at grilling. When it comes to roasting sweet potatoes, allow me to take charge. The timing is paramount. They must be crisp on the outside and tender within. The family huddled together in the smoky kitchen, devoid of hierarchy, united solely by the warmth of the flames and the shared effort for a single meal. As the clock struck the hour of the rooster, in the grand hall of Qingguang, a massive round table was laden with dishes crafted by everyone's own hands. In addition to the auspicious dishes, Li Yu had instructed the imperial chefs to prepare 2 platters each of the previously savored mapo tofu and kung pao chicken with walnuts, resulting in a table brimming with culinary delights. Let the feast begin. With Li Shimin's proclamation, everyone eagerly reached for their chopsticks. Chapter 46. The true power of the 3 grains. With Li Shimin's first movement of his chopsticks, a gastronomic delight commenced. Empress Changsun, with grace, was the first to select a golden, glistening morsel coated with a layer of crystalline syrup, honey-roasted sweet potato balls. These delectable spheres were made from steamed and mashed sweet potatoes, shaped into balls, deep-fried to a golden crisp, and then enveloped in Li Yu's specially prepared syrup. With a crisp snap, her teeth gently broke through the crunchy shell, and the syrup burst forth, releasing the steaming, tender sweet potato filling. The natural sweetness of the sweet potato combined with the caramelized aroma of the syrup erupted in her mouth, delivering an unadulterated sweetness that evoked immense joy. Empress Changsun's eyes sparkled as she covered her mouth with a handkerchief, exclaiming, "How could something be so soft and fragrant? This sweetness is not cloying like candy. It feels as if the warmth of autumn's sun has been encapsulated within." Little Zizi perched on Li Yu's specially crafted high chair, clutching a freshly made, pan-fried corn cake. The corn cakes shimmered with a golden hue, each kernel resembling yellow gemstones embedded in a golden platter, crisped by the frying oil, and sprinkled with a dash of brown sugar, no white sugar. Crunchy and sweet. As little Zizi took a bite, the delightful sound echoed, and her tiny feet danced excitedly in the air. This is even better than candy. Li Ji, a true carnivore, had a clear target: beef stewed with potatoes. The beef, sourced from a specially designated fallen cow as instructed by Li Yu, was simmered in an iron pot until tender and flavorful. The potatoes absorbed the rich meat juices, becoming soft and creamy, melting effortlessly on the tongue. "Brother, you must try this potato," Li Ji exclaimed, his mouth full. "It's even tastier than the meat. The potato has absorbed all the flavors. It's so tender and fluffy." Li Tai had little time for conversation. Before him lay a generous plate of sour and spicy shredded potatoes. While this dish is commonplace in modern times, it offered an unprecedented texture in the Tang dynasty. The potatoes were cut into fine shreds, soaked in water, and quickly stir-fried with dried chili and Sichuan pepper in hot oil, retaining their ultimate crispness. Li Tai eagerly picked up a hefty portion, stuffing it into his mouth. Slurp. Sour. Spicy. Crunchy. The tang of vinegar instantly stimulated his salivary glands. The heat of the chili ignited his appetite, and the crisp texture of the potato shreds produced a delightful crunch between his teeth. "Refreshing," Li Tai exclaimed, reveling in the exquisite sour and spicy flavor. These unassuming potatoes, when shredded, become such a delightful accompaniment to the meal. "Bring me another bowl of sweet potato and corn porridge." The sweet potato and corn porridge, simmered to a golden, thick consistency, featured tender chunks of sweet potato and fragrant cornmeal. A sip of it warmed both the stomach and the heart, perfectly alleviating the spiciness of the sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Li Shimin observed as his family remained engrossed in their meal, unable to resist the temptation himself. He picked up a piece of beef and paired it with a spoonful of porridge, the solid sense of satisfaction prompting a long sigh of contentment. "Marvelous," exclaimed Li Shimin, setting down his chopsticks and gazing at Li Yu with a sense of nostalgia. "You err. These dishes, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, possess such diverse culinary potential. They can be sweet or savory, a side or a main. This auspicious dish truly deserves its name." Watching as everyone devoured their meal with cheerful faces, he pondered his next educational step. Once everyone had nearly finished and began to sip tea to aid digestion, Li Shimin suddenly furrowed his brow. He pointed to the half-eaten plate of sour and spicy shredded potatoes and the bowl of rich, saucy beef stew, turning to Li Yu with a hint of scrutiny and concern. "You err. While these dishes are undeniably delicious, I find myself perplexed. Pray speak." "Although these dishes are delightful, they are also quite costly," Li Shimin stated bluntly. "The sour and spicy shredded potatoes require a significant amount of oil for stir-frying, along with vinegar, Sichuan pepper, and chili. The beef stew demands ample meat, and the honey-glazed sweet potato balls consume even more oil and sugar." Standing by the window, he gazed into the pitch-black night, his tone somber. "You are aware that the common folk of our great Tang dynasty seldom enjoy a meal of meat throughout the year, and oil is a precious commodity. If this auspicious dish must be prepared in such a manner, I fear that while they may grow the ingredients, they cannot afford to consume them." As these words left his lips, the joyful atmosphere in the hall abruptly shifted to one of solemnity. Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and Li Ku paused in their actions, contemplating the gravity of the issue presented by Li Yu. It was a pragmatic concern. The promotion of new grains could not rely solely on royal methods. Li Yu had anticipated this. He refrained from arguing, instead rising to approach a small hearth in the corner. There lay 3 items in their most primal state, devoid of any seasonings or culinary techniques: a charred potato with skin, a slightly scorched ear of corn, and a sweet potato oozing with syrupy goodness. Using a pair of tongs, Li Yu placed these 3 items onto a plate and presented them to Li Shimin. "Uncle, the answer to your question lies here." He picked up the roasted potato, gently blowing off the ash before breaking it apart. A fragrant aroma of pure starch, imbued with the essence of earth, wafted forth, revealing the white, soft flesh within. "Try this." Nothing added, not even salt. Li Shimin hesitated briefly before accepting it, taking a bite. Dry, yet fragrant. Surprisingly palatable. Though it may lack flavor, it is quite filling. He then reached for the sweet potato that Liu offered. As he peeled back the skin, golden-hued flesh emerged. His fingers coated in sticky syrup. With one bite, the natural sweetness flooded his mouth. Sweet. This sweetness. Li Shimin exclaimed in delight. It is even purer than that of the honey-glazed version. Finally, he turned his attention to the corn. Li Shimin took a bite of the roasted corn. Its charred fragrance wafting through the air, becoming increasingly delectable with each chew. Liu gazed at Li Shimin, his voice resonating. Second uncle. This embodies the true divine power of auspiciousness. That lavish feast earlier was to demonstrate its exquisite taste, enticing the nobility to promote it. While this platter of roasted fare represents its promise to the common folk. No oil, no meat, not even a pot is required. Just a heap of fire. Toss it in, and it's ready to eat. Furthermore, it provides sustenance, vigor, and even a hint of sweetness. For the common people, deliciousness is a luxury, but survival is paramount. Yet, these three elements offer them the foundation for life, along with a morsel of sweetness that doesn't require expenditure. Liu pointed at the roasted sweet potato. For a starving child in times of disaster, this humble sweet potato is more fragrant than any delicacy. Li Shimin, moved by his words, clutched half of the roasted sweet potato tightly, as if grasping the lifeblood of the Tang dynasty. He turned, his gaze sweeping over his three sons, Cheng Qian, Qin Ke, and Ku Er. The three immediately stood up, hands at their sides, solemnly attentive. Chapter 47. Inquiry into governance. You have all tilled the land today and partaken in this auspiciousness. I wish to inquire how we might promote this bounty across the realm. This is not merely agricultural policy, it is a matter of state. Speak freely. This was an unexpected inquiry into governance, a silent contest of wits. Crown Prince Li Chengqian was the first to step forward. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a measured tone, embodying the steadiness characteristic of a future monarch. Your Majesty, I believe this auspiciousness is indeed commendable, yet the populace is often uninformed and resistant to change. A sudden promotion may incite doubt. We must prioritize stability. I suggest we first trial it in the imperial farms for a year. Once a bountiful harvest demonstrates its remarkable yield, the Ministry of Revenue can issue directives for local governments to allocate public lands for trial cultivation. Additionally, Your Majesty could decree that all who plant this auspicious crop be exempt from taxes for a year, thus incentivizing them. Though this approach may be slow, it is prudent and will not provoke civil unrest, allowing the people to witness its benefits firsthand. This exemplified a typical Confucian approach to benevolent governance, steady and methodical. Devoid of fault. Li Shimin nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying. The conservative approach is acceptable. Li Tai, unable to contain himself, fanned himself with a folding fan and stepped forward, his chubby face alight with shrewdness and calculation. Father, elder brother's method is far too slow. The Tang dynasty is in dire need of grain. Time is of the essence. I propose a strategy that could spread this crop throughout Guangzhou within a year. Oh, pray, enlighten us. Li Shimin expressed his interest. Merchants, Li Tai declared, I believe we can sell the seeds of this auspiciousness at a premium to major trading houses while promising to purchase their harvests. Merchants, driven by profit, will undoubtedly strive to promote it among tenants. Simultaneously, I could compile a recipe for auspiciousness, sharing today's delightful dishes, allowing the taverns and eateries of Chang'an to use it as a marketing gimmick. If the wealthy take a liking to it, prices will soar, and the common folk will eagerly rush to cultivate it. This is what I call leveraging strength against strength. Liu, listening from the side, raised an eyebrow. This little chubby fellow showed signs of market economics, albeit with a somewhat mercenary attitude, yet his efficiency was undeniably impressive. Li Shimin chuckled. Clever ideas abound. But what if merchants hoard and monopolize, harming the farmers? Li Tai paused, scratching his head, and remarked, it appears we require the oversight of the authorities. Finally, it was Li Ke's turn. In his eyes, reminiscent of Emperor Li Shimin, sparkled a certain brilliance. He clasped his hands and spoke with a resonant and forceful voice. Father, I believe that auspicious omens should first be introduced into the military camp. The army is the nation's sharpest weapon. I am willing to lead a regiment to the northern frontier to cultivate these potatoes and corn. By training our soldiers while simultaneously farming, when autumn arrives, our military provisions will be self-sufficient, thus alleviating the burdens of transportation for the court and ensuring that our soldiers are well-fed and vigorous. If these crops are indeed as resilient to cold and drought as my brother Yu claims, they could blossom across the southern and northern deserts. At that time, wherever our Tang cavalry goes, our granaries shall follow. The Turks will falter even before they strike. This auspicious omen is a divine instrument for the destruction of the Turks. Excellent, Li Shimin exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his eyes alight with admiration. Li Ke's words struck a chord with him. As a military emperor, he valued martial prowess above all. Cultivating land to sustain troops, and waging war to sustain war. Your words resonate deeply with me. Witnessing their father's praise of the third son, Li Chengqian and Li Tai both exhibited discomfort. Suddenly, Liu began to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The sound echoed resoundingly in the quiet hall. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Liu rose and stepped between the three brothers, his face adorned with genuine admiration. He felt compelled to balance the scales before Li Shimin's favoritism grew more pronounced. My second uncle, having three brothers is indeed a blessing for the Tang, Liu declared, raising his thumb in approval, entering the role of a master diplomat. Eldest brother Chengqian is steady and benevolent. This is the foundation of governance. Promoting auspicious omens indeed requires such subtle and patient nurturing, which is the cornerstone of civil administration. fourth brother Qingke possesses a lively mind and understands the utilization of commercial leverage. This is the art of enriching the nation. Without merchants to facilitate circulation, even the finest auspicious omen cannot reach Chang'an. Third brother Ku, with his far-sighted vision, recognizes the strategic value of these omens. This is the path to strengthening our military. Li Yu gazed at Li Shimin, his voice rising with fervor. These three elements are indispensable. If we could combine their strategies, with the eldest overseeing civil affairs to ensure the people's benefit, the fourth driving commerce to invigorate circulation, and the third safeguarding the borders while cultivating the land to strengthen our forces, then this auspicious omen would not merely be a potato, but rather the wings for the ascendance of the Tang. My second uncle, with these three prodigious sons assisting you, what is there to fear for the prosperity of the Tang? What nation would dare to defy us? This eloquent discourse was impeccably crafted, praising each individual while intertwining their strengths into a cohesive force, delighting Li Shimin immensely. Ha! Wonderful. They are all my Li family's prodigies. Li Shimin's countenance radiated joy, his laughter causing the rafters to tremble. You three brothers each possess unique talents. As long as you unite in purpose, what challenges remain in this world? I am truly delighted today. Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and Li Ku exchanged glances, and in that moment, the animosity that had once brewed between them, even to the extent of wishing the other to vanish, dissipated significantly amidst the warm atmosphere of the auspicious banquet and Li Yu's incisive analysis. In its place emerged a sense of relief, being recognized by their father and understood by their elder brother. In the midst of joyous laughter and familial warmth, a sudden burst of a long-forgotten Azure system panel appeared before Li Yu's eyes. System notification. Host has completed the Royal Family Reunion Banquet event. Current scene trust level assessment in progress. As lines of data cascaded before him, Li Yu's heartbeat quickened slightly. Li Chengxian, Crown Prince Trust Level 65. Note. You have provided him with dignity and hope for health. Li Tai, King of Wei Trust Level 58. Note. The overwhelming culinary delights and intellect have compelled his admiration. Li Ku, King of Wu Trust Level 62. Note. The world map has ignited his ambitions. Li Lizzie, Princess Chong Lu Trust Level 68. Note. Aesthetic resonance and the romance of the music box. Li Ji, King of Jean Trust Level 55. Note. Lego blocks and delectable meatballs. Li Mingda, Princess Jinyang Trust Level 85. Note. You are her beloved candy big brother. New additions. Princess Qingyang, Princess Linchuan, Princess Qinghe. Average Trust Level 52. Note. An unprecedented familial warmth. Congratulations, host. All core royal members have surpassed a trust level of 50. Achievement unlocked. Navigator of the Heavenly Family. Rewards granted. Lifespan extended. 120 days. Current remaining lifespan significantly increased. Pathological correction. Cancer pain reduced by 50 after stacking. The pain is merely a remnant of 10, hardly affecting daily life. Physical function. Physical fitness restored to a level of 80, no longer easily winded. Material limitation. Each traveler may carry a 24-inch suitcase of goods. Personnel limitation. The limit for round-trip travelers increased to 7. Note. Traveling with any individual whose trust level is below 50 will incur an additional 72 hours of cooldown time. In that instant, Li Yu felt an unusual lightness in his body, and his breathing steadied with newfound strength. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist, his knuckles firm. This long-lost sense of control brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Well, what is the matter? Li Shimin keenly sensed the shift in Li Yu's aura and inquired with concern. Chapter 48. The Old Man Nothing, Second Uncle. Li Yu relaxed his brow, revealing a brilliant smile that dazzled as he continued. Seeing our family so harmonious fills me with joy, invigorating my spirit. Good. Feeling invigorated is excellent. Li Shimin laughed heartily. Seizing the momentum, Li Yu stepped forward, surveying the gathering, and raised his voice slightly. Second Uncle, since everyone is feeling energized, and as we aspire to be the pillars of the Tang dynasty, we must not only rely on our intellect, but also possess robust physiques. As I mentioned earlier, the eldest requires rehabilitation for his mobility, and the fourth is in need of weight loss. Even you, Second Uncle, though soon to be emperor, have you not felt a touch of breathlessness when climbing stairs these past years? Li Shimin instinctively touched his slightly protruding belly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he cleared his throat. Ahem, national affairs are pressing, leading to neglect in equestrian skills. Therefore, Li Yu snapped his fingers. I propose the formal establishment of the Royal Tang Dynasty Sports Committee, beginning tomorrow, at the hour of Chun. All princes are to assemble at the entrance of the Qingguang Hall. We shall practice our exercises, engage in running, and partake in ball games. Who is in favor? Who is against? I am in favor. Li Ku was the first to leap forth, for such matters suited him perfectly. I shall join as well. Li Chengqian, motivated by the condition of his leg, exhibited unwavering determination in his eyes. Li Tai, with a pained expression, gazed at the half-eaten sweet potato in his hands. Yet under the stern gaze of Li Shimin, he could only feebly raise his hand. I shall join too. Excellent. It is settled then. Li Shimin declared with a resounding finality, brimming with confidence. I shall arrive after the morning court. I am eager to witness whether your celestial training can restore me to the age of 18. Laughter erupted once more within the hall. The little prince clapped his hands in delight, cheerfully chanting, 18, 18. However, just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, as if the future of the Tang dynasty was ablaze with sunshine and hope, the doors of the hall creaked open. The motion was slight, yet the person entering moved with urgency, almost ushering in a chill reminiscent of an autumn night. It was the deputy chief of the inner palace. usually the most composed individual. Yet now his face betrayed an unsettling disarray, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his complexion pale beneath the flickering candlelight. He hastily approached the center of the hall and, with a thud, knelt down, his voice low but trembling. Your Majesty, there has been an incident. The smile on Li Shimin's face did not immediately fade, yet his phoenix eyes narrowed, an invisible pressure emanating from him, causing the surrounding atmosphere to drop several degrees. He set down his teacup with a light touch, yet it emitted a distinct clink. Just one word, speak. It bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. The deputy chief did not dare to raise his gaze, fear lacing his voice. An urgent report from the Dun Palace. The retired emperor has just collapsed unexpectedly. The imperial physicians have already arrived, but the chief physician reports that the pulse is extremely ominous. What did you say? In an instant, Li Shimin sprang to his feet. In that fleeting moment, he was no longer the jovial father nor the strategist king. He was merely a son receiving grave news about his ailing father. His countenance drained of color, not from rage, but from a deep-seated anxiety and fear. It was the panic of a child wishing to care for a parent, only to find time slipping away. Prepare the horses. Li Shimin's tone was urgent as he strode towards the exit, shedding his somewhat cumbersome outer robe and tossing it to a nearby maid. Guanyin, you are frail. Do not catch a chill. Keep watch over the children. Chengqian, Qingke, Ku'er, and Yuer, come with me. Immediately. There were no superfluous words, no pointless reproaches. At this critical juncture, Li Shimin exhibited remarkable decisiveness. Yet Li Yu clearly observed that as he crossed the threshold, he stumbled slightly, almost tripping over the doorframe. Dun Palace. The night was deep, and the autumn wind howled. In stark contrast to the warmth of the Qingguang Hall, this place felt like an entirely different realm. Withered leaves clung to the eaves of the palace, and the red paint on the window frames was peeling. The air was thick with an overwhelming herbal scent. A decaying aroma characteristic of those who have long been bedridden, mingled with the melancholy essence of the elderly. The chamber was dimly lit, with several oil lamps casting tiny halos that illuminated the physicians and palace maids kneeling on the floor. Each of them held their breath, and the silence in the hall was terrifying, broken only by the occasional stifled sigh of the physician. Li Shimin strode into the hall. The gust of wind he created causing the curtains to flutter wildly. Unlike his usual composed demeanor, he rushed to the bedside with heavy, urgent steps. There lay the once mighty Emperor Li Yuan, who had swept across the world from Jinyang, now resembling a withered branch, curled beneath the embroidered quilt. His cheeks were sunken, cheekbones pronounced, and his complexion resembled that of aged window paper, his breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest attested to his existence. What is the condition of the Grand Emperor? Li Shimin grasped the arm of the chief physician who was about to administer an acupuncture needle. Startled, the physician knelt quickly upon recognizing the emperor. Unable to conceal the truth, he reported as calmly as he could, though beads of sweat betrayed his anxiety. Your Majesty, the Grand Emperor is suffering from emotional distress, exacerbated by the heat of his temper. Coupled with his advanced age, there are signs of organ failure. We have just administered the golden needle, barely sustaining his breath. He paused, lowering his head further, too afraid to meet the emperor's gaze. However, the Grand Emperor's condition resembles that of a candle burning low, hollow within. If this pent-up energy cannot be released, I fear he may not survive the coming year. In less than a year. Li Shimin's hand fell limply away as he gazed upon the frail elder, a profound sorrow engulfing him. Memories flooded back of his father lifting him above his head, of fighting side by side during the uprising in Jinyang, and of that fateful day at Xuanwu Gate, when his father's eyes had reflected a mixture of fear and estrangement. For years, he had endeavored to mend their father-son relationship, hoping to bring joy to his father and prove himself a worthy son and emperor. He had believed there was ample time, that as long as he provided materially, his father would eventually forgive him. Yet now, time was running out. Li Yu stood behind, observing the scene, his heart heavy with sorrow as well. Was it the revelry from their side that had stirred such turmoil? He pondered, furrowing his brow. The old man lay in silence, while laughter and joy echoed from the adjacent room, igniting feelings of neglect and despair that might have pushed him to the brink. Chapter 49. The reckless plan. Li Yu's brow furrowed deeply. This conjecture weighed heavy on his heart. If indeed the merriment next door had become the final straw for the old man, then this banquet intended for celebration had inadvertently turned into a harbinger of death. This realization unsettled him, as he felt an unfamiliar burden of responsibility. At this moment, Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Ku were also kneeling at the bedside, softly weeping. Though their interactions with their grandfather had been few, the bond of blood still remained. Witnessing their once mighty father now so frail, they could not help but empathize with his plight. All of you, step back and allow me some quietude. Li Shimin waved his hand, his voice hoarse and weary, as if all vitality had been drained from him, aging him a decade in an instant. The imperial physicians, as if granted a reprieve, withdrew, leaving only a few family members in the chamber. Li Shimin sat by the bed, clasping the frail hand of Li Yuan, silent tears cascading down his cheeks. He wept quietly. After a considerable pause, Li Shimin seemed to recall something and abruptly turned his head. His gaze scanned the room, passing over his three kneeling sons, before locking onto Li Yu with the intensity of a searchlight. Yuer, Li Shimin beckoned, his voice somewhat rasping. Come here. Li Yu stepped forward. Li Shimin pulled him into a corner behind the screen, away from the three princes. In the dim light of the corner, illuminated only by a solitary lamp flickering against the wall, their shadows elongated and distorted. Li Shimin drew Li Yu closer, his hands, usually wielding a sword, now gripping Li Yu's shoulders. Yuer, I ask you, he began, you heard what the physician said. What is your perspective? Li Yu looked at Li Shimin, hesitating to respond as he organized his thoughts and assessed the risks. Second uncle, he sighed, lowering his voice to a calm tone. The physician speaks the truth. It may even be worse. Why? Li Shimin pressed. This ailment has not arisen overnight. It stems from the natural decline of bodily functions, which is merely one aspect. The second, and most fatal, is a malady of the heart. Li Yu pointed to his chest, harboring a pent-up frustration, a resentment towards both the palace and the solitude. Today's fainting spell was likely due to the overwhelming joy on our side contrasting with the desolation here, creating an unbearable psychological disparity that caused his blood to stagnate. I know everything, Li Shimin lamented. But what can I do? I have given him the finest of everything, yet he remains unhappy. He still resents me. I wish to be filial, yet at times he does not even allow me to enter. Yuer, do not analyze the illness for me. I merely wish to know what to do. Faced with Li Shimin's pressing inquiries, Li Yu fell silent for a moment. He cautiously proposed a conservative solution. Second uncle, if it is a matter of conservative treatment, I may be of some assistance. How? We could relocate our royal exercise group, Li Yu suggested, gesturing outside. From tomorrow I, along with Cheng Qian and Qin Ke, will come to the entrance of Dan Palace every morning to exercise, chant slogans, and bring Xiao Zi and Ji Nu to dance before him. I even had a sign made, called playing cards, to entertain the old master. By using familial affection and lively activities, we may alleviate his loneliness, perhaps improving his spirits and prolonging his days. Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope in Li Shimin's eyes extinguished in an instant. He shook his head, his voice hoarse. It is futile, utterly futile. This method may have been effective years ago, but now the physician has stated that he is hollow within. Mere flattery cannot save his life. He could depart at any moment. Li Shimin suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing Li Yu's heart. Yuer, you come from the future. You possess miraculous medicines and extraordinary skills. Do not offer me these trivial remedies. I seek to save a life. I wish for him to endure. Is there no other way? This was a son's desperate plea. Li Yu gazed at Li Shimin, inhaling deeply. He understood the necessity of speaking the truth. Closing his eyes, he contemplated for several seconds. This decision was utterly insane, fraught with tremendous risk, and once uttered, there would be no turning back. When he reopened his eyes, Li Yu's expression had transformed, becoming solemn and resolute. Second uncle, Li Yu spoke in a hushed tone, each word seeming to emerge with great effort. There is indeed another method. However, Li Yu emphasized, this approach entails considerable risk for both you and the Tang royal family. It could even be deemed a gamble. Speak. Li Shimin commanded without hesitation. Li Yu nodded slightly and slowly articulated, the medical conditions here cannot save a life. To force an extension of life, we must seek another place. Return to the modern era. Take the old man to that world. What? Li Shimin's mind was engulfed in chaos. Although he had anticipated Li Yu would mention that world, hearing the notion of transporting the Emperor Emeritus there still left him in shock. Li Yu did not afford him time to recover from his astonishment. He spoke rapidly, like a machine gun. In that world, we can access the finest hospitals, enter the ICU, utilize ventilators, and employ the most advanced medications and equipment. Only the technology there can forcibly pull the old man back from the brink of death. Moreover, Li Yu continued, merely treating the body is insufficient. We must also address the heart. In Chang'an, he is always the Emperor Emeritus, your shadow wherever he goes. Once there, no one will recognize him. He will merely be an ordinary old man. Allow him to experience a world devoid of emperors, to play mahjong, to engage in chess with common folk. A change of environment will sever the ties of sorrow here, enabling his heart to heal. Li Shimin was rendered speechless. Taking his father to the future? To a world without emperors? This was simply inconceivable. Yet Li Yu was not finished. Second uncle, since we are returning to the modern era, there is an even more pressing concern. Li Yu looked intently at Li Shimin and proposed an even more audacious plan. Since we are to treat, we cannot focus solely on the old man. What do you mean? Li Shimin was taken aback, struggling to grasp the concept. Li Yu counted on his fingers, his demeanor serious. Consider this. Father has hypertension. You have hereditary risks for hypertension. Cheng Qian requires examination and treatment for his leg ailment. Qin Ke is showing early signs of severe obesity complications. And although Ant's respiratory condition is stable, a comprehensive lung CT is necessary. Moreover, little Zizi has a weak constitution and needs to enhance his immunity. Li Yu even pointed to himself, stating, I too am a patient. Fixating on Li Shimin's eyes, he articulated a plan that could send tremors through the Tang court. Our entire family is riddled with ailments. Therefore, my suggestion is to form a group, to take the whole family back to the modern era, to embark on a comprehensive medical journey together. Li Shimin felt as though he might explode. Taking the entire family? To the future? This was tantamount to uprooting the Tang royal family altogether. If something were to go awry, if one were unable to return, the Tang dynasty would truly face its demise. Chapter 50. The tour guide hearing Li Shimin's lips trembled as he inquired, Yuer, this is exceedingly perilous. How many individuals will accompany you? What is the means of travel? Is the destination safe? Li Yu calmly analyzed. Due to the constraints of the Celestial Realm's regulations, I am permitted to escort a maximum of 7 individuals, including myself. The places are indeed precious. I have already formulated the list. You, me, the old man, and my aunt. That accounts for 4. 3 slots remain. Designated for Cheng Qian's leg treatment, Qingqiu's weight loss, and Xiao Zizi's vaccination. That makes exactly 7. Upon hearing this enumeration, Li Shimin's heart raced. This meant taking away all that he held dear. He fell into a deep silence, embroiled in an internal struggle. He paced in a small corner, his steps heavy and slow. His brows knitted together in a furrow, and he unconsciously twirled the ring on his finger. This was a high-stakes gamble. The stakes involved the lives of his entire family, as well as the fate of the Tang dynasty. Yet, listening to the faint breaths of Li Yuan beyond the screen, recalling the recent recovery of Empress Changsun, remembering Qing Qian's slightly limping gait, and pondering Qing Chue's labored breathing, his rationality as an emperor urged him to remain steadfast and not take reckless risks. However, his instincts as a son, husband, and father compelled him to acquiesce. After a prolonged moment, Li Shimin halted his pacing, lifted his head, and found his thoughts tumultuous and conflicted. Allow me a moment to ponder. Li Yu did not press him further, merely stating, "Second uncle, take as long as you need to decide." But the old man's health is of utmost urgency. Outside the screen, Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and Li Ku remained kneeling. Although the specifics of the conversation behind the screen were inaudible, they could vaguely discern the fervent expressions on their father-s and Prince Yu's faces. And they sensed the weighty atmosphere. Observing their father-s resolute determination to take Prince Yu with him, the trio's thoughts became exceedingly intricate. Li Chengxian lowered his head, his fingers digging into the seams of the tiled floor, feeling a pang of bitterness akin to having consumed vinegar. In such a critical moment, their father did not consult the imperial physicians, did not inquire about him, the crown prince, nor about Qing Ke, the favored one, but instead sought out Prince Yu first. It appeared that in their father's heart, the significance of Prince Yu had surpassed that of all his biological sons, and he regarded him as the last beacon of hope. Stealing a glance at the shadow cast upon the screen, Li Chengxian gradually transformed his feelings of bitterness into acceptance and reverence. Very well, as long as it can save grandfather, I harbor no jealousy. If he can indeed accomplish what the physicians cannot, then he possesses divine capabilities, and I, as the crown prince, shall hold him in high esteem. Moreover, if I can cling to this powerful ally, might my own afflictions also find remedy? Li Tai, on the other hand, recoiled slightly. His small eyes filled with awe and calculation. Even the imperial physicians had deemed the situation hopeless. Could Prince Yu possibly have a solution? Their father's expression was unmistakably one of desperation. If he truly could bring about a recovery, then Prince Yu would undoubtedly be a miracle worker. I must conduct myself with utmost propriety moving forward, never to challenge such divine prowess. This powerful ally, I, Li Qingke, shall steadfastly rely upon. Not only shall I cling to him, but I shall also ensure my attachment is unbreakable. Li Ke clenched his fists, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Prince Yu possesses an unfathomable depth. The trust bestowed upon him by our father surpasses that of any of us. This may, in fact, be a fortuitous circumstance, as he harbors no ill intentions towards his brothers. On the contrary, he consistently provides support, and by aligning myself with Prince Yu, I might truly realize my aspirations. Though each of the three harbored distinct thoughts, they collectively entertained a singular notion, the necessity of clinging tightly to Prince Yu's formidable influence, never to loosen their grasp. As night fell, the Taiji Palace enveloped in solemnity, while the physicians at the Dan Palace busied themselves with the last flickers of life of the retired emperor. In stark contrast, the Ganlu Hall remained eerily quiet. This hall served as the epicenter of power in the Tang dynasty, the abode of Emperor Li Shimin and his consort. At this moment, all extraneous individuals had been dismissed. Li Shimin reclined upon the central soft couch, his brow furrowed and fingers drumming nervously against his knee. Producing a muted sound, Empress Changsun sat beside him, clad in a simple, unadorned dress. Although she had not applied any cosmetics and her complexion bore the pallor of recent illness, her regal bearing and fierce maternal instinct cast a heavy atmosphere upon the hall. Almost suffocating, Li Yu stood at the foot of the hall, appearing composed, yet internally he felt a twinge of anxiety, fully aware that the forthcoming conversation would determine the fate of the Tang royal family. Wang De remained hunched in the shadows of the hall, ears perked attentively. Where? Empress Changsun began, her tone markedly more serious than usual, imbued with an air of scrutiny. Your uncle has conveyed your words to me. She leaned slightly forward, her gaze fixed intently on Li Yu's eyes. You wish to transport the entire family to that modern world, including the retired emperor and even Chengqian, Qing Ke, and Zizi. This endeavor is of monumental significance. A single misstep could lead the Li family to utter ruin. While I trust you, I bear the weight of responsibility for the lives of this entire family. Taking a deep breath, her tone intensified further. Now, within these walls, it is only our family present. I require the details, the most authentic details. Explain to me meticulously, what will our family eat? What will we wear? Where will we reside? Where will we sleep? Should illness arise, how will the physicians of that world treat us? If we are discovered, what will transpire? Li Shimin also raised his head, his gaze piercing. Indeed, you must relay every minutiae. I wish to understand the nature of our future. Li Yu nodded, gathering his thoughts, and began the most pivotal briefing of his life. Uncle, aunt, I shall address each element of our journey, from sustenance to shelter. Li Yu gestured, outlining his plan. First, regarding transportation and accommodation, our party consists of 7 individuals, a considerable number. I assure you, upon our arrival, we shall not linger. I will immediately procure an SUV, a spacious vehicle capable of accommodating all 7 of us. Its tinted windows will conceal our presence from the outside. Once we enter the vehicle, we shall become a mobile fortress, rendering our identities a mystery to anyone outside. Then we shall not reside in my modest dwelling. Instead, I will utilize my identity to rent a detached villa in the suburbs. A villa? Li Shimin raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it is a spacious house with a garden. Entirely private, featuring 7 or 8 rooms, ample enough for each of us to have our own. Moreover, it is fully equipped with air conditioning, television, and large beds, everything one could desire. Living there would be akin to residing in this Ganlu palace. We could shut the doors and lead our lives without interference. Li Shimin nodded slightly. This arrangement indeed sounded prudent, addressing both the issue of overcrowding and ensuring our privacy. There is no need to worry about meals either. Li Yu chuckled. Over there, cooking does not require fire. We utilize natural gas and electricity. With the flick of a switch, the flame ignites. Furthermore, if we prefer not to cook, there exists a miraculous service known as takeout. Li Yu produced his phone from his pocket, though it had no signal. He gestured with just a few taps on this glowing little square, whatever one desires, be it Haidaleo hot pot, KFC fried chicken, or even the exquisite Huayang and Cantonese cuisine surpassing that of the Imperial Kitchen, will arrive at our doorstep within half an hour, delivered by riders clad in yellow or blue, mounted on swift steeds, electric bikes. Empress Changsun exclaimed in astonishment. So with just a click, food is delivered? This truly is a divine life. Over there. This is the ordinary existence of the common folk. Li Yu maintained his composure, exuding confidence. As for transportation, there is Didi, an on-demand carriage service. Albeit, these carriages are crafted of metal and travel faster than the wind, complete with air conditioning. At this juncture, Li Yu glanced at Empress Changsun and, feeling somewhat shy, added, Aunt, there is one more place I believe you will find delightful, the restroom. Empress Changsun flushed. What are you talking about, child? This is a significant matter. Li Yu asserted. In the Tang dynasty, the public toilet, to be frank, was far from pleasant and required manual maintenance. But over there, we have flush toilets. They are porcelain chairs that are quite comfortable to sit on. After use, one merely presses a small button, and with a whoosh, the waste is whisked away without a trace, devoid of any odor. Moreover, my toilet seat is heated. In winter, it is pleasantly warm. Li Shimin was taken aback. Even defecation has become so refined? Finally, and most importantly, is the matter of healthcare. Chapter 51, The Decision. Li Yu's expression grew serious. The hospitals over there are towering white edifices. Within, there are various machines. One such device, known as a CT scanner, allows a person to lie down without the need for invasive surgery, enabling doctors to examine the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys with clarity, identifying tumors and blockages effortlessly. There exists a contraption called a ventilator. If one is deprived of breath, it can forcibly deliver oxygen into the lungs, sustaining life. Additionally, there are monitors that display real-time heart rates and blood pressure. Should the heart rate falter, an alarm will sound, prompting doctors to rush in to save a life. When the elder passes, he will be cared for in such a place, where there are attendants available 24 hours a day, far surpassing the meticulousness of the Imperial Medical Office. Upon finishing, a profound silence enveloped the Grand Hall. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun were both processing this information. The descriptions were remarkably specific and vivid, far exceeding their imaginations, while simultaneously constructing a world that was comfortable, secure, and extraordinarily efficient. It was a realm of mortals that even emperors could not relish. The worry in Empress Changsun's eyes dissipated considerably, replaced by a sense of longing. Erlang, she softly called. Li Shimin took a deep breath, gazing at Li Yu. Yuer, I have one final question. Is there truly no emperor over there? None. Li Yu replied decisively. There, everyone is equal. You need not kneel even before the highest official. Each person fulfills their role, bound by the law. Li Shimin nodded, his expression complex. Then if I were to go, would there be no one to attend to me? Uncle, Li Yu chuckled, I shall be there. Besides, we are going to heal, not to parade. Once you shed the dragon robe, you are merely an ordinary wealthy man. Would it not be delightful to experience a few days of a commoner's life, free from memorials, without the need to guard against ministers, and devoid of border worries? Li Shimin paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Excellent. I too wish to savor the taste of being a wealthy man. Very well. You may take your leave now. Li Shimin waved his hand. Yes, Li Yu bowed and withdrew. As the palace doors closed, only Li Shimin, Empress Changsun, and the ever-cowering Wang De remained inside. The smile on Li Shimin's face instantly vanished, replaced by an air of utmost seriousness. He turned his gaze, sharp as lightning, towards Wang De. Wang De, this servant is here. Wang De hurriedly scampered forward, kneeling before the emperor and empress. You heard the words of the Prince of Yu just now? Empress Changsun inquired. This servant heard them. Then speak the truth to me. She leaned forward, fixing her gaze on Wang De's eyes, representing the final bastion of a mother and a wife. Did Yuer speak any falsehoods? Is the toilet, the air conditioning, and the food delivery truly as he described? Wang De raised his head, his expression solemn, devoid of any flattery, only earnest truth. Your Highness, Your Majesty. Every word spoken by the Prince of Yu is absolutely true. In fact, the prince was quite conservative. That food delivery, I witnessed it with my own eyes. That night, the prince merely tapped on that small square several times, and before long, several bags of delicious food were delivered. There was fried chicken called KFC, and hot pot from a place named Haidaleo, all piping hot. As for the toilet, Wang De's face flushed slightly, yet he gestured earnestly. This servant has used it. It is truly remarkable. That white porcelain seat is pristine, without a hint of odor. One press, and with a resounding splash, everything disappears. It is faster than magic. Moreover, the seat itself is genuinely warm. When I sat down, I had no desire to move. And the air conditioning. A hint of nostalgia crept onto Wang De's face. In that room, it truly feels like spring all year round. When I arrived, it was somewhat warm outside. But stepping inside was a refreshing coolness that made my bones feel at ease. Upon hearing Wang De's first-hand testimony, Empress Changsun finally felt completely at ease. She glanced at Li Shimin and nodded slightly. However, at that moment, Wang De suddenly prostrated himself, his tone wavering. Yet, Your Majesty, Your Highness, This servant has a heartfelt sentiment that I am uncertain whether I should express. Li Shimin's gaze sharpened. Speak. What I desire to hear are the truths concealed within your heart. Wang De took a deep breath and articulated the gravest concern he had unearthed in that world. Although that realm is splendid and comfortable, it harbors two critical vulnerabilities, which are also our greatest challenges upon arrival. What are they? Li Shimin pressed on. First, it is identity, Wang De replied gravely. Your Highness is correct. The celestial realm is replete with celestial eyes, those omnipresent watchers. As we traverse the streets, every action of ours is scrutinized. Without the small card known as an ID, we would be considered stateless, unable to venture anywhere, not even to find lodging. Thus, when I first arrived, I could only hide in your small chamber or accompany your movements. Wandering aimlessly would risk capture by those iron chariots flashing red and blue lights. Li Shimin nodded. I understand. One must bow one's head when under a roof. Secondly, Wang De continued, swallowing hard and lowering his voice further, it is money. Money? Li Shimin was taken aback. Do you mean that form of scanning? Precisely, Wang De affirmed. In that world, the populace seldom employs gold or silver. They utilize numbers stored within small squares. Your Highness, to procure seeds for His Majesty, sold the tricolor horse to obtain those funds. That realm, while abundant, demands payment for everything, water, food, and medical care costs exorbitantly. I have heard that an ICU can consume tens of thousands of coins in a single night. With our large family in tow, for sustenance and clothing, and to care for the Grand Emperor, though your Highness possesses some savings, I fear you may not withstand the burden. Indeed, life there can be quite frugal. These words pierced like two thorns into the hearts of Li Shimin and Empress Zhongsun. They had not anticipated that their jovial nephew, who so generously presented gifts before them, would need to liquidate treasures and endure such tremendous financial strain to support their family. My dear child truly suffers, Empress Zhongsun lamented, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Erlang, we cannot take advantage of his kindness. On this journey, let us bring forth those valuable calligraphies and jades from your private collection, whatever we can carry, even if we must part with them. We cannot allow Yuer to impoverish himself for our sake. Li Shimin nodded solemnly. Indeed, I am wealthy across the seas. Can I permit my nephew to bear the burden alone? Wang De, select the most precious items. Choose those that are compact and easy to carry. Pack them all into boxes. Then, Li Shimin rose, advancing to the window, gazing into the inky night sky, and made a final resolution. Given the strict regulations of that world, upon my arrival, I shall shed this dragon robe and become merely a patient seeking care, the second uncle of Yuer. All actions shall be directed by Yuer. For the sake of my father, for Chengqian, for this family, I shall bow my head once more. What harm can it do? Empress Zhongsun approached him from behind and gently draped a robe over his shoulders. Erlang, wherever you go, I shall accompany you. Chapter 52. The Imperial Sword at the Third Watch, in the Hall of Two Instruments. In the Grand Hall, 5 esteemed ministers of the Tang dynasty, Fang Xinling, Gao Shilian, Changsun Wuji, Cheng Yaojin, and Yu Qigong, stood with expressions of grave concern. The late-night summons hinted at significant matters at hand, and the rumors circulating in the palace over the past few days had instilled a sense of foreboding in their hearts. Zhijia, you are well informed. What calamity has befallen us? Yu Qigong prodded Cheng Yaojin beside him. Cheng Yaojin rolled his eyes, appearing bewildered. How would I know? I've been training troops in the barracks these past days. I haven't even seen the newly appointed Prince of Yu. Though I heard from those literati that he is a dandy, utterly captivating the emperor to the point of neglecting court affairs. Humph. Changsun Wuji interjected with a cold scoff, his brow furrowing deeper. I have not encountered this Prince of Yu either. Yet, upon his entrance to the palace, he was conferred the title of prince and granted residence in the Changtang Hall of the Taiji Palace, a privilege not even bestowed upon the crown prince. His origins are dubious. Gao Shilian stroked his beard, his expression grave. What you say is indeed correct. As the head of the Ministry of Personnel, I have scoured the records of the imperial clan court and found no trace of this Prince of Yu's lineage. How could His Majesty, so wise throughout his reign, be so easily deceived in these recent days? I have heard that the feasting in Changtang Hall has been incessant, and the emperor has even neglected state affairs for his sake. If he is indeed being misled by treacherous individuals, as loyal ministers, we must voice our concerns, even at the cost of our lives. Fang Xinling sighed deeply. Let us hope we are merely overthinking this matter. The 5 exchanged glances. In their minds, Li Yu was merely an upstart, a favored minister who had beguiled the monarch through some insidious means. They were unaware of auspicious omens, the delights of hot pot, or the secrets of time travel. Rooted in Confucian orthodoxy and the preservation of imperial authority, they instinctively harbored resentment and aversion towards Li Yu. At that moment, the emperor made his entrance. Li Shimin strode forth, having changed from his casual attire into formal court robes, his demeanor solemn and commanding. Your Majesty. The 5 ministers bowed in unison. Rise, Li Shimin commanded as he took his seat, his gaze sweeping across their faces. He understood that the forthcoming discourse required careful consideration. My loyal ministers, Li Shimin began directly. The former emperor is gravely ill, and the physicians are at a loss. My heart aches deeply. The ministers were taken aback, indeed. It was this matter. Your Majesty, please accept my condolences, Fang Xinling quickly offered. The former emperor is a man blessed by heaven. Li Shimin interrupted him. I have decided that, in order to pray for the former emperor's recovery and seek remedies, starting tomorrow, I shall suspend court for 3 days. What? The 5 ministers exclaimed in unison. Disregarding their astonishment, Li Shimin continued. I shall retreat with the empress, the crown prince, Prince Wei, and Prince Wu to the Chengtang Hall for 3 days of prayer and fasting. Upon hearing this, Although the ministers did not react as fervently as if they were ordered out of the palace, they were still filled with confusion and concern. Your Majesty. Gao Shilian was the first to step forward. As an elder and the uncle of Empress Changsun, his words carried significant weight. While prayer is an expression of filial piety, and as loyal ministers, we should not obstruct it, I must ask, why include all the princes? And why suspend court for 3 days? With the autumn harvest approaching, the affairs of state are exceedingly complex. Indeed, Your Majesty, they echoed in unison. Fang Xianling spoke earnestly, expressing concern for the ailing Emperor Taishan. Your Majesty, fulfilling filial piety is indeed the duty of a son. However, the Qingguang Palace is the residence of the Prince of Yu. It is inappropriate for Your Majesty to retreat there with your entire family. Moreover, Changsun Wuji, as the brother-in-law of Li Shimin, is utterly unconcerned. He gazed intently at Li Shimin and said, Your Majesty, allow me to speak candidly. Was this notion of seeking blessings proposed by His Highness the Prince of Yu? Li Shimin paused momentarily before nodding. Indeed, Changsun Wuji's heart ignited with fury. Your Majesty, I must raise my voice, for I have never heard of such a figure within the royal family. This person's origins are shrouded in mystery, and his actions are clandestine. Since entering the palace, he has caused upheaval. Now he incites Your Majesty to dissolve the court and seeks blessings for both Your Majesty and the Crown Prince in that Qingguang Palace. This is a harbinger of national chaos. Your Majesty must not be deceived by such a scoundrel, lest it jeopardize the realm. If the Prince of Yu, under the guise of seeking blessings, engages in treachery, the fate of the Tang dynasty will be perilous. His words were grave, nearly accusing Li Shimin of being a fool and labeling him a tyrant. Even Cheng Yaojin and Wei Qigong furrowed their brows, although they had never encountered Li Yu. The remarks of these two literati led them to believe that the Prince of Yu was not a virtuous character. Your Majesty, I, old Cheng, find this matter precarious, Cheng Yaojin said in a deep voice. If that scoundrel dares to deceive Your Majesty, I shall not hesitate to take his head and use it as a ball. Li Shimin regarded the 5 ministers who fervently advised him, feeling both touched and helpless. He was moved by their genuine concern for the Tang dynasty and their willingness to speak frankly, yet he was unable to reveal the truth. He could not disclose that he was on the cusp of traversing time. Thus, he had to wield the authority of an emperor to compel their compliance. Li Shimin rose, slowly descending the steps to stand before the 5 men, his gaze becoming profound and enigmatic. I recognize your loyalty. However, I must assure you that the Prince of Yu is neither a deceiver nor a villain. He is my own nephew, a fact I have verified. Li Shimin lowered his voice, adopting an undeniable tone. Moreover, he does not come empty-handed. He has brought me celestial secrets. Celestial secrets? The 5 were taken aback. Indeed, Li Shimin affirmed, pointing skyward. This quest for blessings serves both to seek divine favor and to acquire extraordinary treasures that will double the strength of the Tang and alleviate the hunger of the populace. This is a fleeting opportunity bestowed upon the Tang by the heavens. I cannot divulge too much, for these secrets must remain concealed. Li Shimin fixed his gaze on Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling. Do you believe in me? As they met the emperor's steadfast and even fervent eyes. Despite their lingering doubts, the mutual understanding between ruler and subjects over the years made them realize that His Majesty had made up his mind. No force could sway him. Furthermore, as long as they remained within the palace, their safety was assured. I trust Your Majesty, Changsun Wuji reluctantly uttered, though the shadow of doubt still lingered in his eyes. In that case, Li Shimin waved his hand decisively, issuing an edict. For the next 3 days, the affairs of state shall be jointly managed by Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and Changsun Wuji. Should there be any urgent matters, defer them for 3 days. Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, gather the Imperial Guard and safeguard the Imperial City. No one shall tread even a single step inside. Those who defy this command shall face execution. I entrust the Tang dynasty to you. Having spoken, Li Shimin cast a profound glance at the 5 individuals before turning away, his sleeves sweeping behind him, leaving only a resolute silhouette. Outside the hall, the cold wind howled fiercely. The 5 ministers emerged from the Hall of 2 Instruments, each countenance darker than the nocturnal sky. This is utterly absurd. Gao Shilian fumed, stamping his feet in indignation, his beard quivering with agitation. Is His Majesty possessed? For the sake of a mere young lad. What celestial secrets and divine artifacts? It is clearly the fabrications of that sorceress rogue. Changsun Wuji gritted his teeth, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. How could His Majesty, so wise throughout his reign, be so muddled over this matter? What shall we do now? Fang Xianling wore a troubled expression. His Majesty's decree is unassailable, we cannot obstruct it. Even if we cannot hinder it, we must attempt to. Changsun Wuji halted, glancing back at the brilliantly lit Hall of Sweet Dew, and spoke coldly. His Majesty is currently in high spirits. Our earnest persuasion is futile. We must wait. Let these 3 days pass. If His Majesty returns with some divine artifact, then all is well. If he returns empty-handed, or if there be any misfortune befalling the retired emperor, a glint of cold light flashed in Changsun Wuji's eyes. At that moment, we shall jointly petition for impeachment. We may even bring forth that most vociferous of advisers. The Prince of Yu must be expelled from the palace, or even eliminated. This is necessary to cleanse the court and restore the proper governance. Cheng Yaojin, listening nearby, instinctively shrank his neck. Goodness, Changsun is truly harboring murderous intentions. The Prince of Yu is bound to meet with disaster. Chapter 53. Li Shimin's PUA technique in the early morning at the Hall of Sweet Dew. The oppressive atmosphere of the past was replaced by a tranquil serenity. Li Shimin stood before an unfurled map of the Tang Empire, scrutinizing the vast expanse with a vermilion brush in hand. Li Yu lounged beside him on a soft couch, peeling an orange with an air of ease, as if the conversation to come was merely a casual affair. Yet, his occasional glances toward the doorway betrayed a sense of anticipation. He awaited the moment when fine steel would be forged into shape, announcing the arrival of Prince Wu, Li Ku. Wangda's voice, sharp and elongated, resonated as Li Ku strode into the hall. Today, Li Ku donned a deep purple royal robe, cinched with a jade belt, exuding a striking presence. However, the caution deeply ingrained in him remained unshakable. As a prince of a previous dynasty's bloodline, he was accustomed to moving through shadows, ever mindful of the need for self-reflection. Even amidst commendable actions, "Son, I pay my respects to father, and greet my brother, the Prince of Yu." Li Ku performed the customary salute, executing the motions flawlessly, without a hint of error. "Sailing, come here." Li Shimin did not turn around, but merely beckoned with a hand, his voice lacking the usual authority, exuding an uncommon warmth. That of a father. Li Ku paused momentarily, then stepped forward, halting 3 paces behind Li Shimin, an appropriate distance for a subject. "Come closer." Li Shimin turned to regard his cautious son, a flicker of tenderness in his gaze. "Stand beside me." After a moment of hesitation, Li Ku took a step forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Shimin for the first time, close enough to discern the traces marked by the vermilion brush on the map. "Behold this realm." Li Shimin pointed at the map, his finger gliding over Guangzhong and Jiangnan, finally pausing at Chang'an. The vast empire appeared as solid as a fortress, yet beneath the surface, currents of unrest swirled. Aristocratic families were watching, the Turks were lurking, and the court was rife with hidden intentions. Li Ku held his breath, uncertain why his father chose to share these thoughts with him. "I must embark on a distant journey." Li Shimin suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing into Li Ku's eyes. "Take your elder brother, along with Qin Kai and the queen. We are bound for a faraway place, in search of a remedy, and to secure a future for the Tang." Li Ku's head jerked up, disbelief etched across his face. All of them, the crown prince, the Prince of Wei, the legitimate princess, and the queen, all core members, will leave? What will become of Chang'an? What of the Tang's very foundation? His voice trembled. "If you and my elder brother depart, then what will happen to Chang'an?" "Indeed, what of Chang'an?" Li Shimin countered, his hands pressing heavily on Li Ku's shoulders. In that moment, Li Ku felt the weight of 2 mountains bearing down upon him, yet it sent shivers through his entire being. Although Gao Ming was the crown prince, his frail constitution and increasingly morose demeanor rendered him incapable of shouldering this great responsibility. Qin Kai, though clever, was too restless and lacked the composure needed to manage those cunning old foxes. Li Shimin's voice resonated deeply, each word striking like a hammer upon Li Ku's very soul. "Only you, Kuer, you resemble me not just in appearance, but within your very essence lies the fortitude I once possessed. You wield the thunderous might and possess a compassionate heart. You understand the nuances of advance and retreat. You grasp the larger picture. Among all the princes, you alone are the one I trust the most, yet also the one I worry about the least." Tears of emotion welled in Li Ku's eyes. For 15 years, he had been attacked by the officials due to his lineage and ostracized by the aristocracy, believing himself to be merely a talented yet morally deficient backup in his father's eyes. Yet today, his father proclaimed him as the one most akin to himself. "If there is no prince I trust in Chang'an, I cannot sleep at night." Li Shimin withdrew a dark iron fish talisman from his sleeve, inscribed with the characters for regent. He solemnly placed the talisman into Li Ku's palm, gripping his hand tightly, the cold metal pressing into their flesh. "Hold this. From tomorrow onward, I shall publicly declare that I am in seclusion at the Qingguang Hall for 3 days. During this time, you are the regent of the Tang. I entrust you with the 16 guards, the safety of Chang'an, and my very life. This is not merely regency, it is me entrusting my back to you." Li Shimin's eyes brimmed with unreserved trust. "Sailing, are you not my Qilin child? Can you protect this door for me and for our family?" A wave of immense joy surged through Li Ku, igniting a fervor that made him tremble. The most trusted prince, the Qilin child. His father had entrusted his back to him. What a glorious honor. What profound trust. This was more fervent than the edict of the crown prince. All grievances and doubts vanished in that moment. For this trust, he would gladly shatter himself into pieces. Thud. Li Ku knelt heavily, cradling the fish talisman in his hands, his forehead bowing against the golden bricks, producing a muffled sound. "Your son acknowledges the decree." Li Ku's voice trembled with emotion. "Father, do not worry. As long as I draw breath, this Chang'an shall remain undisturbed. Whoever dares to stir chaos during your prayer, I shall make them aware that the blade of the Li family remains sharp. I will not tarnish the bloodline of the Li family." "Excellent. My good son." Li Shimin bent down to assist him, firmly patting his sturdy shoulder. "Go forth, hold your head high. Let those ministers witness the indomitable spirit of my son." Li Ku wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering resolve and sharpness. He bowed deeply to Li Shimin and then to Li Yu, before striding away with purpose. His back no longer bore any hint of hesitation or gloom. As he watched Li Ku depart, the fervent expression on Li Shimin's face gradually softened into a smile of satisfaction. "What do you think?" He turned to Li Yu. Li Yu spat out an orange seed, his face filled with admiration. "Second uncle, your mastery of persuasion is truly unparalleled. Brother Ku likely believes he is the savior of the Tang dynasty, ready to fight the world. Do you not fear he might really unleash havoc upon the aristocracy?" "He would not dare," Li Shimin scoffed, a glimmer of sharp insight in his eyes. "The more he seeks to prove himself, the more he will protect the stability of the Tang. For these 3 days, the peace of Chang'an will undoubtedly improve." Li Shimin then huffed disdainfully. If he does not envision a grand future, how would he dare to offend those old foxes of the aristocracy? "Wangda, at your service. Proclaim the edict. For 3 days, I shall pray for the former emperor, and Wang Liku shall govern in my stead. Summon concubine Wei into the palace to oversee the inner court affairs, and seal off the Qingguang Hall. Furthermore, Li Shimin paused, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Go to the East Palace and Wei Wang's residence. Summon the Crown Prince and Wei Wang to the Dan Palace for an audience. Remind them that the former emperor will only meet with those of humble attire. They must shed their dragon robes and don the simplest of garments. I understand, Wang De replied, bowing as he retreated, silently lighting a candle for the two princes in his heart. Crash! A vase shattered on the ground, scattering fragments that grazed the face of a kneeling young eunuch, who dared not make a sound. Li Chengxian sat in his wheelchair, his chest heaving violently, his once handsome face now contorted in anguish. Governing in place of the third prince? Li Chengxian gripped the pruning shears tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. I am the crown prince. I am the heir of the Tang dynasty. During father's prayer, it is I who should govern. Why grant that position to a remnant of the previous dynasty? Why? Just 15 minutes prior, a young eunuch sent by Wang De had delivered that thunderous decree. Li Chengxian's mind was now a chaotic whirlwind. His leg ailment had long been the greatest thorn in his heart, making him sensitive, suspicious, and irritable. Today, this thorn had been ruthlessly extracted by Li Shimin, leaving a trail of blood and flesh. Your Highness, please temper your rage, a trusted eunuch trembled. Perhaps it is only due to your leg's inconvenience that His Majesty is being considerate. Considerate my foot, Li Chengxian roared, driving the shears forcefully into the Zetan table before him, embedding them deep. Being considerate of me will only allow the third to claim that position. This is a test. This is a precursor to my deposition. Father is signaling to the entire court that I, the crown prince, am to be discarded. I am deemed unworthy. The Tang is about to undergo a transformation. As Li Chengxian spiraled into a delusional frenzy, a sharp voice from the eunuch outside pierced through his tumultuous thoughts. The emperor has issued an edict summoning His Royal Highness, the crown prince, to the Great Palace to meet with the Grand Emperor. Li Chengxian abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. To meet with grandfather? Could it be that father intends to clarify matters before him? However, the eunuch's next proclamation plunged him into the depths of despair. His Majesty decrees. The Grand Emperor longs for familial connection and does not wish to see the grandeur of the imperial family. Therefore, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is to remove his dragon robe and jade belt, donning coarse hemp garments to fulfill the duty of filial piety. Li Chengxian felt the world around him dim, a buzzing echoing in his ears. Chapter 54. Let His Majesty address the Crown Prince. Coarse hemp garments? In the Tang dynasty, who wear such attire? Commoners. Criminals. What does this signify? This is an affront to strip me of my princely robes. This is to stand before the Grand Emperor, before my ancestors, and to have my dignity torn away. Ha ha. Suddenly, Li Chengxian erupted into laughter, a chilling and dry sound, tears streaming down his face in a frenzy. Ah, splendid. He gazed at his disabled leg, his eyes filled with the hollow silence of despair. So this is the plan laid for me. First, to elevate the third prince as regent, to create a spectacle, and then to lure me to the Great Palace, stripping me of my attire, reducing me to a commoner. Such a well-executed combination of tactics. Father, you are truly ruthless. Your Highness. The loyal Qingxin rushed forward in fear, clutching Li Chengxian's leg. Please, do not act this way. Perhaps it is not as you perceive. Perhaps it is truly for the sake of filial piety. Filial piety? Li Chengxian forcefully pushed Qingxin away, his gaze terrifyingly vacant. What kind of filial piety requires one to appear as a beggar before his grandfather? This is a deposition. This is humiliation. He is poised to personally slay his own son. With trembling hands, Li Chengxian slowly grasped the scissors from the table. In that moment, he even contemplated plunging them into his own neck, yet he lacked the courage. Changing clothes, Li Chengxian closed his eyes, two streams of tears cascading down his cheeks. His voice gravelly. Bring me the most tattered hemp garments. I shall go. I must see if Li Shimin truly possesses a heart of stone. Intent on forcing the death of his legitimate heir before the Grand Emperor, in stark contrast to the chaos within the Eastern Palace. The atmosphere at the Wei Wangfu was eerily charged with excitement. Li Tai's massive form moved agilely within the study, clutching the recently transcribed edict. The glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in his small eyes. You all may leave. Li Tai dismissed those around him, retaining only his trusted advisors. Gentlemen, what is your interpretation? Li Tai gestured towards the edict. The third prince is to be regent, yet father summons me to don coarse garments for the Great Palace. What profound meaning lies within this? The advisor pondered for a moment, stroking his beard. Your Highness, this is an auspicious sign. Oh, speak quickly. Li Tai rubbed his hands in anticipation. Your Highness, consider this. It is widely known that the crown prince suffers from a leg ailment and has lost the emperor's favor. Now, His Majesty seeks blessings, yet appoints the Prince of Wu as regent. It appears to be an act of elevation, but in reality, it places the Prince of Wu on a precarious precipice. The Prince of Wu, with his dubious lineage, once appointed as regent, will inevitably face resistance from the noble families and incite public ire. This is the emperor utilizing the Prince of Wu as a whetstone to pave the way for you. Li Tai nodded vigorously in agreement. Quite reasonable. Quite reasonable. Then what of this journey in coarse garments? Ah, this is even more exquisite. With a resounding slap on the thigh, the advisor exclaimed, Emperor Wen of Han once donned simple cloth attire, a testament to his timeless virtue. The retired emperor, hailing from the Guangzhou region, cherishes old ties and detests extravagance. Your Majesty's command for you to wear humble garments before the retired emperor is a test of your character. It subtly suggests that only by embracing poverty can one firmly secure the throne. This is a nurturing of you as the heir apparent. An epiphany struck Li Tai, causing his plump body to tremble with excitement, his face radiating blissful realization. So that's how it is. The third brother serves as a shield, attracting fire. The eldest is a sacrificial piece, destined to be discarded, and I, Li Tai, am the true heir destined for the core examination. Wear humble attire? That is an honor. It embodies my father's highest expectations of my virtue. Quickly, fetch me some clothes. Li Tai bellowed, only to wave his hand dismissively. No. What is brought must not appear insincere. He strode heavily into the inner chamber, rummaging through to find a coarse linen garment worn by servants. Displeased by its lack of tattered appearance, he seized a pair of scissors and, with a swift snip, cut a large hole in the sleeve. And patches. Yes, it needs patches. Like a clumsy tailor, Li Tai awkwardly cut a piece from another ragged cloth and haphazardly stitched it onto the linen shirt. The uneven stitches were grotesque. Yet to Li Tai's eyes, it was his ceremonial robe leading to the throne. Standing before a bronze mirror, he gazed at the reflection of a plump figure resembling a refugee, satisfied as he patted his belly, donning a smile that conveyed mastery over his fate. Oh, elder brother. Are you still weeping over appearances? Unbeknownst to you, this realm is already within my grasp. Ha! In the Dian Palace, a scar upon the city of Chang'an. The atmosphere was dark and damp, permeated by the potent scent of traditional Chinese medicine mixed with a vague aura of decay. Li Shimin had changed into a simple round-collared robe, seated by the bedside, tending to the frail elder with water. Li Yuan lay upon the bed, his consciousness slightly hazy. His murky eyes half open, mumbling, I crave meat. Empress Changsun cradled the young prince, Li Mingda, on a nearby stool. The young prince appeared feverish, his cheeks flushed. Nestled against his mother's bosom, drowsy with heavy breaths. Prince Li Yu, leaned against a pillar, idly toying with a powerful flashlight brought from 2025. His gaze playfully fixed on the doorway. With a creak, the heavy palace door swung open. Two figures emerged, one before the other. On the left was Crown Prince Li Chengqian, seated in a wheelchair, clad in grayish-white coarse linen, with several deliberately cut holes adorning his attire, his hair disheveled, and his face ashen. He exuded an aura of bitterness, as if he were already deceased, awaiting offerings. On the right stood Prince Wei, Li Tai, dressed in casual attire, the newly sewn patches on his sleeves and knees serving as the utmost mockery of pretense. Yet, his face glowed with vitality, his small eyes darting about. A smile struggling to contain itself at the corners of his mouth, resembling a beggar who had just pilfered a chicken. Your son pays his respects to the retired emperor, to the father, to the mother, and greets Prince Yu. Their voices overlapped, one filled with sorrow, the other brimming with joy. Li Shimin's expression darkened instantaneously, akin to a charred pot bottom. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to expel these two embarrassing figures, and spoke coldly. Everyone has arrived. Please take a seat. This command ignited a fire within Li Chengqian. He lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Li Shimin, his voice hoarse and anguished. Father, I shall not sit. My legs are crippled. What difference is there between sitting and kneeling? Since you have dressed me this way, it is likely you do not wish for me to tarnish the chair of the Great Palace, correct? Li Shimin furrowed his brow. Gao Ming. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense. I speak no falsehood. Li Chengqian erupted, striking his legs vehemently, his voice a desperate roar. The third brother is regent. Regenting. That is the privilege of the heir apparent. You have granted it to him. And what of me? Deceived and brought here, dressed like a beggar. What is this about? Are you planning to conduct an act of deposition before the emperor? Very well. Depose me. My legs are already useless. And this role of crown prince is a disgrace. But before the decree of deposition is issued, I beseech your majesty to acknowledge me as the crown prince. I am the legitimate son of the Tang dynasty, recognized by the ancestral temple as the heir apparent. This is my final shred of dignity. This barrage of words startled Li Tai, who stood beside him, but he quickly regained his composure. Eldest brother has lost his senses. He has self-destructed. An opportunity has arisen. Li Tai dropped to his knees with a thud, the patches on his knees glaringly conspicuous. He puffed out his chest, exuding righteous indignation, though it appeared rather comical on his plump face. Eldest brother, how dare you defy our father? Father has dressed us in plain cloth to remind us of our hardships. Though this patchwork is unsightly, it is a manifestation of my filial piety. Your narrow-mindedness and wild speculation of the emperor's intentions are precisely why father has appointed our third brother as regent, to temper your disposition. Look at me, in this attire. I feel only honor. Silence. Li Chengqian shouted, pointing at Li Tai in fury. You fat fool. What are you pretending for? You are but an actor. Dream on if you think you can step over my corpse to ascend. I am the virtuous king. Li Tai cast aside his pretense, raising his voice. You are merely envious. You are a deceiver. You are useless. Their quarrel escalated, voices echoing throughout the vast hall, a cacophony of sound and spittle flying. Suddenly, a child's cry pierced through the tumult, shattering the chaotic scene. The little one, nestled in Empress Changsuan's arms, was startled awake, her small face pale, eyes brimming with tears. Trembling in her mother's embrace, clutching the hem of the empress's garment. I am afraid of the brothers' quarrel. Wu, I am scared. This cry struck deep into the hearts of all present. The voices of Li Chengqian and Li Tai came to an abrupt halt. Li Shimin sprang to his feet, fury blazing in his eyes, ready to erupt, when a brilliant white light suddenly illuminated the room. It was the powerful flashlight in Li Yu's hand. Activated to its strobe mode, a dazzling, blinding column of light erupted in the hall without warning, its intensity striking the ground between Li Chengqian and Li Tai. The fierce reflection rendered their eyes instantly blind. Ah, my eyes! Li Tai screamed in despair, rolling backward. Li Chengqian was also petrified, his body stiffened by the overwhelming radiance that emanated from the light. It was not of this earthly realm. The great hall fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the soft sobs of the little child. Li Yu extinguished his flashlight and strode to the center of the hall, casting a cold gaze upon the two princes who had, in an instant, been reduced to quaking quail. Have you finished your commotion? Chapter 55. Preparing to depart, Li Yu's voice resonated with strength. He approached Empress Changsun, retrieving a lollipop from his pocket, unwrapping it, and placing it into the little child's mouth. There, don't cry. Your brother will teach them a lesson. The child, savoring the sweetness, blinked her tear-filled eyes, her sobs gradually subsiding. Having soothed his younger sister, Li Yu turned, inhaling deeply as he surveyed the bewildered expressions on Li Chengqian and Li Tai, as well as the astonished looks of Li Yuan and Li Shimin. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Li Yu clapped his hands. One suffers from acute paranoia, convinced the entire world seeks to harm him. The other, afflicted with overinterpretation syndrome, mistaking a patch for a dragon robe. Cousin, your educational standards truly require enhancement. Simultaneously, Li Chengqian and Li Tai directed incredulous gazes at Li Yu, astounded by his audacious remarks. Li Yu sighed, crouching down to meet Li Chengqian's bloodshot eyes. Astounding. If your imaginative prowess were harnessed for novel writing, you would undoubtedly achieve greatness. He then turned to Li Tai, tugging at the unfortunate patch. And you, Qingke, is the thread on this patch still fresh? Do you believe third brother is merely a shield? Do you think you are the destined one? Wake up. The night has yet to fall. But what is the purpose then? Li Chengqian was momentarily stunned, tears still glistening on his cheeks, rendering him both ridiculous and pitiable. Li Tai, equally perplexed, queried, isn't it a test of virtue? Because the place we are heading to is beyond third brother's reach. Li Yu rose, his voice suddenly becoming stern and resonant. The destination we are bound for does not require the princely authority of the crown prince, nor the false pretense of a virtuous king. It only necessitates the identities of patients and their families. What? Li Yu spread his arms wide, revealing a smile of resignation and understanding, the kind that emanated confidence from 2025. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Li Yu, neither a descendant of the Prince of Yu nor the posthumous son of the Prince of Wei. He pointed at Li Shimin, then at Li Chengqian and Li Tai, and finally at himself. I am a direct descendant of your Li family, 1400 years hence. What? Li Tai's eyes bulged like copper bells, his mind short-circuited by the revelation of 14 centuries. Li Chengqian, too, forgot his tears, gazing blankly at Li Yu as though he were a madman. Even Li Yuan, who lay in bed, struggled to sit up, his cloudy old eyes wide with disbelief. Grandson? Indeed. At this moment, Li Yu no longer concealed his essence. A profound transformation enveloped him as he produced several items from his attire, revealing each in turn. Astounding. Did you think I was a divine physician? Incorrect. He held forth a box of amoxicillin. This is an antibiotic, a medication that will only emerge a millennium later. Your leg, in my era, will be treated, preparing you to frolic freely in the future. Li Chengqian's mouth hung open in a Na shape, large enough to accommodate a light bulb. Qingke, do you not have an affinity for auspicious signs? This potato, which hails from the Americas, could not even be transported to the Great Tang Dynasty. It yields thousands of pounds per acre. In my era, it was primarily used to feed pigs, or rather, to make fries. And as for His Majesty, Li Yu turned to Li Yuan. The lamb you desire is known there as hot pot. Over there, winter is filled with warmth, and summer is graced with air conditioning. Whatever you wish for is at your disposal. That is not a celestial realm, but a glimpse into the future. The future, Li Yuan murmured, a remarkable sparkle igniting in his murky eyes. Is the Great Tang still thriving? The Great Tang exists in history books and in the hearts of the people. It will endure forever, Li Yu cleverly replied. After elucidating all of this, Li Yu's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of utmost seriousness. All right, the time for enlightenment has concluded. Now, let us address the matter at hand. He produced a document titled Time and Space Travel Notification. Your uncle has consented. This journey to the future for your entire family is intended for healing and broadening your horizons. However, Li Yu's gaze swept across each individual present, his tone hardening. Akin to a commander poised to lead his troops, the rules of that world are entirely distinct from those here. There is no emperor there. Taking a life demands retribution, and expect fines for spitting in public. To ensure your safe return, and to prevent you from being mistaken for the mentally ill, we must establish some regulations. He extended one finger. First, absolute command authority. Li Yu pointed to himself, his gaze fixed on Li Shimin. In that realm, I am no longer your nephew, but the captain. Regardless of whether you are the retired emperor, the reigning emperor, or the crown prince and the king of Wei, you must unconditionally obey my directives. When I say sit, you shall sit. When I say be silent, you shall be silent. Can this be accomplished? Li Chengqian and Li Tai were left speechless, incredulous that their father would heed his commands. They instinctively glanced at Li Shimin, expecting him to erupt in fury. However, their expectations were shattered by Li Shimin's response. This emperor of renown showed no signs of hesitation. He glanced at the little child in his arms, indulging in candy, and then at his ailing father. His resolve unwavering. I shall comply. Li Shimin turned, his gaze sharp as a blade as it swept over Li Chengqian and Li Tai, his voice ringing with authority. Did you not hear? Yue knows that world best. He is doing this to save our lives. If anyone dares to flaunt their princely airs and disobey Yue's commands, they need not worry about the authorities. I shall personally break their legs. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. Li Chengqian and Li Tai trembled in fear, nodding repeatedly. With their father's approval, they dared not rebel. Li Yu nodded in satisfaction, extending a second finger. Secondly, You must suppress your curiosity. In that world, you will witness iron boxes that run faster than horses, cars, iron cages that carry people, elevators. And you will see ladies dressed scantily. At this point, Li Yu cast a pointed glare at Li Tai. Especially you, little fat sparrow. That is their freedom of attire. Do not drool, and certainly do not point fingers. Otherwise, you will be apprehended for indecency, and I shall not be able to extricate you. Li Tai shrank back, muttering softly, I am well versed in the spring and autumn annals. Knowledge is of no avail. The laws of that place do not recognize the sacred texts. Thirdly, and most importantly, Li Yu approached Li Chengqian, crouching down to meet his tear-streaked gaze. Xiangming, once you are there, do not regard yourself as a useless individual. Your legs can be healed, provided you are willing to endure the hardships of rehabilitation. However, do not consider yourself a prince. There? You are merely a young man in need of medical attention. Can you set aside your pride? Li Chengqian, gazing into Li Yu's sincere eyes, felt a warm surge within him. I can. He nodded earnestly, his voice choked with emotion. As long as my legs can be healed, I will do whatever it takes. Brother Yuang, I will heed your words. Excellent. Li Yu rose, placing the notification letter on the table. Since we have all agreed, let us proceed to sign. Li Shimin stepped forward first, unhesitatingly inscribing his name on the document. Empress Changsun, cradling the little prince, signed tenderly, while Li Yuan pressed his handprint with Li Yu's assistance. When it was Li Chengqian and Li Tai's turn, they exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's fear of the unknown, yet also a sense of exhilaration. Once the signatures were complete, Li Yu secured the agreement and glanced at his phone for the time. Ladies and gentlemen, he announced. Standing in the center of the grand hall, the shadowy palace looming behind him, and before him stood the most esteemed yet obedient members of the Tang dynasty. Take a deep breath and calm your minds. Have you all packed your belongings? Regardless of the gold, silver, or jewels you may possess, ensure they are well concealed. In that realm, while gold may hold value, it is considered contraband. Lastly, Li Yu said, a confident smile gracing his lips as he switched on the flashlight. The beam illuminating the central space of the hall. Are you ready? We are about to embark on our journey to a new world. The winds of Dawn Palace continued to blow, but this time, there was an air of the future mingling with it. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the direction of Li Yu's finger, awaiting the fabled celestial gate to open. Meanwhile, in Ganlu Hall, the oblivious Li Ke clutched the fish token tightly. His eyes reddened as he stared at the map, preparing to commence his regency as entrusted by the emperor. Father, rest assured, your son will not fail in his duty. Chapter 56. First impressions of Xi'an. At 10 in the morning in Weiyang district of Xi'an, the morning sunlight was a golden sword, piercing through the thin gauze curtain of Li Yu's rented room without restraint. True to his reputation as a conqueror, Li Shimin stumbled upon arrival, yet instinctively assumed a defensive posture. His right hand instinctively reached for his waist, only to find it empty. The sword he bore before the transition had long been confiscated by Li Yu. Calm down, uncle. We have arrived. Li Yu's languid voice floated in as he bent down to place the flashlight, which had proven invaluable, upon a white wooden cabinet. Breathless, Li Shimin took in his surroundings. The room was peculiar. The walls were an unnatural shade of white, devoid of any signs of paint or wallpaper seams. As if carved from a single piece of white jade, the ceiling was devoid of beams, smooth as a mirror, with a circular object emitting white light at its center, illuminating every corner of the room without the flicker of flames. Where's this? The retired emperor, Li Yuan, was reclining in a soft, gray object, utterly relaxed. Li Yuan reached out to grasp the armrest of the sofa. Its exterior was coarse like hemp, yet the interior was as soft as clouds. Could it be filled with the silks from the heavenly silkworms bestowed by the western regions? Erlang, this celestial abode boasts such opulent seating. At this moment, however, the true shock came from the balcony. Wei Wang Li Tai, seeking fresh air, stumbled towards the balcony. It was a grand floor-to-ceiling sliding door. Li Tai rushed to the railing and peered down. A chilling scream shattered the morning tranquility. Li Tai, like a bouncing ball of flesh, recoiled. His face ashen, collapsing onto the ground while incoherently pointing outside. It's a drop. A daily pitfall. We are in the sky. What nonsense. Li Shimin frowned, mustering the regal authority to stride over. He grasped the cold metal railing and leaned out to take a look. Just one glance sent shivers down his spine, his legs feeling as if weighed down by lead. Was this a precipice? Below him lay an abyss. The things moving on the ground appeared as tiny as ants and beetles. Was this a 100-foot cliff? Li Shimin clutched the railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. Where? Have you built our home atop a sheer cliff? If an earthquake were to strike, we would be utterly obliterated. Moreover, Li Shimin lifted his gaze to the horizon. Those towering columns piercing the clouds. Were they celestial towers? In the sunlight, the glass-clad buildings shimmered with a blue-white radiance, ascending into the heavens. Such heights and density left Li Shimin astounded. From such an elevation, one could oversee the entire city. If archers were positioned above, could they not rain arrows down upon all of Chang'an? Yet these walls gleamed as smooth as crystal. How could they withstand a catapult's assault? No. Was it truly this high? Were they not afraid of lightning strikes? Second uncle, those are office buildings, places where laborers toil, Li Yu explained, handing him a bottle of mineral water. Fear not. These structures are robust, made of reinforced concrete. Lightning cannot harm them. Meanwhile, Empress Changsun, holding little Zizi, stood at the bathroom door, her face filled with dread, for the curious child had just pressed the toilet flush button. With a whoosh, the siphonic toilet emitted a sound. Water swirling away and disappearing, only to reappear from an unknown source, filling the basin anew. Empress Changsun instinctively shielded little Zizi behind her. That jade basin is drinking water, and it's swirling. Though Li Tai was portly, his intellect was sharp. He leaned closer, staring at the toilet for a long while, then suddenly enlightened. Mother, do not fear. This must be some form of hydraulic mechanism. I have read about the art of the thirsty crow in ancient texts. This jade basin utilizes the height difference of the water to create a vortex, yet this water is so clear. Could it be used for? Li Tai sniffed, detecting no foul odor, but rather a fragrant scent. Used for relieving oneself. Li Tai's worldview shattered. Such a pristine, lustrous object. More exquisite than his father's imperial tea bowl, was merely a chamber pot, and it consumed such copious amounts of clean water with each use. This was an egregious waste. His brother, the Prince of Yu, must be a spendthrift. After calming the group of startled, curious children, Li Yu gestured for everyone to sit down, then took out his phone. As the black glass screen illuminated, Li Chengqian recoiled slightly. Brother Yu, is this a sentient heart-protecting mirror? Li Yu disregarded him and skillfully opened an app to search for hospitals. Second uncle, look. Li Yu pointed at the phone screen, exclaiming that this esteemed physician and appointment platform resembled the detailed roster of the Tai Bureau from our Tang dynasty, but with greater specificity. It meticulously outlined each doctor's specialties, their successful treatments, and public evaluations, all clearly documented. Li Shimin leaned in closer, scrutinizing the densely packed text and images on the screen. Is it true that all healers are included in this network? Can the populace freely critique their medical skills? This is utterly unprecedented. If only we could assess officials in such a manner. Their target was the Xi'an Western International Medical Center, VIP department. Keywords for evaluation included top-notch equipment, excellent service, costly, and no queues. Li Yu promptly dialed the 400 VIP hotline, placing the phone on the table in speaker mode. Hello. This is the Western International Medical Center. How may I assist you? A gentle and clear female voice resonated from the other end. Li Shimin suddenly stood up, looking around in bewilderment. Who? Who is speaking? Is there someone in that iron box? Li Yuan, equally startled, clutched a cushion to his chest. What sorcery is this? Has someone ensnared souls within? Li Yu gestured for silence and addressed the phone. I would like to reserve 2 VIP suites. We have 6 patients, all with complex ailments. Money is no object. We require the finest specialists. Certainly, sir. May I inquire about the specific symptoms? One elderly gentleman with hypertension and signs of a cerebral infarction. A middle-aged man with manic episodes and hypertension. A man with osteomyelitis. An overweight individual with multiple metabolic syndromes. Another suffering from asthma. And one with low immunity. The customer service representative on the line was visibly taken aback by this combination, but maintained her composure, showcasing her professionalism. Understood. I have arranged a green channel for you. May I have your name? Li. After hanging up, Li Shimin pointed at the phone, his fingers trembling. Where? What on earth is this? How can it convey human voices? And that lady seemed unfazed by the patient's conditions? What sort of establishment is this hospital? Uncle, this is a telephone, a device for transmitting sound over long distances. The person on the other end is customer service, dedicated to assisting individuals. As for the hospital, it is akin to a grander Tai bureau, but 1,000 times more formidable. Once the hospital arrangements were secured, Li Yu opened the car-hailing app. With 7 of us, hailing a cab is too cumbersome. We must purchase a vehicle. After surveying the options, his gaze fixed upon the BYD Tang DMP 7-seater. It was not only due to its performance, but also for its name. He immediately dialed the nearest dealership. Hello, is this the BYD Dynasty dealership? I wish to acquire the latest model, the Tang LDMP 7-seater, fully equipped, in black. I need it immediately. Please don't mention any procedures. I am currently at the Lanchi Garden residential area. Just bring the vehicle over along with the contract and POS machine. I will not negotiate the price and will additionally offer you a bonus of 10,000 yuan for the delivery. Arrive within half an hour, and this money is yours. The salesperson on the other end was evidently taken aback by this extravagant request. Are you serious? I do have a vehicle in stock. It just arrived. I am not jesting. The timer has begun. After ending the call, Li Yu smiled at the astonished group. All set. Our chariot shall arrive shortly. Chapter 57. This Tang is not that Tang. Li Chengqian observed Li Yu's fluid maneuvers, contemplating. Is Prince Yu issuing commands to the iron box, with everyone dutifully complying? Could this iron box be a military token, or perhaps a device for controlling spirits? And what of the BYD, which sounds like a merchant from the western regions? It can deliver fine steeds in just half an hour? What a vast stable that must be. 20 minutes later, Li Yu descended with 6 individuals clad in ancient attire. At the entrance of the community, a gleaming black behemoth stood quietly. The latest BYD Tang LDM, with its streamlined body glistening in the sunlight like obsidian, boasted a formidable front face that exuded both majesty and aggression. Salesman Xiao Wang excitedly approached with a POS machine. Brother, the car has arrived. Top configuration. Just delivered last night. Without hesitation, Li Yu swiped his card, completed the transaction, and received the keys. As he pressed the unlock button, the mirrors unfolded with a chirp, and the continuous tail lights illuminated, resembling a mighty dragon awakening with crimson eyes. Wow! Little Tsitsi pointed at the front of the car. It's lit up. The great beast has awakened. However, Li Shimin was oblivious to his daughter's exclamation. He stood transfixed, as if under a spell, staring at the emblem at the center of the front. In an era filled with foreign symbols, there, boldly engraved in the middle, was a robust and elegant Chinese character, Tang. The sunlight cascaded over this character, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Li Shimin extended his hand, gently caressing the cold and firm emblem, akin to touching the imperial jade seal. He murmured, "This is my imperial title. Why? Why is it emblazoned on the forehead of this steel behemoth? It must be a divine beast forged by my descendants to commemorate the great Tang." This is not merely a vehicle. It embodies the soul of the Tang dynasty. It seems my Tang still commands great renown in later generations. Even steel must bow to the character Tang. Uncle, Li Yu approached, patting the engine hood. In this era, Tang represents strength, speed, and the confidence of Eastern civilization. This car is the pride of our nation, named Tang because it aspires to be the sovereign of the world, much like the Tang dynasty. Excellent, 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 Li Shimin exclaimed thrice, smiting his thigh. My Tang has transformed into this steel giant, still galloping forth. I shall claim this vehicle. It was meant for our family all along. Li Yu opened the car door, and the aroma of genuine leather wafted in. Get in. Li Yuan swiftly occupied the front passenger seat. When Li Yu adjusted the electric seat and activated the massage function, the former emperor jumped in surprise. Ouch! There's a hand kneading my waist. Li Yuan turned back in alarm. Your Majesty, this is a mechanism designed to serve you, Li Yu clarified. Oh, a mechanism. Li Yuan cautiously shifted his body. How delightful. The pressure is far superior to that of Wang Deqiang, and this leather is incredibly soft. 100 times more comfortable than my imperial carriage. What kind of beast hide is this? Artificial leather. Oh no, it's the skin of a divine beast, Li Yu whimsically replied. Li Tai squeezed into the third row but paid no heed to the discomfort. He leaned forward, fixated on the large rotating screen in the center console. Is this a living map? Li Tai exclaimed. Brother Yuan, look. The road above is moving. This is 1,000 times more intricate than the Ministry of War's confidential maps. With this, wouldn't our military operations be akin to having a divine eye? Li Yu activated the vehicle. In pure electric mode, the car was as silent as a ghost. With a press of the accelerator, an overwhelming thrust pressed him firmly into his seat. Li Chengxian gasped, gripping the overhead handle tightly, his face drained of color. Slow down, Brother Yuan. This iron box is about to take flight. It's faster than a startled horse. Li Shimin, however, wore an expression of exhilaration, clutching the door handle tightly, watching the rapidly retreating scenery outside. Quick, so fast. This is swifter than the steed I rode in my youth. And it's so stable, as if walking on level ground. The vehicle glided onto the broad asphalt roads of Xi'an. Li Shimin pointed at the ground. You err, this surface is as dark as ink, smooth as a mirror. And not a single seam in sight. What stone is this paved with? How many laborers were required for such an endeavor? Qin Shi Huang's construction of the straight roads cost tens of thousands of lives. Building this kind of road must have claimed millions. Li Yu chuckled. Uncle, this is called asphalt, a residue from petroleum. There are specialized paving machines that can lay dozens of miles a day without any casualties. Everyone is eager to participate because they are paid. Paid. Li Shimin was astonished. Such a monumental project, and it wasn't forced labor? How could the national treasury sustain this? Because the treasury is affluent, replied Li Yu. The vehicle halted at a traffic light. Li Chengxian observed the countdown of the red light above him, then glanced at the orderly stream of cars, deep in thought. Brother Yuan, that glowing eye turns red. And all the iron beasts must stop. When it turns green, everyone dares to proceed. The authority of this divine eye is immense. Li Yu responded. That is called a traffic signal, not a deity. It is a rule. In this era, the greatest deity is the law. Whoever runs a red light incurs a fine. A fine. Li Tai interjected. No corporal punishment? Monetary penalties are more disheartening than corporal punishment. Little Zizi was hungry. Li Yu retrieved a pack of Oreos and a bottle of yogurt, purchased at the entrance of the community. Little Zizi took a bite of the black cookie. Wow, sweet. So sweet. Sweeter than rock candy. Empress Changsun tasted the yogurt, and her eyes lit up. Is this curd? Yet it is even more delicate and tangy than the curd in the palace. Furthermore, this bottle is as light as a feather, transparent as ice, yet it has elasticity. What a treasure is this? This is plastic, Li Yu explained, a substance quite difficult to decompose. The vehicle entered the commercial district. It was summer, and the heat was stifling. On the streets, young women donned shorts and skirts, along with crop tops and tank tops, radiating youthful exuberance as they walked with their long, fair legs shimmering in the sunlight, dazzling the eyes of onlookers. Silence enveloped the vehicle. Empress Changsun immediately covered little Zizi's eyes, her face flushed with embarrassment, whispering, such indecency must not be seen. What is the world coming to? Have these women suffered such misfortune that they cannot afford proper attire? Li Tai gazed in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, his mouth agape, drool trickling down to his chin, murmuring to himself against the car window. This is utterly disgraceful. Yet those legs are so fair. They are bolder than the courtesans. Whose daughters are these? Li Chengxian, his face flushed, lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of others, yet could not resist stealing glances through his fingers, his heart racing. How outrageous. How preposterous. Li Shimin pointed angrily at a girl outside the window dressed in a back-revealing outfit, his hand trembling with indignation, under the vast heavens. How can she be so scantily clad? What kind of decorum is this? Do women of this era possess no sense of shame? Do their fathers and brothers not care? If this were in the Tang dynasty, I would surely punish them for their disrespect. I would have them all apprehended and given a sound thrashing. Li Yu, seated at the driver's seat, chuckled helplessly, having anticipated such a reaction. Uncle, temper your anger. This is what they call freedom of dress. In this age, women hold up half the sky. They earn their own money and spend it as they please. If they choose to bare their arms and legs, it is both refreshing and fashionable. He continued, pointing at the girls. And do you see any signs of timidity or seeking approval on their faces? Li Shimin was taken aback. He had to admit that although these women were scantily clad, their confidence and spirited demeanor, walking tall with heads held high, were qualities rarely seen among many women of the Tang dynasty. They exuded vitality, their eyes bright. even daring to meet the gazes of passersby. Li Shimin was speechless. Though lacking in modesty, they possessed a certain spirit reminiscent of the grandeur of the Tang. As they passed a Huawei-authorized experience store, Li Yu parked the car. Let us go in and buy a treasure. Chapter 58. Diagnosis. Upon entering the store, the staff, mistaking this group of ancient garbed figures for a team of internet celebrities, greeted them with enthusiasm. Li Yu waved his hand grandly. Bring me 6 Mate 80 RS Extraordinary Masters, in red. Yes, the most expensive ones. When Li Shimin held the red ceramic phone, he marveled at its smoothness and considerable weight. Is this made of red jade? He gasped, astonished by its flawless surface and exquisite craftsmanship, akin to divine artistry. Back in the car, Li Yu began his tutorial. This device is called a phone. Though it cannot make calls without the internet, it can take photos and videos. Look, press this circle. He snapped a picture of Li Tai. Li Tai, gazing at the screen, was horrified to see his own face in such detail. Every pore visible. Even the remnants of vegetables stuck between his teeth. He screamed in terror, nearly tossing the phone away. My soul has been sucked in. Brother Yuang, you have doomed me. This iron box contains a soul-snatching trap. I am no longer whole. Li Chengxian turned pale, clutching his chest in fear, terrified that his own soul might be drawn away. Ha! Li Yu could not contain his laughter, glancing at Li Shimin. Uncle, do you remember? When I first traveled here and took a photo of Aunt, your reaction was identical to that of Qingke. You drew your sword to strike me, claiming I was an evil sorcerer out to steal the Empress's soul, and threatened to douse me with Black Dog's blood. Li Shimin's face reddened to the color of liver. Being publicly embarrassed in front of the children was quite a blow to the dignity of the Heavenly Khan. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he shot a glare at Li Yu. That was merely my protective instincts as a husband. Besides, at that time, I had never seen such a miraculous object. How could I know whether you were human or ghost? Ignorance is no crime. Mention this again, and I shall deduct your salary. Empress Zhongsun stifled a laugh in the back row, her eyes glimmering with nostalgia. Indeed, at that time, Erlang was truly frightened, cornering Yuer against the wall. However, upon later seeing the photograph in which I appeared so resplendent, Erlang rushed to capture more images, striking several imposing poses. Guanyin maid. Li Shimin exclaimed in exasperation. Have some consideration for me. Once they embraced the notion of refraining from soul absorption, these individuals became utterly unhinged. Li Tai discovered the video function, discreetly aiming the lens at Li Chengxian, who was crouched in a corner, picking his nose. Big brother, he chuckled lewdly. Li Chengxian abruptly turned around, only to find Li Tai grinning mischievously at him, the screen displaying a close-up of his unseemly act. You wretched glutton, what are you doing? Li Chengxian fumed, lunging to seize the phone. Dare you capture my disgraceful manner? Are you intending to show it to father? This is a record of the truth. It is the historian's duty. Li Tai exclaimed while dodging. Father, save me. Big brother aims to silence me. The back of the carriage descended into chaos. The little one in the middle clapping and laughing. A fight. A fight. Li Shimin turned with a dark expression, barking, silence. If you continue this racket, I shall cast you down to feed that iron tiger. At the Xi'an International Medical Center, due to Li Yu's financial prowess, the medical team had already lined up in the VIP corridor to welcome them. Mr. Li, I presume? I am Director Liu, a shrewd-looking middle-aged doctor, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Approached. He glanced at the group clad in traditional attire, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes as he recognized the wealthy cosplayers. They were ushered into the VIP ward, the environment refreshing their perceptions anew. The walls were pristine white, the floors polished to a mirror sheen, and unfamiliar instruments emitted rhythmic beeping sounds. A faint scent of disinfectant permeated the air. When a nurse approached with a syringe, the Supreme Emperor erupted. Boldly insolent, Li Yuan recoiled his frail arm. Eyes wide with fury. You dare to pierce me with a needle? The nurse trembled in fright. Li Yu quickly restrained Li Yuan. Grandfather, remain calm. This is not sorcery. It is a blood test, to ascertain whether there are parasites in your body. How else will we know if you can indulge in lamb? Do you not desire all-you-can-eat hot pot? For the sake of lamb, Li Yuan gritted his teeth, closing his eyes with a tragic countenance. As if he were headed to the gallows. Very well. Be gentle. I fear the pain. In the radiology department, Li Chengxian was brought to the entrance of the CT room. Upon witnessing the enormous, circular machine emitting a low hum, he trembled uncontrollably. Brother Yu, Li Chengxian's voice quavered, gripping the wheelchair tightly. Is this truly not the elixir furnace of the Supreme Old Man? Does that opening not resemble the maw of a beast? Will I be transformed into a pill if I enter? Is that buzzing sound not the 3 mystical fires within? The imaging doctor nearby chuckled. Young man, your imagination is quite vivid. This is merely an oversized camera designed to capture images of bones. Just lie inside for a minute. It is neither painful nor itchy. Trembling, Li Chengxian gingerly lay down. As the crimson laser beam swept across his body, he tightly shut his eyes, fervently muttering, Amitabha, Jade Emperor, Father, save me. Brother Yuang, rescue me. The doctor was preparing to attach electrode pads to Li Shimin's chest. Li Shimin, observing the pads connected by wires, furrowed his brows and inquired. Is this a thunderous technique? Are you attempting to summon heavenly lightning into my heart? I am the true dragon of the heavens, unafraid of lightning strikes. The doctor interjected. My dear sir, please refrain from dramatics. This is merely to monitor your heart's rhythm. Relax and take a deep breath. 2 hours later, in the VIP conference room, Director Liu held a thick stack of reports, his expression growing grave. Adjusting his glasses, he initiated his dual role as a professional physician and commercial promoter. Mr. Li, esteemed family members, he gestured to the various graphs displayed on the screen. The situation is more complex than anticipated. He first pointed to Li Yuan, Li Shimin. And Li Tai, your family's genetic predisposition is remarkably potent. This is a classic case of familial hypertension syndrome, essentially a precursor to a stroke as per traditional Chinese medicine. The elder gentleman's condition is particularly perilous. He suffers from severe hypertension, with multiple arterial plaques in his cerebral blood vessels. To put it plainly, the pipes in his brain are nearing blockage. This explains his frequent dizziness and irritable temperament. As for you, sir, he continued, addressing Li Shimin, though you are in your prime, your blood pressure is already at the critical threshold. Coupled with your chronic insomnia and anxiety, your heart is under immense strain. The electrocardiogram indicates premature beats. This is a ticking time bomb, as the 40s present a significant turning point. And this young lad, he remarked, gesturing towards the chubby boy, is grappling with severe obesity and insulin resistance. If he continues down this path, diabetes before 30 and coronary heart disease by 40 are inevitable. His blood vessels are already clogged with fat. Li Shimin, drenched in cold sweat, realized that this was the so-called wind disease, the nightmare that had plagued the Li family for generations, now laid bare before them. After delivering this disheartening news, a professional smile re-emerged on Director Lu's face. However, since you are here at our center, these issues are surmountable. My recommendation is to enroll in our comprehensive VIP inpatient program. We offer a Royal Supreme Life Management package, lasting 1 month, with all-inclusive care. This encompasses imported thrombolytic medications and hyperbaric oxygen therapy, tailored meals by professional nutritionists, and personal trainers for weight loss. The cost, while steep, is $180,000 for all 6 individuals. Yet, health is priceless, wouldn't you agree? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Rejuvenation? A decade younger? This is the work of celestial beings. Erlang, let us proceed. Bring forth the treasury. No, the funds must be gathered. Li Shimin, too, felt tempted. 180,000? While unsure of the currency's value, it sounded formidable. If it could save a life, he would spare no expense. Li Yu, seated in a swivel chair, tossed a segment of orange into his mouth and spoke with a calm demeanor. Director Lu, the theatrics are excessive. Let us cease. We have no time to waste. We have only 3 days. After 3 days, we must depart Xi'an and return home. Therefore, I require no rehabilitation plan nor extensive examinations. What I seek is a diagnosis followed by management. The surgery must be minimally invasive, performed today, with a discharge tomorrow. The medication must be of the highest quality, sufficient for 6 months, and portable. Regarding my brother, Li Chengqian's leg, there is a special request. We absolutely cannot use steel plates. Due to the lack of conditions for a secondary extraction surgery, I urge you to perform the most meticulous minimally invasive debridement, thoroughly cleansing the necrotic tissue, and then applying the finest imported external fixation, one that is lightweight and breathable, and can be removed by ourselves after 3 months. As for the payment, I am willing to pay double the VIP standard. Is this feasible? Chapter 59. The entire Li family, our patient's Director Lu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young man was so knowledgeable and forthright. He quickly calculated in his mind, although the hospitalization fee was reduced by 1.8 million. The double treatment fee, along with the premium imported medications and surgical costs for 6 individuals over 6 months, along with consumables, still amounted to several $100,000, a substantial order. With a short cycle and quick returns, it can be done. Director Lu immediately became decisive. Since Mr. Li was pressed for time, we will utilize the emergency green channel and make special arrangements. Now, I will provide a detailed interpretation of the diagnostic results. Please prepare yourselves mentally. He picked up the laser pointer, illuminated the screen, and commenced a physical examination that transcended millennia. First, let us discuss the hereditary illnesses within this family. Director Lu directed the laser pointer towards Li Yuan, Li Shimin, Li Tai, and Li Chengqian. This is a classic case of familial hypertension syndrome, commonly referred to in traditional Chinese medicine as a stroke-prone constitution. Your vascular walls are more fragile than those of the average person and are more susceptible to the accumulation of debris. Old master, this is your carotid artery angiography. Director Lu pointed to several prominent bulges. Observe here and here. These are atherosclerotic plaques. To put it simply, the supply pipes in your brain are on the verge of being clogged by sediment. Li Yuan trembled with fear, his beard quivering. What will happen if they become clogged? Should you experience emotional agitation or a spike in blood pressure, the plaques may dislodge, leading to a cerebral infarction. If a blood vessel ruptures, it would result in a cerebral hemorrhage. Your frequent dizziness, numbness in your hands, and irritable temperament are manifestations of insufficient blood supply to the brain. Li Yuan's complexion turned pale, his teacup trembling in his hand. Does this mean I am beyond saving? There is hope. Director Lu presented a plan. Over the next 3 days, we will administer intravenous therapy with a potent thrombolytic agent to clear the blood vessels. However, the key is to take Xinxin daily, without fail, along with aspirin to prevent thrombosis. As long as you adhere to the medication schedule, manage your blood pressure, abstain from alcohol, limit your intake of fatty meats, such as lamb, and consume more vegetables. Living to 80 or 90 should not pose a problem. Upon hearing he could live to 90, Li Yuan was overjoyed, but his expression soured at the mention of reducing lamb consumption. Next, Director Lu directed the laser pointer at Li Shimin's electrocardiogram. Sir, although you appear young and energetic, your heart is already under significant strain, teetering on the brink of hypertension, accompanied by notable arrhythmia. This indicates that your heart has been operating under high load for an extended period. Do you often stay up late? Are you anxious? Easily angered? Do you have a penchant for sweets? And do you insist on handling everything yourself? Li Shimin's body tensed. You are spot on. This is a ticking time bomb. Director Lu stated bluntly. Without intervention, you will face a critical juncture in your 40s or 50s. Once it detonates, the likelihood of a sudden cerebral hemorrhage is high. This affliction progresses swiftly, leaving little time for farewell words. Li Shimin listened, drenched in cold sweat. So this is what a stroke feels like. This is the nightmare that has haunted the Li family for generations, claiming the names of many beloved relatives. It turns out that it is not some curse from the supernatural, but rather an issue within the blood vessels. Dr. Li Shimin's voice was somewhat hoarse. Can I still be treated? He asked. Yes, nodded Director Lu. With medication, we can manage it. The disease may not be eradicated, but with lifelong medication, one can live as normally as anyone else. The most crucial aspect is one's mindset. Avoid anger, refrain from staying up late, and do not shoulder all burdens alone. You are a human, not a deity. Li Shimin fell silent. Avoiding anger? Not shouldering responsibilities? Such notions are exceedingly difficult for an emperor. Yet, gazing at his wife and children beside him, he nodded solemnly. As for this little chubby one, Director Lu shook his head, pointing at the lab report. Severe obesity, insulin resistance, elevated uric acid levels. This is a classic case of metabolic syndrome. Though he appears lively now, if he continues this way, he will certainly face diabetes before turning 30, and by 40, coronary heart disease. His blood vessels are already clogged with fat. Li Tai recoiled in fright. What should we do? Medication? Medication is merely an aid. Director Lu chuckled lightly. The key is to control your diet and exercise. When you return, I will provide you with a weight loss meal plan, consisting entirely of vegetables. You must run 5 kilometers daily, or prepare to be in a wheelchair by 30. The lady, Director Lu turned to Empress Changsun, softening his tone. Your lung function is severely compromised, only at half the capacity of an average person. Allergic asthma, coupled with early emphysema from prolonged exertion, means that exposure to cold air, willow fluff, or pollen will cause bronchial spasms, resulting in suffocation. This condition can indeed be life-threatening, but it is treatable. He presented a small blue L-shaped device. This is a salbutamol inhaler. When you feel tightness in your chest, spray it into your mouth, and within 3 seconds, your airways will expand. This is a life-saving tool. Additionally, there is this budesonide, to be inhaled twice daily for lung health. Empress Changsun accepted the lightweight vial as if it were a precious treasure. The respiratory affliction that had troubled her for years, causing her immense suffering akin to drowning during episodes, could be alleviated by this diminutive item. At this moment, however, Li Shimin was most concerned about his youngest daughter. He interjected anxiously. Doctor, what about my daughter? Does she have hypertension? Any heart issues? Director Lu glanced at the report and smiled. This is quite peculiar. Statistically, with both parents at risk, the probability of inheritance is high. Yet this little girl has completely normal blood pressure, even slightly low. She has not inherited hypertension. Li Shimin exhaled deeply, his tense body relaxing as if he might collapse to the ground. Heaven bless my child. Heaven bless my child. It is a hard life for her, as long as she is free from this ailment. However, Director Lu's expression turned serious as he continued. Though she does not have hypertension, her immune system is exceedingly weak. Her immunoglobulin levels are alarmingly low. To put it metaphorically, her body resembles a city without walls. Unguarded by soldiers, any bacteria or virus can waltz in. She is like a fragile porcelain doll, unable to withstand any strain or cold. A common cold, which others might simply remedy with water, could escalate into severe pneumonia or even heart failure in her case. Li Shimin's heart raced with anxiety. What should be done? Over the next 3 days, I will administer the finest human albumin and immunoglobulin. This is akin to enlisting an elite mercenary force within her body. It will safeguard her health for 6 months. The medications to be taken home primarily consist of high-protein nutritional powder and a variety of vitamins. It is imperative to nurture her carefully and ensure she does not catch a chill. Finally, Director Lu's gaze settled on Li Changxian, who sat nervously in a wheelchair. A clear and terrifying 3D reconstruction of a leg bone appeared on the screen. Young man, I can clearly see the condition of your leg. Observe here. The fracture has not healed properly. The bone has grown crooked, forming a false joint. Moreover, there is a shadow in the medullary cavity, indicating chronic osteomyelitis, which means there are pus-filled cavities in your bone, continually festering and eroding your healthy bone tissue. Li Changxian trembled as he gazed at the image, akin to an X-ray. He had perused medical texts and understood the implications. Osteomyelitis, which in ancient times was deemed a terminal illness, often necessitating amputation for survival. Is this truly osteomyelitis? Li Changxian's voice quivered. Yes, but in medical terminology, this is referred to as a routine orthopedic procedure. Director Lu replied casually, as if discussing the weather. He produced a pen and gestured on the screen. We 1T need to incise the entire leg. I will create 3 small openings here, here, and here. A miniature camera and curette will be inserted to cleanse the pus and necrotic bone. Then, we will implant artificial bone powder and realign the bone. Given your circumstances, we will avoid internal fixation and instead use domestically produced polymer plaster for stabilization. Polymer plaster? Li Tai's eyes brightened as he interjected. What is that? How does it compare to traditional plaster? It is 100 times lighter than clay sculpture, and once dried, it is harder than ordinary plaster while being breathable and waterproof. Director Lu casually explained before continuing to Li Changxian. The surgery will only take 2 hours. We will perform it this afternoon, observe you tomorrow, and you can be discharged the day after. After discharge, you will need to take antibiotics for 6 months and use a wheelchair for 3 months to allow the bone to heal. After 3 months, you may use a blunt object or scissors to gently break apart or cut the plaster. By then, your bone will have healed, and you will be able to stand, walk, and even jog. Director Lu paused, gazing into Li Changxian's eyes, filled with longing, and solemnly made a promise. While you may not be able to compete as a professional athlete in a marathon, playing soccer and horseback riding will be entirely feasible. You will lead a normal life. Really? Li Chengqian lifted his head, gripping the armrests of the wheelchair tightly, oblivious to his nails breaking. Tears blurred his vision as he trembled, repeatedly confirming, I really won't need to have my leg amputated? Just 3 days? I can really ride a horse? Indeed. Director Liu affirmed with a nod. This is a procedure that has been perfected, with a success rate of 99%. In that moment, the once gloomy and tempestuous crown prince of the Tang dynasty burst into tears like a child, covering his face as years of pent-up grievances and despair erupted. All right, enough with the tears. Li Yu approached, gently patting Li Chengqian on the shoulder, offering him a tissue. Gao Ming, I have told you, this is nothing. Wipe away your tears, you still need to sign later. Witnessing this scene, Li Shimin felt his eyes welling up. He abruptly rose, adjusting his attire, and bowed deeply to Director Liu, expressing the most sincere gratitude of a father and the highest respect of an emperor towards a masterful physician. Doctor, you are a miraculous healer. If you can restore Gao Ming's legs and save Guanyin Bai and IS lives, I shall reward you handsomely. Please no? Director Liu hastily supported Li Shimin. Brother, you mustn't do this. It overwhelms me. This is science, not sorcery. We are merely craftsmen repairing the body. A craftsman, Li Shimin murmured, his eyes filled with astonishment. To be able to mend the creations of nature is indeed to be a divine craftsman. All right, Director Liu, Li Yu interjected, pulling out a black card and placing it on the table. Let us proceed with the payment. I desire the finest of all medications. All surgical supplies must be top tier. 6 individuals, a 6-month supply, fully prepared. Director Liu accepted the card, his eyes narrowing into a gleeful slit. Certainly, I will arrange everything for you. The surgery is scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon. Chapter 60. The golden robe of black BYD Tang sauntered into a tranquil upscale villa area amidst the hustle and bustle, shaded by verdant trees. The villas nestled within lush gardens, with Nanhu Park not far off, the air infused with the moistness of the lake and the fragrance of foliage. The car came to a steady stop before the ornate wrought iron gate of a 3-story villa. Li Yu was the first to alight from the vehicle. He walked to the back seat, carefully unfolded the wheelchair, and assisted the immobile Li Chengqian, whose legs were encased in a high polymer cast, as he descended. Take it slow, Gao Ming. Don't exert your legs, Li Yu advised. Seated in the wheelchair, Li Chengqian, despite the heavy white shell encasing his legs, appeared unusually spirited. He gazed at the uniquely designed house, adorned with grand floor-to-ceiling windows and a private garden, his eyes brimming with wonder. Shortly thereafter, Li Shimin supported Li Yuan, while Empress Changsun held the pouting little Zizi, still sulking from an injection, and Li Tai carried various bags of medicine and snacks like a porter. Is this house truly 3 stories? Li Yuan looked up at the villa. Though it lacked the grandeur of a palace, it exuded a certain elegance. What kind of stone is used for these walls? They are so smooth. Before Li Yu could introduce this meticulously selected short-term rental luxury home, the group was captivated by a sight at the opposite side of the entrance. Outside the villa's grand iron gate, 7 or 8 electric vehicles of various designs were parked neatly. Next to them stood a group of individuals clad in strikingly bright yellow uniforms, donning matching helmets. Some were engrossed in their phones, while others carried insulated bags of various sizes towards the entrance. The sea of bright yellow shimmered in the sunset, appearing particularly dazzling and prestigious. Li Shimin, who had initially been striding toward the door, halted abruptly, his brow furrowed deeply, his expression a mix of confusion and a hint of offended anger. You err, he said in a lowered voice, pointing at the group. Who are these people? How dare they don such bright yellow? In the Tang dynasty, yellow is the color reserved for royalty, a symbol of the Son of Heaven. The hues of ochre and bright yellow, garments reserved solely for the emperor, are deemed inappropriate for commoners. To don them is an act of usurpation. This ostentatious assembly, parading through the streets in clusters, hardly resembles officials. Could they be imperial envoys instead? Li Tai edged closer, murmuring softly. Or perhaps they are the private soldiers of some influential figure. Li Yu, preoccupied with verifying his mobile orders, let out a bemused laugh upon hearing this. He approached and accepted the heavy bag handed over by the delivery rider, chuckling. Dear uncle, relax a bit and turn off your imperial radar. This is a Matewan delivery person, essentially a modern-day steward for meal deliveries. I've mentioned before, we live in contemporary times. There are no stringent dress codes anymore. Li Yu gestured towards the charming ear decorations of the departing riders. In this era, as long as one possesses wealth, don't even speak of yellow garments. One could stroll through the streets clad in a dragon robe without a soul batting an eye. This is what we call freedom of attire. Moreover, in modernity, this yellow is referred to as a safety color. Its conspicuousness ensures visibility on the bustling roads, reducing the risk of vehicular accidents. This is merely a commercial color scheme, devoid of any connection to imperial authority. Li Shimin observed the riders bustling about, delivering bags to Li Yu, cheerfully exclaiming, enjoy your meal, before swiftly departing, some even lamenting about exceeding their delivery time while on the go. Their industriousness and lively demeanor bore no resemblance to the solemnity of royal decorum. A realization dawned on Li Shimin, and he nodded thoughtfully, his furrowed brow gradually easing. It seemed that this once revered yellow had, in later generations, become the color of service, adopted for safety. Perhaps this reflects a benevolent governance. Yet, despite his words, an incongruity lingered in his heart. After a lifetime of wearing yellow solely for himself, witnessing a throng adorned in it felt oddly disconcerting. Enough with the color analysis. I'm nearly fainting from hunger. Li Yu exclaimed, his hands laden with 4 hefty bags of takeout. the tantalizing aroma wafting through the seams of the insulated bags. Invading his senses. Let us hurry indoors. This meal is a splendid showcase of Chinese culinary delights. For this feast, I've sampled half the fine establishments in Xi'an. The villa, adorned in a new Chinese style, featured redwood furniture and ink-wash background walls, harmoniously complemented by central air conditioning and a grand LCD television. This setting, rich in modern convenience yet steeped in ancient charm, evoked a sense of novelty and familiarity among the guests from the Tang dynasty, alleviating any feelings of estrangement. Li Yu meticulously arranged all the takeout boxes on the immense solid wood round table in the dining room. Having just undergone health examinations, some guests with hypertension and others who had recently undergone minimally invasive procedures were advised by doctors to adhere to a bland diet, low in oil and salt. However, glancing at the medical advice and then at the ravenous faces of his ancient companions, Li Yu inwardly cursed, to hell with blandness. They've come all this way. They can't subsist on boiled cabbage for 3 days, can they? Besides, they've got their medications. Let them enjoy life to the fullest. Thus, he ordered an array of hearty dishes. Except for omitting lamb to accommodate Li Yuan, everything else was rich in flavor and color. As each lid was lifted, a robust aroma instantly filled the entire dining room. Beijing roast duck, complete set 2 glossy, chestnut-hued ducks, already sliced into neat, leaf-like pieces. Lotus leaf pancakes are as thin as a cicada's wing, with strands of green onion and cucumber glistening like emeralds, and a thick, glossy sweet bean sauce. The sour fish dish features snow-white slices of black fish floating in a golden, tangy broth, adorned with vibrant red chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. Its aroma tantalizing the senses and making one's mouth water. The crispy fried pork, golden and crunchy, is enveloped in a sweet and sour sauce, exuding an enticing vinegar fragrance. The Xinjiang big plate chicken, though not ordered with extra spice, still boasts a rich broth, bright red chilies, tender potatoes, and wide belt noodles, embodying the bold spirit of the western regions. The mapo tofu, swimming in a pool of red oil, features tender tofu and fragrant minced beef, topped with a sprinkle of Sichuan pepper, making it a delightful accompaniment to rice. The stir-fried lettuce and baby cabbage, the only mild representatives on the table, are nonetheless sautéed in pork lard, imparting an irresistible aroma. A large platter of cold vegetarian dishes, bean curd sticks, kelp strips, boiled peanuts, and marinated lotus root, was specially ordered by Li Yu as a snack, despite the absence of alcohol today. Most notably, Li Yu bought a large bag of snacks exclusively for the little one, filled with an assortment of fish-shaped treats, Wangzai steamed buns, strawberry pocky, zizalong jelly, and a bottle of AD calcium milk with a straw. The little one, having received an injection earlier in the afternoon, was sulking, pouting her lips in discontent as she sat on a high stool, her arms crossed defiantly, grumbling, "Bad pot. Deceived me into getting a shot. It hurt. I won't talk to you." Li Yu, smiling, presented the cheerful AD calcium milk to her, really ignoring it. "This is milk that fairies drink, sweet and tangy. One sip and the pain will vanish." The little one's nose twitched, catching the alluring scent of milk. She furtively glanced, then quickly turned away, only to swiftly return her gaze. Ultimately, the allure of the food triumphed over her pride. With a slurp, she clutched the straw and took a hearty sip. The sweet and tangy flavor instantly captivated her, and the delightful texture lit up her big eyes like stars. Chapter 61. A lesson learned delicious. The little one beamed. Clutching the milk bottle, her previous grievances forgotten. "Humph, for the sake of the delicious milk, I forgive the pot, but I still want that little fish snack." The family gathered around the table. Li Tai and Empress Changsun flanked the immobile Li Changqian, whose legs rested on a specially designed support. Though unable to move, he appeared to be in good spirits. As Li Yu distributed disposable bamboo chopsticks, Li Shimin had examined one closely, admiring its smoothness. Finding it even more refined than those in the palace, he began to announce the dishes like a server. "This is Peking duck, a dish destined to become a national banquet staple. There is an art to its consumption." Li Yu picked up a lotus leaf pancake, placed 2 slices of skin-on duck meat within, dipped it in sweet bean sauce, added a few strands of green onion and cucumber, and expertly rolled it into a small wrap. "Here, second uncle, do give it a try." Li Shimin, not one to stand on ceremony, accepted the exquisite little roll and took a hearty bite. Crunch. The duck skin crackled between his teeth, the meat was tender, the bean sauce sweet and savory, the green onion sharp, and the cucumber refreshing. A symphony of flavors burst in his mouth, rich yet not greasy, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma. Li Shimin's eyes widened in disbelief as he hastened his chewing. How could this duck possess not a hint of the usual gaminess? The skin was as crisp as glass, melting in the mouth. Swallowing his morsel, he gazed longingly at the platter. "I have consumed numerous ducks, primarily steamed or boiled, never realizing they could be savored in such a manner. How is the skin roasted to such perfection?" Li Yu explained, "This is Peking duck, roasted over fruitwood charcoal." Meanwhile, Li Yuan had fixated on the bowl of sauerkraut fish. Throughout his life, he had indulged in lamb, which had long since lost its charm. The tender fish fillets, glistening in the golden broth, appeared refreshing and appetizing. "Grandfather, do try this. It is sauerkraut fish, mildly spicy and quite invigorating." Li Yu ladled him a bowl, generously adding extra broth, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." Li Yuan trembled as he picked up a piece of fish. "No bones?" he inquired, astonished. In the Tang dynasty, the greatest fear when consuming fish was the risk of bones, leading nobles to prefer sashimi over substantial boiled fish. These are black fish fillets, devoid of small bones. You may eat with ease. Li Yuan placed the morsel in his mouth. Sour, fresh, tender, silken. The tangy broth instantly awakened the elderly gentleman's dulled appetite. The fish slipped down without requiring mastication. Delicious. This fish surpassed the heavy, earthy broths of the imperial kitchen by 100-fold. Li Yuan took 2 hearty sips of the sour broth, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Setting down his bowl with a deep sigh, he looked at Li Shimin and remarked, "My dear Erlang, I once believed that the finest delicacy in the world was a whole roasted lamb. Now, having tasted the exquisite flavors of this era, I realize I was but a frog at the bottom of a well. If I could savor such delights daily, I would gladly forego lamb forever." Grandfather speaks truly. Li Tai, engrossed in devouring sweet and sour pork, stuffed his cheeks to the brim, resembling a chipmunk. This meat is sweet. A delightful tang. How is it that our great Tang only knows to use vinegar and salt? The exterior is crispy, and the interior is juicy. Oh, what bliss! Though Li Chengqian's legs were immobile, his appetite was robust. Empress Zhang Sun attentively served him a piece of potato from the large plate of chicken. "Try this potato, my dear. Yuer claims it is the auspicious harvest we have sown." Li Chengqian lifted the piece, saturated with the rich, red chicken broth and softened to a tender consistency, into his mouth. With a gentle bite, the potato disintegrated, releasing a fragrant starchiness that mingled delightfully with the meat's essence, filling his palate. The combination of potato and chicken offered a wholly unique flavor. A flash of astonishment crossed his eyes, not solely from the exquisite taste, but from the significance of this dish. Such deliciousness and abundant yield. If the common folk could dine on this, it would truly be a blessing for the realm, he mused. At the dining table, warmth enveloped the atmosphere, filled with laughter and joy. The formality of the palace, where food was consumed in silence and decorum, was cast aside, as everyone eagerly reached for dishes, sharing opinions and delight. Li Yu, holding a bottle of cola, rose to address the family. "Come, dear ones. Though the doctor advises caution, today we celebrate. We shall return to moderation later. Tonight, let us discuss only the pleasures of life, not state affairs. Cheers. Cheers." 7 cups clinked together, producing a crisp sound. In that warm familial setting, Li Shimin momentarily felt that even without the title of emperor, leading the life of a wealthy gentleman, cherishing his wife and children by the warm hearth, could indeed be a splendid existence. Time flowed swiftly. An hour later, the sumptuous dishes had been nearly devoured. Even the broth from the sauerkraut fish had been used by Li Tai to soak rice, and the plate of big chicken had been wiped clean by Li Chengqian with steamed buns. However, a dilemma arose. Li Yu, concerned that everyone might not be satiated. After all, the people of the Tang dynasty had substantial appetites, had intentionally procured an abundance of staple food. He had purchased 6 bowls of rice and 12 northern steamed buns. Now, the dishes were gone, yet 3 bowls of rice and 2 buns remained. This was rather commonplace. In contemporary dining, staples often play a supporting role. As Li Yu began to clear the table, he casually picked up the remaining 2 buns and 3 boxes of cold rice, preparing to toss them into the trash. These leftovers could not be taken home. Having turned cold, better to discard them than let them spoil. This was the mindset of modern individuals. Wasting a few coins on food was no great concern. However, suddenly stop. A sharp exclamation startled Li Yu, causing his hand to tremble. He turned to see Li Shimin standing up, his eyes, still glistening with oil, filled with seriousness. "What do you intend to do?" Li Shimin pointed at Li Yu's hand. Li Yu, bewildered, replied, "I'm throwing away the garbage. There's no use for these leftovers. Throw them away." Li Shimin strode over and snatched the bun from Li Yu's hand. He cradled the plump, albeit slightly cold, bun and glanced at the 3 boxes of white rice. "Do you comprehend what this is? This is food. This is fine flour. This is polished rice. How many citizens of the Tang dynasty struggle for a year without even a morsel of coarse bread? How many children are sold into servitude for a single meal? During the great drought in the early years of Jingguan, I witnessed the starving corpses by the roadside, their mouths filled with dirt. And you wish to dispose of such exquisite buns?" Li Shimin's heart ached, his voice echoing in the villa's hall. "I understand that in later generations, the nation is prosperous and food piles high. But this is no justification for your wastefulness. Every bowl of porridge, every grain of rice, should remind us of its hard-earned origins. Do I need to teach you this principle? If heaven sees us squander food so recklessly, it will bring down its wrath." Li Yu gazed at the solemn emperor cradling the bun. In this era of material abundance, he had long grown accustomed to wastefulness, leaving heaps of food at buffets, discarding half-eaten takeout. Yet for Li Shimin, every grain of rice represented a life extracted from the earth, a cornerstone of the Tang dynasty's stability. This clash of values across millennia filled Li Yu with a sense of shame and admiration. Such was the mark of a wise ruler. "Uncle, I was wrong." Chapter 62. Military arrangements. Li Yu lowered his head, sincerely admitting his fault. "I will change. I want to throw it away. Let us put it in the refrigerator." He pointed toward the kitchen. "Tomorrow morning, I'll slice the bun, coat it in egg, and fry it to make golden bun slices. The leftover rice, with some ham and eggs, will be transformed into golden fried rice. Not a single grain will be wasted." Li Shimin's expression softened at last. He carefully placed the steamed bun into a plastic bag, then gently covered the rice. His movements tender, as if cherishing a rare treasure. "Let it be," murmured Li Shimin. "How could one waste such fine flour? The next meal, warmed, shall serve as my breakfast." This scene imparted a profound lesson to all the princes present. Li Tai silently picked up a grain of rice that had fallen on the table, blew on it, and popped it into his mouth. After dinner, Li Yu began to assign rooms to his family. The villa, with its 3 stories, offered ample accommodations. Li Yu took the guest room on the first floor for convenience, both for errands and to care for Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian occupied the main bedroom on the first floor, which had a garden, allowing for ease of movement. Li Yuan and Li Tai resided in 2 guest rooms on the 2nd floor. Li Shimin, Empress Chang's son, and the little prince settled into the largest suite on the 3rd floor, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows and an oversized bathtub. Once the elderly and children were comfortably settled, Li Yu knocked on Li Shimin's door and summoned Li Tai and Li Chengxian to the small study on the 1st floor. The study, illuminated by soft lighting, transformed Li Yu's expression to one of seriousness as he closed the door behind him. He retrieved his phone, containing the significant events from the 8th year of the Jingguan era, spanning the next 3 years. Uncle, playfulness aside, we must discuss serious matters now. Li Yu presented the information on his phone to Li Shimin, his voice steady. According to historical records, in November of the 8th year of Jingguan, which is just over 2 months away, the Khagan of Tuyuan, Murong Fuyun, will heed the slander of King Tianzhu and launch a large-scale incursion into Liangzhou. Li Shimin accepted the documents and skimmed through them rapidly. Although simplified characters posed some difficulty, he could grasp the general meaning through educated guesses. Humph, that old scoundrel. A glint of determination sparked in Li Shimin's eyes. I have long known his treacherous intentions. I originally intended for Duan Jishuan to scout the situation first, but it proved futile. Li Yu pointed to the records, stating that while Duan Jishuan did go, Murong Fuyun employed a tactic of scorched earth. He burned the grass and drove the cattle and sheep into the desert, leaving our troops without fodder, their steeds weary and unable to pursue. We were forced to retreat, only for him to counterattack, akin to an insufferable pest. Although we ultimately emerged victorious, the battle was arduous. Li Yu indicated a line in the records that read, "The troops consumed ice and snow. Uncle, look here. In the following year, the 9th year of Jingguan, you will dispatch Grand Marshal Li Jing to lead the campaign, dividing the forces into 2 routes. While Tuyuan will be defeated in the end, the journey will be grievous. For we must penetrate the high-altitude desert and traverse the Baoyuo Valley, a desolate expanse exceeding 2,000 li. Oxygen, water, food, and fodder will be scarce. The soldiers endured by consuming ice and snow and drinking horse urine. The non-combat attrition will be severe. Over half of the war horses will perish." Li Shimin's hand clenched tightly. The thought of horses succumbing to ice and snow pained him. These were his elite steeds. The regulation of war horses in the Tang dynasty had only just begun, and each horse was a treasure. Thus, Li Yu revealed his military innovations. Now that we are aware of the forthcoming challenges, we must not tread the old path. I intend to upgrade the equipment of the Tang army. In this battle, we shall strive for a flawless victory, with 0 casualties. Li Yu laid out the blueprints for 4 items on the desk. Uncle, the Tang army suffers great losses among the war horses due to their lack of shoes. He presented a blueprint of a U-shaped iron piece, stating, "This is called a horseshoe." Nailed to the horseshoe, it not only protects the hoof from wear, but also provides traction on icy roads. With this, the cavalry's marching distance can be doubled, even in the highlands. It feels like walking on level ground. Simple yet practical. How could I have overlooked this? He turned to Li Tai and inquired, "Qingke, can this be manufactured?" Li Tai took a look and nodded confidently. "Your Majesty, this is exceedingly simple. Once the mold is prepared, the Ministry of Revenue can produce thousands in a single day. This task shall be entrusted to me." Li Yu pointed to the next blueprint and continued, "I am aware that the Tang dynasty has gunpowder, but it is merely a byproduct of alchemical furnaces, capable of producing a mere sound, sufficient to startle horses, yet not lethal. This is the optimal ratio, an improved version of 1 part nitrate, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal, combined with sugar and egg whites to form granules. If we make it granular, its potency can increase tenfold. Instead of creating firearms, we shall produce explosive packages and wicked artillery. Do the Tuyuan not prefer to hide in the mountains? Do they not favor fortifying their cities? We shall obliterate them, daze their cattle and sheep." Li Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement. As an enthusiast of chemistry, he found this particularly intriguing. "Explosives? Your Majesty, I shall take charge of this as well." Li Yu then pointed to the blueprints for civilian intercoms and military telescopes. "These are the listening ear and the 1,000-mile eye." Li Yu demonstrated. With this in hand, Li Jing can command the vanguard stationed 50 miles away directly from the central army tent. Flanking on the left, retreating on the right. Orders conveyed instantly. On the battlefield. This is akin to a dimensional strike. There is no need for couriers to run until their legs give out. Moreover, this telescope can provide a clear view of the enemy 10 miles away. While the enemy is still preparing their meals, our cavalry will have already charged upon them. Li Shimin held the telescope with fascination, gazing out the window. With this, our forces shall undoubtedly secure the upper hand time and again. Lastly, concerning logistics. Li Yu pointed to the materials indicating that men cannot survive on snow alone. I shall return with samples of compressed biscuits and their production methods. A small piece can sustain one for a day, being compact yet high in calories. At this moment, Li Chengxian volunteered, his legs still weak but his gaze resolute. "Your Majesty, I am willing to take charge of logistics. Though I cannot ride into battle, I wish to procure provisions for the army from the rear and oversee the preparation of military rations. I shall ensure that our frontline soldiers do not go hungry." Li Shimin looked upon his 2 sons and 1 nephew, each with clearly defined roles and spirited ambition, feeling greatly reassured. "Excellent. Let it be as planned. Qingke shall oversee the production of horseshoes and gunpowder. Chengxian shall handle military provisions, and you shall provide these marvelous inventions. In this battle, I intend to show the Tuyuan what divine weaponry truly means." With the strategic deployment concluded, Li Yu suddenly smiled mysteriously. "Second uncle, these are mere techniques. I have one principle to impart to you." "Principle?" The 3 were taken aback. "Indeed, a principle that answers all your questions. Knowledgeable of the heavens above and the earth below, well-versed in 5,000 years of history, possessing strategies without fail. Li Yu revealed his most crucial plan. I wish to acquire a high-performance computer and a solar power generation system. And then Chapter 63. A mischievous child deserves a complete childhood. Deploy a localized version of DeepSeek on the computer. The three listened, bewildered. Deep what? Which great scholar is that? Li Yu elucidated. Imagine it as an ancient sage residing within an iron box, having lived for countless years, with a mind enriched by all the tomes, knowledge, and stratagems of future generations. Should you inquire, how can we govern the floods of the Yellow River? It would present you with 10 meticulously crafted proposals, each detailing its merits and demerits with clarity. If you were to ask, how might we reform the legal codes of the Tang dynasty? It could cite ancient texts and even weave in suggestions inspired by future legal statutes. Should you question, how can we control the temperature in steelmaking? It would illustrate the procedural steps for you. Most remarkably, it requires no internet connection. As long as there is sunlight, it can converse endlessly. If we were to bring it back to the Tang dynasty, we would essentially be returning with an omnipotent military strategist, a think tank at our beck and call. Even the typically unflappable Li Shimin found himself unable to remain composed. Such a miraculous being exists in this world. Li Tai trembled with excitement. As a technology enthusiast, he was utterly captivated by this repository of knowledge. Is this what it means for a library to come to life? With this, could the compendium I am drafting, the comprehensive geography, not be completed in a single day? One could indeed interpret it that way. Li Yu nodded. Tomorrow, our foremost task is to procure this essential equipment. This is our most prized treasure. The four of them quickly reached a consensus and formulated a procurement list for the following day. High-performance computers pre-installed with the offline version of DeepSeek and various offline encyclopedic packages. A portable solar power station with high-capacity foldable panels, outdoor energy storage batteries, and power strips, 6 walkie-talkies with 2 signal amplifiers, complete with ample batteries, 6 military-grade binoculars, printers with a substantial supply of ink and paper, and to print the satellite maps and deployment diagrams of the Tian. Once the business was concluded, Li Yu instructed Li Chengqian and Li Tai to return to their quarters to rest. In the study, only Li Shimin and Li Yu remained. Li Shimin picked up Li Yu's phone, having just learned how to swipe the screen, and began perusing the downloaded chronicle of major events in Tang dynasty history. He yearned to glimpse the events following his death and to behold the future of the Tang dynasty. Yet, what he could access was merely a segment that Li Yu had carefully extracted, chronicling the significant events of the 8th year of Jingguan and the subsequent 3 years. As his finger glided across the screen, he read, 9th year of Jingguan, May. The retired emperor Li Yuan passes away. A tremor ran through his hand, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Indeed, only a year remained. You err, upon my return, I shall devote ample time to accompany my father. 10th year of Jingguan. June, Empress Dowager Wendy, born of the Chongsun clan, passes away. Li Shimin's heart seized violently, his complexion paling. Next year, the Guanyin maid is too. He abruptly raised his gaze to Li Yu, his expression one of terror. Li Yu hastily reassured him. Second uncle, that refers to the former history. Now that aunt has the medicine, and I am here, history has already altered. She will certainly live to a ripe old age. This is merely a reference. With that, Li Shimin felt a modicum of relief, though a profound sense of urgency lingered in his heart. He continued to scroll down. 11th year of Jingguan. Wu Meinyang enters the palace and is granted the title Wu Kairan. The notation was succinct, later known as Empress Wu Zetian, the only female emperor in Chinese history. The phone was abruptly slammed onto the table. At that moment, Li Shimin's countenance was darker than the bottom of a pot, etched with shock, fury, and incredulity. A female emperor. His voice was low and thunderous. Has a woman usurped my Tang dynasty? Moreover, this woman is indeed my talented consort. He instinctively believed that upon his demise, this woman would directly rebel. Or perhaps his own inadequacy had allowed her to exploit a gap. His first reaction was to blame himself. You are. Li Shimin suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, exclaiming. What on earth is happening? Was it not said that the Tang dynasty would endure for nearly 3 centuries? Who is this Wu Meinyang, this harbinger of calamity? Li Yu observed Li Shimin and sighed inwardly. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. He said nothing but retrieved his phone, searched for Wu Zetian on Baidu, and handed it to Li Shimin. Second uncle, see for yourself. Li Shimin accepted the phone, reading each word with growing intensity. The more he read, the more his expression transformed. First, she was the talented consort of Taizong. That is my fault. Then, she became a nun at Ganyi Temple. It is quite normal for her to take vows after my death. Next, she was summoned back to the palace by Gaozong Li Ji, who conferred upon her the title of Jiaoyi. Li Shimin. His eyes widened in disbelief. Gaozong, Li Ji, the 9th prince. Further down, the dethronement of the king and the establishment of Wu as empress. The 2 saints presided over the court. Gaozong passed away, and Zhongzong and Ruizong were both deposed. The Tang dynasty was renamed Zhou, and she was proclaimed the holy and divine emperor. Li Shimin entered a state of profound agitation. Ji knew, he spat out. This ungrateful wretch. He actually married my talented consort, and allowed her to ascend as empress, to reign over me, ultimately surrendering the Li family's empire. Li Shimin's chest heaved violently with rage. He could hardly fathom that his seemingly simple-minded son, who only played with building blocks, was such a romantic. This was not merely usurpation. It was an utter disgrace. It was incest. It was humiliation. Li Yu watched the furious Li Shimin and hurriedly poured a glass of water. Second uncle, calm down, please. As he patted Li Shimin's back, he secretly relished the misfortune. Oh, little ninth, do not blame your cousin. He is merely looking out for your best interests. Li Shimin took a sip of water. forcibly suppressing his ire. After all, he was a legendary emperor. Reason told him that killing would yield no benefit, and besides, how old is Li Ji now? You are. Li Shimin set down the cup, his tone chilling. I shall deal with the Wu clan upon my return. Second uncle, do not act rashly. Li Yu quickly interjected. Lowering his voice, he continued, now that you know the script, how old is my little ancestor Li Ji? Wu Mingyang has not yet entered the palace. There is still time. You could prevent her from entering the palace, or betroth her to another. For instance, as a consort for Li Ke, or as an aide to Qin Ke. As long as she is not given to Li Ji, that is all that matters. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's expression fluctuated between dark and light. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. I shall handle the Wu clan myself. However, Ji knew. Li Shimin's face bore a cruel smirk. This lad must be thoroughly educated. Upon returning, I will personally instruct him. He must learn what it means to have a knife hovering over one's head in matters of desire. Li Yu silently lit a candle for Li Ji in his heart. It seems my little ancestor is destined for a complete childhood. Chapter 64. The fantastical journey of Prince Li Tai. The second floor of the villa in Xujiang fell into silence. In the eastern guest room on the second floor, Wei Wang Li Tai sprawled out like a character in a grand narrative, sinking into the extraordinarily soft mattress of a plush bed. The room was illuminated solely by a bedside lamp, casting a warm and ambiguous glow around him. In his hands, he cradled a red Huawei phone, treating it as if it were a rare and priceless artifact, both cautious and enamored. Although devoid of a SIM card, Li Yu had previously connected them to the villa's Wi-Fi, which he referred to as the universal network. The marvel of it all was ineffable. Li Tai's pudgy fingers clumsily slid across the smooth screen, muttering to himself. He had just mastered the art of switching interfaces, and each colorful square icon appeared to him as an entrance to a new realm. Suddenly, his finger paused over a particular icon, a black square emblazoned with a twisted white musical note, beneath which were the two characters Douyin. What could this be? A musical office? Curiosity, the ladder of human advancement, marked the beginning of Wei Wang's descent. Tentatively, he prodded the note with his index finger. The first video featured a blacksmith at work, a display of rawness. Li Tai wrinkled his nose and instinctively scrolled upward. The second video showcased a chef chopping vegetables. His skills decent but inferior to those of his brother, Yu Wang. Li Tai continued to swipe, but when he reached the third video, his finger froze. It was a room bathed in soft lighting. In the center of the screen stood a young woman clad in tight yoga pants. Her waist so slender it appeared to be graspable, her back turned to the camera. With the rhythm of the music, she suddenly turned to face the lens. Her gaze sultry, her lips slightly parted, and then her delicate waist twisted like a serpent in a fervent dance. The boldness of her movements, the scant fabric. The impact, Li Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. Forbidden to gaze. Forbidden to gaze. She is a temptress. This is sorcery. His face flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He silently recited the teachings of sages, yet his eyes remained glued to the screen as if stuck by an adhesive. He could discern the shimmering sparkles at the corners of her eyes, and every curve accentuated by her yoga pants. Such shamelessness. Even the courtesans of the Tang dynasty did not dance in such a manner. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of willpower, trembling fingers swiping forcefully upward. Begone. I am a scholar of virtue. The screen flickered. The next video featured an older gentleman lecturing on introduction to quantum mechanics. Li Tai paused, his restless heart momentarily calming, even intrigued to hear this so-called discourse on the principles of physics. However, the demon known as Big Data saw through his hidden desire, and his finger betrayed him, scrolling downward once more. Brother, give a follow. This time, a leggy beauty in a JK uniform, adorned with cat ears, faced the camera, embodying innocence as she posed, her long legs swaying before the screen, luminous in their whiteness. Li Tai felt a surge of heat rushing to his head, his nose tingling, and smoke rising in his throat. It was over. He had completely succumbed. Just one glance. I am merely critiquing. Indeed. Let us critique the decadent melodies of the present age. Li Tai swallowed hard, ceasing his struggles. He drew his phone closer, enveloping himself within the covers, revealing only a pair of glimmering, mischievous eyes. One after another, they appeared, sisters of grace, each one swaying and adorned in splendid attire. Time slipped away, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heated. Li Tai's breath became labored, his gaze more entranced. Finally, in this solitary corner of the night, this talented scion of the Tang dynasty, Prince Wei, inexplicably extended his trembling hand towards the depths of his cocoon sanctuary. Oh, these ethereal ladies truly embody the essence of beauty and peril. In stark contrast to the alluring ambience of Li Tai's chamber, another space bore a silent, oppressive weight. Prince Li Chengqian sat alone in his wheelchair, the main lights dimmed, illuminated only by the cold, white glow of a desk lamp. Before him lay the crimson phone. Unlike Li Tai's frantic tapping, his disposition was more somber, sensitive, and pragmatic. Li Yu had instructed them on how to utilize the device for research, even demonstrating the art of typing. Li Chengqian extended his long, somewhat pallid fingers, locating the handwritten icon on the input method keyboard, and gently tapped it. A blank box materialized at the bottom of the screen. He inhaled deeply, yearning to uncover the fortunes of the Tang dynasty, to grasp the achievements of his father. But more than anything, he sought to unravel the haunting question that had ensnared him through countless days and nights. What fate awaited him, the solitary figure inscribed in history? Though his brother, the Prince of Yu, had assured him that he could assume the role of elder brother, asserting that as long as his mind remained intact, he was still the crown prince. The dread of the unknown compelled him to glimpse his own destiny. With precision, Li Chengqian inscribed a traditional character upon the screen. Instantly, several options appeared, and he selected the first. Next came. Upon completing the 3 characters, the search box displayed his name in a striking blue. His fingertip hovered hesitantly over the search button, trembling for what felt like an eternity. Exhaling a heavy breath, he decisively pressed down. The page transitioned, and a torrent of information surged forth. At the forefront stood Baidu Encyclopedia. Leaning closer to the screen, he read the bold black characters that struck him like a judge's damning decree. Li Chengqian, 619 to 645, courtesy name Gao Ming, the eldest son of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin, deposed crown prince. Deposed crown prince? In an instant, Li Chengqian's mind went blank. Though he had once raved in the Dine Palace about being deposed, the stark reality of those words, now a historical verdict, overwhelmed him with a suffocating force. Yet, as a carefully nurtured heir of the Tang for over a decade, after a fleeting moment of terror, he bizarrely regained his composure. With trembling fingers, he scrolled down, peeling back the layers of his original fate. He needed to understand the circumstances of his demise. In the 10th year of the Jingguan era, Empress Wendy, of the Changsun clan, passed away. Upon reading this line, Li Chengqian's heart jolted. Would his mother depart this world next year? The Empress is his sole and steadfast shield within the palace. The mere thought of her departure conjures the stern visage of his father, the Emperor, alongside the seemingly cheerful yet ambitious face of Li Tai. Absent the Empress's temperance, the Emperor's severity would morph into disdain, and the ambitions of Qin Kai would escalate into outright aggression. Li Chengqian, afflicted by a foot ailment that hampers his mobility, grapples with feelings of inferiority and sensitivity. He touches the plaster cast encasing his leg, a bitter smile escaping him. Without the support of his brother, the Prince of Yu, this leg would be a lifelong source of disgrace. In the 16th year of the Jingguan era, there was an unsuccessful attempt to assassinate Wei Wang Li Tai. In the 17th year, he conspired with Han Wang Li Yuanchong, Hou Junji, and others, aiming to usurp the throne. Upon reading this, Li Chengqian does not find it absurd. Rather, a chilling realization courses through him as he perceives the rationale behind such schemes. He swiftly envisions an alternate timeline. The Empress's untimely demise shatters his shield. His leg remains irreparable, breeding deeper insecurities that render him averse to human interaction, inevitably transforming his disposition into one of volatility and bitterness. The Emperor, witnessing his frailty and irritability, would be utterly disillusioned, turning his affections toward the exceptionally talented Qin Kai. Li Chengqian recalls the shifty little eyes of Li Tai. Should Qin Kai perceive his decline, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to advance relentlessly, bolstered by the Emperor's favoritism. As the crown prince, he faces the precipice of despair. Should he yield, it would lead to an abyss. With disdain from his father looming before him and the threat of fratricide behind, coupled with his disability and lack of support, what alternative does he have but rebellion? Hou Junji and Helan Chushi. Must he truly find himself entangled with such characters? He envisions himself in that alternate reality, dark, twisted, and insane, like a rabid dog cornered, aware of the futility, yet compelled to bite out of desperation. This, it seems, is his fate. Li Chengqian slumps in his wheelchair, his gaze steeped in despair. The logic is suffocatingly tight, a harbinger of his predetermined demise. At 26, he would languish in obscurity. Yet, in the profound silence, a figure suddenly appears in his mind, a man clad in peculiar attire, radiating a brilliant smile. Unrestrained in his demeanor, he whispers that as long as his mind remains intact, he is the elder brother, the Prince of Yu. Li Chengqian straightens, his eyes returning to the screen of his phone, then to the plaster cast on his leg, and finally to the bottle of white calcium tablets at the table's edge. Something feels amiss, and his gaze begins to flicker. The historical Li Chengqian never met the Prince of Yu. That Li Chengqian, with a crippled leg and a departed mother, was left with no choice. But he, Li Chengqian, reaches for the bottle of calcium tablets, grasping it tightly as though it were a lifeline. If his leg could heal, the doctors say he could ride again. There are remedies for his mother's ailment, and the Prince of Yu assures him of longevity. And then there is the Emperor. He recalls the Emperor's meticulousness over a meal prepared for him during the day, recognizing that the Emperor's gaze in the fields was not one of disdain, but rather of hope. The variable that is Prince Yu Wang is indeed the most significant variable. Li Chengqian took a deep breath, as the despair in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of gratitude for having survived a calamity and a profound reverence for fate. His thoughts deepened. Since someone had extended a hand to him, Li Chengwen slowly turned off the screen of his phone, gazing out into the inky darkness of the night, his expression becoming profound and introspective. The solitary figure must not step into that pit again. If Qin Kai wishes to contend, let him contest. As long as the solitary figure's legs are sound, as long as his mother remains, and as long as he himself does not err, the position of crown prince shall be beyond anyone's grasp. That night, Li Chengqian did not sleep. Chapter 65. Procuring the old immortal morning light streamed through the gaps in the villa's curtains, casting a warm glow on the light-colored carpet, while a subtle aroma of oil and eggs wafted through the air. In the kitchen, the frying pan sizzled delightfully. Li Yu, adorned with a cartoon-patterned apron, focused intently on flipping the pieces of steamed bun in the pan. He had promised Li Shimin the night before that not a single grain of rice or bun would go to waste. The remaining 12 northern steamed buns were sliced into evenly thick pieces, each wrapped in a mixture of egg, salt, and scallions. As the hot oil met the pan, the egg mixture quickly expanded, enveloping the buns, frying them until golden and crispy, releasing an enticing aroma. The leftover bowls of rice were transformed into a vibrant egg-fried rice, with diced ham, cucumber, and carrot dancing in the pan. Each grain of rice coated in glistening egg, translucent and inviting. Around the dining table, 7 individuals gathered. The atmosphere today was particularly brisk. Li Chengxian and Li Tai bore the marks of sleeplessness, their eyes resembling those of pandas, looking rather wilted. Li Shimin, however, held a golden, crispy piece of bun in one hand, taking a hearty bite that crackled with the delightful fusion of egg and flour in his mouth. He ate rapidly, yet his gaze remained fixated on Li Yu, as if observing a treasure trove in motion. You are, Li Shimin said. Swallowing the last morsel of bun and accepting a cup of hot soy milk from Empress Changsun, he took a quick sip and wiped his mouth. Is it true that the old immortal residing in a box knows everything? Can he truly resolve the dilemmas of the Tang dynasty? Indeed. Li Yu responded with unwavering certainty as he took a bite of fried rice, without a hint of hesitation. However, he is not an immortal. He is the culmination of human wisdom, a collective of the thoughts of countless sages. Second uncle, you will understand when you meet him later. Nevertheless, we must divide our efforts to maximize efficiency. Setting down his utensils, Li Yu glanced at the wall clock, noting it was 8:30 in the morning. Your Majesty, you have just recovered. Though you have medication, it is unwise to overexert yourself or endure any shock. And the little one has yet to finish his vaccinations. The immunoglobulin must be administered for 3 consecutive days. Chengxian has a cast on his leg, making movement inconvenient. He must rest. Li Yu's gaze swept across the group, clearly assigning responsibilities. You 4 shall remain at the villa. I will find several documentaries about the Tang dynasty for you on television. They will not only alleviate your boredom, but also provide insights from a future perspective on our great dynasty. I have already arranged for lunch, which will be delivered by a knight in yellow robes. Li Yuan relished the tranquility of the moment, waving his hand to urge them to depart. Go on, go on. I shall remain here in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight while pondering your automatic irrigation system. If only it could be connected to the Imperial Garden. It would save considerable effort. Empress Changsun nodded gently. Rest assured, Yue Er, I will keep an eye on things at home. No troubles will arise. As for the selection of those who would venture outside, Li Yuer's gaze fell upon Li Shimin and Li Tai, his eyes betraying a hint of significance. Second uncle. As the helmsman, your presence is indispensable. This ancient sage must return. How to utilize him is for you to decide. Qingke, with your technical prowess and innate talent for understanding the principles of things, you too must accompany us. Mastering the use of that device will elevate you to the status of the chief scientist of the Tang dynasty. This is indeed a technical endeavor. Upon hearing this, Li Tai nodded vigorously, his small eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Before their departure, Li Yuer deliberately pulled the two to the entrance hall, assisting them in adjusting their modern attire while solemnly advising. Second uncle, Qingke, though we are family, we must adhere to the customs outside. It is 2025, not the 8th year of the Jingguan era. The place we are heading to will be crowded with people and prying eyes. Your accents and names could easily attract unwanted attention. If any discrepancies are discovered, not only will we be unable to procure what we seek, but we may also find ourselves subjected to dissection for research purposes. Li Yuer looked intently at Li Shimin, emphasizing his words. Thus, once we are outside, speak as little as possible, preferably not at all. Leave everything to me. You are to observe and acquire. Do you understand? Li Shimin and Li Tai exchanged a glance, aware of the precariousness of their identities as undocumented individuals. For the future of the Tang, such minor grievances were a small price to pay. Fear not, Li Shimin replied. Adjusting his collar and taking a deep breath, I shall play the role of a mute attendant. As long as we can bring back the divine artifact, I would carry bags for anyone. At 9:30 in the morning, a sleek black BYD Tang entered the bustling Bell Tower shopping district of Xi'an. Li Yuer did not lead them to a roadside computer shop. Instead, he directed them towards the digital hub known as the Haixing Intelligent Market. After parking in the underground garage, the trio ascended via the express elevator. As the elevator doors gradually opened, a tremendous cacophony surged forth. The overwhelming sound of vibrant music and the radiant glow of countless screens coalesced into a torrent of information, assaulting the senses of the two visitors from the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin and Li Tai stood at the elevator's threshold, greeted not by the wooden stalls of Chang'an's West Market adorned with fabric banners and piled goods, nor by the calls of street vendors and bargaining merchants. This was nothing short of a fantastical crystal palace. Everywhere, luminous screens adorned the walls, tables, and even the hands of passers-by. LED billboards displayed dazzling graphics of graphics cards rendering videos, mechanical dragons soaring through the skies, all vibrant enough to ensnare one's very soul. Li Tai gasped in astonishment, about to exclaim in wonder, when Li Yuer gently tapped him on the back. He abruptly recalled the caution given before their departure, stifling his words and instead greedily scanning the surroundings with wide eyes, nearly twisting his neck in the process. He beheld the enormous screen suspended in the air, the peculiar metallic cubes arranged with precision, and even the flowing light and shadow upon the floor. Is this the marketplace of the celestial realm? Li Tai silently exclaimed within, recognizing it unmistakably as a treasure trove of divine artifacts. Li Shimin, however, maintained a more composed demeanor. With his hands clasped behind his back, he suppressed the awe swelling within him, scrutinizing the intricacies of this place. He sensed a meticulousness in the atmosphere. Every object on display, be it the thin iron plates reminiscent of parchment or the glimmering black boxes radiating a red glow, exuded a craftsmanship that brought him immense comfort. Stay close to me, Li Yu whispered, leading the two through the throng of people. Although Li Shimin and Li Tai were clad in modern attire, the innate aura of antiquity emanating from them captured the attention of passers-by, particularly Li Shimin's gait. With hands behind his back and a discerning gaze surveying the surroundings, made him appear as if he were a high-ranking official incognito. With a clear objective, Li Yu headed straight for the high-end computer specialty area. He entered a flagship store of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, ROG, adorned with an unmistakably futuristic design. Good sir, are you in search of a computer? A sales associate greeted enthusiastically, his eyes scanning the trio, and, with professional acumen, immediately discerning that they were significant clients. Without hesitation, Li Yu produced his phone, revealing a pre-prepared configuration list, exuding an air of expertise as he coldly stated, I require 2 laptops with the highest specifications. Certainly. The associate promptly replied, our latest and most advanced model features an i9-14980HX processor, an RTX 5090 graphics card, 128 gigabytes of RAM, and an 8 terabytes hard drive. With complimentary cooling installation. Li Yu nodded, continuing, not only do I need the machines, but I also require your assistance in installing the local version of the DeepSeek large model, along with these offline knowledge bases. As he spoke, he handed over a high-capacity external hard drive containing the data packets he had painstakingly downloaded the previous night. The associate hesitated for a moment, accepting the drive with a hint of surprise. Such specifications and requests were certainly not typical of an average gamer. Understood. However, the deployment will take some time. Approximately 2 hours. Money is no object. Speed is of the essence. 2 identical units, as a double assurance. Li Yu promptly produced his bank card to complete the transaction. While waiting, Li Shimin and Li Tai settled into the store's lounge area. Li Yu procured 2 cups of Snow King lemonade for them. Holding the cups, they felt the refreshing chill against their palms but refrained from taking a sip. Adhering to their principle of speaking little, their gazes were fixated on the technician busily working behind the counter. On the technician's screen, code cascaded like a waterfall, black background, green characters, dancing rapidly without pause. To Li Tai, it resembled a Taoist performing a ritual. Each pulsating character concealed profound secrets. Meanwhile, Li Shimin quietly pondered. How could such a small iron box possibly contain the equivalent of countless tomes? The process of deployment, is it akin to crafting a divine form? Yu Air claims that this contraption can predict without fail. I am eager to see how it compares to Feng Xianling and Changsun Wuji. Apart from the computer, Li Yu also activated his shopping mode. He approached the adjacent digital accessories section, gesturing towards the items on the shelves. Boss, I want that solar charging panel. The kind that can be folded to fit into a 24-inch suitcase, with high power and maximum conversion rate. 2 sets, please. Additionally, I require 4 high-capacity outdoor energy storage units, 6 of the highest power civilian walkie-talkies, 2 signal amplifiers, along with spare batteries, and a printer, a laser one. The type that is easy to refill, no inkjet models, as they are prone to clogging. Provide me with 2 boxes of toner cartridges and 5 boxes of A4 printing paper. All of the finest quality. As Li Yu recited his list, he swiped his card. The store clerk, beaming with delight, swiftly gathered the items. Li Shimin observed the array of unfamiliar yet remarkably intricate devices being packed into boxes, his eyes growing brighter with intrigue. Though he remained silent, he had keenly perceived the potential applications of these items through Li Yu's brief remarks. Could the walkie-talkies serve as ears of the wind? Did the solar panels absorb the essence of sun and moon? His excitement surged as he envisioned the Tang army sweeping across the northern deserts equipped with these marvelous inventions. 2 hours later, 2 laptops, configured with the DeepSeek Sage and a vast knowledge repository, alongside other electronic devices, were packed into several enormous shockproof cases. Li Yu lifted a box and exchanged a knowing glance with the others. Let us proceed to our next destination. Departing from the digital city, the trio drove to the suburban seed wholesale market. The ambience shifted dramatically. Gone were the garish neon lights and high-tech precision, replaced by towering stacks of woven bags, with the air suffused with the earthy scent of soil and seeds. Yet this aroma evoked a sense of kinship and reassurance in Li Shimin. It was the essence of the Tang dynasty and the nation. Li Yu skillfully navigated through the various stalls, with Li Shimin and Li Tai trailing closely like vigilant guardians. Boss, I require chili seeds, both the extremely spicy and mildly spicy lantern peppers, along with 2 pounds each of tomato, spinach, pumpkin, cauliflower, and sunflower seeds. All must be heirloom varieties with good disease resistance. For cotton seeds, I seek the finest long staple cotton. As Li Yu selected, he lowered his voice to quickly brief the others. Second uncle, these chili peppers are the very source of the flavor we enjoyed in that hot pot. With them, the people of the damp Sichuan region will find relief. This cotton is warmer than the silk of the Tang and yields even higher. It will spare us from the threat of freezing to death in winter. Finally, Li Yu arrived at a shop specializing in tropical crop seeds, his expression turning serious. Boss, do you have rubber seeds? We do, but they are delicate and require specific soil to thrive. They must be preserved properly. No matter. Please pack them in a professional insulated box with ice packs. I will plant them as soon as I return. Li Yu turned to Li Shimin and whispered, Second uncle. This rubber is the cornerstone of the Tang dynasty's industrialization. With it, wheels can turn faster and machines can seal better. Although it cannot be cultivated in Guangzhou, we can swiftly transport it to Lingnan or Cheongzhou, where it grows naturally. Li Shimin nodded solemnly. While he had not fully grasped the concept of industrialization, he understood the significance of the 2 key words. What Li Yu valued must undoubtedly be a national treasure. Li Tai gazed at the colorful seed packets, unable to resist reaching out to touch them, only to be gently swatted away by Li Yu. Do not meddle. These are the lifeblood of the Tang dynasty. If the packaging is compromised, they will not germinate. By midday, the procurement mission was entirely accomplished. In a rush, Li Yu took the 2 of them to a small noodle shop by the roadside for a quick bowl of oil splash noodles. The broad noodles, drenched in scalding hot oil over chili powder, released a rich aroma. Li Shimin was sweating profusely from the heat of the dish. Though he did not speak, His thumbs up conveyed everything. This was far more satisfying than the palace's soup dumplings, especially the chili, which was simply the finishing touch. At 3 in the afternoon, the fully loaded BYD Tang returned to the Tsujiang villa. Li Yu moved 2 hefty laptops to the coffee table in the living room and connected them to the newly acquired solar power source. He then placed the printer, walkie-talkies, and boxes of seeds all over the floor. Everyone, come over. Li Yu clapped his hands, resembling a magician preparing for a performance. Empress Changsun, Li Chengqian, who was watching television, and Li Yuan, who was strolling in the garden, gathered around. Little Zizi, holding a lollipop, squeezed to the front, excited despite not knowing what was happening, adding to the atmosphere. Second uncle, this is the old immortal I mentioned. Li Yu pressed the power button on one of the laptops. The fan whirred softly, and the RGB lights on the keyboard illuminated in a dazzling display. The screen lit up, revealing a simple yet mysterious dialogue box before everyone. Chapter 67, AI? An immortal. Second uncle, this old immortal is called DeepSeek. We can refer to it as the divine calculator in private. Li Yu pushed the laptop towards Li Shimin, his expression turning serious. It possesses no physical form, no emotions, and does not consume food or drink, yet it contains the knowledge of millennia and the wisdom of all humanity. It can calculate favorable times and places, predict the rise and fall of nations, and elucidate the principles of all things. Can it truly know the affairs of the world? Li Shimin stared intently at the dialogue box. As an emperor, he instinctively resisted this uncontrollable force. He was accustomed to wielding power and interpreting the thoughts of his ministers through their eyes. Yet, this entity had no eyes, only a blinking cursor. I cannot claim it knows the affairs of the world, but it can certainly help you with calculations. Li Yu pointed to the keyboard. Come, this is a rare opportunity. Each of you may pose a question, and let us see if the wisdom of the future can resolve your inner doubts. Li Shimin took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a knife. He did not inquire about longevity, nor did he ask who would be the next emperor. Instead, he cast aside the weightiest stone pressing upon his heart. He posed a question regarding the resolution of logistical and water supply challenges for the 200,000 troops. Should the western regions be entirely subdued and the Silk Road opened within 3 years, all without imposing additional taxes? This was an intractable dilemma. Warfare necessitated funds, and funds required taxation, which would inevitably incite rebellion among the populace. It was a vicious cycle. Li Yu's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, the crisp sound of the mechanical keys resonating throughout the tranquil villa's hall. Upon completion, he pressed the enter key. Thinking, the cursor on the screen paused for approximately 2 seconds. The erstwhile strategists Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Changsun Wuji had once grappled with this very issue, racking their brains without arriving at a comprehensive solution. Suddenly, characters began cascading down the screen like a waterfall. The speed was so rapid that it was nearly impossible to discern, as though an unseen entity were unveiling celestial secrets. Recite, Li Shimin urged. Li Yu, gazing at the screen, swiftly relayed the AI-generated responses, core strategies, land reclamation, financial leverage, water resource innovation. First, military land reclamation should be improved. The old methods of transporting grain are outdated. It is advisable to promote drought-resistant crops, such as potatoes and corn, in regions like Yu and Gaochang along the Hushi corridor. Adopting a strategy of farming while at war. Data suggests that planting potatoes could yield tenfold the output of millet per acre, enabling the 30,000 stationed troops to sustain themselves and even generate surplus supplies for cavalry. Second, for water acquisition, reliance on rainfall is inadequate. It is recommended to utilize the Carez irrigation system. Detailed cross-sectional diagrams and construction methods are included, harnessing the underground flow of mountain snowmelt to minimize evaporation. DeepSeek has produced predictive maps of the underground water veins in the Hushi corridor. Third, war bonds should be issued, with the court refraining from direct funding and instead soliciting investment from merchants by offering bonds for the development of the western regions. With a promise of exclusive silk trade rights and tax exemptions for a decade post-conquest, future funds may be used to finance current military endeavors. Fourth, logistics should be outsourced, entrusting the transportation of non-combat supplies to merchant clans, while the court maintains oversight and settlement, thereby reducing inefficiency and corruption. Upon completing his recitation, the entire living room fell silent, save for the gentle whirring of the laptop's fan. Li Shimin was momentarily stunned, not due to the audacity of the strategies, for each one might have been conceived by Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji, given half a year of deliberation. What truly unsettled him was the speed and precision. In the blink of an eye, this iron box had traversed the deliberative path the Tang think tank would have taken over 6 months. Furthermore, it had even produced construction diagrams and calculated the intricacies of funding through bonds, a concept they had never even considered. Is this the calculation of future generations? Li Yuan watched enviously from the side, unable to restrain himself from interjecting. My dear grandson, I wish to inquire, if I take good care of myself, how many more years might I live? And among the founding heroes of the Tang dynasty, who is the longest lived? I wish to compare longevity. Li Yu smiled and input the question. DeepSeek responded promptly. Based on historical data and current medical interventions, should blood pressure be controlled and emotions stabilized, complemented by modern pharmaceuticals? Li Yuan, Emperor Gaozu of Tang, could expect a lifespan extending beyond 80 years. A reference for longevity is Cheng Zhijia, Cheng Yaojing, who lived to the age of 77, serving as a benchmark for outlasting adversaries. 77. How could that old fellow live so long? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan instantly perked up, his beard bristling with determination, proclaiming, I shall certainly surpass 80. I shall outlast that scoundrel who relies solely on 3 tricks. Next, it was the turn of Empress Changsun. She hesitated, glancing at Li Shimin and then at Li Yu, softly inquiring, "Where could you ask it about women's ailments? For instance, the root of emotional disorders? Additionally, how might we reduce the incidence of infant mortality within the palace?" Li Yu inputted, "The pathological mechanisms of asthma and ancient pediatric health protection." Almost instantaneously, a model of the bronchial system appeared on the screen, meticulously elucidating the processes of airway inflammation and smooth muscle spasm, while outlining various triggering factors such as pollen, dust mites, and cold air. It became evident that it was neither her misfortune nor the work of malevolent spirits, but rather these minuscule particles and invisible bacteria causing the afflictions. Tears welled in Empress Changsun's eyes as she contemplated the lines of health recommendations. Had she known that boiling could save lives, Crown Prince Chao would have endured far less suffering in his youth. Next came Li Tai. The chubby young prince could hardly contain himself. With a serious demeanor, he adjusted his attire as if addressing a venerable scholar. His mind was filled with thoughts of the comprehensive geography. "Brother Yu, assist me in inquiring." Li Tai pointed at the screen, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I am currently compiling the comprehensive geography, and the records regarding the source of the Yellow River are inconsistent across ancient texts. Some assert it is Kunlun, while others claim it is the Sea of Stars. Since this sage knows the affairs of the world, could you enlighten me on the true origin of the Yellow River? How far is it from Chang'an? Is there a detailed description of that region?" Li Yu nodded appreciatively. This was the level expected of the Prince of Wei, pragmatic yet grand in scope. He entered geographical location and geomorphological details of the Yellow River's source. The screen immediately displayed source of the Yellow River, located in the northern foothills of the Bayanhar Mountains in Qinghai Province, approximately 200 kilometers in a straight line from Chang'an, Xi'an, with a river length of about 464 kilometers. Geographical description: alpine meadows, extensive swamps, and a scattering of lakes, the Sea of Stars mentioned in ancient texts, at an altitude of approximately 500 meters. Li Tai gazed at the screen, his excitement palpable as he noted the precise distances. Li Yu explained the units and the description of the alpine meadows and swamps. The Bayanhar Mountains and the Sea of Stars were indeed real. He pulled out a small notebook he always carried, feverishly jotting down notes, exclaiming, "Incredible! This surpasses sending 1,000 scouts for information. With this, my comprehensive geography shall be the most extraordinary tome in the world." Now, it was Li Chengqian's turn. He sat silently in his wheelchair, having undergone a profound transformation after researching his fate as the deposed crown prince the previous night. He gazed at the cursor, slowly parting his lips, his voice slightly hoarse. "Brother, could you pose a question for me?" Li Yu turned his attention towards him. "Inquire. If one were to be the crown prince, yet be physically impaired, with a distinguished ruler above and a virtuous brother below, how might one preserve their true intentions?" Chapter 68. Is this truly our Tang dynasty? Li Shimin abruptly turned his head, fixating intently on Li Chengqian. Without hesitation, Li Yu entered the question. The answer from DeepSeek was intriguing. Path to breakthrough. Transcend zero-sum game. Analysis. The crisis faced by the crown prince often stems from an excessive desire for and fear of imperial power. If one can shift their focus from vying for power to expanding it, such as exploring overseas or innovating technology, transforming their value from merely awaiting succession to becoming an indispensable agent of reform, then a disability would not be an impediment, but rather a protective guise. With the core principle being, to contend without contention. Li Chengqian regarded the phrase, to contend without contention. A smile suddenly blossoming on his face, tinged with both melancholy and a sense of liberation. Li Shimin, standing nearby, observed the lines of text, his expression oscillating between pallor and flush. This ancient sage had ruthlessly dissected the essence of the Tang dynasty, revealing its underlying ailments. With a deep sigh, Li Shimin exhaled slowly. He approached, gently caressing the cold metallic shell, his gaze intricate. "Wearer, this must be safeguarded. It is of greater importance than the imperial seal. If it were to fall into the hands of the Turkic people or be seized by those with nefarious intentions, our Tang would face irrevocable calamity. Rest assured, uncle. This device recognizes its master, requires a password, and facial recognition," Li Yu replied, pointing to the camera with a smile. "Aside from me, anyone else attempting to utilize it would merely find a glowing brick." Noticing the somber atmosphere as everyone was lost in the shock of their intellectual diminishment, Li Yu clapped his hands to shatter the silence. "All right, enough of this cerebral labor. If we continue, the old sage might start smoking." Truthfully, it was Li Yu who was hungry. Casting a glance out the window at the now completely darkened sky, he smiled mysteriously. "Uncle, Awang, the questions have been exhausted. It's time to unwind. Tonight, I shall take you to a splendid place." "Where to?" Little Zigzi, upon hearing the prospect of an outing, immediately tossed aside his paintbrush and clung to Li Yu's leg, looking up with sparkling eyes. Li Yu blinked, exuding an excitement that hinted at mischief. "Let us witness what Chang'an has transformed into after 1400 years, and in the process, allow you to experience what a true city that never sleeps is like." An hour later, the black BYD Tang roared to life once more. Inside the vehicle, the air conditioning was set to a brisk chill, yet the palms of the 6 distinguished visitors from the Tang dynasty glistened with perspiration. Initially, the scenery outside the car consisted merely of streetlights and sparse high-rise buildings, allowing Li Shimin and his companions to maintain their royal composure. Commenting on the colors of the passing armored vehicles, Li Yuan even critiqued, "Though the road is smooth, the trees on either side are too uniformly planted, lacking a touch of wild charm." However, as the vehicle approached the base of the big wild goose pagoda, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "What is that ahead?" Li Chengqian, seated in the passenger seat, lunged forward, nearly colliding with the windshield, his finger trembling as he pointed ahead. At the end of one's gaze, a vast expanse of intertwining crimson and golden light illuminated the surroundings. This was not the flickering glow of fire, which is capricious and unstable, imbued with the scent of smoke. Instead, the light before him was a solid, translucent cascade, overwhelming in its brilliance. It resembled a colossal amber, encasing the entire neighborhood within its luminous embrace. Li Yu pressed the accelerator, and as the vehicle navigated the final turn, the renowned pedestrian street of the Tang Dynasty's Eternal Night City abruptly burst into the retinas of 6 Tang citizens. It was akin to a river flowing with light. Countless structures, styled in the Tang aesthetic, stood proudly along the road, yet they were no longer the somber vermilion and gray tiles of memory. Each column, every tile, and every tree was enveloped in an uncountable array of LED lights. As light and shadow danced, the entire street appeared to hover in midair. Even more astonishing was the throng of people. They surged together, undeterred by the encroaching darkness, each one filled with exuberance. Li Yu found a parking spot and halted the vehicle, opening the door. "Step out, everyone. Welcome to the Eternal Night City of the Tang Dynasty." As Li Shimin set foot upon the ground, he was momentarily frozen in place. He tilted his head upwards, gazing at the strings of red lanterns adorning the street and the illuminated poetic signboards suspended in the air. The east wind scatters flowers on 1,000 trees and blows down the stars like rain. These glowing characters hovered in the atmosphere. Is this the Lantern Festival? Empress Chang's Sun covered her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. A spontaneous reaction to such overwhelming beauty. She had witnessed the Lantern Festival in Chang'an, the most vibrant night of the Tang Dynasty, where the populace celebrated with revelry, and the lights shone as brightly as day. Yet compared to the spectacle before her, the Lantern Festival's illumination seemed but a mere flicker in the moonlight. However, even during the Lantern Festival, Chang'an would wait for the appointed hour to light the lanterns, and surely, it could not be this dazzling. How many candles must be burned? How much oil consumed? This is a drain on the national treasury. No oil is needed, Mother, Li Tai declared, now a steadfast materialist, after the enlightenment of DeepSeek. He pointed to the light strips, his voice trembling yet resolute. This is electricity. The night has been transformed into day by thunderous light. This is what my brother the Prince of Yu refers to as modern civilization. Li Yuan stumbled, nearly losing his balance, as his cane slipped from his grasp. He gazed at the modern young women in Hanfu taking photographs, momentarily transported back to the banquets of his youth. It feels so real, he murmured, reaching out as if to grasp the light hanging in the air. But wait, where we come from, such celestial sights do not exist. The bricks underfoot are radiant. The trees are aglow. Is this truly the mortal realm? Li Chengxian sat in a wheelchair, pushed by Li Tai. He observed the beaming faces of the passers-by. Noticing that none cast him sidelong glances due to his disability, warmth enveloped him entirely. Is there really no curfew here? Li Chengxian inquired. None at all. Here. The night is merely the beginning of life. Li Shimin remained silent, hands clasped behind his back, like a child, led by Li Yu, taking measured steps along this Chang'an street that was not his own, surrounded by the grand melodies of the dance drama, the Great Tang. The rhythmic beats resonated within his chest. He observed the jubilant citizens, the children dashing about with peculiar glowing toys, and the couples boldly holding hands and embracing in the streets. Is this how the future perceives the Great Tang? A wave of indescribable bittersweetness clashed with fervor in his heart. Would my Great Tang, even with a lifetime of effort, ever attain half, or even a tenth, of this brilliance? Li Yu gazed upon the man known in history as the Heavenly Khan, noticing the vulnerability in his eyes, akin to those of a lost elder. Li Yu refrained from offering empty platitudes. He pointed towards the stage nearby, where a performer was showcasing her skills as a balancing figure, and then gestured at the myriad lights illuminating the sky. Leaning close to Li Shimin's ear, he spoke in an almost enticing tone. Uncle, this is merely a dream fabricated by posterity, a facade. However, the seeds we hold are real, the calculations are genuine, and the boxes of blueprints are authentic. As long as you are willing to heed my counsel. Pausing for effect, his gaze intensified as he locked eyes with Li Shimin's soul. Let us return and create a Tang that shines brighter and is more authentic. A true empire where the sun never sets and all nations pay homage. Just then, the fountain at the Big Wild Goose Pagoda commenced its display, accompanied by stirring music. A towering water column soared high into the sky, morphing into a vibrant dragon under the laser lights, piercing the heavens. Following the throng, the family arrived at the heart of the bustling nightless city, standing before the popular secret box of the Great Tang stage. The crowd was a sea of humanity, tightly packed in layers. On stage, actors portraying Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui engaged in witty repartee with the audience. Fang Xianling sported a goatee and exuded elegance, while Du Ruhui maintained a serious demeanor, wielding a ceremonial tablet. Their banter transformed the legends of the Great Tang into humorous anecdotes, eliciting hearty laughter from the spectators. Li Yu had strategically brought his family to the front row, positioning them at the center stage. The 7 of them stood out like cranes among chickens. Their striking beauty and noble demeanor, reminiscent of figures from ancient paintings, captured the attention of all around them. Particularly, Li Shimin, clad in the emperor's robes, exuded an air of sovereignty that embodied the essence of Emperor Taizong of Tang. The actors on stage, quick to notice, exclaimed, "Oh, look at that. Old Du. Check this out." The actor portraying Fang Xianling pointed towards Li Shimin, his eyes sparkling with recognition. These individuals down there, their aura, could they be from a freshly wrapped production? This is astonishingly authentic. Du Ruhui joined in the revelry. Quick, quick. This is an omen of good fortune, especially the gentleman in the center. with that robust figure and regal presence. He is the very reincarnation of Emperor Taizong. Come, come, let us invite this distinguished family onto the stage. Panic gripped Li Yu's heart. He hurriedly whispered instructions. If we are called up, remain composed. Remember, no matter how absurd their questions may be, maintain your smiles. It's all in jest. It's merely a jest. Do not resort to violence. It is illegal to harm anyone here. Li Shimin let out a cold snort, adjusting his collar. A jest? I am eager to witness what these two old fellows can possibly inquire. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of thousands, Li Shimin boldly led his family onto the stage, exuding an aura that transformed the lively atmosphere into that of his ascension at the Taiji Hall. As they stepped onto the stage, a multitude of smartphones rose from the audience. The comments in the Douyin live stream erupted instantaneously. Wow, this gentleman's presence, truly reminiscent of Brother Shimin. That gaze makes me feel he is about to command everyone to stand at attention. Look at that charming young man in the wheelchair. He is so handsome. A complete heartthrob. That little girl is adorable. Is she the princess of Jinyang? Surely, this must be some historical drama troupe causing a stir. An actor, Fang Xianling, approached Li Shimin, intending to jest, but was met with a glance from Li Shimin that made his heart skip a beat. Clearing his throat, the actor remarked, "Good sir, your portrayal is quite professional. Let us test your knowledge. Who was Fang Xuanling's greatest fear during the Jingguan era?" The audience chorused, "Wife." The actor chuckled. "That is mere folklore. In the official records, it is I." Suddenly, Li Shimin spoke, his voice imbued with imperial authority. With his hands clasped behind his back, he regarded the actor with a nonchalant demeanor, his gaze akin to that of a ruler observing a minister who fears his wife. That old fellow Fang Qiao. At home he fears his wife, in court he fears me. He is apprehensive that I might deem him incapable of handling significant matters. Thus he insists on having Du Ruhui accompany him, a partnership termed Fang's strategy and Du's execution. But in truth, it is merely his unwillingness to assume responsibility. A cunning fellow indeed. The audience fell silent. The two actors were left dumbfounded. Had this gentleman immersed himself too deeply into the role? Moreover, how did he speak with such authenticity, even knowing the illustrious name of Fang Qiao? The actor, awkwardly smiling, quickly shifted his attention to Li Chengqian and Li Tai. Oh, these two young gentlemen also possess remarkable bearing. Given this wheelchair, could it be that you are portraying the crown Prince Chengqian and Prince Wei Li Tai? Pointing at Li Tai, the actor teased, "Your Highness, it is recorded that you are favored above all princes, yet it also mentions your physique, ahem, rather ample. Your resemblance is impeccable, a perfect recreation." Li Tai's face turned pale. In the Tang dynasty, he despised being called overweight, and just as he was about to retort, he recalled Li Yu's admonition to maintain a smile, forcing a grin that was more painful than sorrow, fanning himself in self-mockery. Ahem, in the Tang dynasty, plumpness is considered beauty. I am of standard stature. That is a blessing. Besides, if wisdom is too heavy, how can one bear it without a bit of flesh? The audience erupted in laughter. Ha! This Prince Wei is quite witty. The actor then turned to Li Chengqian. And what of your Highness the Crown Prince? This wheelchair of yours is remarkably lifelike. Historically, the Crown Prince and Prince Wei fought fiercely for the throne, often at odds. Yet today, you appear so brotherly and amicable. Is Prince Wei truly content to push the Crown Princess' carriage? Do you not engage in disputes? This was a pointed question, striking at a sore spot. The audience clamored, "Fight! Fight! We want to see the Xuanwu Gate 20. Li Tai's hand stiffened momentarily, and he instinctively glanced at his elder brother in the wheelchair. Li Shimin and Empress Changsun also cast anxious looks towards Li Chengqian. Seated in the wheelchair, Li Chengqian slowly lifted his head. He did not appear as gloomy as before, nor as despondent as last night. He glanced at Li Tai beside him, then at Li Shimin and Li Yu in the distance. Gently patting Li Tai's hand resting on the wheelchair, he took the microphone, his voice clear and resonant, echoing throughout the square. In the annals of history, Li Chengqian and Li Tai may have clashed fiercely, a struggle that was their destiny and a lament for the Tang dynasty. But today, standing here, we are different. For we have glimpsed a broader world. He gestured towards the lights above, pointed at the distant buildings, and then down at the ground beneath them. The world is vast. Our aspirations reach beyond that cold, unyielding chair. With such a grand expanse before us, why should we remain caged, fighting over mere scraps? Qin Kai has his own principles. I have my new path. We are brothers. We are allies, not adversaries. Li Chengqian turned his head to look at Li Tai, revealing a sincere smile. Qin Kai, do you not agree? Steady yourself. Let us not provide future generations with a spectacle of folly. The men of the Li family must cast their gaze far and wide. Li Tai was taken aback. Li Shimin was stunned. Empress Changsun covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Li Tai's eyes reddened, and with a firm nod, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Elder brother speaks true. Brother, hold on tight. I shall push you through this sleepless city." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Wow, what an incredible line. This crown prince has truly broadened his horizons. This is the spirit of the glorious Tang dynasty. Li Yu, standing to the side, gazed at the two brothers with a smile of satisfaction. Li Chengqian had finally come to a profound understanding. The actor, Du Ruhui, clearly did not wish to overlook the exquisite beauty nearby, cradling an adorable child. "Madam, your attire is as if you have stepped out of a painting of Empress Changsun. And this little princess, how utterly delightful." The actor handed the microphone to Empress Changsun. "May I ask, Your Majesty? Many say that Empress Changsun is a paragon of virtue throughout history. What do you believe is most essential for a queen?" Empress Changsun accepted the microphone without a hint of trepidation. She performed a slight bow. executing a gesture of Tang Dynasty etiquette so perfect it could have been taken from a textbook, radiating elegance that took one's breath away. She glanced at her husband and child, speaking tenderly. A queen must first be a wife, a mother. A virtuous empress merely assists his majesty in soaring higher. Holding the string of his kite. When children lose their way, she lights a lamp to guide them home. Whether in the Tang Dynasty or in future generations, harmony within the family fosters prosperity in all endeavors. Her words, gentle yet powerful, resonated deeply. Oh, why do I feel a bit teary? Is this what it means to embody motherhood? I am utterly enchanted. At that moment, the little girl suddenly peered out from her mother's embrace, chirping sweetly into the microphone. I have a nest. I have a nest. The performers chuckled, crouching down to tease her. And who might you be? The little girl puffed out her chest and proudly declared, I am the little girl, Princess Jingyang. I am the precious darling of the great pot and my father. My favorite treat is candy. As she spoke, she pulled a large white rabbit candy from her pocket and offered it to the performer, saying, please have some candy. The audience was instantly enchanted. Ah, how adorable is that? You've tricked me into wanting a daughter. Little girl, my cyber daughter. The performer then presented the microphone to Li Yuan and Li Shimin. Ladies and gentlemen, the main event is upon us. Observing the age difference and charisma between these two, we have the retired Emperor Li Yuan and the illustrious General Li Shimin, correct? Leaning on his cane, Li Yuan raised his chin with a hint of arrogance. It seems you have an eye for talent, young man, for I am the founder of the Tang Dynasty. Before he could finish, the performer, Fang Xianling, mischievously posed a provocative question. Since both Emperor and Emperor Taizong are present, we must address a long-standing rumor that has perplexed us for a millennium. Pray, Emperor Li Yuan, considering this valiant son beside you, who has led the Tang to greatness, do you now regret naming the eldest son, Li Jiansheng, as crown prince instead of elevating the second son earlier? Had you chosen the second son sooner, might we have avoided that? Ahem, filial piety incident at Xuanwu Gate? A collective gasp echoed through the audience. How audacious. The host truly understands live broadcasting. Can such things be asked? This is a live father-son confrontation. Li Yuan broke into a cold sweat, ready to intervene at any moment. Li Shimin's posture stiffened, his palms clammy with sweat. This was the lifelong knot he bore, a chasm that eternally separated him from his father. He instinctively glanced at his father, his gaze a tumult of guilt, yearning, and the stubbornness of a ruler. Li Yuan's beard trembled. He cast a deep glance at Li Shimin, who appeared as tense as a child caught misbehaving. After 3 seconds of silence, Li Yuan suddenly raised his cane, feigning a strike at Li Shimin's backside. Li Shimin instinctively recoiled, yet did not evade. However, at the moment of impact, the cane merely tapped lightly on Li Shimin's shoulder. The elder spoke into the microphone, his tone seemingly jesting yet imbued with a sense of profound experience. Regret? Humph. What I regret most in my life is not dismantling this lad's residence at the Tactics Bureau sooner, leaving him idle, pondering how to rebel against his father. Laughter erupted from the audience. Ha ha. The official roast is the most lethal. Li Yuan then shifted his tone, gazing at the resplendent scene below, observing the joyful faces. His expression softened, even tinged with a semblance of acceptance. However, while this boy once infuriated me to the point of bloodshed, looking at the current state of affairs, I suppose he has done reasonably well. Should the sovereign arrive, it is unlikely the scene would be as lively. Though the affection displayed between father and son may be feigned, the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty is undeniably authentic, and I, an old man, concede to that. In this moment, Li Shimin abruptly turned his gaze, fixating on his father's profile. To him, that single admission bore more weight than 1,000 volumes of historical accolades or the homage of countless nations. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears, yet he valiantly maintained the dignity befitting an emperor, seizing the moment to declare with pride, indeed, father, do you not recognize who forged this empire? This flourishing era is my tribute to you, as well as my pledge to the world. The atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, prompting the performers to escalate the drama. Actor, Fang Xianling, truly moving. This exemplifies true vision. Let us pose another profound question to Emperor Taizong. In the 4th year of Jingguan, when you vanquished the Eastern Turks, what was your mindset during such a perilous undertaking? Li Shimin inhaled deeply, suppressing the earlier emotional tumult, replaced now by the confidence of the war god of the Tang. A sardonic smile graced his lips, as if he were transported back to those days of yore, his imperial aura unmistakably present. What was my thought process? Quite simple. I divided our forces into 6 routes. Li Jing advanced from Dingxiang, Li Shiji from Tongma, Chai Xiao from Jina, Li Daozong from Datong, Wei Xiaojie from Hungin, and Shui Wanche from Changguo. The core strategy can be encapsulated in 4 words. All in. With a commanding gaze, he exuded dominance. We triumphed over all nations. Should we falter, I shall lead the charge myself. Moreover, with the military genius Li Jing at my side, what do I have to fear? Kagan Shieli? I would gladly stake my claim. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, countless voices chanting the might of air foam. Actor, Du Ruhue, truly formidable. Now, let us inquire about something more literary. The preface to Lantingyi Su. It is said you secured it from the monk Bian Kai. How did you manage such a feat? The crowd erupted in raucous laughter. Secured it. Indeed, it was a deception. Li Shimin, with a flick of his sleeve, unperturbed and resolute. Nonsense. Can the affairs of scholars be termed deceit? It was a clever maneuver by Xiao Yi, a testament to wit. Furthermore, the calligraphy of Wang Shiji is a national treasure, safeguarded solely by myself and the Tang. To allow it to languish in a monk's temple would be a gross misdeed. As for whether it resides in Jiaoling, well, here I stand, and I have not brought it with me. Desiring it? Dig for it yourself. The crowd roared with laughter once more. This Li Air phone was quite the rascal. Actor, Fong Xianling, one last question. If you were to traverse to the present day, what would you most wish to experience? Li Shimin instinctively licked his lips, his gaze drifting towards Li Yu, before delivering the classic reply, what I wish to experience is of little consequence. What matters is whether that braised beef noodle is still available. I find it far superior to the lamb served in the imperial kitchen, especially with 2 hot dog sausages added, along with that red chili oil. The audience erupted into uncontrollable laughter. The Emperor Taizong's fondness for instant noodles was irrefutable. This advertisement placement was undeniably bold. Actor, magnificent. Your performances were nothing short of divine. Now, let us formally acknowledge this extraordinary ensemble of cosplayers. Li Shimin adjusted his attire, exuding an aura of authority. Li Yuan. The old man straightened his back, his voice resonating as he struck his cane upon the ground. I am Li Yuan, the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty. Remember, without me, there would be no great Tang. Li Shimin, with his head held high and a piercing gaze. He pointed skyward with one hand. I am Li Shimin, the grand general of the Tang dynasty. This splendid era is as I have desired. Empress Changsun, with a gentle smile and a graceful bow, she proclaimed, I am of the Changsun clan, wishing for all the children of the world to find their freedom. Li Chengqian, the crown prince seated in a wheelchair, for the first time before such a multitude, he proudly declared, I am Li Chengqian, the crown prince of the Tang. Though one leg is impaired, my ambition remains unbroken. My Tang dynasty traverses the starry seas. Li Tai, Prince of Wei, wiping the sweat from his brow while fanning himself. He remarked, I am Li Tai, the Prince of Wei. This wheelchair tires my hands, and I am not overweight. I am merely robust. It is the weight of knowledge. Little Shitzi, Princess Jinyang being lifted by Li Yu, she shouted into the microphone, her youthful voice breaking. I am Shitzi, the Princess of Jinyang. I adore the big pot, and I want candy. Finally, the microphone reached Li Yu's hands. He observed the scene with a smile and said, I am Li Yu, a guide bringing our ancestors home for a visit, while also helping them fulfill their dreams. As the performance concluded, the family had yet to descend the stage before being engulfed by enthusiastic spectators. Young man, may we take a photo together? You all resemble each other so much. Your Majesty, may I have a photo? Your grace is extraordinary. Little Shitzi, Annie has candy for you. Smile for the camera. Initially, Li Shimin felt a twinge of reluctance, perceiving the crowd as a breach of decorum. However, upon witnessing the genuine admiration and affection in the eyes of the young people, as they raised their phones and shouted that Erfeng was the most handsome, his perspective shifted. He began to strike poses in cooperation, even attempting the peace sign, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Meanwhile, on Douyin and Weibo, the trending topic divine royal family of the Tang dynasty appears in the Night City surged to the forefront of discussions. In the live stream, millions of viewers gathered to witness this transcendent meeting across time. Is this truly an actor? Such charisma. I feel as though I am watching a historical documentary. The gentleman portraying Li Shimin has a gaze that captivates me. I wish to serve him as Wei Zhang. I implore the sister playing Empress Changsun to debut. This is the visage of a prosperous and peaceful nation. That young man in the wheelchair, his words about the starry sea moved me to tears. This is the essence of a true crown prince of the Tang. Netizens fervently liked the posts, with some even delving into the backgrounds of these celestial beings, only to discover no trace of them. After the performance, the group exerted considerable effort to extricate themselves from the throng, retreating to a relatively quiet platform where they gazed back at the entire Night City. The clamor faded, yet the myriad lights continued to blaze. Li Shimin leaned against the railing, observing the resplendent cityscape and the distant silhouette of the big wild goose pagoda. The wind lifted the hem of his garments, and in that moment, he felt a profound connection with the city of Chang'an, where, in this future generation, the common folk appear to be exceedingly joyful. They fear neither the government nor me, and they dare to jest about me on stage. Li Shimin's voice trailed off, for in their hearts, he was a monumental figure of history, a beloved ancestor. They reside in an era where kneeling is unnecessary, where they are well-fed and live with dignity, an upgraded version of the harmonious world you once dreamt of, Li Yu mused softly. Beside him, Li Yuan sighed, gesturing with his cane towards the expanse of radiant light. This prosperous age is even more exhilarating than our Tang dynasty. This brilliance fills my heart with warmth. Li Tai halted his wheelchair, rubbing his aching wrist, and murmured, Brother, while this era is indeed splendid, pushing you is quite exhausting. I shall ensure to heed Prince Yu's advice and create an automatic wheelchair for you. Li Chengqian gazed into the distant lights, his eyes shining with unprecedented brightness, and quietly remarked, A little fatigue is worthwhile, Qin Ke, but I hope to continue this journey, even if seated in a wheelchair, to witness our Tang reach such a day. Li Shimin turned back to look at his family. He saw a reconciled father, supportive brothers, and joyful wife and daughters. A sudden smile broke across his face, and after shedding the burdens of a timeless emperor, he felt remarkably at ease. I shall bring back all that I have seen and learned here. Those lights, that electricity, those ethereal days, and this vibrant spirit. I shall ensure that the glorious Tang of Jingguan transforms into such a city that never sleeps. I desire for the people of Tang to revel in laughter at night, just like those we see today. Li Yu beheld the spirited Li Shimin, his heart swelling with ambition. Second uncle, as long as you wish for it, we can achieve it. What we bring back is not merely seeds and computers, but the spark of modern civilization. Chapter 72, Returning home to honor ancestors in the early morning. Li Yu stuffed the last box of local specialties into the trunk, various calcium-rich milk, health supplements, and a few packs of Zhonghua cigarettes for his father that he had purchased at the supermarket yesterday. Are we all settled? Let us depart. Li Yu took his seat in the driver's cabin, fastened his seatbelt, and glanced back at the fully loaded Tang sightseeing group. In the passenger seat, the retired Emperor Li Yuan was curiously fiddling with the electric seat. In the second row, Li Shimin sat beside Empress Changsun, who held their little child. In the last row were Li Chengxian and the caretaker Li Tai. The vehicle started moving. Li Yuan gazed out at the rapidly retreating scenery, his complexion paling. Where? Are we truly heading to Hanzhong? Of course, that is our ancestral home, Li Yu replied with a smile. You, my child, are unaware of the difficulties of the journey. Hanzhong lies to the south, the Dragon Vein, a natural barrier. Li Yuan pointed towards the majestic mountains in the south, his eyes reflecting the psychological shadows of his past campaigns. When I rose in rebellion from Taiyuan, how long did it take to navigate through Guangzhou? Later, to guard against Bashu, I specifically inspected that plank road. Is that a path for humans? It consists of mere wooden boards suspended over cliffs. Below lies an abyss of immeasurable depth. Can our vehicle of the frail and infirm, referring to Li Chengxian and himself, withstand such mountainous terrain? It may take us a month to traverse. Li Shimin in the back also wore a grave expression, his prayer beads spinning rapidly, his brows nearly knitting into a tight frown. As a military strategist, he understood all too well the significance of the Qinling Mountains. They represent an insurmountable barrier. To journey from Chang'an to Hanzhong, one must traverse the Zawugu, Taoyuo Road, or Baoxiao Road. Every step required one to scale the cliffs like a monkey. Li Yu glanced at Li Shimin through the rearview mirror. Second uncle, are you worried too? I wish to see how we might reach Hanzhong in just over an hour. Fear not. With a swift press on the accelerator, Li Yu maneuvered onto the city bypass, which in that era was a formidable barrier, yet in this time, it resembled a mere backyard. Look ahead. We are approaching a checkpoint. Before them, a massive toll station loomed, with a red electronic screen flashing the word South Xi'an. The vehicle decelerated slightly, heading directly towards a lane marked with ETC. Stop. Halt. There's a barrier. Li Yuan instinctively shouted, noticing a horizontal pole obstructing their path. Just as the vehicle was 3 meters from the barrier, a crisp electronic tone rang out. The red and white pole, as if in the presence of royalty, smoothly lifted, standing upright with grace. Whoosh. The car sped past without a moment's pause. Li Yuan was left dumbfounded, turning back to gaze at the pole that descended once more. We just passed through? Who is guarding this? Why was there no toll collected? How did it know we were coming? Is there some mechanism at play? Li Yu clarified. Your Majesty, that's called ETC. There's a small device in the car and a sensor at the roadside. As we pass, it automatically deducts the fee from my card. This is the modern way of processing tolls, simply a matter of facial recognition. Truly remarkable. Li Shimin stroked his chin, deep in thought. If only the checkpoints of the Tang dynasty could operate in this manner, would it not expedite commerce and travel by tenfold or more, while also eliminating the petty corruption of the guards? As the vehicle ascended the highway, speed increased to 120 km/h. The trees on either side transformed into green shadows, while the distant Qinling Mountains appeared as a vast ink painting, rushing towards them at an unprecedented speed. Hold on tight. We are about to enter the mountain. No sooner had he spoken than the car did not begin the arduous winding ascent Li Shimin had anticipated. Instead, it plunged directly into a pitch-black tunnel. Darkness enveloped them instantly, followed by 2 rows of bright yellow sodium lights whizzing overhead, retreating into the distance. The vehicle sped along a smooth asphalt road, flanked by sturdy concrete walls adorned with depictions of blue skies and white clouds to alleviate visual fatigue. Where are we? Li Shimin pressed himself against the window. Are we inside the mountain? Indeed, we are within the mountain, Li Yu replied calmly. This is the Qinling Zhongnan Mountain Highway Tunnel, spanning 18 kilometers. We are currently traversing at a speed exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, deep within the Qinling. Li Shimin quickly calculated in his mind. 18 kilometers is roughly 36 li. They excavated 36 li within the mountain, and it is so wide, so flat, so bright. He gazed at the starlit lights overhead, feeling the refreshing air from the vents. How many laborers were needed for this? How many years of work? Will this mountain not collapse? The weight of the stones above must